I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. A furious roar echoed from dorm room 404 of Moda University. Lin Ziluo jolted upright from his bunk. At this moment his face was deathly pale, his forehead beaded with sweat, as though he had just awakened from a nightmare. What is going on? Wasn't I already dead? Still shaken, Lin Ziluo covered his face with both hands, rubbing up and down in an attempt to clear his mind. But are these really my hands and my face? Feeling the smooth sensation of his palm against his cheek, he lowered his gaze to his own hand. The hand before his eyes was fair and unblemished, utterly different from the rough, calloused hands he remembered. What on earth is happening? Lin Ziluo looked around him. This is my university dormitory. Memories sealed away for 10 years were stirred by the familiar surroundings, long-lost recollections surfacing in his mind. Yes, this is exactly my old college dorm. I still remember this layout, he exclaimed excitedly, then hurriedly climbed down from the bed. Without even pausing to put on his shoes, he dashed into the bathroom. Staring at the handsome face in the mirror, Lin Ziluo froze on the spot. That face should have been covered with hideous scars, yet now it was perfectly clean. 10 years. For 10 long years the disfiguring scars had kept Lin Ziluo from willingly looking into a mirror even once. He returned to the dorm and took up his phone, opening the calendar. Blue Star Year 478, May 23rd. The time, the place, his appearance, even his current physical condition. I have been reborn. I have been reborn to the very day the apocalypse game descends. At last Lin Ziluo understood everything unfolding before his eyes. Those two war gods from the neutral faction invited me, saying they wanted to celebrate my ascension to war god. While we were discussing matters, Yao Jinghan stormed in, leading a zombie emperor. Together with those two traitorous war gods, they joined hands to slaughter me. I still don't know what kind of agreement that zombie emperor had struck with the Li family, and most crucial of all, how there could have been a completely sealed legendary grade barrier. Seated on the chair, Lin Ziluo recalled the events of his previous life. Yao Jinghan. The mere thought of that name caused endless hatred to surge in his heart, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. That girlfriend who had once shared his bed. That girlfriend lauded as the campus belle of Moda University. The memory now filled him with disgust. Even before the apocalypse, under the orders of the Li family's young master, she had approached Lin Ziluo, secretly using all manner of vile methods to attack him, seeking to shatter his life and spirit. After the world fell into ruin when they met again, she and that Li family young master once more seized the chance to attempt to kill him. By sheer luck, Lin Ziluo survived, though his face was destroyed. Even then, Yao Jinghan still refused to let Lin Ziluo go. Sheltered beneath the Li clan's protection, she relentlessly hunted and suppressed him, toying with him like a cat with a mouse. How could Lin Ziluo alone contend against the Li clan, one of the three great families of Longhua? This was Blue Star's Longhua after all. Though the nation was governed by an official government, the influence of the three great families within Longhua was undeniable. In truth, they were little different from legendary local tyrants. Each of the three clans possessed unfathomable foundations, secret arts capable of brainwashing used to cultivate legions of deathly loyal retainers, and mystic techniques that could enhance the human body. These secret arts caused the strength of the three families to swell even further once the apocalypse began. At the start, fortunately, the Li clan simply did not bother to take Lin Ziluo seriously. They allowed him to cling to life, and in that prolonged struggle, he slowly found chances to grow. Even so, after Lin Ziluo endured countless hardships to break through level 90 and become the 10th war god of Longhua, he still never had time to take his revenge on Yao Jinghan before she arrived with a zombie emperor. Together with two other war gods, using a legendary artifact, they put him to death. For 10 years, Lin Ziluo had hated Yao Jinghan to the marrow of his bones, yearning every moment to kill her. If not for the Li clan's constant protection of her. Kill her. Yes, kill her. Lin Ziluo's hands began to tremble with excitement. I have been reborn. The apocalypse has not yet arrived. On the surface, Yao Jinghan was still his girlfriend. He could deal with her in advance. Wait, check the time first. Forcing himself to calm down, Lin Ziluo took a deep breath. In the apocalypse, cultivating absolute calm was a necessary habit. Only in a state of extreme clarity could one truly think. Once more he pulled out his worn-out phone. The time was now 5:04 p.m. On the screen was a message from Yao Jinghan. The password was Yao Jinghan's birthday. With a blood feud between them, how could Lin Ziluo possibly forget that string of numbers? After unlocking the phone, he opened the message. Ziluo, at 6 o'clock tonight, I have to go out to tutor a child. I'm so sorry. It's your birthday today, but I won't be able to spend it with you. Taken at face value, she sounded like a hard-working girl striving on her own. The only odd point was why she would choose to tutor someone else on her boyfriend's birthday. Only Lin Ziluo knew that this so-called tutoring was in fact a lesson on Li family's young master's bed. The young master of the Li clan, his full name was Li Haobua. As for the exact reason Li Haobo bore such a grudge against him even in his previous life up to the moment of death, Lin Ziluo never truly learned it. He only vaguely knew that it had something to do with old grudges left behind by his long-deceased father. Lofty and arrogant Li Haobo regarded Lin Ziluo with deep hostility, always treating him like a mouse to be toyed with. Following Li Haobo's orders, Yao Jinghan pretended to be with Lin Ziluo while secretly scheming against him again and again. Traps, pranks, humiliations without end. How then could Lin Ziluo remember everything so clearly? Because at 7 tonight, when he was alone in the dorm celebrating his birthday, Li Haobo sent him videos of how Yao Jinghan tutored him along with itemized bills of her expenses and a birthday tribute video from Yao Jinghan herself. By cruel coincidence, 7 o'clock was also the very moment the apocalypse game descended. Crushed by that blow, Lin Ziluo missed the optimal growth window and fell behind everyone else. Now reborn Lin Ziluo would never allow history to repeat itself. He picked up his phone and sent Yao Jinghan a message. Jinghan, it's fine. Since you're busy tonight, let's at least meet first. Come to the abandoned warehouse behind the train. Once the message was sent, Lin Ziluo began rifling through the room. At last, relying on vague memories, he found a sharp dagger hidden under a roommate's bed. Don't ask why it was there. Anyone who has been to university knows that a boys' dorm hardly deserves the name if it doesn't have a few such toys lying around. Lin Ziluo slipped the dagger into his jacket and picked up his phone again. Yao Jinghan had already replied. All right, but why meet there? I have to leave before 6, so hurry, Yao Jinghan. Because I'm going to take your life. Lin Ziluo did not send that line. Instead, he deleted it and typed another. Because I want to give you a surprise. Watching the message display as sent, Lin Ziluo slipped the phone into his pocket and slung a backpack filled with clothes over his shoulder. He opened the dorm door and stepped out. In the corridor of the boys' dormitory, groups of students were gathered, some bragging, some smoking. Others were discussing why the sky had turned red. The moment Lin Ziluo stepped out, the cold indifference on his face melted into gentle warmth. No one could have guessed that he was on his way to kill someone. Up ahead, a student standing in the corridor was playing a video of an expert's commentary on his phone. This global reddening of the sky is in fact a natural phenomenon that occurs once every 5,000 years. Please do not panic, simply enjoy the spectacle. Lin Ziluo also glanced up at the blood-red sky. Only he knew that it heralded the imminent descent of the apocalypse game. The people before him remained utterly carefree. When 7 o'clock came and the apocalypse game descended, some would turn into zombies, others would be bitten by them. And who could say how many would survive? Lin Ziluo walked down the stairs toward the lower floors, mentally rehearsing the events soon to unfold. Before he knew it, he had crossed the track field and arrived at the door of the abandoned warehouse. Hardly anyone ever came to this warehouse before nightfall. Lin Ziluo carefully surveyed the surroundings and only after confirming that no one was paying attention stepped inside. The moment he entered, Lin Ziluo saw Yao Jinghan sitting on a chair. I was such a fool back then, he couldn't help cursing inwardly. Blinded by love back then, he had never noticed the luxury brands and designer labels on Yao Jinghan's body, each item costing at least 6 figures. How could a girl from an ordinary family possibly afford such things? Yao Jinghan also noticed Lin Ziluo. She remained seated on the chair, not bothering to stand, and said with clear impatience, "Why did you take so long? If there's some surprise, hurry up and tell me. I'm waiting to go tutor." Lin Ziluo did not answer. He walked toward the woman he had hated for 10 long years. Yao Jinghan's brows furrowed even tighter. "What do you mean by keeping silent? If you won't talk, I'm leaving." With that, Yao Jinghan rose to her feet. By now, Lin Ziluo was already standing before her. He suddenly thrust out a hand and clamped it tightly around Yao Jinghan. Yao Jinghan had never imagined that the Lin Ziluo who used to cater to her every whim would do such a thing. She struggled with all her might, but it was utterly useless. Lin Ziluo's strength far surpassed that of the pampered Yao Jinghan. Year 478, March 16th, a supermodern hotel in Modu, expenses 53239 yuan. Lin Ziluo's low voice echoed, yet Yao Jinghan seemed unable to comprehend what he meant. All she saw was a sharp dagger. Year 478, March 29th, Kaidi Hotel in Modu, expenses 109984 yuan. Lin Ziluo continued speaking to himself, unhurried. At last, Yao Jinghan understood these were the hotel records of her trysts with Li Haobo. She wanted to explain, to beg for mercy, but she had not the slightest chance. Year 478, April 13th, a confusion bar, expenses 409999 yuan. Despair flooded Yao Jinghan's eyes. Year 478, April 25th, a supermodern hotel in Modu, expenses 84320 yuan. Year 478, April 29th. Lin Ziluo recited these words, already carved into his mind, in an indifferent tone. He suddenly shoved her down onto a chair. In Yao Jinghan's eyes at this moment swirled despair, regret, confusion, and venomous hatred. Lin Ziluo bent down and picked up the phone she had dropped on the floor. He then used her fingerprint to unlock it and successfully opened the phone. The screen was paused on a chat window. Yao Hihi, I can't wait to come see you. Li, have you told Lin Ziluo? It won't be any fun if you don't. Yao, I told him. He still thinks I'm really going to. Li, and the birthday gift I asked you to prepare for him. Yao, don't worry, it's ready. And don't forget that bag I had my eye. The chat window ended there, followed by a video. Seeing this alto familiar clip, Lin Ziluo tapped it lightly, then turned the screen toward Yao Jinghan. In the video, Yao Jinghan stood before the camera and began to speak. Lin Ziluo, happy birthday. Use your head for once. I'm the campus belle of Moda University. How could I possibly fancy a penniless orphan like you who has nothing but a face? If young Master Li of the Li family hadn't specially pointed you out, I wouldn't even have bothered to glance at someone like you. Still, I really should thank you. If it weren't for you, young Master Li wouldn't have noticed me, and I wouldn't have earned so much from it. It was only a short video. Slumped in the chair, Yao Jinghan stared wide-eyed. She couldn't fathom how the video she had secretly recorded alone just tens of minutes ago could be recited word for word. Ha ha ha. Lin Ziluo burst into laughter. A head fell to the ground. Lin Ziluo sank down onto the floor. I finally did it. 10 years. A full 10 years. These 10 years had been too hard. But it still wasn't enough. There was still Li Haobo hiding in the manor and the Li family in the capital of Jingdu. At that moment, a synthetic mechanical voice sounded by Lin Ziluo's ear. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully being reborn 10 years into the past and activating the Doomsday game Golden Finger system. Lin Ziluo took out his phone. The time displayed was 6:00. This was impossible. The Doomsday game was supposed to descend upon the entire globe at 7 o'clock, transforming the world into a post-apocalyptic survival game. The whole world would become dataified, gamified, if only then should a system exist. And this Golden Finger, how had he never heard of such a thing? Ding. The Doomsday game Golden Finger system can decrypt the data within the Doomsday game and grant the host a superior gaming experience. Ding. System binding complete. Please draw your first Super Golden Finger. Lin Ziluo swiftly began to analyze everything he had just heard. Rebirth. Was this the system I gained after being reborn? But this system sounded far too powerful. It could actually decrypt the data of the Doomsday game. Though Lin Ziluo did not fully believe it, he still tested it by speaking aloud. Draw the first Super Golden Finger. Ding. Drawing the first Super Golden Finger. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Super Golden Finger Absolute Drop Rate. Ding. Absolute drop rate raises the drop rate of all items from zombies killed by the player during the game from 1 to 100. To be honest, Lin Ziluo had no intention of believing it at first. But the offer was simply too generous. As is widely known, the Apocalypse game is an exceptionally difficult survival simulation. Its difficulty lies in the abysmally low drop rate, only one combined probability for any item, be it gear, supplies, or skill manuals, dropped upon slaying a zombie. This figure was not Lin Ziluo's speculation. It emerged from large-scale data trials conducted by numerous researchers after the collapse. A mere one-drop chance. And even then, most items are basic survival necessities like food or water. The thought alone sends shivers down one's spine, and for the chronically unlucky, it is sheer devastation. Were it not for the abundance of dungeon teleportation arrays scattered across every city, granting access to diverse dungeons yielding equipment, supplies, and gold, few would survive at all. Now, however, this Golden Finger system informed Lin Ziluo that the one-drop rate had been amplified to 100. Every zombie slain would unfailingly yield an item. Lin Ziluo could scarcely fathom such a reality. Are you certain this Golden Finger actually works? He asked. Ding. Absolute drop rate activated. Please proceed with confidence. A golden interface materialized before Lin Ziluo. Apocalypse game Golden Finger system. Name Lin Ziluo. Current level 01 Golden Finger. Attribute unlocks per 10 levels. Supreme Golden Fingers 1. Absolute drop rate increases the drop rate of all zombies slain by the player from 1 to 100. Golden Finger quests none active. Standard Golden Fingers none active. Ding. Host level now synchronizes with in-game level. One Supreme Golden Finger may be drawn per 10 levels gained. Completing quests issued by the Golden Finger system rewards standard Golden Fingers equipment and consumables. Astonishment. Pure unadulterated astonishment. Lin Ziluo rose slowly from where he sat on the floor, utterly unprepared for such a cheat-like system falling into his hands. At that moment, a single thought crystallized, toppling the Li clan. Originally, Lin Ziluo had planned to vanish quietly after exacting vengeance upon Li Haobo. He intended to live as a lone wanderer, cultivating strength in silence, until he could methodically dismantle the Li clan piece by piece. 10 years of relentless pursuit had taught him one immutable truth: power is paramount. As for the Li clan, the very institution that shielded both Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan, this colossal entity commanding vast populations and destined to found a fortified stronghold known as Li City. To obliterate such a behemoth seemed nearly impossible, until the golden finger system appeared, igniting a fragile but undeniable spark of hope. The Li clan. Wait and witness. The euphoria of long-awaited retribution surged anew, magnified tenfold by this extraordinary boon. He lifted Yao Jinghan's severed head from the floor, then dragged the mangled, headless corpse, already ravaged by prolonged torture, from its slumped position on the chair. Without hesitation, he shoved both grotesque remains into a large industrial waste bin tucked away in the warehouse corner, then tossed his blood-soaked clothes in after them. From his backpack, he retrieved clean garments and dressed himself. Less than an hour remained until the Apocalypse Game's descent. He still needed to gather essential provisions. Then, hands casually tucked into his pockets, Lin Ziluo strolled out of the warehouse, calm, unruffled, utterly at ease. Who could imagine that the former campus beauty of Moda University now lay decapitated and discarded within this derelict warehouse? Meanwhile, crowds gathered on the sports field, drawn by the sky's eerie transformation into a deep, pervasive crimson, a spectacle some starry-eyed lovers mistook for romance. Couples embraced beneath the blood-red heavens, whispering vows and endearments. Lin Ziluo approached a small kiosk beside the field, backpack slung over one shoulder. "Any 3 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread," Lin Ziluo requested. After paying, he packed the purchases neatly into his backpack. Those supplies could be looted from zombies, and with his guaranteed 100 drop rate, scarcity was no longer. He purchased these provisions as a precautionary test. Was the golden finger system truly reliable? Yet the immediate priority remained a flawless opening gambit. Having secured his supplies, Lin Ziluo walked straight out of the university campus. It was common knowledge that universities became perilous zones after the collapse. Densely populated and teeming with physically robust young adults, campuses bred especially dangerous zombies, whose enhanced strength posed grave threats to survivors. In the Apocalypse Game, level mattered little. Raw physical attributes determined true combat prowess. A rigorously trained special forces operative, even at level 0, could effortlessly defeat ordinary players at levels 5 or 6. Thus, upon exiting campus, Lin Ziluo headed directly to a discreet, unassuming motel 2 streets away. He entered swiftly and found its proprietor dozing in a recliner behind the counter. "Boss, I'd like an hourly room," Lin Ziluo said, rapping lightly on the counter to gain attention. "Single room, 40 yuan per hour." The proprietor didn't rise, replying lazily, "I know. And while you're at it, send up no. Free." Lin Ziluo scanned the remaining 300 yuan to him. The man sat upright, appraising Lin Ziluo. Well, you're new here, but 300 it is. Consider the room fee waived. Head upstairs yourself." He tossed over a key labeled 209. Lin Ziluo caught it silently and ascended without a word. "Coming here just to play with women, and still acting so aloof," the proprietor muttered, watching him climb the stairs. Indeed, this modest motel specialized in illicit carnal commerce. How did Lin Ziluo know? No need for misinterpretation. He'd visited this place once before during the early days of the collapse. His purpose now was singular: to complete a milestone achievement. According to his memories, the motel's free technician would later evolve into a formidable regional boss, one of the earliest apex threats in the district. She had also been Lin Ziluo's first boss kill. As a boss-class entity, she wouldn't merely be infected, she would transform directly into a zombie upon the collapse. Lin Ziluo needed solitude and speed. His objective was clear: locate and eliminate a zombie as swiftly as possible. Technician 3 was the optimal choice. He entered room 209, cramped air thick with stale odor. Its sole redeeming feature, a functional shower. One need only read between the lines. Lin Ziluo stepped directly into the bathroom and rinsed off. Emerging refreshed and alert, he redressed meticulously. He checked his phone. 6:55. 5 minutes remained until the Apocalypse Game's arrival. Just then a firm knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. "Hello, your appointment with Technician 3 has arrived. Come in." "The door's unlocked," Lin Ziluo replied. The door swung open. A woman strode in, boldly underdressed, heavily made up, clad in black stockings, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Her eyes lit up the instant she saw Lin Ziluo. Well, didn't expect such a handsome client. Worth it after all. Yet seeing him fully clothed and lying motionless on the bed, her brow furrowed. Impatiently she snapped, "What's wrong with you? Can't even undress. Hurry up. I've got another client." "It's fine, you don't need to take off. Just come over," Lin Ziluo said coldly, still lying on the bed. "Or are you planning something new? You young ones really are something. Well, seeing as you're not bad looking, I'll play along." After the woman said this, she walked over to the bed in her high heels and sat down. "So how do you want to play?" The woman extinguished her cigarette and took off her clothes. "No need for that, or just take a shower and come out right after." Lin Ziluo spoke up. He had just asked the woman to come over to see if she would turn into a zombie. Sure enough, as she got closer, he caught a whiff of that strange smell. Although it was faint, that scent could only emanate from a zombie. As the arrival of the game drew closer, those who would soon be lucky enough to be chosen as zombies would begin to show certain signs. You've got issues, I don't know what you're thinking. But remember, you said it yourself, once I shower, I'm leaving and I won't refund you. The woman spat, and then unreservedly took off her clothes beside him. Then she boldly walked into the bathroom completely naked. Lin Ziluo took out his phone. It was already 6:05. He climbed out of bed and retrieved the sharp dagger that he had cleaned from his backpack, concealing it as he approached the woman who was facing away from the door while showering heard the movement and said without turning her head, I knew you were going to play this kind of trick. If you're going to do it, hurry up, it's tiring standing here. Ding. The alarm Lin Ziluo set for 7 o'clock rang. The woman suddenly stiffened in place, her skin visibly turning pale. At the moment the alarm rang, Lin Ziluo had already thrust the dagger forward. Roar, the woman, now transformed into a zombie, let out a scream that had yet to fade. The dagger had already pierced through her neck. A black death hovered above her head. Lin Ziluo let out a sigh of relief. Next, a blue announcement panel appeared, late arrival. Welcome to the Apocalypse game. Once this game is activated, it will develop autonomously, and there will be no way to interfere. The cruel apocalypse has arrived. 80 of the unfortunate in this world have transformed into zombies, while the remaining 20 of the lucky ones are invited to enjoy the thrilling experience of the game. Of course, the main goal is to survive, as death means a permanent end. The zombies in this world have keen hearing, but somewhat dull vision, only able to perceive moving objects. To enhance your gaming experience, here are some game rules. 1. Killing zombies or other zombie animals will increase your level, allowing you to gain new attribute points. Your gaming experience is closely tied to your level. 2. There is a small chance of obtaining equipment, items, or resources from killing zombies or other zombie animals. It depends on your luck. Who knows how fortunate you really are? 3. In the game, items such as equipment and props have level classifications from lowest to highest: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, mythical. As for higher levels, forget it, you won't be able to reach them anyway. For various hidden opportunities have been scattered worldwide, so make sure to search diligently. 5. All human firearms, ammunition, nuclear weapons, and other modern technological weapons will lose their attack effectiveness. Please do not use them to provoke zombies, including vehicles. 6. Currently, all human communication devices will be interfered with and cannot be used. However, you can still keep your phone to read novels or play single-player games. 7. Zombies will evolve over time, so make sure to keep up with their pace of evolution. Being scratched or bitten by a zombie will turn you into one. Don't worry about the infectiousness of zombie blood, and remember that nightfall will enhance the basic attributes of zombies or zombie animals, so make sure to hide. 8. There are still many tips, but let's wait until you've passed the 7-day newbie protection period. Take my advice, the current zombies are very weak. Kill as many as you can, or you might regret it later. Please remember, the Apocalypse game is full of unknowns and possibilities. Finally, enjoy your game. The text on the panel ended here. Lin Ziluo took a quick glance and found that this announcement was no different from the previous one, so he chose to close the page. A new panel popped up. Hello player Lin Ziluo, welcome to the Apocalypse game. Would you like to set a game name? Yes, set the game name as Yazi. Yazi, one of the 9 sons of the dragon in ancient Chinese mythology, known for its bloodlust and combat prowess, capable of subduing all evil. However, Lin Ziluo primarily chose this name for revenge. As the saying goes, a debt of gratitude must be repaid, and a grudge of Yazi must be avenged. Li Haobo, the Li family, and all those who assisted the Li family in hunting me down. Are you ready to accept my revenge? Detected that the player nickname, Yazi, is available for use. Player Lin Ziluo has successfully changed their nickname to Yazi. Character creation completed. Attribute panel loaded. Lin Ziluo opened his attribute panel. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 2, gaining 1 free attribute point. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first person in the Apocalypse game to kill a zombie, earning a globally unique achievement, First Blood. A global announcement is about to be made. Lin Ziluo clenched his fists. I did it. I successfully achieved this accomplishment. The attributes of the achievement may not be very important, but the global announcement is definitely the lifelong pursuit of every player. Receiving the rewards from the global announcement is absolutely overwhelming. Lin Ziluo never received a global announcement reward even after becoming a war god in his previous life. The difficulty is evident. And now, in the very first second of the apocalypse, I have already received the reward from the global announcement. Suddenly a grand, yet heavy voice rang out. This voice had a sense of grandeur and vastness, as if it came from the sky, yet it was also clear, coming directly to my ears. In any case, whether you are hiding from the newly turned zombies or still studying the suddenly appearing announcement panel, as long as you are a conscious player in this world, you can hear this message. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first person in the Apocalypse game to kill a zombie bravely taking the first step. You have earned the globally unique achievement First Blood along with numerous rewards. Other players, please take note. At this moment the world was in an uproar. Whether they were players who had accepted the apocalypse game or those who treated it as a prank. They all firmly remembered the player named Yao through this announcement. No way, I haven't even seen a zombie yet, and someone has already killed one. Damn it, I don't care who killed the zombie, can they get rid of this ugly zombie chasing me? I'm about to die. Huh, zombies, what are those? Is someone broadcasting outside disturbing the peace? Oh, what the hell? A boy immersed in the game put down his console and cursed. He opened the door to find out who was playing a prank only to be bitten in half the face by a suddenly appearing zombie. Interesting, someone actually reacted faster than me. A man put down his baseball bat, and in front of him lay a zombie with its head smashed. Woo, this player named Yao is so amazing, I wish he could come protect me, the princess. A normal girl hiding in her 50 square meter room said whimsically. Woof 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 woof. A little dog started barking. Why are you interrupting? At this moment the globally renowned Yao was happily claiming his rewards. Congratulations to the player for receiving the global announcement for First Blood. Congratulations to the player for earning this reward: 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attributes, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage space. This is great. With these rewards I am at least several times ahead of others. Reputation has many uses. Some equipment and items require a certain level of reputation to be used. Additionally, some special shops will offer discounts or free gifts based on your reputation when purchasing items. As for gold coins, I can find shops hidden within the city to buy items. These can be items, equipment, or resource cards. Especially resource cards, which are absolutely the main source for players to obtain food and survive. This is essentially a safety net reward for those unlucky players who haven't gained any items from killing zombies. As for the 3 free attributes, there's no need to elaborate. Before level 10, each level only grants 1 free attribute, which means I am already 3 levels ahead at the starting line. The increase in storage space means a 10-fold increase for Lin Ziluo. The storage space cannot hold living things, only items that belong to oneself. As for how to determine whether an item belongs to someone, it completely depends on the game system. For example, if someone attacks you with a knife and you grab the blade, you cannot retrieve it into your storage space. However, if someone shoots an arrow at you and you catch it, you can store that arrow in your storage space. In any case, the situations that arise from this are quite complex, and it can only be determined by the absolutely fair and just game system. After claiming the rewards, Lin Ziluo felt very pleased. He then checked the achievement he had obtained: First Blood. First Blood, a unique title, only the first person to kill a zombie in the apocalypse game can obtain it. Attributes: all attributes 1-0, and the damage dealt by the first attack after midnight every day is increased by 100. Lin Ziluo, who originally had no hope for the title's attributes, suddenly felt some surprise. These attributes are not bad. I essentially gained 4 points for free. Moreover, the 100 damage increase for the first attack each day could yield unexpected results if used well. Lin Ziluo decisively equipped this title. In that instant, a warm current flowed through his body, and he could clearly feel that his physical qualities had improved. I probably won't need to change titles for the earlier stages. Titles can only be worn one at a time. After changing titles, there will be a 1-hour cooldown period, which can be quite troublesome. But this is also to prevent the constant swapping of titles with abnormal attributes. Lin Ziluo stretched lazily. Looking at the zombie's corpse lying in a pool of blood, he noticed a necklace glowing green on the ground. This is the dropped equipment. Lin Ziluo then remembered his previous golden finger absolute drop rate. After all, he had just been immersed in the joy of his rewards. Is it really a 100 drop rate? And it dropped bronze level equipment on the first try. Ding, please make reasonable use of the golden finger system and do not forget its existence. Sorry, Lin Ziluo apologized. He then bent down to pick up the necklace on the ground. After simply wiping off the bloodstains on the necklace, he checked its attributes. Meditation necklace, bronze level equipment. After equipping mental power 1, mental recovery speed increased by 10. The attributes are quite ordinary after all, it's just a bronze level item. But even a mosquito is still meat. Oh, why should I care about the details of free items? Lin Ziluo put the meditation necklace around his neck. Lin Ziluo currently possesses 4 free attribute points, but he is in no hurry to allocate them. This is because he has not yet found the time to contemplate the path ahead. In his previous life, many terrifying hidden classes had yet to be inherited by anyone, allowing him the opportunity to start anew with a different profession. Moreover, Lin Ziluo's attributes at this stage are certainly sufficient. Basic attributes: Strength 12, Spirit 17, Constitution 11, Agility 14. These attributes are far superior compared to an average person. However, he understands that he cannot waste time at this moment, and must first clear the zombies surrounding him. This is because during the night the basic attributes of zombies will increase by at least 50. The night setting for the Apocalypse game is from 8:00 p.m. to 6:00 a.m. the next day. This means that very soon it will be night. He must return to a safe place before 8 o'clock. This also demonstrates the treacherous nature of the Apocalypse game. At 8 o'clock in the evening, zombies receive enhancements. The result arrived at 7 o'clock. A mere hour is hardly enough for anyone to prepare. Thus, the first night of the Apocalypse game has claimed many players. Lin Ziluo stepped out of the room with a dagger in hand. Before obtaining a proper weapon, he could only use this dagger, known as blank equipment, which has no attributes. Upon exiting the room, he found himself in the narrow corridor of the inn. It was so small that it could accommodate no more than 2 people walking side by side. There were 10 rooms in total on this floor. Lin Ziluo chose to first deal with room 210 behind him. His feet creaked on the old floorboards, making a squeaking sound. Just as he approached the door of 210, the sound of his footsteps attracted attention from within the room. The soundproofing was truly abysmal. From room 210 came a growl. Following that was an extremely rapid and awkward sound of footsteps coming closer to the door. Lin Ziluo chose to strike first, directly slashing at the door lock. The rusted lock was nothing more than a decoration easily pierced by his dagger. Lin Ziluo forcefully pulled the door open. A zombie dressed in a white tank top appeared. This zombie had dark skin and a muscular build, clearly one that had engaged in hard labor during its life. Lin Ziluo first examined the zombie's attributes. Ordinary zombie level 1 basic attributes: strength 12, spirit 5, constitution 13, agility 9. Fortunately, although its attributes were 2 or 3 points higher than an average zombie, Lin Ziluo found it easy to handle. He drew an elegant arc with his dagger and proactively attacked the zombie. The zombie's grayish-white eyes twitched as it swiped at Lin Ziluo's face with its long claws. Seeing the claws heading straight for his face, he agilely bent down, avoiding the swipe, and then dove into the zombie's embrace. The unique stench of the zombie assaulted his senses. However, Lin Ziluo was unfazed. The dagger was plunged straight into the zombie's throat. Perhaps it had not struck a vital point. The zombie opened its gaping maw, lunging to bite Lin Ziluo, who remained calm, and twisted the dagger in his grip. A black death appeared above the zombie's head. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing the zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. The system notification chimed in timely fashion. The zombie's body toppled backward, crashing to the floor and kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Ziluo, from the moment he struck until now, it was merely a matter of 2 breaths, and he had already taken down a zombie with relatively high attributes. Yet he still felt somewhat dissatisfied. His performance was still lacking, resulting in his first strike not being enough to kill the zombie outright. Leveling from 2 to 3 requires 10 experience points, meaning he still needed to eliminate 9 level 1 zombies. Kicking the fallen zombie aside, Lin Ziluo discovered that the zombie had dropped a card. Cards generally represent resources. As expected, upon picking up the card, Lin Ziluo saw that it read a medium rare sirloin steak. A medium rare sirloin steak selected from imported beef tenderloin from New Donglan, paired with a special exclusive sauce. It promises a delightful dining experience. The usage method for the card is also very simple. By selecting activation, it will appear in your hand at the optimal temperature. This resource card is still quite valuable at this stage. However, when the shop opens later, it will likely be priced around 100 gold coins, making it an affordable item. Lin Ziluo tucked the card into his storage space. It was still not mealtime yet. He surveyed room. To his delight, Lin Ziluo found a large cloth bag inside the room. The bag contained some repair tools. It seems the zombie was a handyman. Lin Ziluo stuffed the tool bag into his storage space and took one of the hammers in hand. The dagger was rather short, and this hammer allowed for mid-range attacks. With that, Lin Ziluo contentedly left room 210. Room 210 was at the end of the corridor, and the safe passage beyond was completely sealed by a large iron door. Thus, Lin Ziluo moved towards the rooms ahead. Room 208 was empty. Room 207 was also vacant. Lin Ziluo felt somewhat disappointed. Why were there so few zombies? Finally, just as he reached the door of room 206, he heard the growling of zombies. Moreover, 2 zombies were growling simultaneously. Wonderful, some action. Lin Ziluo's eyes lit up as he smashed the door lock with his hammer. Then he kicked the door open and shouted, "Open up. We're raiding the brothel." I must say, Lin Ziluo was naturally a quiet person before the apocalypse. Throughout his 10 years of harsh experiences in the previous life, he maintained a cold and ruthless demeanor. However, in this life, after personally dealing with Yao Jinghan, his character gradually became more cheerful. Perhaps it was the result of long-standing repression, leading to a rebound in personality. Such situations can easily occur with mental illnesses. It is common for patients to be in a state of depression for a few days, only to swing to mania shortly afterward. The 2 zombies inside the room looked bewildered. What the hell? I'm already a zombie, and you still want to raid? Damn, it's indeed quite raunchy. None of them are wearing clothes. At that moment, Lin Ziluo was equally surprised to see two completely naked zombies appear. He quickly realized this was a pink-themed inn. That certainly makes sense. The two zombies felt very angry at Lin Ziluo for interrupting them. The male zombie charged directly at him. Lin Ziluo glanced over and could not help but say, "Come on, big guy with that small size, you're out here to play. You're asking for trouble." The male zombie seemed to comprehend Lin Ziluo's words and let out a loud roar. Lin Ziluo had already checked the attributes of this zombie. It was 2 points lower than the previous handyman zombie. No wonder it looked like a small worm. Lin Ziluo swung the hammer toward the zombie's head. Thud! A dull sound rang out. The skull on top of the zombie's head was directly shattered. At the same time, the body lost its balance. Lin Ziluo's other dagger was poised to strike as it plunged into the zombie's neck. Death! Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing the zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1. After the male zombie fell, Lin Ziluo clearly saw a cyan object appear beneath it. It seemed to be a bronze-level item. He did not rush to check it out, because behind him a naked female zombie was already charging towards him. Goodness, it was moving too fast, and those two already zombified gray rabbits were flinging about. This was hasty. I shouldn't have chosen technician. No. 3. Although Lin Ziluo's gaze was drawn, the speed of the dagger in his hand did not slow down in the slightest. He accurately struck the neck of the female zombie. Generally speaking, female zombies have slightly higher agility compared to male zombies, but their physical constitution is considerably weaker. As Lin Ziluo's blade descended, the word death appeared in ominous black. Then beside the female zombie, a cyan item also appeared. Wow, double happiness. How thrilling. Lin Ziluo recalled his past life. In the early stages, after killing over 100 zombies, he only managed to obtain a half-full bottle of mineral water. Now looking at how 3 bronze-level items had dropped from 4 zombies, the disparity was absurd. A 100 drop rate, how delightful. If it weren't for the lack of options, who wouldn't want to be a lucky one? Lin Ziluo picked up both small cylindrical items from the ground, only to realize they were 2 identical items, both old acquaintances. Eye of Reconnaissance, a one-time bronze-level item that can detect movement within 10 meters. If anyone approaches, it will alert the user. Duration 10 hours. This thing was a treasure for Lin Ziluo in his previous life. Every time he was hunted down by the people sent by the Li family, or Yao Jinghan, exhausted to the point of needing rest, Lin Ziluo would always pull out a high-level Eye of Reconnaissance. Only then could he sleep soundly. However, because this item was so effective, few people were willing to sell it. Thus, Lin Ziluo could only use it on rare occasions. There was no need to covet it now. He had 2 in his possession, even if they were only bronze level. No, I must indulge tonight and use one. Lin Ziluo thought resolutely. Perhaps this is what is known as revenge spending once one becomes wealthy. Knock, knock, knock. The stairs leading upstairs made a sound. At the same time, Lin Ziluo also heard the cursing voice. Who is it? Who's making such a racket up there? Damn it, if you're going to play properly. It turned out to be the innkeeper, who had woken from his sleep due to the noise and rushed out. What a coincidence, because he was sleeping so soundly he missed the previous global announcement. The panel that appeared before him was also taken as an illusion caused by his sudden awakening, and he randomly clicked to close it. Lin Ziluo stepped out of room 206 and stood in the hallway. The innkeeper, who had just arrived on the 2nd floor, immediately spotted Lin Ziluo. Damn it, it's you, you little brat. Making such a big ruckus without a dime to your name. If you don't kneel and call me grandpa today, you won't be leaving. By the way, seeing how fair-skinned you are, your mother must be decent too. Bring your mother over to work, and I might consider letting... The innkeeper, known for his bad temper, couldn't hold back, charging towards Lin Ziluo and attempting to punch him in the head. Lin Ziluo sighed. He had initially planned to let him go since he was in a good mood. After sighing, he walked towards the innkeeper with his dagger in hand. The innkeeper, watching Lin Ziluo approach, slowly lowered his raised hand. A tremendous sense of pressure surged towards him. Just facing Lin Ziluo, he felt as if he might suffocate at any moment. He did not know that this was killing intent cultivated after killing over 100,000 people. Usually this killing intent was well concealed by Lin Ziluo. However, once he truly harbored murderous intent, this aura would be unleashed. The innkeeper wanted to retreat, but found his legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to move. He wished to plead for mercy, yet he couldn't even make a sound. Lin Ziluo fixed his gaze on the innkeeper and walked up to him. One slash. The head rolled to the ground. Lin Ziluo had never been a reasonable person during the 10 years of apocalypse. The apocalypse was also not a place for reason. Whether it was ruthless killing or indiscriminate slaughter, these were hardly worth mentioning. Remember, in the apocalypse, the one who holds the power of speech is the fist. How many people did Lin Ziluo kill in his past life? He couldn't even remember, only knowing that whoever offended him would be killed. After becoming a war god, wasn't he still promoted as the guardian deity of the dragon country? Ridiculously absurd. Lin Ziluo couldn't even be bothered to look at the innkeeper's corpse on the ground. If it weren't for the hassle, he would have preferred to turn this thing into a zombie first before killing it. After all, there was a 100 drop rate. However, it takes about an hour for a player bitten by a zombie to completely turn into a zombie. With that hour, Lin Ziluo could kill countless zombies. Thinking of this, he knocked on the door of room 200. Hello, I'm here to unclog the drainage. No one at all. Rooms 204 and 203. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Finally, when he knocked on the door of room 202, he heard the roar of a zombie from within. Finally, a zombie. Lin Ziluo felt a sense of reunion with an old friend. He kicked open the door. Lin Ziluo swiftly dispatched this old friend zombie with a single stroke. Old friend zombie even kindly dropped a bottle of flying Maodai. Alright, good brother, I've made a friend out of you. He gave a thumbs up to the corpse of his old friend. After clearing room 201 and finding no one, Lin Ziluo stretched. The entire second floor of the inn was cleaned out. He would stay here tonight. As for the corpses and blood on the ground, Lin Ziluo wouldn't even glance at them. When he was fleeing, he specifically sought out a group of zombie corpses to cover himself with. It could keep him warm and help him evade pursuit. It was quite useful. There was another important reason Lin Ziluo chose to rest here. That is, the space is small and poorly ventilated. This effectively prevents zombies from launching a siege against him. In this narrow corridor, even if there were many zombies, they could only challenge him one at a time. The unfortunate part is that there are too few zombies. He had only gained 4 experience points so far. He needed 6 more to level up, and the time had reached 740. No way in just 20 minutes it would be 8 o'clock. He had to kill 6 zombies within 20 minutes to reach. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo quickly ran downstairs to the inn. Still, it was that familiar bar counter. Lin Ziluo suddenly thought that this inn had technician No. 3A, which should refer to 3 females. He had only killed 2 so far, so there should be 1 left. With this thought, he took a hammer and tapped on the bar counter's surface, trying to make noise to attract zombies. As expected, after a while of knocking, he heard movement from behind the bar's curtain. Lin Ziluo walked into the bar and pulled open the curtain. However, he did not see any zombies. So he held his breath and began to listen carefully to where the sound was coming from. Ultimately, his gaze locked onto a wooden board on the ground. Damn, so well hidden, hiding underground. Lin Ziluo lifted the wooden board with one hand. A wooden ladder extending downwards appeared before him. He leaned down to take a look. In the dim underground chamber, 2 zombies were trying to climb the ladder. However, the ladder was arranged rather steeply, and the zombies had no chance of climbing up. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim, "You guys really know how to hide." After saying that, he leaped down. The underground chamber was not very deep. As he jumped down, Lin Ziluo adjusted his angle. As the 2 zombies opened their mouths wide, waiting for Lin Ziluo to fall into their trap, he pushed off with both feet, striking the heads of the 2 zombies. The 2 zombies were knocked down to the ground by the impact. Lin Ziluo then landed steadily, using the momentum from kicking the zombies' heads. Next, he drew back his hands. The dagger in his right hand accurately pierced the neck of the zombie that had fallen to the ground and was about to rise again. The word death appeared in black above the zombie's head. The hammer in his left hand then smashed down on the other zombie, which had just managed to get back up. After withdrawing the dagger, he effortlessly stabbed it into the neck of the zombie that had just been knocked down. However, he felt considerable resistance as he inserted it. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo was strong enough to pierce through the zombie. Death heaved a sigh. He lightly exhaled. With a series of fluid actions, he had dispatched the 2 zombies in an instant, earning 2 experience points. Lin Ziluo pulled the dagger out from the zombie's neck. Only then did he realize that the difficulty in inserting the dagger was due to its blade having become quite dull. No wonder this ordinary dagger had killed several zombies, and it was impressive that it had lasted this long. Thus, Lin Ziluo casually tossed the dagger aside. "I hope to find a more suitable weapon." Lin Ziluo expressed his hope. In fact, fighting zombies barehanded was also possible, though it was a bit troublesome. He flipped over the 2 zombies' bodies. A card and a blue long knife appeared before Lin Ziluo's eyes. "Damn, did my luck just get blessed?" Lin Ziluo exclaimed. This really felt like asking for something and receiving it immediately. He first picked up the card and found it read 2 fragrant buns. Great, that's an extra meal with steak tonight. Then, filled with anticipation, he picked up the long knife. Tang Hung Dao bronze grade weapon, a military knife of the Tang dynasty from the Dragon Kingdom, approximately 70 centimeters long, known for its armor piercing and durability. Attributes: strength 1, able to break through 10 of the enemy's defense and can slowly recover blade damage after combat. I see, it looks familiar. It turned out to be a characteristic standard weapon of the national zone. Such weapons vary according to the characteristics of each country. For instance, the Dragon Kingdom features weapons like the Tang knife, Mo knife, and Guan knife. Next door, the national features include the katana and naginata. In any case, standard equipment can later be purchased from stores, so it's not that rare. However, at this stage, Lin Ziluo being able to acquire a bronze-grade Tang Hung Dao, which is a Tang knife, is definitely a great boon. He no longer had to use a short dagger for close combat. Instead, he could use the Tang knife for mid-range slashing, which would significantly increase his speed in killing zombies. Lin Ziluo first stored the Tang knife in his storage space, then climbed up the ladder. There were 10 minutes left to deal with the last 4 zombies. The zombies in the entire hotel had been completely cleared by Lin Ziluo. Therefore, he directly opened the door of the hotel. This road was relatively secluded, otherwise this type of hotel wouldn't operate here. Lin Ziluo observed that there were 6 zombies wandering nearby. In the distance at the junction of the road, about 7 or 8 zombies were gathered together. Lin Ziluo gently stomped his foot and then whistled. Having dealt with zombies for 10 years, he could freely control the volume of the sounds he made, thereby attracting the zombies he wanted within a specific range. Sure enough, under Lin Ziluo's perfectly pitched whistle, the 6 nearby zombies came towards him, while the 7 or 8 zombies in the distance remained completely still. He took out the Tang knife from his storage space, waiting for the zombies to arrive. As they got closer, the zombies could smell the delicious scent of food. They waved their sharp claws and quickened their pace. With the Tang knife in hand, Lin Ziluo took a few steps back and re-entered the hotel. But it wasn't because he was scared, rather the narrow entrance of the hotel was very suitable for fighting zombies. Even though Lin Ziluo was confident in killing the 6 zombies at the entrance, a sudden ambush from a side zombie could still happen, and Lin Ziluo's cautious nature led him to want to eliminate all potential surprises. Indeed, the narrow doorway blocked the zombies' advance. It turned out that 2 zombies wanted to enter simultaneously, but neither would yield, and they ended up stuck at the door. The zombies behind couldn't get in either. While I really overestimated the intelligence of zombies on the first day, Lin Ziluo covered his head. In his last life, when the apocalypse game first arrived, Lin Ziluo was still hiding in his dormitory, feeling downcast. He had never encountered the zombies of that time. By the time he came out the next day, some of the zombies had already leveled up to level 2 and were no longer so foolish. Lin Ziluo looked at the 2 zombies stuck in the door frame. He stepped forward and empathetically resolved their predicament. A flash of the knife, and the heads of the 2 zombies fell simultaneously. Lin Ziluo retracted the Tang knife and found that not a drop of blood had stained the blade, nor was there a single nick. Nice, this knife's quality is definitely excellent, Lin Ziluo praised. Even the same equipment can vary in quality. Undoubtedly, his Tang knife belonged to the best quality. A good knife deserves to be paired with good techniques. Lin Ziluo prepared to demonstrate one of the many knife techniques he had learned in his previous life. He kicked over the 2 headless corpses stuck in the door frame. This would clear the way for the zombies behind. Then, the 2 zombies behind rushed in hurriedly and also got stuck in the doorway. You 4 are a family, aren't you? Lin Ziluo couldn't help but comment. However, despite saying that he honestly used just 1 slice to knock off the heads of the 2 zombies, 2 round heads rolled into the room. Goodness, Lin Ziluo now had 4 perfectly aligned heads at his feet. Congratulations to player Yaji for successfully killing a zombie, gaining 1 experience point, and 1 gold coin. Congratulations to player for leveling up to level 3. Gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yaji needs 30 experience points to level up again. Wow, a successful upgrade. Lin Ziluo kicked the 2 corpses blocking the door aside. He was amazed to see 1 zombie actually charge in on its own. Lin Ziluo was almost moved to tears. Finally, a slightly intelligent one has arrived. As a sign of respect for an intelligent opponent, the Tang knife in his hand traced a beautiful arc in the air. Then he struck down at the zombie's arm. Following the trajectory of the arm, he lifted the blade again, slicing through the zombie's chin. The zombie's face was split in half from bottom to top. Death. Even though Lin Ziluo had shown enough respect to his opponent, his swordsmanship swiftly annihilated the zombie, causing its body to topple backward. Lin Ziluo witnessed a book emerge from the zombie's body and fall to the ground. This is... Lin Ziluo couldn't help but take a second glance. How could such a precious item exist? Suddenly, the zombie, which had not yet completely collapsed, seemed to be shoved forward by a great force. The corpse came crashing toward him in an instant. Lin Ziluo quickly diverted his gaze from the skill book on the ground, and with astonishing reflexes pressed his whole body against the wall. The zombie's body crashed down where he had just stood. Roar! The last of the 6 zombies lumbered into view. Lin Ziluo's expression grew serious. The hour of 8 had arrived. The zombie's strength would peak. He had to eliminate this zombie within a minute. Lin Ziluo understood this deeply, as he had already seen the zombie's attributes. Level 1 zombie. Basic attributes: Strength 15, Spirit 10, Constitution 16, Agility 15. The zombie, enhanced significantly at night, had attributes that already surpassed Lin Ziluo. Moreover, as time passed, its attributes would further increase. Lin Ziluo felt no fear. As mentioned earlier, attributes were merely a reference value. In situations where the attribute disparity was not vast, personal condition, mastered abilities, and even luck would ultimately determine the outcome of the battle. Lin Ziluo hesitated no longer, raising his Tang knife and charging toward the zombie. The zombie's originally gray-white eyes gradually turned blood red, its expression growing more ferocious. The blade flashed. The sharp edge of the tang knife struck the zombie's neck, but due to its enhanced constitution, it did not die from a single blow. The wounded zombie became even more frenzied. Its two claws lunged toward Lin Ziluo. He decisively released the tang knife's handle, which was stuck in the zombie's neck, and stepped back a few paces. Then he pulled out a hammer from his storage space and swung it directly at the charging zombie. The zombie was unable to maneuver in the narrow corridor. It could only watch helplessly as the hammer struck its face. With that blow, the zombie's nose, eyes, and mouth were all crushed inward, blood gushing forth. Lin Ziluo naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. He quickly stepped forward to catch the hammer, sliding off the zombie's face, and yanked the tang knife's handle. Blood gushed from the zombie's shoulder. Both its face and shoulder suffered severe injuries. Yet the zombie still crazily lunged at Lin Ziluo. With the tang knife in hand, he remained remarkably calm, quietly observing the zombie charging toward him. One strike. An unbelievably stunning strike. With a crafty angle, a swift speed, and all the strength Lin Ziluo could muster, he slashed across the zombie's neck at a sideways angle. The knife struck down. Death. Lin Ziluo turned aside, quietly watching as the headless corpse. Ultimately, it staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Thus all 6 zombies met their end at Lin Ziluo's hands. He exhaled deeply, rubbing his sore arms. The attributes of the previous zombie had reached their peak. Lin Ziluo had faced off against a zombie with nearly 20 points in strength hidden. Being unscathed was entirely due to Lin Ziluo's absolute control over his exertion method. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. 8 o'clock had passed. The attributes of the zombies outside had all received at least a 50 boost. The commotion from his battle with the last zombie had also been considerable. If he didn't act quickly, he might attract other zombies. Therefore, Lin Ziluo dragged the zombie corpses toward the entrance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Stacking the 6 zombies together perfectly blocked the entire entrance of the hotel. Only then did Lin Ziluo breathe a sigh of relief. The light above the hotel counter was somewhat dim. Lin Ziluo had no desire to examine the treasures he had just obtained here. He casually kicked aside the 6 zombie heads left on the ground. He picked up 6 items and headed to the second floor. The sound of creaking floorboards echoed. Lin Ziluo circumvented the corpse of the hotel owner lying in the hallway. He placed the eye of reconnaissance on the ground. A green barrier visible only to him gradually expanded, ultimately enveloping a 10-meter radius around him. What a wasteful extravagance, Lin Ziluo sighed. Now he could truly rest assured. If anyone or any zombie-like creature approached, the barrier of the eye of reconnaissance would quickly turn red, prompting a warning in Lin Ziluo's mind, allowing him to awaken instantly, even from a state of sleep. He entered room 203. During his earlier scavenging, he had discovered that this room was the cleanest with the best facilities. It must be the VIP room of this hotel. Thus Lin Ziluo decided to sleep here tonight, placing the items he had obtained on the table. He walked into the bathroom, intending to take a good shower. What do you call this? This is the bathing and changing process before opening treasures. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo had managed to obtain great things with this very routine. Feeling pleased after his shower, Lin Ziluo put on the last clean outfit from his backpack and eagerly sat down on the chair. First, he set the skill book aside and began examining the other 5 items. The first card read Kyoto roast duck sliced. Very good, adding a dish to dinner. The second card read 1L Farmers 3 punch mineral water. Not bad, now he had drinking water. Third and fourth. Wow, 2 eyes of reconnaissance. Lin Ziluo questioned himself, wondering how such valuable items could appear so easily in his previous life. I'm not Li Jia. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Earning is what counts, and good things are never too many. The 5th item was a ring glowing with a green light, which Lin Ziluo recalled was dropped by the last zombie. Ring of the Nightfall, bronze level equipment. The Nightfall is the best camouflage color. Attributes agility 1, when equipped at night reduces presence by 30. This is a good item. Lin Ziluo's eyes lit up. This would greatly aid him in his actions later tonight. He decisively put on the Ring of the Nightfall. Next, the final highlight. Jade Emperor God Tathagata, Allah please bless me with a usable good skill. Lin Ziluo rambled a whole bunch of incoherent phrases. Skill book. A priceless skill book. If one were to ask Lin Ziluo about the drop rate of skill books, it would be minuscule, too small to calculate. The reason for such a low drop rate is tied to the rules regarding skills in the apocalyptic game. Firstly, there is no upper limit to the number of skills one can possess. At first glance, you might think this is akin to a bug in the system. However, once you truly understand the drop rate of skill books, you'll realize this setting has almost no effect. The drop rate is exceedingly low. Even if a skill book is dropped, it may not even be suitable for oneself. This terrifying scarcity means that even with no upper limit on skills, acquiring new ones is still a challenge. Throughout the entire apocalyptic game, there are only 3 opportunities to acquire random skills of your profession between levels 10 and 80. Moreover, each time you receive 1 to 2 skills. This means that those with poor luck can only obtain 3 skills. Aside from skill books, there are no other methods to acquire skills. In Lin Ziluo's memory, even in the later stages of the game, when most players reached level 60 or 70, they still only possessed the skills inherent to their profession. It's so meager, so pitiful. And the one referred to as the god of skills possesses the most skills in the world, 25 in total. Lin Ziluo was also somewhat lucky. He previously had 10 skills surpassing 99 of players. Therefore, it is easy to imagine how precious this skill book was before him. Lin Ziluo rubbed his hands together and opened the ancient book. Spiral / a warrior skill that throws the weapon in hand, dealing 120 strength attribute damage. The weapon will return to the hand after hitting an enemy or reaching its maximum distance. The distance of the throw and return is the same. During the return, if it hits an enemy, it will deal 80 strength attribute damage. If obstructed by objects, it will not return. Beautiful. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but feel thrilled inside. A warrior skill that combines ranged attacks, throwing, automatic retrieval, and multi-hit damage. A skill with so many characteristics is undoubtedly incredibly rare. However, it seems obvious that this skill has a long cooldown, and only by increasing his mental strength can he shorten it. This is a huge gain. System detects skill spiral / does player Yazi wish to learn spiral / learn. Lin Ziluo said eagerly. Congratulations, player Yazi successfully learned spiral / Lin Ziluo felt a bit restless. However, this room was ultimately a bit small, making it difficult to demonstrate. Therefore, he could only suppress his thoughts and store the newly acquired treasures in his storage space. He was quite satisfied with his gains today. His level had reached level 3. He acquired 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment: meditation necklace, nightfall ring, and Tang horizontal sword. He mastered a powerful skill in spiral /. His storage space still contained a large number of items. Previously, it would take him half a month to obtain these things. Of course, the most important thing was that the woman named Yao Jinghan was finally dead. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo contentedly took out the supply card and activated it. Peking duck, 2 fragrant steamed buns, a medium-rare sirloin steak, and a bottle of flying mitai. After a whole afternoon of fighting, Lin Ziluo was already starving. Looking at the delicious food before him, he wasted no time and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The Peking duck was served with spring pancakes and sauce, while the sirloin steak came with pasta and a fried egg. Lin Ziluo stuffed his mouth eagerly. Truly blissful. One cannot deny that the supplies dropped in the apocalyptic game, especially cooked foods like Peking duck and steak. The texture and flavor absolutely rival those of 5-star hotel chefs. Good times are always. Before long, the food on the table had been completely devoured by Lin Ziluo. He patted his stomach. Comfortable. He tossed aside the dish and chopsticks, knife and fork. Lin Ziluo cleaned the table again. Next, he had to do something very important. That is to plan for his future. He took out a notebook and pen he had scavenged from downstairs and began to write fervently. First, he needed to decide on his career direction. The apocalyptic game has made a very simple classification of player professions. There are only 2 types: warrior and mage. It's that simple. Upon reaching level 10 and completing the profession quest, everyone can become a member of one of these 2 professions. However, although the professions are classified this way, the autonomy is entirely left to you. The kind of combat style and profession you want still depends on you. If you want to be a warrior, every level you gain will increase strength and constitution by a fixed amount, along with 2 points of free attributes to allocate as you wish. For instance, if you want to go the tank route, allocate all points to constitution. For a brute warrior route, allocate all points to strength. If you choose the assassin route, you might also consider allocating to agility. As for archers, well, this class does not require any consideration for allocation. The only question is, can you hit your target? It's not that choosing the warrior will prevent your mental and agility attributes from changing. Rather, the extent of change will be minimal, but overall, it will still change with the enhancement of your strength. If you become a mage, then each level up will increase mental and agility by a fixed amount, along with 2 points of free attributes to allocate as you wish. However, mages typically allocate all points to mental strength. Of course, if you want to allocate points to constitution or strength to become a melee mage. Very well, quite courageous. Here you can see how precious Lin Ziluo's 5 points of free attributes. You must know that if these attribute points are allocated in advance after successfully changing professions, these additional attributes will significantly enhance your effects. This made Lin Ziluo cautious. What was just mentioned was merely a very common career direction. 99% of the world's population will tread these 2 paths. The remaining 1% will pursue hidden professions. Looking at it this way, there are indeed quite a few hidden professions. However, the gaps between hidden professions are also vast. The direction Lin Ziluo planned was naturally a top-tier hidden profession. He first wrote the two characters Phantom in his notebook. This was his hidden profession from his past life, earned through scars that he could never erase and several life and death experiences. Phantom is the most legendary top-tier assassin profession. With maximum agility and explosive single-target damage, this is the most crucial reason Lin Ziluo could evade the Leaf family's pursuit for 10 years. Even before the second job change, every level up would increase agility and strength by 2 points along with 3 points of free attributes. Compared to ordinary professions, this difference is like heaven and earth. Lin Ziluo was well aware of how to acquire the Phantom profession and the process involved. For him, this was definitely the easiest hidden profession to obtain. Lin Ziluo pondered for a moment and wrote down Holy Knight of Light, Necromancer, Azura Titan, and one by one the invaluable hidden professions were meticulously recorded by Lin Ziluo in his notebook. He was quite familiar with the process of acquiring these professions. Those who possessed these professions were all future war gods and magic gods. In the late apocalypse, they sought to stabilize the hearts of the people and prove the strength of their factions. The factions would have their respective war gods or magic gods briefly describe their experiences and deeds, which would then be distributed as promotional newspapers for the public to admire and learn from. Lin Ziluo, however, had not yet experienced such a thing. After all, it was only his first day as a war god when he died. After pondering for a while, he ultimately decided to change his profession to Phantom. There was no other reason. The acquisition process of this profession was the one he was most familiar with. Thus, the probability of success was the highest. As for the other professions, who knows if those war gods and magic gods embellished or omitted details when they described them. It must be noted that each hidden profession's task was extremely perilous. If even a single detail was missing, one could easily end up sacrificing themselves. Given Lin Ziluo's cautious personality, it was better to be prudent and choose the profession he was most skilled at and understood best. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer. He allocated his free attribute points, assigning 3 to strength and 2 to agility. Base attributes: strength 16, spirit 17, constitution 11, agility 17. A warm current flowed into his body. Lin Ziluo's strength had increased significantly. Having determined his career direction, there was nothing else left to do. He began to focus intently on recording in his notebook. Let me think, where did I encounter the Holy Knight of Light? Oh, it was at. Right, that diamond grade item was at. Also, I must not forget this, as it is very useful. Ugh, I should have written it down earlier. Now I can't remember the exact location of that sword. As the saying goes, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Lin Ziluo's pen was swiftly writing and pages were being flipped in the notebook. He needed to record all the important items and equipment from his past life in detail in the notebook. The night grew steadily deeper. Time reached 12 o'clock. Lin Ziluo put down his pen and let out a light sigh. He had recorded everything he could remember in this notebook. As for other things, he would see if he could remember them later. He stored the notebook back in his storage space. Lin Ziluo stood up, turned off the light, and collapsed onto the bed without changing his clothes. Sleeping in clothes was one of the essentials of the apocalypse. Soon he fell into a deep sleep, the most comfortable sleep he had had in 10 years. Outside, there were the watchful eyes of surveillance. He no longer felt the pressure from Yao Jinghan. The relentless pursuers were gone. No more tense nerves. No more confusion about the future. Damn it. Damn it. Where did that bitch go? In the center of a luxurious living room, a man was roaring in anger. He grabbed a nearby vase and smashed it against a bodyguard in a suit behind him. Beside him, a silver-haired butler spoke. "Young master, please keep your voice down. Ooh, too loud a noise could very well attract the zombies outside the manor." The man recalled how the entire estate had been ravaged by zombie mutations. Numerous servants and bodyguards had turned into zombies, leaving only over 400 people in the manor, which once housed nearly 4,000. Only then did he manage to restrain himself. Calm down. How can I calm down? I painstakingly orchestrated such a marvelous plot only for it to be ruined by that bitch Yao Jinghan. Why didn't she come this afternoon? Why didn't she respond to my messages? It's because of her that my material preparation was incomplete, and I couldn't send it to that waste Lin Ziluo in time. If Lin Ziluo received that message, what kind of desperate expression would he show? Ha ha ha, just thinking about it gets me. Imagine if he were to die of anger, wouldn't that send him straight down to meet his disgusting father? But because of that bitch, because of this damned apocalypse game, I couldn't send the information out in time. Damn it, they all deserve to die. The man spoke with extreme agitation, his voice growing louder. The silver-haired butler had to interject. "Young master, please keep your voice down. Our bodyguards have already suffered significant casualties. If more zombies come in, we might not be able to protect your life." After saying this, the silver-haired butler sighed inwardly. The master's earlier intention to cultivate the young master in such a manner had been a mistake. Although a family could only have one capable heir, to prevent sibling strife, that had to be based on the family possessing enough authority. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, the young master's personality could easily lead him to major setbacks. Perhaps out of respect for the silver-haired butler or a desire to cherish his own life. Li Haobo once again closed his mouth. However, it didn't last long before he was once again sitting on the sofa talking to himself. It's a pity that waste Lin Ziluo can't see me playing with that bitch Yao Jinghan in person. Otherwise, how would I take my revenge on him? Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Li Haobo spat on the ground as he ran to the silver-haired butler, gritting his teeth. Uncle Zhao, I don't care if the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Didn't my father say a few days ago that the hunter mercenary group was coming to find me? They should be in Magic City by now, right? Let them go find those two guys. I want to find Yao Jinghan, whether alive or dead. I must see her. And that waste Lin Ziluo, I must make him mentally collapse. Understood. The hunter mercenary group has been trained as death warriors for the young master since childhood, and they will surely fulfill all the young master's wishes. The silver-haired butler nodded. Ha ha ha. Just the thought of such a scene excited Li Haobo immensely. A knife, gleaming with a blue light, continuously spun in the air and moved forward. A zombie, completely unaware of the impending danger, was running towards a nearby living human. The zombie's head, with its mouth wide open, rolled onto the ground, simultaneously revealing a glowing blue item from its body. What was important was that the spinning knife, after reaching a certain distance, made a spiral turn that defied common sense. It flew back towards Lin Ziluo. The other zombie, pouncing towards Lin Ziluo, could never have imagined it would be struck by a returning blade. It was directly slashed from behind by the returning knife, severing its neck with ease. Lin Ziluo caught the tang knife with satisfaction. The spinning slash is truly useful, he sighed. The only regret was that his mental strength was still too weak, resulting in a longer cooldown for the spinning slash. It was now 1:30 p.m. Lin Ziluo had gotten up at 6 in the morning and left the inn at 6:30. This meant he had been out for 6 hours. Although he had chosen remote routes where zombies were extremely rare, the rewards were still quite satisfying. The deaths of nearly 30 zombies had allowed Lin Ziluo to successfully level up to level 4. With a 100 drop rate, he had obtained nearly 30 items. Today, Lin Ziluo was not as fortunate as he had been the previous night. A significant portion of these items were supplies such as a clean men's shirt, a serving of Kung Pao chicken rice, and a precision-timed watch. In short, Lin Ziluo stuffed everything into his storage space, knowing he had gathered enough food for 3 days. The watch was worn on his wrist. In the apocalyptic game, controlling time was quite essential. Checking the time on his second-hand phone was too cumbersome. Not to mention that after a while the city's power system would collapse without maintenance, making it impossible to charge. As for the other items, there was a reconnaissance eye and a stealth mask. Stealth mask, a bronze level item that when worn can conceal one's nickname, level, and other basic information for 30 minutes, usable twice a day. How should I put it? It was a very good mask, which Lin Ziluo immediately put on his face. Lin Ziluo bent down to pick up the items dropped from the two zombies he had just killed. A serving of shredded meat fried rice was casually stuffed into the storage space as Lin Ziluo examined the glowing blue scroll. Equipment enhancement scroll, a bronze level item that can enhance bronze level equipment. The enhanced equipment will gain attribute boosts, and the first enhancement is guaranteed to succeed, while the success rate for subsequent enhancements decreases with increased level. Lin Ziluo smiled, finally obtaining something useful. Without hesitation, he pressed the equipment enhancement scroll onto the tang knife. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, player Yazi, on obtaining Tang Horizontal Knife 1. Tang Horizontal Knife 1, a bronze level weapon, a standard military saber from the Tang dynasty of the Dragon Kingdom, approximately 70 centimeters long, featuring armor piercing and durability characteristics. After enhancement, it gains stronger attributes. Attribute Strength 2, able to break through 15 of the enemy's defense capability, and consecutive slashes will increase power by 10. It can slowly recover blade damage after combat. The blade of the tang knife in Lin Ziluo's hand was sharper, reflecting a dazzling light under the scorching sun as he allocated the attribute point he gained from leveling up to strength. On the second day of the apocalypse, Lin Ziluo's attributes reached the level of a special forces soldier. Basic attributes: Strength 18, Spirit 17, Constitution 11, Agility 17. Feeling the vigorous power within him, Lin Ziluo's stomach growled at an inappropriate time. It's almost time. I'll take a break and continue later. If I reach level 5 today, I can go directly to challenge there tomorrow during the day without needing to search for a dungeon. He thought to himself. The direction Lin Ziluo was heading was from the small into the Li family villa. Originally, he had planned to look for a dungeon teleportation array. Dungeons were the most important way to gain experience and acquire food and equipment in the apocalyptic game. After all, there were only so many zombies, and he couldn't kill too many. Players only needed to find the numerous dungeon teleportation arrays distributed throughout the city to be teleported to the dungeon waiting room, from which they could choose the dungeon they desired to participate in. Of course, there were also some special solo dungeons. Those solo dungeons were akin to hidden dungeons and offered very generous rewards. However, Lin Ziluo felt that his strength was improving rapidly, and he didn't need to waste time waiting. After moving for this morning, he had probably walked a third of the distance and arrived at a secluded small road. On this small road, aside from the 2 zombies Lin Ziluo had just killed, he had not seen any living person. The sides of the small road were lined with low houses. These roads were carefully selected by Lin Ziluo, intentionally avoiding crowded areas. After all, on the second day of the apocalypse, there were hardly any who dared to face zombies alone on the streets. Lin Ziluo casually chose a house, slashing open the door lock and stepping inside. The interior was a mess with various items scattered all over the floor. It was evident that someone in this family had turned into a zombie while the others desperately tried to hide, resulting in this scene. He did not let his guard down as the bloodstains on the ground and the strange odor he picked up with his nose warned him. There were still zombies present in this house. Raising his tang knife, Lin Ziluo crossed the filthy living room and reached the corridor leading to the bedroom. Roar! Suddenly a roar erupted from the room to Lin Ziluo's right. 2 sharp claws pierced through the wooden door, lunging towards him. Alert, Lin Ziluo evaded the 2 sharp claws instantly, his high agility of 17 allowing him to react quickly. He slashed down with his tang knife, directly severing the 2 claws. The zombie on the other side of the door was violently smashing against the wooden door, which groaned under the pressure. Lin Ziluo didn't even think of opening the door. He simply thrust his knife through the wooden door. The blade continued deep, piercing the chest of the zombie behind the door. The chest was obviously not the weak point of the zombie. It continued to madly crash against the door, the severed upper half of its arms still flailing in the air. Lin Ziluo kicked the door, causing the already nearly broken wooden door to detach from its frame and fall to the ground of the bedroom. The zombie behind the door was also directly pinned beneath it. Lin Ziluo stepped forward and easily severed the zombie's head. Okay, combat resolved, he relaxed and returned to the living room. He sat down beside the dining table and pulled out a thick stack of cards. There are so many items that I don't even know what to eat, Lin Ziluo said helplessly. If this were heard by those outside still fighting for their lives, they would surely spit blood. However, Lin Ziluo quickly thought of a method. That is, drawing cards. He randomly drew 4 cards and chose to activate them. Instantly, exquisite dishes, steaming and fragrant, appeared on the dining table. Having eaten and drunk to satisfaction, Lin Ziluo lay on the sofa and opened his second-hand phone, checking the pre-downloaded map. I am now on Pingshan Road, and if I head east this afternoon, I should be able to reach this place. I still need some experience to reach level 5. If I follow this road and kill some zombies, it will definitely be enough. After resting for a moment, Lin Ziluo put away his phone and got up from the sofa. Humming an unknown tune, he walked towards the door. Interestingly, just as he reached the doorway, he halted, and the tune in his mouth abruptly ceased. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo's keen hearing informed him that there were 3 different breathing patterns outside the door, indicating that 3 people were lying in ambush for him. Have they come out yet? Ji Yao asked nervously. No, I clearly heard footsteps just now. Ji Kai-ji held a kitchen knife, sweat beading on his forehead. Listen to me, you all smelled the fragrance of the food earlier. That person definitely has a card that can conjure up delicious dishes. Gu Gao Jie, holding a fire axe, said with a dark expression. He had witnessed someone conjuring food from a card inside the building last night. But isn't it bad for us to rob? Ji Yao said awkwardly. What's so bad about it? Just wait for him to come out, give him a stab, and then threaten him to hand over the cards on him. Gu Gao Jie shot Ji Yao a glare. Right, little sister, we have reason. He damaged our door, so we can consider it breaking and entering. Ji Kai-ji, hearing Gu Gao Jie's words, found them very reasonable and comforted Ji Yao. Ji Yao thought of the delicious food she had smelled earlier and touched her starving belly, nodding in agreement. There was no choice. After all, he has food. Since yesterday noon, she hadn't eaten anything. After all, when the apocalypse struck, her father had turned into a zombie. She and her brother had fled in panic, taking nothing with them. She thought about asking others for food, but now everyone knew the importance of food and had not received any assistance. Now that she had finally decided to go out to find food, how could she return empty-handed? Ji Yao said, all right, let's rob him and we'll take everything he has. Gu Gao Jie was pleased knowing that the Ji siblings had been persuaded by him. With the first time, there would be a second. At that time, they would be the pawns leading the charge under his command. I tell you, don't hold back. First chop off his legs. If he resists. Before he could finish, the window to Gu Gao Jie's left shattered instantly. A green blade reached through the window, striking Gu Gao Jie in the back of the neck. Gu Gao Jie had no idea what had just happened when his head rolled onto the ground. Blood gushed from his neck, splattering onto Ji Yao, who was about to chime in with Gu Gao Jie. Witnessing the sudden bloody scene, Ji Yao, just a step away from Gu Gao Jie, froze instantaneously, instinctively gasping in shock. I can't let you attract all the zombies. I was hoping to conserve some spiritual energy, Lin Ziluo said helplessly. Then he extended his entire right hand out of the window. Pouring his spiritual energy into it, he triggered the spiral slash. With a vigorous flick of his right hand, the tang knife whirled outward with a howling wind. Perfectly, the tang knife sliced through the connection between Ji Yao's upper and lower lips, permanently separating her upper and lower lips. Moreover, the tang knife continued to pursue Ji Kai-ji, who was fleeing into the distance. As soon as he heard the window shatter, Ji Kai-ji had already been terrified and was running far away, not even glancing back at his little sister. Now, having run over 10 meters, he was about to turn back to see what was happening. As a result, a long knife struck his left waist. Furthermore, the tang knife kept spinning like a meat grinder. It completely severed Ji Kai-ji's waist. After completing its task, the tang knife suddenly changed direction and flew back towards Lin Ziluo. The upper half of Ji Kai-ji's body was still crawling on the ground, blood trailing behind him in a long streak. However, ultimately, after crawling over a meter, his head fell weakly to the ground. 3 deaths appeared, indicating that the 3 ambushers had lost their lives. Catching the tang knife, Lin Ziluo stepped out of the kitchen. After hearing the breathing sounds, he chose not to go out, but to enter the kitchen on his left. The kitchen window was just to the left of the front door. Gu Gaojie and Ji Yao, hiding to the left of the front door, had no idea that their conversation had been overheard by Lin Ziluo, including the threats Gu Gaojie mentioned. Having claimed 3 lives, Lin Ziluo remained in good spirits. They had sought him out, and when their robbery failed, they were met with retribution. It was absolutely reasonable and justified. Lin Ziluo felt they should be grateful to him. At least he allowed them to die sooner, preventing them from suffering more calamities in the apocalypse. "Sai, I've done another good deed. The government should award me a good citizen prize," Lin Ziluo said helplessly. His journey continued. Thinking about being able to personally slay Li Haobo the night after tomorrow, Lin Ziluo felt full of motivation. "Li family, none of you will escape." To put it bluntly, Yao Jinghan was merely a puppet standing at the front. After all, she was just a woman who couldn't do anything. How could she command the Li family? Thus, at the beginning, Lin Ziluo's vendetta was personal against Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan. However, after Lin Ziluo had killed several of the Li family's henchmen they sent, it turned into a feud between Lin Ziluo and the Li family. Lin Ziluo's existence was like a thorn in the Li family's side. If left unchecked, the Li family would continue to lose face. The outside world would continue to mock the Li family. Thus, the Li family later did not even need the leadership of Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan. Every member of the Li family wanted to eliminate Lin Ziluo, who brought shame to their family. They just didn't expect that Lin Ziluo, like a cockroach, would never be completely crushed. Time and again, he crawled back from the brink of death, ultimately becoming a war god. The existence of a war god must be a thorn in the Li family's side. The Li family paid a tremendous price to summon 2 war gods, and went even further to summon a zombie emperor. In the end, Yao Jinghan led the zombie emperor into the place of discussion. 2 war gods and a zombie emperor, 3 beings of equal rank to Lin Ziluo, surrounded him alone. They even used legendary level barrier-type artifacts to completely seal off his escape routes, resulting in Lin Ziluo having no opportunity to flee and dying there. However, the heavens granted me, Lin Ziluo, another chance. Yao Jinghan, Li Haobo, the Li family, including those 2 war gods, and the zombie emperor, along with all those who helped the Li family hunt me down, including families, teams, and individuals. Not a single one of them will escape. "Husband, come quick to see the superhero," the woman exclaimed, leaning against the window. Her husband ran breathlessly to her side. "Where?" The woman pointed outside the window. On the road there stood a man wearing a green mask. A flash of a blade passed in front of him as he decapitated the approaching zombie. 2 zombies lay fallen beside the man. "Wow, master," her husband exclaimed, and then, using the method he had just learned, began to check the man's information. Basic information: nickname, title, level. "How strange, why can't I view his information?" Her husband said in confusion. "Forget it quickly, let's call for the superhero and ask him to save us." Her husband immediately stopped her calmly, saying, "Don't even think about it. Calling out like that will expose our position and attract the zombies. We'll be done for." Moreover, this superhero has hidden his information, clearly not wanting to reveal his identity. How could he be willing to save anyone? After hearing this, the woman found it very reasonable and admired. "Husband, you're so smart." "No, it's just simple," her husband said modestly. However, surprisingly, there were still some who did not understand such simple reasoning. "Hey, good brother, come save me." On the opposite building, a woman opened the window and shouted towards Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo picked up 3 cards from the ground, not paying her any mind, and continued walking forward. It was now nearly 5 in the afternoon. Due to the lack of secluded paths nearby, Lin Ziluo had to come to the more bustling street. Once on the street, he had to guard against everyone checking his information. After all, his game name Yaji had already become famous throughout the land overnight. Fortunately, the hidden mask he obtained was quite useful. As Lin Ziluo walked, he checked the items he had just picked up. Dried vegetable and pork 666 cold medicine, a tube of whitening toothpaste. Lin Ziluo put the 3 cards back into his storage space, preparing to continue walking forward. The woman upstairs saw that Lin Ziluo was ignoring her. She couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. Who did she think she was? A total internet princess. She had over 30,000 fans online. Plus, there was a wealthy big brother who gave her luxury cars every day. Now she was being ignored by a masked man. Thinking this, the woman angrily grabbed a flower pot beside her and threw it. Naturally, Lin Ziluo would not be hit by the flower pot. He casually took a few steps to avoid it, looking expressionless at the woman. With a mask on, he couldn't see her expression anyway. The woman, seeing that she finally attracted Lin Ziluo's attention, was overjoyed. She quickly opened her arms and shouted, "I'm over here. Good brother, hurry and come save me. There are several zombies here, I'm so scared. If you save me, I'll hold your hand." Lin Ziluo said nothing and pulled out a card from his storage space. A small piece of raw meat, seemingly marinated, appeared in his hand. At the moment the raw meat appeared, all the zombies on the street simultaneously raised their heads, their gray eyes. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus. This item, after the apocalypse, was affectionately dubbed the zombie luring artifact by players. This item had an astonishing attraction to zombies, reaching a distance of 100 meters. Once taken out, zombies within that range would pursue the raw meat relentlessly. Indeed, as soon as Lin Ziluo took out the raw meat, it attracted the attention of many zombies. He gently tossed the raw meat and it passed through the window, landing precisely inside the woman's house. The woman frowned immediately. "I don't want food. Ooh, I want you to take me to a safe place. Can't you understand?" The woman cursed at Lin Ziluo, not noticing that the zombies downstairs had started to move toward her position. Lin Ziluo ignored her, quickening his pace as the zombies shifted. He thought to himself how he was worrying about the numerous zombies surrounding him, not knowing where to lead them. And then someone opened a window to call for help. A good person lives a peaceful life. The woman continued to curse loudly, her voice even surpassing the sound of her door frame being hit. It wasn't until she heard a loud bang that she turned to look. Her door had been knocked down by the zombies along with the frame. A horde of zombies rushed in. The woman screamed in terror, her body trembling, and a puddle of yellow liquid flowed down her pants to the ground. Finally, she was so scared that her legs went weak, and she sat down in the yellow liquid, creating ripples. She wondered what her wealthy online big brother would think if he saw this. The zombies waved their arms, scrambling towards the raw meat. As a result, they tore 2 of their own apart, and the 2 zombies, each with half a corpse, stuffed the raw meat into their mouths. The other zombies who did not get the raw meat were not deterred either. They were drawn to the meat and began to bite at the woman instead. A piercing scream echoed throughout the street. Those hiding at home who had witnessed the earlier events trembled in fear. They vowed never to casually ask a stranger for help again. This was a survival lesson Lin Ziluo had taught them in the apocalypse. One must recognize oneself. As the screams ceased, a skeleton appeared where the woman had been. The skeleton was adorned with remnants of flesh and blood, its skull shattered due to the obstruction of brain consumption. The zombies left the house satisfied. Lin Ziluo also left the street easily. Not bad, this should be the place. Lin Ziluo checked his watch. It was now 6 in the evening with 2 hours until nightfall. He had arrived at the Magic City Sports Center. Originally, he had planned to come tomorrow, but today's journey had gone unexpectedly smoothly. He arrived here more than an hour early. Lin Ziluo did not plan to waste time. Although the time might not be enough, it was sufficient for him to delve. This afternoon, he had still not acquired any equipment. Lin Ziluo suspected that the abundance of gear on the first day was entirely due to the increased drop rate. As for cards, he had obtained nearly 30 throughout the afternoon. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus, he still had 2 cards in hand. The sports arena of Magic City. This can be considered one of the iconic buildings of Magic City. In the setting of the Doomsday game, special circumstances arise within the city's landmark buildings. For instance, there are the existence of dungeons. For instance, there are hidden merchant robots. For instance, there are wild treasure chests. According to Lin Ziluo, there is a silver-level wild treasure chest within this Magic City sports arena. It is referred to as a wild treasure chest. This means it is scattered across various locations and can be opened by anyone. In contrast, there are boss treasure chests which can only be obtained after defeating a boss. Although the value of boss treasure chests is higher compared to wild treasure chests, obtaining them is quite difficult. However, even a silver treasure chest can guarantee at least 1 silver-level equipment or item along with other miscellaneous items. Given Lin Ziluo's current situation, acquiring a silver equipment would greatly enhance his strength. With that thought in mind, Lin Ziluo prepared to find a side entrance to enter the arena. As for the main entrance, it was guarded by dozens of zombies outside. At that moment, the Doomsday game Golden Finger system, which had been functioning but had not shown itself for a long time, suddenly emitted a notification sound. Ding, detecting that the host is about to enter Magic City Sports Arena. Ding, the environment of Magic City Sports Arena meets the task requirements. Ding, hereby issuing the task 1 against 100. 1 against 100, an excellent host needs to demonstrate their strength now. Please kill 100 zombies within the Magic City Sports Arena level unrestricted. Task requirements 0, 100 task rewards, draw a random ordinary golden finger, 1 bronze level equipment. Task time limit 24 hours. Ding, does the host accept the task? Lin Ziluo frowned. 100 zombies. As the second day of the Doomsday game afternoon arrived, most zombies had already reached level 2. Their strength had improved compared to level 1. Not to mention it was in a spacious place like the arena. A large movement would attract a horde of zombies. Lin Ziluo's original plan was to avoid areas dense with zombies using his personal stealth to open the however, with this sudden task. Fortunately, the task time limit is a full day, which is still ample. But to be safe, Lin Ziluo inquired, what are the penalties if the task is not accepted or if it fails? Ding, please rest assured the existence of the Golden Finger system is to provide the host with a better gaming experience, allowing the host to enjoy the process of the game. Ding, therefore, not accepting the task or failing the task will not incur any penalties. Conversely, the host will receive a consolation package of 100 gold coins. Lin Ziluo was stunned. This truly provides a better gaming experience. Even refusing a task can earn a consolation package. He knew so many locations that could trigger tasks. Refusing the task could still easily earn him a fortune in gold coins. With that in mind, Lin Ziluo decisively accepted the task. Completing the task would allow him to draw an ordinary golden finger and acquire a bronze-level equipment. Lin Ziluo had seen the power of the super golden finger, which could elevate the drop rate from only 1 to 100. Could the ordinary golden finger let every zombie drop 2 items instead of 1? Failing the task would not be a loss either. He was originally trying to open a silver treasure chest and could still earn 100 gold coins for free. Ding, task 1 against 100 has been accepted. May the host successfully complete the task. After accepting the task, Lin Ziluo did not rush into the arena. Instead, he examined the internal structure map of the sports arena at the entrance, formulating his strategy in his mind. Based on his recollection, the silver treasure chest should be in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. However, today's time is far from sufficient. He should first complete part of the zombie cleaning task. Entering through the side door, then fight up along the safe passage on the 1st floor. By around 8 o'clock, he would reach the medical room on the 2nd floor as night falls. The medical room has a bed, and he could sleep there for a night and continue to fight upwards the next day. By noon the next day, he could reach the 3rd floor warehouse, open the treasure chest, and jump down along the outer edge of the building to escape without a trace. After just a single observation of the map, Lin Ziluo had arranged all his routes and actions. Once everything was arranged, he did not want to waste any more time. The sharp tang knife appeared in his hand. Then he gently picked the lock of the side door at the back of the arena and pushed the door open. A zombie with a bloodied face stood straight behind the door. After opening the door, Lin Ziluo, who was about to observe the situation, was taken aback. Wow, what a coincidence, a good start. What was this zombie doing standing at the back door of the sports arena? The two stared at each other, a person and a corpse locking eyes. The zombie, regaining its senses, opened its mouth, preparing to let out a roar. Lin Ziluo decisively drew his knife. Before the zombie could make a sound, he thrust the tip of the tang knife into the zombie's open mouth. The sharp tip pierced through the zombie's mouth and emerged from the back of its neck. This deprived the zombie of the chance to make a sound. Next, Lin Ziluo pulled out the hammer he had not discarded earlier. One blow landed squarely on the zombie's face. Blood splattered everywhere. This time the zombie was completely silenced. Lin Ziluo withdrew the tang knife and swiftly delivered a fatal blow to the zombie hiding at the back door. Death appeared. Phew, that was a bit thrilling. If it had roared, I would have been unprepared and had to retreat strategically. Lin Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief. But this zombie was worth it. I used the tang knife to give it a special inspection, which would normally incur a fee in a hospital. I also gave it a facial makeover with the small hammer, and that would also incur a fee. Lin Ziluo thought happily. The fallen zombie had no idea that it had been killed and was now deeply in debt. However, the fallen zombie had made a contribution, because a glowing blue item appeared beneath it. Lin Ziluo kicked aside the zombie's body and picked up the item. Super Flash Bomb, a one-time bronze-level item that can release a dazzling white light, causing those who see the light to enter a state of blindness. The duration of blindness is determined by the length of time spent seeing the white light and their sensitivity to light. Not bad, this is a good item. It will undoubtedly be an absolute crowd control tool for the invasion of the Li family manor tomorrow night. Lin Ziluo was very satisfied as he stuffed the Super Flash Bomb into his storage space. The back door of the sports arena was essentially a small warehouse. To truly enter, he still needed to unlock the inner door of this warehouse. Lin Ziluo felt around the waist of the zombie's corpse and indeed found a key. The 3rd floor warehouse, 2nd floor office, badminton court. Lin Ziluo began to search with the key in hand. This was indeed an unexpected gain. With this key, he could avoid the hassle of breaking down doors, minimizing the noise that would attract zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but thank the zombie. Found it. He took out the key labeled back left door. Roar. Inside the ping-pong hall, a dozen zombies began to wander slowly. As night approached, the zombies became more active. Click. A faint sound rang out. A wooden door was opened. Lin Ziluo bent down and cautiously walked. He squeezed under the nearest ping-pong table, using the space of the table to conceal his body. 1. Lin Ziluo counted the number of zombies. In total, he found 17 zombies. This number struck a chord within him. These zombies were similar in attributes to him. It would take an average person everything they had to deal with just one. However, he could handle all 17. Moreover, the main door of the ping-pong hall was closed, so as long as he made little noise, the zombies outside would not be able to enter. Additionally, the ping-pong tables were high enough for him to maneuver. Lin Ziluo glanced at his experience bar. He needed just 4 more points to reach level 5. A level 2 zombie could provide 2 points of experience, so he planned to take down 2. After leveling up, he could employ a hit-and-run strategy against the remaining 15 zombies. With this thought, Lin Ziluo saw one zombie walking towards him. It's you. Lin Ziluo quickly deduced the zombie's path and pace. He tensed his body, waiting like a coiled snake for the zombie's arrival. The footsteps grew closer, and he held his breath. When he saw the zombie's foot land precisely where he had calculated, Lin Ziluo struck decisively. First, he crawled out from under the table, then stood up, his tang dao slicing accurately across the zombie. The zombie had yet to react before it was decapitated, with the words "death" appearing above its head. His movements were extremely swift and fluid. After dispatching this zombie, the others remained oblivious. So Lin Ziluo quickly hid under another ping. Boom thud. The zombie's body and head crashed to the ground. This commotion drew the attention of the other zombies. In an instant, all the zombies were activated. Chaotic footsteps, the sound of bodies crashing against the ping-pong tables, and the metallic noise of tables being pushed aside filled the air. At that moment, many noises erupted. Fortunately, the gym had been constructed with slip-resistant, sound-absorbing flooring. The doors of the various venues also had good sound insulation. The noise here did not alert the zombies outside the ping-pong hall. When Lin Ziluo saw 3 pairs of feet gathering near the corpse of the recently slain zombie, he decisively swung his tang dao towards the ankles of the zombies. The sharp blade combined with Lin Ziluo's strength, instantly severing 3 ankles. One zombie, having lost both feet, stumbled and fell to the ground. Another zombie, missing 1 foot, staggered forward a few steps before crashing down. However, at that moment, Lin Ziluo's position was also revealed. He crawled out from under the ping-pong table, disregarding the other zombies, and struck at the uninjured zombie furthest to the right among the 3. This zombie was relatively sturdy and took the blow but did not die. Lin Ziluo paid it no further mind, first ducking to avoid a zombie lunging from behind. Then he grabbed the zombie that had lost both feet and hurled it towards the approaching mass of zombies. These impatient zombies were unprepared and collided directly with the thrown zombie. 3 or 4 zombies fell simultaneously. Lin Ziluo swung his tang dao, decapitating the struggling zombie trying to stand. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player for leveling up to level 5, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi needs 100 experience points to level up again. After level 5, the experience requirement for leveling up increases significantly. Lin Ziluo calmly allocated the newly gained attribute point to agility. Then he jumped onto the ping. All the zombies in the ping-pong hall were rushing towards him. The ones he had knocked down had already begun to climb back. Only the zombie that had lost both feet was still crawling. Standing on the ping-pong table, Lin Ziluo had a clear view. His mind raced, and his years of battle experience allowed him to quickly determine the best angle. Spinning slash. The tang dao in his hand was flung out, creating a brilliant arc of azure light. The blade cut across a zombie's neck. Immediately, another running zombie crashed into the blade, as Lin Ziluo had accurately predicted. As it moved forward, 2 black deaths appeared. But that wasn't the end. The tang dao, having spun to its limit, traced a perfect arc and flew back towards Lin Ziluo. He had accurately predicted this trajectory as well. A zombie lunging at Lin Ziluo was struck by the tang dao across the back of its neck, ending its life. Lin Ziluo easily caught the tang dao. Just this one spinning slash had taken down 3 zombies. This maneuver could not simply be summarized as just a skill. This was the combat instinct Lin Ziluo had developed over 10 years of apocalypse. The fine control over the angle of the tang dao, the understanding of its parabolic flight path, and the precise predictions of the zombies' movements and direction. Lin Ziluo, having completed this series of actions, wore a calm expression beneath his mask. In just 1 minute, he had dealt with 5 zombies amidst the assault of 17. For him, it was hardly a challenge. At this moment, only 12 fearless zombies continued to charge towards him alongside one that had lost both feet and was still stubbornly crawling. Seeing the two closest zombies about to grab his shins, Lin Ziluo pushed off with his right foot bent slightly and took a giant leap. He successfully landed on the opposite ping-pong table. The two zombies that lunged at his original position missed and crashed heavily onto the hard surface of the table. They both let out unwilling roars. At that moment, there were no zombies near Lin Ziluo's ping-pong table. Thus, he had ample time to wait for their arrival. After a brief rest, the two fastest zombies had already reached the ping-pong table. Lin Ziluo took the initiative and kicked the nearest zombie in the face from his elevated position. The tremendous force sent the zombie reeling backwards, rolling on the ground. The remaining zombie had its head severed by Lin Ziluo without any hesitation. At that moment, a sound of banging and crashing echoed from the opaque door of the ping-pong hall. "Damn, the zombie's roar has attracted the attention of others outside," Lin Ziluo said helplessly. However, he quickly regained his composure. "After eliminating these zombies, we will strategically retreat." Lin Ziluo formulated his plan. After all, the closed doors of the ping-pong hall could hold for a while. Lin Ziluo jumped down from the ping-pong table and quickly approached the zombie he had just kicked over. Perhaps due to the immense force, the zombie had not yet managed to get back up. With a powerful strike, this zombie could no longer rise. At this moment, only 10 zombies were left capable of moving freely within the ping-pong hall. With this number of zombies, Lin Ziluo was confident that he could outmaneuver them with his agility and wear them down. Therefore, he began to play hide and seek with them amidst the gaps between the ping-pong tables. As a group of zombies lunged at him, Lin Ziluo quickly ducked under the table, then emerged from the other side and delivered a strike to the zombie behind. After being surrounded by zombies, he leaped onto the ping-pong table, then jumped to another one. With a fluid series of movements, he successfully dealt with 5 zombies. However, Lin Ziluo had already exhausted a significant amount of his energy. Fighting and killing over half of the 17 zombies in such a short time would likely be hard for anyone to believe. Just as he leaned against the table for a brief rest, he suddenly noticed a red potion bottle at his feet. It was dropped by the zombie he had just killed. Lin Ziluo picked up the potion bottle like a treasure, dodging a lunging zombie. He then twisted off the cap and drank the red liquid in one go. The sweet potion flowed through Lin Ziluo's mouth. The delicious taste made him wish for another bottle. As the potion flowed into his body, a miraculous new strength surged within him. His overall condition had greatly improved. Stamina potion, a one-time bronze-level item that instantly restores 20 stamina upon consumption and subsequently restores 5 stamina every minute for 5 minutes. There is a 30-minute cooldown after use. Indeed, what Lin Ziluo had just consumed was the stamina potion known as the Little Red Bottle. It felt wonderful to have stamina again. Lin Ziluo exhaled, then raised his Tang Dao and threw it. The cooldown for spinning slash was finally over. Although this spinning slash was not as precise as the last one, he still managed to claim the life of a zombie with each strike. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Ziluo looked down to search for items dropped by the slain zombies. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. Things did not start well. The 3 items Lin Ziluo picked up were all resource cards. The remaining 3 zombies were already closing in. After picking up the last item that glimmered with a green light, he decisively dove under the ping-pong table. He took out the item he had just touched and focused his gaze. It turned out to be a yellow-brown bracelet. The bracelet was embossed with intricate magical patterns and looked incredibly splendid. Spiked bracelet, a bronze-level equipment, a bracelet enhanced by magic. Attributes: 1 spirit. Additional skill: Spike Strike can summon a vertical row of spikes from the ground to deliver a heavy blow to that area. Skill cooldown 24 hours. Wow, an equipment with an additional skill. I must be lucky. This type of jewelry equipment is far rarer than ordinary items like shoes, pants, or shirts. On the second day of the apocalypse, he had gathered all 3 types of jewelry equipment: rings, necklaces, and bracelets. Most importantly, it was a piece of jewelry with an additional skill. Priceless. Lin Ziluo hurriedly put the bracelet on his wrist. This item automatically adjusts to fit your wrist size, making it convenient. Checking the attributes took quite some time. Lin Ziluo's ping-pong table was already completely surrounded by zombies. However, Lin Ziluo remained calm and first used his Tang Dao to sever the legs of 1 zombie. Then he slipped out through the gap created by the fallen zombie. The remaining 2 zombies charged at Lin Ziluo. He smirked, bending down to evade a zombie's lunge. Then with 2 swift strikes, he took down the zombie on the ground whose legs had been chopped off. Just then, the main door of the ping-pong hall crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Zombies began to pour in from beyond the door in a frenzy. Under normal circumstances, Lin Ziluo would need to execute a strategic retreat. However, he instead charged towards the horde of incoming zombies. Thus, with 2 zombies chasing from behind and countless more surging in from the front, Lin Ziluo found himself successfully cornered in the midst of them. Faced with this perilous situation, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He came to a halt, standing still, quietly waiting for the zombies to approach. The zombies drew closer and closer to the point where Lin Ziluo could smell their foul stench. They came so close that nearly 10 zombies simultaneously swung their sharp claws at him. Now, a glint flashed in Lin Ziluo's eyes. Then he forcefully kicked off the surface of the ping-pong table, momentarily soaring into the air. With a graceful backflip, he landed behind the 2 zombies that had been chasing him. At that moment, all the zombies were aligned in a straight line before Lin Ziluo. Skill, Spike Strike. The bracelet on Lin Ziluo's wrist emitted a yellow-brown glow. Then a shocking scene unfolded. The ground ahead began to tremble. Suddenly, a gigantic spike formed from the earth, shot up, piercing through the leading zombie. Death. Congratulations to player Yao for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Is this the end? Not at all. The trembling of the ground continued, as if brewing even greater power. The emerging spikes from the ground did not frighten the fearless zombies. They continued to rush forward. Thus, an even greater surprise was about to unfold. As the ground trembled, spikes shot up from the earth ahead. Enormous spikes erupted from the ground at an unimaginable speed, piercing through the bodies of the rushing zombies from foot to head. Blood splattered and chunks of flesh were scattered everywhere. All the zombies were lured into a straight line by Lin Ziluo. The timing and accuracy of the spike assault were completely under Lin Ziluo's control. This resulted in a straight line, within the range of the spikes. Not a single zombie was spared. Congratulations to player Yao for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, gaining 2 experience points, and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yao for successfully killing a level 3 zombie, gaining 3 experience points, and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yao for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, gaining 2 experience points, and 3 gold coins. In an instant, over 20 messages flooded the screen. Lin Ziluo's experience bar was visibly rising at an astonishing rate. Ahead, 4 items glowing with a blue light were dropped. Equipped items with skills possess a that is, the first use of the attached skill has the greatest power and effect. This is because at the moment of being dropped, the skill is infused with energy from the system. After using the skill, once the player's own mental strength is required to recharge it. At that point, the power will return to normal levels. That said, Lin Ziluo never could have imagined that the power of the spike assault would be so immense on its first use. The lethality of this skill one would expect only a level 20 mage could achieve. Regardless, Lin Ziluo had already made a significant profit from this wave. Taking advantage of the spikes still protruding from the ground, Lin Ziluo disregarded the blood and flesh scattered around and began to search the ground. Without the time to examine the blue equipment and items, Lin Ziluo stuffed them directly into his storage space. He couldn't be bothered to pick up the cards on the ground. It wasn't that he was getting cocky, it was mainly because there were still zombies rushing into the ping-pong hall behind him. The dozens of spikes on the ground were slowly retracting. The zombies began to surge forward once more. Lin Ziluo collected all the visible blue equipment and items without leaving a single one behind. Tighten up. Let's go. Lin Ziluo saw the zombies about to charge up and decisively retreated, running towards the back door he had come from. He quickly reached the door and slammed it shut. The zombies behind him did not give up, continuously slamming into the back door. Under the impact of dozens of zombies, the doors soon collapsed under the pressure. The zombies charged toward the door. However, they were puzzled to find that the previously arrogant man, the one who had killed dozens of their companions, had completely vanished. The zombies did not give up. They lingered in place, trying to find any trace of the man. Strangely enough, he had truly disappeared without a trace. After searching for 10 minutes, the zombies finally relented. Some retreated into the ping-pong hall, while others continued to circle in place. Phew! Lin Ziluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was on a small protruding platform above the back door of the sports hall. This platform was just big enough for Lin Ziluo to stand sideways on it. Below there were plenty of zombies. Lin Ziluo did not rush down, but began to examine the 5 bronze-level items he had just obtained. 2 familiar items, Eye of Reconnaissance. 2 identical items, Short-Range Launcher. Short-Range Launcher, a disposable bronze item that can launch an object that can fit into the launcher to a specified location. The location must not exceed a range of 30 meters. Wonderful. Lin Ziluo let out a huge sigh of relief. With this, he would soon be able to re-enter the sports hall. This item can control the object to turn, allowing him to drop things in corners. As long as he knows the layout well. Lin Ziluo took out the 5th item. A shoe glowing with a blue light, shaped quite antiquely with magical patterns resembling wings engraved on it. Could this be another equipped item with skills? Lin Ziluo quickly checked its attributes. Windrunner boots, bronze-level equipment that can summon the wind. Attributes: 1 physique, 1 agility, can reduce footstep sounds. Additional skill swift movement increases movement speed by 20 for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 1 hour. Upon seeing that the Windrunner boots were also an equipped item with skills, Lin Ziluo was overjoyed. However, after examining the skill, his expression quickly returned to calm. While the effect is rather mediocre. With that in mind, Lin Ziluo honestly took off his pair of sneakers. He awkwardly put on the blue Windrunner boots in a one-legged stance. After the shoe size was adjusted by the system, it fit perfectly and comfortably. Lin Ziluo could clearly feel his body becoming lighter. After putting on the shoes, Lin Ziluo looked at his base attributes. Base attributes: Strength 18, Spirit 18, Physique 12, Agility 18. Even an average person reaching level 10 would not possess such attributes, unless they successfully changed jobs. But when they did so, Lin Ziluo could be certain that he had already succeeded in his job change. So let's set a small goal. After changing jobs, my attributes will be twice that of an average person of the same level. With this small goal set, Lin Ziluo was full of motivation. Glancing at the zombies still wandering below, he took out the short-range launcher he had just obtained. He then pulled out a card from his storage space. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus. This is the perfect match. Using the short-range launcher to fire the raw meat to a designated location would attract a large number of zombies. At that moment, he could take advantage of the chaos to enter the sports hall. With the plan set, Lin Ziluo began to skillfully operate the short-range launcher. After adjusting all the settings of the short-range launcher, he activated the card in his hand. The raw meat appeared in Lin Ziluo's grasp. The nearby zombies began to stir, having caught a whiff of their favorite food. Lin Ziluo did not delay, stuffing the raw meat into the short-range launcher and then activating it. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The raw meat was quickly launched, floating through the air as if being pulled away. First it circled around and dove into the back door, before continuing to fly into the ping-pong hall, bypassing various obstacles and landing in a corner. It was exactly 30 meters away from the launch point. As the raw meat flew, all the nearby zombies had already been mobilized. They were jumping frantically beneath the raw meat, yearning for it. They didn't care even if they bumped into their companions. At this moment, all the zombies surrounding Lin Ziluo had fled, no longer paying him any mind. Now as he lightly leaped down to the ground. The excellent material of the Windrunner boots minimized the sound of his landing. This faint noise did not draw the attention of any zombies. Following the back door, Lin Ziluo saw a scene where countless zombies were fighting and roaring over the fresh meat that had fallen in one corner. This corner was directly opposite the entrance of the ping-pong hall. Lin Ziluo immediately activated the swift walk skill of the Windrunner boots. In an instant, a special power infused into his body, making him feel as if he had become weightless. The 10 seconds of swift movement were exceptionally precious. Lin Ziluo took off running. In 1 second, he dashed through the back door. In 2 seconds, he burst into the ping-pong hall. In 5 seconds, he rushed out of the main entrance of the ping-pong hall. The layout of the gymnasium had long been ingrained in Lin Ziluo's mind. This process was smooth and fluid with no delays whatsoever. Before the zombies, still engrossed in their frenzied feeding, could react, Lin Ziluo had already vanished without. At this point, Lin Ziluo had arrived at the safety passage of the gymnasium. Given that the gym had direct elevators and escalators for easy access between floors, the safety passage was evidently a rarely visited place. As expected, upon pushing open the door to the safety passage, he found it completely devoid of zombies. He shut the door behind him and began to catch his breath. The previous sprint had consumed a significant amount of his stamina. Fortunately, he had moved quickly enough that none of the zombies had noticed him. Lin Ziluo glanced at his watch. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. There was only an hour left before the attributes of the zombies would significantly increase. By then it would no longer be as easy as it was now. Therefore, he needed to find a place to rest and wait until 6 in the morning to take action. As for resting directly in the safety passage, although there were currently no zombies, they could easily come in at night when they became more active. After all, the doors in the safety passage were only ajar, easily pushed open. Lin Ziluo rested for nearly 20 minutes and only resumed action after ensuring he had sufficient combat capability. He slowed his pace and began to walk upstairs. It didn't take long for him to reach the second floor. The stairs to the third floor were just within reach, but Lin Ziluo chose not to ascend. This was because the exit to the third floor of the safety passage and the warehouse he needed to go to were located at the farthest ends, one on the far right and the other on the far left. To open the silver treasure chest, he would have to fight his way from the far right corridor to the far left. Neither time nor stamina permitted Lin Ziluo to do that. Therefore, he directly pushed open the door to the safety passage on the second floor. The entire second floor was eerily quiet, with only a few zombies remaining. It seemed that the earlier commotion had attracted a large number of zombies to the first floor. The zombies had not noticed Lin Ziluo sneaking in through the safety passage. The layout of the second floor of the gymnasium was also very simple. Facilities like the badminton court and basketball court, which required larger venues, were all located on the second floor. Lin Ziluo had previously set his sights on the infirmary on the second floor. Firstly, it was relatively close to the safety passage. Secondly, the infirmary had beds, ample space, and he could scavenge for some medicine. He cautiously made his way toward the infirmary. He had already retrieved the key beforehand, holding it tightly in his hand. With so few zombies on the second floor, and his familiarity with their line of sight, he felt confident. The Windrunner boots also effectively reduced the sound of his footsteps. Thus one could observe the scene of a person walking down the corridor, while the zombies in the corridor seemed to be blind to him. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Ziluo was skillfully maneuvering through the zombies' blind spots. Furthermore, he executed an even more daring move. He silently approached a zombie from behind. Waiting for the moment the zombie turned its head, he struck decisively, swinging his tang knife. This sudden strike cleanly severed the zombie's head. Lin Ziluo quickly stored the tang knife away. Then with lightning-fast reflexes, he reached out with his left hand to catch the head that was about to fall to the ground, while his right hand steadied the headless corpse. He then gently placed the head and body down on the ground. Throughout this period, there was not a single sound. The other zombies continued to wander aimlessly, completely oblivious to the fact that one of their companions was lying on the ground. Finally, Lin Ziluo bent down and picked up the card dropped by the zombie, leaving gracefully. Fresh meat infected by the zombie virus, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Lo and behold, he had obtained a zombie trap. Lin Ziluo had now arrived at the door of the infirmary. The door was tightly shut. He approached and tugged at the doorknob, discovering that it was indeed locked. Although he had prepared the key in advance, it was still quite strange. The apocalypse had descended at 7 o'clock. Logically speaking, the infirmary should not have been locked so early, unless it had been locked after the apocalypse began. Lin Ziluo quickly analyzed the situation. He frowned, hoping that the people inside would be compliant. With a click, the lock of the infirmary door opened. The interior was pitch black and nothing was visible. A faint smile appeared on Lin Ziluo's lips. Then, as if he had found nothing, he stepped inside the infirmary, casually locking the door behind him. Before him was complete darkness. Suddenly entering a dark environment required time for one's eyes to adjust. At that moment, a small knife suddenly emerged from the darkness. Simultaneously, a low male voice spoke. "Who are you, and how do you have the key to the infirmary?" Lin Ziluo remained silent. He detested having a blade pointed at him. So he reached out with his right hand and seized the hand that had emerged from the darkness. Then with a fierce twist, he wrenched that hand a full 180 degrees. The man in the dark, driven mad by searing pain, opened his mouth to shout. Lin Ziluo fished a rag from his storage space, and with his left hand thrust it into the man's mouth. At that instant, the dagger was about to clatter to the floor. If the blade struck the floor, the crisp sound would surely draw the zombies outside the infirmary. So Lin Ziluo moved his leg. First, he tapped the dagger's edge with his foot, diverting its vertical descent into a horizontal arc. Then he placed his right foot on the ground and expertly caught the sliding dagger. Crisis averted. Lin Ziluo released the wrist that he had already broken. With a lift of his right foot, he flicked the dagger up and caught it with ease. "Remember, you were alert." "That's true, but you provoked someone you cannot afford to provoke," Lin Ziluo said coolly. The dagger flipped in his hand like a dancing butterfly. Within the dark infirmary, heavy breaths came from several places. One person, gagged with a rag, could only let out weak, muffled howls. Lin Ziluo turned and from his storage space produced a modified heavy cloth studded with suction cups. These were the practical doomsday gadgets he had tinkered together in spare moments. He affixed the heavy cloth to the infirmary door. He covered the upper half of the glass window completely, then glanced around and found no other place where light. "Turn on the lights," Lin Ziluo ordered. At first there was no reply. After a moment, a woman's voice said, "If you turn on the lights, it will attract the zombies." "Can't you see I've covered the top of the door?" "Turn on the light," Lin Ziluo retorted. But the woman began to protest. The lights were switched on. The infirmary was revealed to Lin Ziluo. The woman who had spoken earlier sat on the floor in a nurse's uniform. It had been a female doctor in a white coat who flicked the switch. Lin Ziluo glanced at her with a pensive look. On an examination bed sat two men. They looked honest enough, their shirts bearing the word maintenance. Clearly maintenance workers. The nurse and the two repairmen regarded Lin Ziluo with eyes full of fear. After all, Lin Ziluo's entrance had been a terrifying lesson. Only the female doctor seemed to keep her composure. He almost forgot on the floor a young man writhed in pain. It was he who had just tried to threaten Lin Ziluo with a dagger. The rag still stuffed his mouth. He looked at Lin Ziluo with a venomous gaze, an eye like a viper ready to strike the moment opportunity presented itself. A hint of murderous intent rode in that look. How could it escape Lin Ziluo's keen perception? He bent down and stared at the young man on the floor. After 10 years of the apocalypse, he had seen that look countless times. Such men, however unremarkable, would leap up and stab you when it mattered. Lin Ziluo had witnessed too many who through soft-heartedness ended up betrayed by a knife. Why do you have to act so brash? He asked. Let me teach you in the end times never stare at others with eyes full of hatred because. Lin Ziluo raised the dagger and drove it straight into the young man's neck. That will kill you. The youth's body ceased trembling, his pupils dimmed. He never dreamed that having narrowly escaped the zombies he would die by Lin Ziluo's blade. As the young man died, another dagger he had concealed in his hand became visible. He had intended to use it to ambush Lin Ziluo. The infirmary fell into a frozen silence. None of the four had expected that the sign-masked man would. The young nurse on the floor trembled when she saw the corpse, instinctively parting her lips to cry out. Lin Ziluo looked at the nurse. Beneath the mask his eyes were unreadable. Every hair on the nurse's arm stood on end. It was the human stress response to horror. The nurse realized that if she cried out, the masked man would kill her at once. But an overwhelming terror robbed her of control. So she tore off a piece of gauze and shoved it into her own mouth to keep silent. The two middle-aged maintenance men trembled all over, their honest faces etched with fear, likewise neither dared to make a sound. Only the woman doctor, who still stood by the light switch though fear flickered in her eyes, kept her composure and remained. Lin Ziluo rose. The murderous aura that had filled the infirmary dissipated instantly. Everyone gave themselves a collective shudder. Only then did they realize that in a matter of seconds they'd broken into a cold sweat. Don't jump to conclusions, I am a good man, he said. Lin Ziluo spread his hands in a show of innocence. You a good man? Everyone privately scoffed, harboring doubts. You saw it yourselves. He provoked me first, I had no choice but to defend myself. I'm a very reasonable man. If everyone is kind to one another, nothing bad will happen. Lin Ziluo proclaimed innocently. The infirmary fell silent, and no one believed him, which made matters. At last the female doctor cleared her throat, breaking the silence. That man got what he deserved. We all. She spoke without a tremor. Others nodded in agreement. That's good, Lin Ziluo said. Having said that, he took 2 steps forward, intending to find a place to rest. At his movement, the 2 maintenance men who had been on the examination bed leapt up in fright. The nurse on the floor hurriedly backed away. Lin Ziluo, uninterested in their antics, found a relatively comfortable office chair, sat, and closed his eyes to rest. He had been on the move all day, fighting continuously. He was genuinely exhausted. Tonight's battle at the table tennis hall was included. Though Lin Ziluo had fought as if 1 against 17, a feat ordinary people could scarcely imagine. Yet he remained unsatisfied. Had he been at full strength in the morning, he was certain he could have done better. The infirmary fell quiet once more. With his eyes closed, Lin Ziluo suddenly spoke. Dispose of the corpse and clean the blood. When a man of authority speaks, no one defies him. The doctor and nurse set to cleaning the bloodstains. The 2 maintenance men carried the corpse elsewhere and wrapped it in a sheet. After they finished their work, Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. He fixed his gaze on the female doctor and began to examine her basic information. Nickname Zhong Yeshua. Title None. Level 0. Indeed, he felt like he had seen this face. It turned out to be someone he had encountered during the late apocalypse. Zhong Yeshua. Owner of the hidden profession, divine doctor. Lin Ziluo remembered her so clearly because he wanted to treat the scar on his face. After eagerly finding Zhong Yeshua, he was cruelly informed that the scar could not be repaired as it involved the soul. However, later on, Lin Ziluo sought Zhong Yeshua's treatment after suffering several serious injuries. However, he met Zhong Yeshua only during the late apocalypse. At that time, who had not been battered by the apocalypse. Zhong Yeshua's face and demeanor were quite different from now. Therefore, Lin Ziluo did not recognize her immediately just by looking at her face. Fate is truly wondrous. On the second day after the apocalypse struck, he unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. However, Lin Ziluo had no particular thoughts about Zhong Yeshua. He did not even want the hidden profession, divine doctor, that Zhong Yeshua offered him. In Lin Ziluo's view, one must have strength to hold any sway. Being a divine doctor is indeed respected, and there is no immediate danger to life. But to put it bluntly, you are just a tool. Without strength, you could very well die at someone else's hands at any moment. Where is the freedom of one's phantom to come and go as one pleases? As for the remaining 3, Lin Ziluo took a cursory glance at them. They were all very ordinary individuals, all at level 0, having never killed a single zombie. Lin Ziluo raised his hand to check his watch. The time had already reached 8:30. The zombies outside had already been empowered by the night, becoming exceedingly terrifying. Everyone in the infirmary could hear the sounds of the zombies becoming active. Well then, the long-awaited feast segment has arrived. Lin Ziluo pulled out a thick stack of cards from his storage space. He randomly drew 4 cards. Wow, a mix of meat and vegetarian dishes with wine and meat. Lin Ziluo walked to a desk and directly activated the cards. In an instant, several exquisite dishes appeared on the table. The dishes were not only visually appealing, but also aromatic, making one's mouth water. The 3 individuals huddled in the corner widened their eyes in astonishment. They merely watched Lin Ziluo move, thinking he was about to do something. They never expected that with just a few cards he could conjure a table full of dishes. Goo goo goo, the little nurse's stomach audibly protested. Lin Ziluo seemed not to hear it, and took off. Then without a care he picked up the kung pao chicken rice, and began to eat heartily. The little nurse had difficulty swallowing, her eyes darting between Lin Ziluo and the dishes. It was unclear whether she was enticed by Lin Ziluo's handsome face or the exquisite food. The two maintenance workers stared intently at the food, their swallowing sounds louder than the little nurse's. Even the calmest Zhong Yeshue could not resist the temptation of the food. There was no way around it. It had been over 24 hours since the apocalypse game had descended. Although they had replenished their energy with glucose and other medicines in the infirmary, who could resist such delicious dishes? However, no one dared to make a move, not even to speak. Lin Ziluo's brutal scene with that young man was still fresh in their minds. Who knows if this big shot would decide to chop them up if he were displeased. Finally, as Lin Ziluo devoured half of the dishes on the table, Zhong Yeshue could not hold back any longer. Zhong Yeshue slowly stepped forward, and in the gentlest tone she had ever used asked, "Where did this food come from? I wonder if we might have a chance to get some." Lin Ziluo thought to himself, bait taken. Indeed, he had laid out the food to attract the attention of the four individuals. However, he maintained a calm expression on his face. After sipping the nearby abalone soup, Lin Ziluo finally looked up at Zhong Yeshue. "You want to eat, right?" Lin Ziluo said. Zhong Yeshue nodded. The three individuals behind her also nodded, like chicks pecking at rice. "It's simple. Ooh, just help me with one thing," Lin Ziluo said lightly. Zhong Yeshue quickly responded, "What is it?" "It's quite simple." Lin Ziluo pulled out 2 sheets of paper from his storage space. "This paper lists some medicines I need. You and that little nurse should gather them for me and package them all up. This other sheet contains some small items I need. You 4 should work hard to make these tonight. I will leave at 6 tomorrow morning, and based on how much you make I will provide you with food before I go." Lin Ziluo explained. This was his true intention. He felt more at ease leaving the medicines to the 2 professionals. As for the small items, they were similar to the thick cloth that Lin Ziluo had with the suction cup hanging on the door. In short, they were all objects that would be very helpful for survival in the post-apocalyptic world. Lin Ziluo could also make these things himself. However, rather than wasting time, he could instead rest and kill quite a few zombies. It was better to casually spend some food to have these people help with the production. The 2 maintenance workers then stepped forward to examine the papers. "So can you make these things?" Lin Ziluo asked. "Yes, we have our toolkits here. It's quite simple to make." One of the maintenance workers nodded, pointing to the corner. Lin Ziluo looked at the toolkit in the corner and nodded in satisfaction. He then took out a piece of specially shaped iron and fine thread that could be pulled. A stack of cards that could serve as materials. He activated these cards and left them for the maintenance workers to use as materials. "In that case, you all get to work. It's best to work through the night. I'm going to sleep now, and remember to come find me at 6 in the morning for your food." The infusion room is located behind the medical office with a few small beds for intravenous therapy. Lin Ziluo found a place resembling a private infusion room and walked in. He inserted a surveillance eye at the door of the small room, then laid down on the bed with peace of mind. Lin Ziluo flipped out his panel to take a look. He was still 20-some experience points away from reaching level 6. Tomorrow, if he killed a dozen more zombies, he would be able to level up. He then checked the items in his storage space. He ensured nothing was missing. Finally, he opened the panel of the golden finger system. 1 against 100, an excellent host needs to demonstrate their strength. Please kill 100 zombies in the Magic City Sports Arena. A level does not matter. Task requirements, 45,100. Task rewards, draw a random ordinary golden finger and a piece of bronze level equipment. Task deadline, 24 hours. Looking at it this way, he still needed to kill 55 more zombies. With 6 hours to spare tomorrow morning, he had ample opportunity to kill enough zombies. With this thought, Lin Ziluo closed his eyes and fell asleep in his gear. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the alarm he set the night before rang. Lin Ziluo quickly opened his eyes. He shook his head, becoming fully awake in just a second. "All my alertness has decreased. It used to take less than," Lin Ziluo said helplessly. The surveillance eye on the ground was still operational. He walked out of the small room and found the infusion room completely empty. It seemed that the 4 workers he hired were quite diligent. Lin Ziluo walked out of the infusion room. Sure enough, 2 repairmen and Zhong Yeshue were still busy making the items on hand. Only the little nurse was leaning against the wall, fast asleep. However, judging by her dark circles, it was clear she had worked hard through the night. Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's footsteps, the 3 slowly lifted their heads to look at him. "Not bad, well done," Lin Ziluo said, surprised. These 2 repairmen had some skills. Some of the items they produced were almost indistinguishable from his descriptions on paper. On the ground, there was a box containing the medicine Lin Ziluo needed. He roughly estimated the contents. With these props along with the medicine and his Tang Dao and miscellaneous items, it was enough to fill his storage space to the brim. "All right, no need to make more. This is enough," Lin Ziluo said, and only then did the 3 stop their work. He began to collect these items into his storage space one by one. Then under the hopeful gazes of the three, he took out the cards. Even though they were not activated, the three couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the cards. Lin Ziluo was generous. After a moment's thought, he took out 4 cards. The food on these supply cards had far greater satiety than ordinary food. For them who did not need to fight, 1 card was enough to sustain a day's worth of activity. 1 for each person. The price is fair and reasonable. Lin Ziluo stepped forward and handed the cards to them, also waking the sleeping little nurse. The 2 repairmen immediately expressed their sincere thanks. Zhong Yishui also said, "Thank you." "No need to thank me, we each hold what we need." Lin Ziluo waved his hand. This was the absurdity that came with mastering resources. 4 cards were merely equivalent to killing 4 zombies for Lin Ziluo. If he were to manage all these medicines and tools, it would take him at least 16 hours. With these 16 hours, he could definitely do something better. Of course, these 4 wouldn't lose out. 4 cards were easily within reach for Lin Ziluo. However, for them, without killing hundreds of zombies or participating in side quests, it would not be so easy to obtain. Big boss, how do you use this card?" Zhong Yishui suddenly asked. Lin Ziluo chuckled helplessly and taught them how to activate it. "You have to say, this apocalypse game is really something. There isn't even a newbie tutorial." Lin Ziluo recalled that in his previous life, it took him several days just to learn how to open the storage space. He took out 3 cards for himself and began to enjoy a delicious and hearty breakfast. Zhong Yishui and the other 3 discussed for a while, took out 2 cards, and started to eat the hard-earned breakfast. Thus the 4 of them were so excited that they almost shed tears. After nearly 3 days, they finally had food. After eating their fill, the 4 needed to catch up on sleep. Lin Ziluo, on the other hand, prepared to set off. He was also doing Zhong Yishui a favor. He told them to be ready to leave around noon. The reason was that by that time he should have cleared a significant number of zombies. However, he did not mention this. As for whether they would heed his advice or believe in Lin Ziluo, that was entirely their affair. He turned off the lights in the medical room. Lin Ziluo packed up the thick cloth. Then through the glass above, he checked the situation outside. There were a few more zombies outside than last night. Lin Ziluo counted the number of zombies within his line of sight. There were a total of more than a dozen. It would be quite simple to deal with them, but he needed to avoid making too much noise. Attracting the hundreds of zombies on the first floor would be troublesome. Lin Ziluo observed the terrain again. He found that the passage leading to the public restroom was quite favorable. The entire passage was about 10 meters long and 2 meters wide. Lin Ziluo stood in the middle of the passage alone, fully capable of handling all these more than a dozen zombies. The main advantage was that it eliminated the need for running. The movements he made would also be much smaller. With the plan set, Lin Ziluo no longer hesitated, gently opened the door of the medical room, and walked out. After closing the door, he began his stealthy maneuvering. First, he bent over, adjusting his posture to avoid the sight of the taller zombies. However, this bent position did not affect Lin Ziluo's pace and speed at all. He also found the best positions based on each zombie's stance. He utilized various obstacles to block the line of sight of the remaining zombies. Just like that, Lin Ziluo was still not satisfied. Following the same method as last night, he approached a nearby zombie and swiftly dealt with it. He then laid the zombie's body down gently, making not a single sound. A fishing rod, while he couldn't say it was used, the line on the fishing rod could still be used for other purposes. Lin Ziluo put the card away and continued on his way. One had to admit, if someone could see Lin Ziluo's fluid and seamless movements, they would undoubtedly regard him as a celestial being. Lin Ziluo could say without exaggeration that at present he was undoubtedly the world's best in stealth and assassination. After all, before his rebirth, he had faced off against someone who was once hailed as the world's #1 assassin. At that time, even that person who had survived in the apocalypse for several years could not surpass him, how much less so now. Thus, after effortlessly dispatching another zombie, Lin Ziluo arrived at the passage he had initially set his sights on. However, he did not act recklessly, because this passage was not the only place where zombies might attack from ahead. There was also a high possibility of zombies lurking in the restrooms behind him. If a confrontation broke out and 2 zombies emerged from inside, it would be quite the predicament. Therefore, Lin Ziluo cautiously followed the passage to the sink area of the restroom. He first pressed his ear against the door of the men's restroom and listened. Inside, he could hear a slow shuffling sound. Lin Ziluo brandished his tang sword and entered the men's restroom, where he indeed spotted a zombie shuffling back and forth. This zombie may have mutated while using the restroom, as it hadn't even managed to pull up its pants, which were still dangling around its knees. Upon seeing Lin Ziluo enter, the zombie immediately became excited, lunging forward toward him. However, it forgot that its legs were entangled in its pants, causing it to trip. With a thud, it fell to the ground. This left Lin Ziluo rather annoyed. Engaging in a proper fight was already difficult enough without such antics. Now the noise from the fall was quite significant. Lin Ziluo paid no attention to the zombie struggling to get back up. He peeked his head out to glance at the passage. Seeing that the commotion hadn't attracted any other zombies, he finally sighed in relief. Then with a swift stroke he dispatched the foolish zombie. After securing the card, Lin Ziluo carefully examined the men's restroom. Besides a severed arm on the floor and an eyeball in the sink, there were no other items. It must be said that the survival rate of people in this gymnasium was indeed quite low. However, it was understandable as most individuals who came to the gym possessed decent physical fitness. Once transformed into zombies, their attributes were significantly enhanced. This was a disaster for ordinary players. After inspecting the men's restroom, Lin Ziluo turned and entered the women's restroom. Upon entering the women's restroom, Lin Ziluo quickly surveyed the area. The layout was quite similar to the women's restroom he had visited earlier. Ahem, don't misunderstand. Oh, all the women's restrooms I've been to were post-apocalypse. After all, restrooms are excellent places for concealment. Lin Ziluo did not let his guard down. He began checking each stall one by one. When he reached the penultimate stall, he discovered that the door was locked. As Lin Ziluo pushed against the door of the second-to-last stall, he heard two distinct roars from within. Two roars, each with a different tone. Could it be? Lin Ziluo bent down and, as expected, saw 4 legs. 2 in the front, 2 in the back. The back 2 legs clearly belonged to a man. What the heck, you two are truly something else. Like a cow opening a door for a calf. Absolutely impressive. Are these two engaging in some daring activity in the women's restroom of the Magic City Gymnasium? When it comes to having fun, city folks really know how to do it. After being disturbed, the 2 zombies began banging. To prevent the noise from their banging from becoming too loud, Lin Ziluo decisively sliced through the lock with his tang sword and pulled open the door. Before him appeared a shocking scene. 2 zombies with grayish skin were tightly entwined together. The female zombie was in front and the male zombie was behind. Were it not for the grayish-white eyes and bloodstains on their mouths, Lin Ziluo would have thought this was an extraordinarily beautiful sight. Moreover, upon seeing Lin Ziluo, both zombies moved simultaneously. The female zombie stepped forward with her left leg, while the male zombie mirrored her movement. The 2 zombies moved as if they were in perfect sync, with their steps, direction, and actions entirely aligned. Then both zombies struck with their right claws, lunging towards Lin Ziluo. In response, he swiftly countered with a stroke of his sword, eliminating this pair of loving souls. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, earning 4 experience points and 5 coins. The heads of the 2 zombies fell simultaneously, yet their bodies remained upright due to the balance provided by their 4 legs. Even without heads, they did not. Lin Ziluo was stunned. He didn't even pick up the fallen bronze item and had no mind to ponder why only 1 notification sounded and why only 1 item dropped. He hurriedly took out his old second-hand phone and snapped photos of the 2 headless corpses, capturing several close-ups. This scene was truly one of a kind. Lin Ziluo had never encountered such a bizarre zombie duo in 10 years of the apocalypse. However, he suddenly remembered. Magic City Gymnasium, 2 zombies, the height of the male zombie, the height of the female zombie. The more he looked, the more it resembled the infamous zombie couple. The zombie couple, beings whose power was second only to the zombie king. Furthermore, these 2 zombies were inseparable and exhibited an incredible level of synergy. Together they could engage in combat with the war god or zombie king, exchanging blows. The zombie couple was first discovered in the Magic City Gymnasium. According to descriptions in books, their heights matched perfectly with these 2 zombies, Lin Ziluo observed. They were indeed the zombie couple. Who would have thought that you two would meet such a tragic fate, being taken down by me just 3 days into the apocalypse? Lin Ziluo took nearly 100 photos before finally contentedly putting away his phone. He then bent down to pick up the dropped item from the ground, which turned out to be a stone radiating a greenish glow. Fusion Stone Bronze Grade, a one-time bronze grade item that can fuse 2 bronze grade equipment of the same type, creating new gear and potentially enhancing its level to silver grade. Lin Ziluo was pleasantly surprised something great had dropped. No wonder the 2 zombies could only yield 1 item. It turned out they were fused together. Lin Ziluo stored the fusion stone in his inventory. At this stage, he hadn't even gathered complete equipment, let alone 2 items of the same type. He could only hope to find a good weapon soon and fuse it with his tang sword. Lin Ziluo did not touch the 2 headless corpses that remained standing entwined together. Instead, he opened the door to the last stall in the women's restroom. Then he stood in shock. A blue treasure chest was quietly placed beside the squat toilet. This blue treasure chest was intricately carved with exquisite, complex, and profound patterns. Additionally, a glowing 6-pointed star symbol at the bottom of the chest was spinning continuously. Wow, today is my lucky day. Ooh, I even found a wild bronze treasure chest, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim. He then crouched down and placed his hand on the treasure chest. Detected player Yazi has discovered a bronze treasure chest, earning 10 reputation points. Does player Yazi wish to open the bronze treasure chest? Opening the bronze treasure chest will take 30 seconds. Opening a wild treasure chest requires time. During this period, the opener's hand must remain on the treasure chest. Once the hand leaves the chest, the countdown to open it must restart. Therefore, every time a treasure chest is opened, it must be done without interruption. Currently, Lin Ziluo is the only person in the women's restroom, and he is not worried, placing his hand firmly on the chest. Open. Player, Yazi, is opening the bronze treasure chest. Please wait patiently. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. The 30-second opening time quickly passed. Lin Ziluo steadied himself, wanting to see what he could obtain. Player, Yazi, successfully opened the bronze treasure chest. While opening the bronze treasure chest, player, Yazi, received a boost from the chest, successfully expanding his storage space by 0.2 cubic meters. Player, Yazi, gained 10 experience points after opening the bronze treasure chest. Player, Yazi, rummaged through the bronze treasure chest and successfully found 134 gold coins. The prompt ends here. Every time a treasure chest is opened, one can obtain a small storage space, some experience, and a random amount of gold coins. What remains are the tangible rewards. The bronze treasure chest slowly opened, revealing a greenish fruit that resembled an apple in the center. Aside from that, there was nothing else. However, Lin Ziluo was not disappointed at all, as he recognized what this fruit. I hope this fruit represents strength or agility. Lin Ziluo prayed, then decisively reached out to pick up physical fruit bronze grade, a one-time bronze grade item known as a divine fruit. Attribute after consumption permanently increases physical attributes by 2. A physical fruit, not bad. Although increasing physical attributes wasn't his first choice, seeing the permanent increase of 2 made Lin Ziluo happy. Attribute fruits are rare items, and this is one of the few that can permanently increase attributes. Moreover, for a bronze grade attribute fruit, an increase of 2 is already the highest limit. At a minimum, it might not even increase anything, and one would have to eat 2 fruits combined to gain even a slight attribute boost. Lin Ziluo rinsed the attribute fruit under the faucet. Actually, rinsing wasn't necessary. The treasure chest goods are still quite clean. However, since it came from the women's restroom, Lin Ziluo decided to wash it. Lin Ziluo took a bite of the fruit. A sweet taste instantly filled his mouth, and a lot of juice burst out. The treasure chest's produce is surely top-notch. Lin Ziluo took 2 bites and finished half of the physical fruit. Player, Yazi, consumed the physical fruit, permanently increasing physical attributes by 1 point. Actually, the attribute fruit has another use. If 2 people team up, they could consider splitting a fruit that increases 2 attribute points. This way each person can gain 1 point. However, if the fruit can only increase 1 point, you must eat the entire fruit clean, leaving not a single. Otherwise, that single point of attribute won't be gained. Fortunately, the fruit has no pit, but otherwise. Lin Ziluo wasted no time, taking 2 more bites to finish the remaining fruit. Player, Yazi, consumed the physical fruit, permanently increasing physical attributes by 1 point. Lin Ziluo opened his attribute panel. Base attributes: strength 18, spirit 18, physical 14, agility 18. Good, now he has no shortcomings. Lin Ziluo looked around the women's restroom. Isn't it strange? This small women's restroom gives him a very familiar feeling. Lin Ziluo felt elated, not a typo, definitely not, just because he found the fusion stone and opened the bronze treasure chest in this women's restroom. Next comes a battle. He couldn't make too much noise as there were over 100 zombies combined in the floor below and this floor's branch. If there was too much noise and attracted them, facing several hundred zombies, Lin Ziluo wasn't arrogant enough to think. He washed his face at the sink. He had spent too much time in the restroom. He couldn't drag it out any longer. To save time, it was time to take the initiative. The clean tang knife revealed a glimmering cold light. Lin Ziluo, holding the tang knife, stood at the entrance of the passage. He took out a large heavy carpet from his storage space and activated it, laying it on the ground. Then he gently whistled towards the hall. Instantly, the zombies in the hall turned to look at him. Of course, this noise did not attract the zombies from downstairs and in the branch. Lin Ziluo waved at the zombies and then retreated into the passage. As soon as the zombies saw a living person, they couldn't bear to let him escape. They charged straight towards the passage. Just as the first zombie was about to step into the passage, a shining blade, the zombie's head rolled to the ground. However, since it fell onto the carpet, it did not create much noise. Then the following zombies rushed in. Lin Ziluo kicked aside the corpse of the previous zombie, clearing a space on the carpet. Then he swung his knife at the next zombie. Another head fell onto the carpet. Unknowingly, the number of zombies in the second floor hall was decreased. From the original dozen, only 7 or 8 remained. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player, for leveling up to level 6, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi needs 200 experience points to level up again. Add to strength. Lin Ziluo allocated the strength attribute point to 19. The attributes have been successfully enhanced. The remaining number of zombies is pitifully low. So why hesitate? Lin Ziluo stepped out of the passage and charged towards the last few zombies. The The remaining zombies are all gathered together. This doesn't give him a chance to fight alone. But so what? Lin Ziluo took the initiative to rush into the horde of zombies. His figure weaved through the zombies, and each time he struck with his knife, he could accurately dispatch a zombie. There was no other choice. It was the third day of the apocalypse. Basically, it would only be tonight that some of the zombies would reach level 3. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo's level has already reached level 6, double that of the zombies. He wore a set of equipment that could be considered extremely luxurious at the beginning of the apocalypse. His knife techniques, positioning, and awareness are all the fruits of 10 years of hard training. Killing these zombies cannot be as easy as cutting vegetables, otherwise it would be disrespectful to Lin Ziluo's rebirth. His graceful figure moved back and forth among the horde. With each swing of the Tang knife, fountains of blood erupted. These creatures, which appeared terrifying to outsiders, were merely adorable experience packages in Lin Ziluo's eyes. With the final swing of the Tang knife, Lin Ziluo came to a halt. In the passage, the last standing zombie fell onto its companion's corpse without making much noise. Thus, all the zombies in the central hall of the second floor fell under Lin Ziluo's blade. The front half of the entire passage, including the entrance, was piled high with zombie corpses, leaving no space to step. Lin Ziluo checked the 1 against hundreds task and found that the number of zombies he had killed had reached 62. Only 38 zombies remained, and then he could witness the true nature of the ordinary golden finger. Lin Ziluo sheathed the Tang knife and began to clean up the battlefield. After rummaging under each zombie corpse, he ultimately obtained 2 items that glimmered with a bluish light. The remaining items were all cards representing resources. One of the bronze-level items was a super flash bomb that Lin Ziluo already possessed. Although it has little effect on zombies, it works very well for humans and is one of the items Lin Ziluo needs. The second item was the bronze-level equipment he had long awaited. Let's talk about the classification of equipment parts in the Doomsday game. The head part is either a helmet or a mask, but only one can be effective. The neck part is for accessories. The upper body is for chest armor or cloaks. The lower body is for pants. The arms can have bracers, gloves, bracelets, or rings. On the feet, there are shoes. As for weapons and handheld armor, there are various styles. Each type of equipment can only be effective once, even if you wear 2. Of course, these are common equipment, and there are some special equipment that do not occupy equipment slots. For example, there are headscarves, glasses, and tattoos. However, these items are too rare, do not increase attributes, and their effects are bizarre, so they are not counted as regular equipment. What Lin Ziluo obtained this time was a bracer entirely black with a vividly lifelike lion pattern. Lion bracer, bronze-level equipment enhanced by the power of the lion, possessing an intimidating effect. Attributes: Strength 1, Constitution 1, with a 10 probability to inflict a stunning effect on the opponent for 1 second. Stunning effect coordination ability decreases if in the process of releasing a skill, it will directly interrupt the skill. This equipment is very much to Lin Ziluo's liking. It not only increases attributes, but also has a special effect. He had possessed this stunning effect before, and at critical moments it could interrupt the enemy's skills or rhythm. Although this 10 carries uncertainty, once triggered with Lin Ziluo's methods, it is enough to ensure the opponent's demise within that second. Equipping the lion bracer, his strength attribute successfully reached 20 points. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lin Ziluo quickly familiarized himself with his new attributes through his innate abilities. On the second floor of the gymnasium, there are also separate venues like badminton courts. Currently, the doors of these venues are all closed. Each venue contains a considerable number of zombies. Lin Ziluo also did not intend to waste time looking for the zombies inside. He walked straight through the hall to the safe passage he entered on the second floor last night. Slowly opening the door to the safe passage, he peeked inside. It was still empty with no zombies present. Lin Ziluo walked into the safe passage and directly reached the entrance to the safe passage on the 3rd floor. He did not hurry to push open the door. Instead, he adjusted his state on the spot and took a small sip of the bubble tea he had just exploded to quench his. The overall structure of the 3rd floor had already been simulated in Lin Ziluo's mind. He knew that a hard battle was definitely ahead. The 3rd floor is not like the 1st and 2nd floors, which are all sports venues. The 3rd floor is the main office responsible for the sports events of Magic City. So once inside, it is a long corridor with various offices and conference rooms on both sides. Once the battle starts, he must charge all the way from the safe passage of the corridor to the warehouse at the end. There is almost no opportunity to rest in between. To retreat, he can only retreat into the safe passage. However, doing so would definitely attract the zombies from the 1st floor due to the noise created. At that time, with hundreds of zombies from the 1st floor coming, Lin Ziluo would truly fall into absolute danger. Thinking this, he drew his Tang knife and pushed open the door to the safe passage on the 3rd floor. Since a battle is inevitable, let it be a thrilling one. The door to the safety passage on the 3rd floor was pushed open for the first time after the apocalypse descended. This place, which had long since become a hell on earth, was revealed to Lin Ziluo for the first time. As soon as he opened the door, an extremely intense smell of blood assaulted his senses. At that moment, the entire corridor was devoid of any living creature, including zombies. Countless corpses lay scattered across the corridor. Some were human, others were zombies. Their deaths were particularly tragic, their heads smashed open violently, resembling crushed watermelons. Rivers of red and white made up of blood and brain matter flowed across the ground and splattered against the walls. Moreover, since this was an office area, the entire third floor was covered in thick carpets. Now these soft carpets were strewn with severed limbs, broken arms, and body parts. Almost the entire wall of the corridor was coated with congealed blood. Only through a few scattered spots could one discern that this was originally a white wall. Among the ground littered with human flesh fragments, one could even see remnants of brain matter, teeth, eyeballs, and other dismembered organs. A single glance at this hellish scene would cause anyone with even a hint of cowardice to collapse in terror and flee on the spot. Lin Ziluo felt nothing. He had witnessed scenes 1,000 times more horrifying than this. However, he heightened his vigilance at the same time. This was different from what he had anticipated. Although he knew from previous intel that there would be a silver treasure chest here, he had no idea what had actually happened. Ordinary zombies would not create such a terrifying scene. They would simply bite humans a couple of times and then wait for them to turn into one of their kind. Unless in a particularly frenzied state, they would choose to consume humans and feast on their brain matter. Only a situation where human and zombie corpses were casually dismantled and brain matter was consumed could result in such a horrifying scene. There could only be two scenarios. One was the appearance of a zombie boss. A boss would possess significantly greater power than ordinary zombies of the same level. At the same time, they preferred to treat humans as food and rations. Even in the absence of humans, they would feast on their own kind to satisfy their hunger. The second scenario involved animals turning into zombies. The probability of animals becoming zombies was quite low, otherwise humanity would have been wiped out by billions of zombified animals. In general, the stronger the animal, the more likely it is to become a zombie. Weaker ones like mosquitoes, flies, caterpillars, such creatures would probably have only 1 in a million or even a billion succeed in becoming zombies. Zombie animals have a particular fondness for humans. They love to feast on human brain matter, but will not spare. With his wealth of experience, Lin Ziluo quickly deduced the culprit behind the hellish scene before him. Zombie cat. Through the scratch marks on the wall, the wounds on the corpses, and the cuts on the severed limbs. After careful observation, Lin Ziluo could be certain that all of this was caused by the zombie cat. It was the animal he despised the most. Lin Ziluo took a step forward. He truly entered from the entrance of this safety passage. The windwalker boots on his feet did not feel soft against the carpet, instead it felt like stepping into muck. The carpet beneath him was already soaked with blood and a portion of flesh. Lin Ziluo did not hurry to move forward. The zombie cat possessed keen hearing and perception and would definitely be aware of his arrival. Now it was a matter of whether the zombie cat intended to ambush him or confront him head-on. It did not disappoint Lin Ziluo. With the apocalypse just beginning, the not-so-intelligent and already inflated zombie cat chose to appear right in front of him. A piercing cry of a cat echoed. A zombie cat roughly the size of a cheetah emerged from the warehouse at the end of the corridor. The zombie cat had grown several times larger, and a larger size indicated greater strength. Although its appearance still bore the contours of a cat, its body had undergone significant changes. The zombie cat's eyes were blood red, and its feline irises appeared particularly eerie under the blood hue. Its originally fluffy claws revealed 3 sharp, glimmering claws. Even a light swipe across the carpet would tear through it, leaving scratches on the ground beneath. Lin Ziluo remained expressionless, directly checking the attributes of the zombie cat. When checking attributes of zombies or other creatures, if it exceeds his level by 5, only the name is displayed, and the specific attributes remain unclear. Fortunately, the zombie cat's level did not exceed too much, allowing Lin Ziluo to view all of its attributes. Claw zombie cat bronze level BOSS level 9 basic attributes strength 21 mentality 10 constitution 9 agility 20 talent claw. After inflicting damage on an enemy, the wound will remain in a torn state, healing speed reduced by 40 and bleeding rate increased by 40. Skill shadow pounce speed suddenly increases by 30 when pouncing at the enemy, dealing 120 of strength attribute damage. During this time, the body is in a shadow state, reducing damage taken by 50. Cat's gaze can draw the enemy into a terrifying illusion created by its gaze, causing a fear state that results in a 20 reduction in all attributes. The effects caused will continue to impact the opponent's combat state. Powerful. A zombie animal with a prefix signifies its existence as a BOS level entity. Moreover, this claw talent is extremely terrifying. It reduces healing speed and increases bleeding speed. This means that as long as the opponent suffers damage once, that part will be difficult to heal during this combat. Similarly, the zombie cat's level and attributes are also exceptionally strong. It surpasses Lin Ziluo in both strength and agility. No wonder it is a zombie animal endowed with the boss template. Such a boss is inherently infused with a high level. However, no matter how high the zombie cat's level attributes or abilities are, Lin Ziluo's expression remained unchanged throughout. He had enough confidence to slay the zombie cat. This was a testament to his confidence in his own combat abilities. Isn't it just a slight disadvantage in attributes? Then let's use terrifying combat experience to annihilate. Detecting player Yazi encountering bronze level boss claw zombie cat, triggering mission kill zombie cat. The zombie cat's gratitude turns to revenge. Mission description: a stray cat with special talents has always been a regular at the third floor of the gym, where some cat lovers bring delicious cat food for it every day. However, after the apocalypse descended, the cat infected by the zombie virus began its massacre at the first opportunity. Its claws slashed through the humans who had helped it, leaving them to die in agony. Mission requirements: kill the zombie cat. Mission rewards: 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 100 experience points, 1 bronze level item. Mission time limit 8 hours. Mission penalty: level decrease by 1. Permanent reduction of all attributes by 1. Abandoning the mission is equivalent to failing. Ding, the golden finger system has detected the host. Activating the mission. The zombie cat's gratitude turns to revenge, optimizing mission-related issues. Task requirement: eliminate the zombie cat. Task reward: 100 prestige points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze level item. Task rewards optimized. Task time limit 24 hours. Task time optimized. Task penalty: none, no penalties for abandoning the task or failing. Ding, the task has been modified. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Even facing an impending battle, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but glance at the task panel 2 or 3 times. Is this still the Doomsday game I know? Is this the same task system that has tricked me countless times? Before my rebirth, everyone knew that the tasks in Doomsday games were the most deceptive. The task difficulty is extremely high, the penalties are severe, and rejecting it incurs punishment. For ordinary people with only a 1 drop rate, the task rewards may seem acceptable at first glance. But they should consider who they are facing. A level 9 bronze boss. In the early days of the apocalypse, completing this task would be difficult without a team of dozens. If I really take on the task, even if these dozens of people share the task rewards, there won't be much to divide. Yet this is such a ridiculous task. Under the miracle recovery of the golden finger system, it has turned into a lucrative task with no penalties. Accept the task, Lin Ziluo decisively said. He was already determined to obtain the silver treasure chest. This newly emerged task is merely an added bonus. With no penalties involved, accepting it wouldn't be a loss. Player Yazi successfully accepted the task, the zombie cat's betrayal. Please complete the task within 24 hours. The Doomsday game system stated emotionlessly. It didn't notice that the original task time of 8 hours had been changed to 24 hours. The golden finger system is truly powerful. Lin Ziluo quickly shifted his focus back to the zombie cat. The zombie cat had been standing in place, staring at Lin Ziluo, its blood-red eyes occasionally revealing a hint of mockery. In its perception, Lin Ziluo was merely a toy to entertain itself. The zombie cat even licked one of its paws, and then sat down, closing its eyes. Its series of actions were all provoking Lin Ziluo. How could Lin Ziluo be affected by such trivial provocations? As long as he entered combat mode, he would maintain absolute calm. Anger and fear are negative emotions that would only expose flaws in his combat. Thus Lin Ziluo stood still, as if he hadn't seen the zombie cat. The two, a man and a cat, fell into a strange balance. He even went so far as to take out his second-hand phone, looking for a novel he had downloaded long ago, and began to read it with great interest. The zombie cat, with its eyes closed, kept listening to Lin Ziluo's movements. After a while, without hearing any sound, it opened one eye and looked towards Lin Ziluo. It then saw Lin Ziluo engrossed in his phone with a smile on his face. The zombie cat was furious. I am here trying to provoke you, and you are happily playing on your phone. This is utterly disrespectful. Anger filled the heart of the zombie cat. It didn't realize that it was the one trying to provoke Lin Ziluo. Now the tables had turned, and it found itself engulfed in anger. The zombie cat stood up and slowly walked towards Lin Ziluo. Its footsteps made no sound. Thus it closed the distance to Lin Ziluo. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo remained focused on his phone, oblivious to the zombie cat's approach. Have foolish human, I'm too lazy to play with a fool like you. The zombie cat lost interest and decided to finish things quickly. At this moment, it was only 10 meters away from Lin Ziluo. Angered, the zombie cat activated the skill Phantom Strike. The zombie cat took 2 steps forward, its forepaws suddenly accelerating, and the entire cat seemed to blur as it lunged towards Lin Ziluo. Closer, closer. The shadow of the zombie cat was nearing Lin Ziluo. Die, human. The zombie cat's claws extended, aiming for Lin Ziluo's neck. At that moment, Lin Ziluo, who had been focused on his phone, finally moved. The phone in his hand was instantly replaced with a saber. And in the instant of exchange, he thrust it forward. At this point, if the zombie cat continued forward, it would surely crash directly onto the tip of the saber. A hint of regret flashed in the zombie cat's eyes. It realized it had been deceived by this cunning human. However, now was not the time for regret. It was about to crash into the sharp blade. The zombie cat displayed its high agility advantage. In midair, it quickly adjusted its posture, turning its originally intended target away from the mirror and towards the tip of the saber. It intended to use its claws to block the thrust of the saber. Lin Ziluo's reaction was equally. It was as if he had foreseen the future. He adjusted the angle of the saber's attack again, as the zombie cat. This was reading the opponent's moves and predicting. He had already anticipated the zombie cat's next move. At this moment, the zombie cat no longer had an opportunity to adjust its body. Though both sides made many reactions, in reality, less than 2 seconds had passed. In the next moment, the zombie cat clashed with the saber. With a painful howl, the zombie cat quickly jumped back, retreating frantically to its position before the attack. The zombie cat glared resentfully at Lin Ziluo. At this moment, blood was continuously oozing from the claws of its right foreleg. Upon closer inspection, one would find that 3 of its original sharp claws had been completely flattened. The claws were the zombie cat's main combat strength. Unexpectedly, in the first round of combat with Lin Ziluo, the zombie cat lost an entire claw from its right foreleg. The zombie cat looked at Lin Ziluo with anger. This was its first injury since becoming a zombie. It was simply unforgivable. Lin Ziluo smiled at it, casually pointing to the 3 fallen claws on the ground. That irritating expression seemed to say, "Is this it? You lost your claws, come and hit me." How could the zombie cat endure such an insult? It bared its teeth at Lin Ziluo and charged again. Lin Ziluo shook his head. His seasoned eyes immediately recognized that the zombie cat had completely lost its rationality. This forward charge revealed many flaws. With the saber held horizontally across his chest, Lin Ziluo braced himself. He intended to teach the zombie cat a more painful lesson this time. The zombie cat launched another charge. This time its speed was even faster than before. Lin Ziluo's eyes were fixed on every movement of the zombie cat as he analyzed its actions. The zombie cat had learned to be clever. It knew that its pounce could be perfectly seen through by Lin Ziluo. Therefore, it chose to engage in close combat directly. As the cat's paw reached out towards him, Lin Ziluo swung his Tang Dao. Clang! The piercing sound rang out as he successfully blocked the cat's paw with the blade. The zombie cat struck out with its paw again. Lin Ziluo turned the Tang Dao and blocked it once more. The zombie cat was attacking with all its might. Each claw strike came with a whistling wind aimed directly at Lin Ziluo's vital points. However, he remained firmly rooted in place, using only the twists of his body and the Tang Dao in his hands to form an impenetrable defensive wall. Every attack from the zombie cat was blocked. Aside from a single hair blown away by the claw's wind, Lin Ziluo suffered not a scratch. The zombie cat was different. It had been constantly attacking. Its already low stamina was gradually wearing thin, causing its movements to slow down. Moreover, due to the loss of claws on its right paw, it could only rely more on its left side to attack. The clashes between the cat's claws and the Tang Dao indeed caused numerous chips to appear on the blade. Yet the wear on the zombie cat's claws was even more severe. Despite this, the zombie cat remained undeterred, continuously launching attacks at Lin Ziluo. Suddenly, the zombie cat let out a strange cry. Then a hint of purple light flickered in its blood-red eyes. This was cat's gaze. This skill could be used on anyone in front of it, even if that person did not look directly at the zombie cat's eyes. Lin Ziluo felt his body suddenly slowed down and his vision dimmed. He had been pulled into an illusion. In the endless darkness, a terrifying, grotesque giant cat face appeared before Lin Ziluo. The giant cat face was covered in bizarre patterns with blood, brain matter, entrails, and severed limbs flowing from its enormous eyes. At the same time, the cat face continued to draw closer, exerting pressure on Lin Ziluo. "Is that all?" Lin Ziluo scoffed. Suddenly, a murderous aura erupted. A torrent of killing intent burst forth from Lin Ziluo, staining the entire dark void a blood-red hue. Countless souls surged forth, filling the entire void. They howled, screamed, and cried. The terrifying visage was unforgettable. "In the decade of the apocalypse, just from a zombie-tied dungeon, I slaughtered 100,000 zombies. Who can compare to my frightfulness? You truly are not worthy." As Lin Ziluo finished his words, the blood-red, killing intent and the multitude of souls surged towards the cat face. The terrifying cat face, which should have instilled fear in its enemies, instead showed a look of terror. Meow! The cat face let out a shrill cry and turned to flee. The illusion shattered like a bubble. Lin Ziluo awakened. The zombie cat let out a mournful wail and staggered back several steps. It looked at Lin Ziluo in fear. The horror of the undead rushing towards it had completely shattered its courage. It could not understand why this person before it could unleash such terrifying killing intent. Lin Ziluo's presence had been etched into its heart, becoming its eternal nightmare. It now had only one thought to run. The zombie cat forced itself to endure the mental backlash from the shattered illusion, sprinting on 4 legs towards the end of the corridor. But the backlash was too severe, and it appeared uncoordinated even while running. Lin Ziluo had been waiting for this moment. Spiral slash. He hurled the Tang Dao in his hand. The sharp blade spinning at high speed chased after the zombie cat like a meat grinder. The zombie cat's keen ears picked up the howling wind from behind. Its eyes were filled with despair. Why, when it could easily toy with humans and slaughter zombies, did it end up here? The Tang Dao sliced through. The zombie cat's head, about the size of a leopard's, rolled to the ground. Its body, losing its head, continued to charge forward for a few meters due to inertia before collapsing completely. Blood splattered on the walls, staining the last few pristine spots a deep red. Death. Lin Ziluo reached out to catch the returning Tang Dao. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing the level 9 bronze boss claw zombie cat, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the quest The Zombie Cat's Betrayal. Congratulations to player Yazi for receiving quest rewards: 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze level item. Congratulations to player Yazi for leveling up to level 7, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi needs another 400 experience points to level up. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse game to kill a bronze boss, earning the unique global achievement Bronze's Grief. An announcement will soon be made to the entire server. As Lin Ziluo single-handedly killed the bronze boss, the rewards exploded. The substantial experience caused him to instantly level up, and half of the experience needed for leveling up from level 7 to 8 was filled. Moreover, being the first to kill a bronze boss also granted a precious global announcement. This time Lin Ziluo clearly witnessed the scene of the global announcement being made. Through the glass of the nearby office, he could see that the originally bright sky had dimmed at that moment. Not just in his own city, at that very moment the sky dimmed in every corner of Blue Star. The sudden darkening of the sky caught the attention of players worldwide. No matter where they were, no matter what they were doing, and no matter their identity, everyone heard that familiar voice. It was a grand, yet heavy sound resonating again across the globe. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first person to kill a bronze boss alone in the Apocalypse game, shocking the world with remarkable strength, earning the unique global achievement Bronze's Grief and a multitude of rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn from this. At that moment, Blue Star, which had lost much of its vitality due to the apocalypse, erupted back to life. The name Yazi was once again on everyone's lips. Yazi. Again with Yazi. Who is this guy? Why is he the subject of all the world announcements? Said a man hiding at home helplessly. Damn it, I haven't even killed a single zombie yet, and Yazi has already soloed a boss. How ridiculous, said a young man in a mall's warehouse, echoing the same sentiment. Who isn't? Damn it, we're all players. Why is there such a huge gap? A person next to the young man chimed in. Wow, brother, Yazi is so handsome. When can he ride the rainbow cloud to come marry this princess? A regular girl hiding in her 50 square meter home still held on to her fantasies. For show off, I can't be bothered to pay attention to this announcement, said a burly man with a tone of deep bitterness. No way, if he can solo a boss, I have to work hard too, said a young man as he picked up a kitchen knife and bravely stepped out of his house, only to be bitten on the face by a zombie outside. Bronze level boss. Damn, how is this guy so strong? I've been continuously killing zombies too. I need to go find a bronze level boss. The man smashed the zombie's head with a hammer in anger and said, such a name filled with the mythological colors of the Dragon Kingdom must belong to our people. If such a powerhouse is willing to join us, our strength will greatly improve, said a big shot, calmly analyzing the situation with his subordinate in a manner. Woof, 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 said the little dog again. He am still alive. Yazi. This name appeared in everyone's view for the second time, and each time it came with extremely shock. If the first kill of a zombie could be dismissed as mere luck, then the first kill of a bronze level boss was Yazi, slapping those who doubted him hard in the face. In this world when 99.99 of people had never encountered a bronze level boss, Yazi was able to single-handedly kill one. What a shocking piece of news. This time the commotion is a bit too big. It seems I need to be careful to conceal my handsome face in the future, Lin Ziluo said, touching his face helplessly. On the 3rd floor of the Magic City Sports Arena, he took out the card A chair. After activation, a chair appeared in front of him. Lin Ziluo sat down heavily. He began to breathe heavily. Throughout the entire battle with the zombie cat, he had been in a state of intense mental strain. Every collision with the zombie cat, which had higher strength attributes than him, required Lin Ziluo to exert all his effort. Anticipating the next move of the zombie cat also consumed a great deal of mental energy. With astonishing willpower, Lin Ziluo endured the high physical burden of the battle. Throughout the entire fight, he never let the zombie cat touch him even once. One could say he achieved a true no-damage solo kill of a bronze-level boss. Congratulations, player, for receiving the global announcement of Bronze Grief. Congratulations, player, for receiving this reward: 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 attribute points, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage space. The global announcement reward arrived belatedly. Lin Ziluo didn't even bother to rest and began reviewing his gains. Reputation had already reached 2,000 points, indicating his status in the apocalyptic game had risen to a very high level. Gold coins were similarly abundant, having accumulated to a staggering 5,000 coins along the way. This amount of gold coins would require others to kill over 1,000 level 2 zombies to achieve. 3 attribute points, plus 1 point of free attribute, gained from leveling up to level 7, were allocated by Lin Ziluo as 2 points to strength and 2 points to agility. Lin Ziluo's attributes received a significant boost. His storage space had also expanded to 2 for cubic meters, which was currently 24 times the size. Of course, there was also a bronze level item from the quest reward in the achievement Bronze Grief. Bronze Grief, a unique title only the first player to kill a bronze level boss in the Apocalypse game can. Attributes 2 to all attributes can weaken the base attributes of bosses or ordinary beings below bronze level by 5. This achievement, that's very beautiful. Without a second thought, Lin Ziluo replaced First Blood with Bronze Grief. Of course, the effect of this achievement would only take effect an hour later. Right now, Lin Ziluo's achievements were not limited to these 2. There were also achievements like Zombie Butcher for killing 100 zombies. However, these achievements were commonly held by players, and their title attributes were not particularly impressive. Lin Ziluo had no interest in even glancing at them. After equipping Bronze Grief, his attributes were further enhanced. Base attributes: Strength 23, Spirit 19, Constitution 16, Agility 21. With these attributes, even if the zombie cat were to resurrect, Lin Ziluo could guarantee that defeating it would pose no problem. After organizing his gains, he chose to claim the bronze level item from the quest reward. Stamina Potion, a one-time bronze level item that instantly restores 20 stamina upon consumption and subsequently restores 5 stamina every minute for 5 minutes. 30 minutes cooldown after use. Wow, an old acquaintance. This is definitely a lifesaver in crucial moments. Lin Ziluo decisively stored it in his storage space. After resting on the chair for nearly half an hour, he finally fully recovered. Lin Ziluo walked towards the corpse of the zombie cat. If he wasn't mistaken earlier, it seemed like a white object had dropped when the zombie cat died. Silver level equipment. Or perhaps a prop. Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to indeed be a silver level item. He bent down and picked up the item. Horn of the zombie cat. Blowing the horn can summon a claw zombie cat, which the player can command to fight for 30 minutes. The horn of the zombie cat can summon a zombie cat that inherits Lin Ziluo's own attributes. This is what is known as a growth-type summoning item. Many summoning-type items summon creatures with fixed attributes. Such creatures are easily discarded as players increase in strength. However, summoned creatures that inherit attributes will not be discarded. As long as the owner's strength is not too lacking, it is equivalent to having an additional permanent minion. Moreover, this summoned creature is an intact BOS level template possessing the previous talents and skills. What a huge profit. This must be the reward for the world's first BOS slaying player. Lin Ziluo picked up the corpse of the zombie cat from the carpet. A zombified animal can be said to be a treasure trove. Although the apocalyptic game does not allow for resource gathering like in real MMORPGs. However, the fur, meat, and claws of the zombie cat can be crafted into attributeless coats, food, or even. Lin Ziluo skillfully operated, swinging his Tang Dao continuously. In no time, he shattered the zombie cat into pieces. Satisfied, he collected the cat's skin, claws, and meat into his storage space. Only then did Lin Ziluo happily set down the remains of the zombie cat. However, the surprises continued. The silver treasure chest in the warehouse was still waiting for his favor. With such good luck today, he should at least get a piece of silver-grade equipment. Thinking this, Lin Ziluo walked into the warehouse. The scene inside the warehouse was even more horrifying than outside. It seemed the zombie cat had made this its home. The zombie cat's home was a nest propped against the wall of the warehouse made from a pile of cotton cloth. Next to this nest was a designated place for storing its collections. Lin Ziluo focused his gaze, while hundreds of human eyeballs were piled together like glass balls. The zombie cat's taste was indeed unique. Most people would feel creeped out being stared at by so many eyeballs. Lin Ziluo was different. He even searched through the pile of eyeballs with his Tang Dao. He was checking to prevent the zombie cat from hiding any treasures inside. Not taking anything would be a big loss. However, to his disappointment, the zombie cat really used them all to pile up eyeballs. Lin Ziluo wandered around the warehouse again and found that it was full of brand new sports equipment. Many pieces of equipment had been damaged by the zombie cat. This guy even treated dumbbells as cat toys. Finally, at the very back of the warehouse, Lin Ziluo saw the silver treasure chest he had been eagerly anticipating. This silver treasure chest was hidden in the deepest corner of the warehouse. The patterns carved on it were more intricate and mysterious than those on the previous bronze chest. The glowing emblem of the rotating hexagram beneath the treasure chest also emitted a silver light. Lin Ziluo stepped forward, squatted down, and placed his hand on the silver treasure chest. Detected that player Yazi discovered the silver treasure chest, rewarded with 20 points of reputation. Does player Yazi wish to open the silver treasure chest? Opening the silver treasure chest will take 60 seconds. Open. Player Yazi is currently opening the silver treasure chest. Please wait patiently. 60 of 59, 58 of 57. This 60 seconds felt quite difficult to endure. Lin Ziluo could only resort to his previous method of praying to all the gods to hope for a good reward from this treasure chest. After praying to all the deities, he knew the countdown to open the silver treasure chest finally reached. Player Yazi successfully opened the silver treasure chest. While opening the silver treasure chest, player Yazi received a blessing from the chest, successfully expanding his storage space by 0 cubic meters. Player Yazi gained 50 experience points from the silver treasure chest. Player Yazi rummaged through the silver treasure chest and successfully retrieved 360 gold coins. The white light faded. Lin Ziluo eagerly looked inside the silver treasure chest. 2 items lay quietly within. Lin Ziluo carefully examined the appearance of these 2 items. He really got lucky. One silver-grade equipment, a relatively rare type of cloak. The other was a skill book for the spinning slash he used to slay mini zombies. My goodness, a silver chest yielded silver equipment and a skill book. This is definitely a splendid jackpot. Lin Ziluo couldn't wait to pick up the skill book. Explosive double slash, a warrior type skill that allows for 2 consecutive attacks to be executed instantly, each strike dealing 70 of the base power attribute. If both strikes hit the same enemy, an explosion can occur, dealing explosive damage equal to 70 of his own power attribute. Not bad, it's exactly the warrior skill he needed. Moreover, this skill has a high operational difficulty. Most people cannot react in time, and the instant double strike is easy to miss, preventing the subsequent explosion effect from triggering. However, Lin Ziluo could ensure that this double strike in his hands would definitely hit. System detected skill explosive double slash. Does player Yazi wish to learn the explosive double slash skill? Yes, why not learn it? Lin Ziluo said. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully learning explosive double slash. At this point, a second skill appeared in Lin Ziluo's skill bar. Spinning slash is a group damage skill, while this explosive double slash can compensate for his current lack of single target output skills. After mentally rehearsing the operation of explosive double slash, Lin Ziluo picked up the silver. This cloak is entirely white, covered in snow-white feathers. It feels exceptionally good to the touch, and the back of the cloak is engraved with patterns resembling bird wings. White wing cloak, a silver-grade equipment made from the feathers of various rare birds. The back of the cloak is imbued with a special spell that allows for brief gliding. Attributes 2 Constitution 2 Agility. Additional skill Brief Hover allows for a brief hovering effect during jumps or falls. Skill cooldown time 20 minutes. This is a silver-grade cloak with additional skills. Without a second thought, Lin Ziluo equipped the cloak. 4 points of attributes instantly added to Lin Ziluo. Base attributes: Strength 23, Spirit 19, Constitution 18, Agility 23. This was a huge gain. After a battle with the zombie cat, and receiving so many rewards, Lin Ziluo felt that his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Originally, he had only planned to spend a day leveling up to level 7. After that, he would find 2 pieces of bronze-grade equipment to trouble Li Haobo in the evening. Now it seemed that this goal was too small. How about setting a new, smaller target? To send everyone in. The door to the emergency exit on the 3rd floor creaked open. Lin Ziluo stepped into the passage, having just opened a silver treasure chest and conveniently slain a bronze boss. Now there was only one target left to complete the 1 against 100 task issued by the Golden Finger system. Lin Ziluo was not particularly excited about the bronze equipment as a reward. There was no way around it. Now that his standards were raised, he truly had no shortage of goods. What mattered most was the effect of the ordinary Golden Finger. This sense of novelty was what stimulated Lin Ziluo's motivation. He did not go to the 1st floor. That would be foolish. While his strength had significantly increased, he was certainly not stupid. The 1st floor had at least several hundred zombies. Going there alone would be akin to seeking death. Conversely, the several venues on the 2nd floor, which were more sparsely distributed, were the best choice. He only needed to raid 2 venues to easily complete the task. Look, hasn't he become stronger? Last night, defeating a zombie in a ping-pong hall was laborious. Now facing two Venus, the words he used were raid and easy. Pushing open the door to the emergency exit on the second floor, Lin Ziluo returned to the second floor. He shook his legs and wiped his shoes, cleaning off the meat paste and blood stains. He then walked towards the nearest badminton hall. The door to the badminton hall was not locked, merely ajar. This posed no challenge for Lin Ziluo. After selecting from the cards, a bicycle lock appeared in his hand. Lin Ziluo opened the door to the badminton hall and glanced inside. Upon seeing that no zombies had noticed his entrance, he decisively locked the door. What do you call this? This is called closing the door to catch the dog. The sound of Lin Ziluo locking the door attracted the attention of a zombie. The zombie let out a roar. The surrounding zombies turned their attention to Lin Ziluo and began rushing toward. He remained calm, placing the key back in his pocket before turning around. Then the sharp tang knife was raised. Previously, the tang knife had sustained numerous nicks from a prolonged confrontation with a zombie cat. Fortunately, the tang knife possessed an auto-repair attribute. Now that it was taken out by Lin Ziluo, it had regained its razor-sharp state. Inside the badminton hall, there were about 20 zombies. They had already gathered around Lin Ziluo. He did not sit idly by. This time he chose to take the initiative. The speed enhancement effect of the Boots of the Gale was instantly activated. Lin Ziluo took large strides forward. With an agility score of 23, plus a 20 speed boost, he was far ahead of the zombies. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ziluo found himself in front of the nearest zombie. He pushed off the ground and leapt into the air. Then he activated the White Wing Cloak's temporary hover. He floated in the air, gliding down slowly. If Newton were to see this, he would surely rise from his grave in excitement, shouting, "This is the Dragon Country. It's not my business, it's my brother's." Neobis. In midair, Lin Ziluo was not idle. At this moment, he was above the first zombie. He thrust the tang knife straight down. The tang knife penetrated the zombie's skull, embedding 1/3 of the blade before Lin Ziluo withdrew it. Death. After the tang knife was pulled out, white brain matter oozed from the zombie's skull. Lin Ziluo stepped on the zombie's head. Using that force, he soared upward once more. Spiral slash. Taking advantage of the airborne position, Lin Ziluo calculated everything quickly and threw the tang knife. The tang knife began to spin rapidly, charging towards the large group of zombies with overwhelming momentum. 1, 2, 3. As the tang knife flew by, it permanently severed the heads of 3 zombies. Then on its return journey, it effortlessly took down 2 more. With Lin Ziluo's considerable strength enhancement, the spiral slash finally exhibited its terrifying area effect lethality. Lin Ziluo caught the tang knife and landed steadily on the ground. He calculated that the duration of the temporary hover was approximately 10 seconds. Of course, the actions and postures he performed in the air would also affect the hovering effect. However, it didn't matter. Lin Ziluo had already simulated hundreds of ways to utilize this skill in his mind. Once he landed, he truly embodied the feeling of a wolf entering a flock of sheep. There was no need to dodge. He wielded the tang knife and thrust it straight into the horde of zombies. 1/2 slashes. 2 zombies fell dead. Spotting a relatively tall zombie before him, Lin Ziluo's eyes lit up. "You're the one. The maiden kill for my explosive double slash." Lin Ziluo infused his energy into the tang knife. The sharp blade glimmered with a blue light. Once the blue light covered the entire blade, Lin Ziluo swung the tang knife. Fast. So fast that it was no longer visible to the naked eye. The tang knife instantly reached the zombie's neck. With the first slash, the tang knife embedded itself into the zombie's neck. The second slash, the tang knife quickly retracted. Then in an overlapping motion, it struck once more at the same wound. The zombie's head dropped to the ground with a thud. But that was not the end, since both slashes had struck the same zombie. The explosive attribute of the explosive double slash was activated. A mark resembling a smaller version of the tang knife appeared on the zombie's neck. The mark flashed twice. Then with a loud bang, the zombie's neck exploded, shattering the area above its collarbone into pieces. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo had been prepared. He used the tang knife to block the flying meat fragments one by one. This was his first attempt using explosive double slash. Lin Ziluo was quite satisfied. It was known that this tall zombie's attributes were at least 30 higher than those of other zombies. Yet under the explosive double slash, it had not even been able to fight back. Moreover, the zombie had fallen before it could even endure the explosive damage of the explosive double slash. The speed at which the explosive double slash executed 2 slashes was the same as Lin Ziluo's normal single slash. This exemplified the terrifying single-target damage capability of the explosive double slash. After testing out his new equipment and skills, Lin Ziluo finally entered a serious mode. After all, dealing with these zombies fundamentally required no mental energy to use skills. Lin Ziluo's figure continuously darted through the horde of zombies. With each slash of the knife, a zombie lost its head. The prompts for killing zombies rang out incessantly. Lin Ziluo focused intently. He was familiarizing himself with his Bodis attributes, gradually rediscovering the combat instincts from his previous life. Just as Lin Ziluo was still immersed in the thrill of killing, he suddenly noticed that there were no more zombies in front of him. He turned around to look. The ground was covered with the corpses of zombies. There was not a single living zombie left in the entire badminton hall. The door of the badminton court was pushed open. Lin Ziluo stepped out. Perhaps he had exhausted his luck by finding too many good items earlier. Inside the badminton court, the fallen zombies mostly dropped resource cards. The only usable item that was found was a bottle of stamina potion. Lin Ziluo checked the number of kills. It wasn't enough. He still needed to kill a dozen more zombies to complete the task. Moreover, he was just over 100 experience points away from successfully leveling up to level 8. Lin Ziluo took a short rest. Then he headed towards the tennis court across from the badminton court, pushing open. He counted and found about 20 zombies in the tennis court. Good, that number is sufficient. Lin Ziluo locked the door of the tennis court. The zombies inside the court were about to meet their demise. Ding, the host, has successfully killed 100 zombies in the Magic City Sports Center, completing the task 1 against 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the task reward. Randomly draw a normal golden finger and a piece of bronze level equipment. Ding, does the host wish to claim the task reward now? Wait a moment, Lin Ziluo said. There were still 5 zombies left in front of him. He decided to deal with these zombies first. He was quite eager to see what golden finger and equipment he could draw, so he didn't hold back. Spinning slash and explosive double slash. The two skills were unleashed and turned swiftly, ending the lives of the remaining 5 zombies. Releasing skills consumed a considerable amount of mental energy. However, Lin Ziluo's mental energy attribute was inherently high. After releasing each skill twice, he still had plenty of mental energy left. After finishing off the zombies, he didn't immediately collect the items they dropped. Instead, he directly opened the golden finger system at the original spot. Draw, how do I draw? Lin Ziluo inquired. Ding, what reward does the host plan to draw first? Let's draw the equipment first. Get the equipment first, and save the luck for drawing the golden finger. Lin Ziluo stated. This was his habit. He was accustomed to leaving the important and good things for the final reveal. Others might not know, but in his experience this order generally yielded good results. Ding, drawing bronze level equipment. Ding, congratulations to the player for obtaining bronze level equipment. Blood-sucking ring. Blood-sucking ring, a bronze level equipment, an evil ring that can absorb the stamina of enemies during combat. Attributes 1 strength, 1 constitution. Ability 5 of the damage dealt to enemies can be converted into stamina and transmitted through the weapon into the host's body. Initially, when he saw it was a ring, Lin Ziluo felt quite disappointed. After all, one person could only wear one of these. He already had a Nightfall ring, so he didn't lack ring-type equipment for now. Although the attributes of the Nightfall ring weren't great, he never expected that this blood-sucking ring would possess such rare attributes. Absorb damage converted into stamina. This attribute was incredibly precious in Lin Ziluo's. Many individuals who had reached the God of War level wore golden level equipment with stamina-absorbing abilities. There was no way around it, it was just too enticing. These God of War level individuals were already powerful, and their skills had great power. During combat, they could unleash a set of area effect skills on the horde of zombies. They could easily restore a significant amount of stamina through this attribute and re-engage in battle. In short, this was an effect that could greatly assist a person in sustaining combat. Thus, Lin Ziluo did not hesitate. He directly took off the Nightfall ring and put on the blood-sucking ring. Although he lost a bit of mental attribute, gaining a bit of strength and constitution was quite a bargain. At this moment, Lin Ziluo suddenly felt a bit worried. What if I used all my luck in drawing the blood-sucking? What if the golden finger I draw turns out to be bad? Ding, please rest assured, each golden finger in the normal golden fingers essentially possesses practical effects and can provide great help to the host. Alright, I trust you. Draw me a golden finger, Lin Ziluo said. Ding, drawing a normal golden finger. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the normal golden finger. Auto pickup LV1. Lin Ziluo's breath became heavy instantly. Auto pickup. This can't possibly be just as he imagined, right? He hurriedly checked the attributes of auto pickup LV1, able to pick up items dropped by the host's killed zombies entering storage space within a radius of 0.5 meters from the host. If the remaining size of the storage space is insufficient, further pickups cannot continue. Wow. This is like a little cow traveling to Antarctica. Absolutely incredible. Even though Lin Ziluo had already experienced the modifications of the golden finger system regarding drop rates and the tasks of the apocalypse game, the ordinary golden finger displayed by the system still shocked him. To be able to automatically pick up one's dropped items. What does this concept entail? No more need for him to expend effort cleaning up the battlefield. No more need to guard against others stealing his combat results. As long as the items are dropped by him, they would uniformly enter the storage space. From now on, he could continuously collect resources while fighting zombies, enjoying a 100 drop rate. The Golden Finger system truly deserves its name. Lin Ziluo had previously worried that with such a high drop rate, he should try to minimize killing zombies in front of others. After all, who wouldn't have wild thoughts upon seeing someone kill a zombie and drop an item? Now it was better after he killed the zombies, the items would directly and unnoticed enter the storage space. Who could see that? The only thing that puzzled Lin Ziluo was what LV1 meant. System, does this LV1 represent the level of the normal Golden Finger? Lin Ziluo inquired. Ding, correct. LV1 indicates the level of the auto pickup normal Golden Finger. The host can draw again for a chance to upgrade the auto pickup by drawing it again. Then what happens when the level increases? Lin Ziluo asked. Ding, upgrading the auto pickup level will increase its range and may yield other additional effects. It can even extend the range of auto pickup. This is simply absurd. No, Lin Ziluo was tempted. Are there any more tasks? Quickly give me a few more tasks if I want to continue drawing, Lin Ziluo proposed. Ding, the tasks of the Golden Finger system will be randomly triggered based on the host's environment, state, and events. Please maintain a calm mindset, don't worry too much, and enjoy the apocalypse game. Alright, Lin Ziluo said it casually. Such things were unlikely to happen anyway. As for the first drawn normal Golden Finger, Lin Ziluo expressed great satisfaction. Meanwhile, he was even more looking forward to other Golden Fingers. He wondered what effects the other Golden Fingers would have. Moreover, when he reached level 10, he would have another chance to draw a Super Golden Finger. The previous ability with absolute drop rates was already so terrifying. At that time, he might obtain an even more outrageous Golden Finger. With new abilities gained, he felt an itch to try them out. Lin Ziluo walked towards the zombies he had just killed. He hadn't collected the items that they had just dropped. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a resource card, a pack of barbecue seasoning. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a resource card, a power bank with only 50 battery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze level item, eye of reconnaissance. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a resource card, delicious crab yolk burger. As Lin Ziluo approached the corpse of the zombie, a flood of information echoed in his ears. He was instantly thrown into a state of confusion. He couldn't even make out what exactly he had obtained. I mean, this automatic pickup is convenient, but this notification sound is just ridiculous. Lin Ziluo complained. Ding, sorry, this system did not take the host's feelings into account and is now optimizing the automatic pickup feature. Ding, automatic pickup has been optimized, and from now on it will only announce the equipment and items obtained by the host. Ding, for resource cards, they will be automatically sorted into various categories and stored in the host storage space. That's nice, very considerate. After hearing this, Lin Ziluo felt a bit surprised. He checked his storage space. He found that the resource cards had indeed been organized into several stacks. The leftmost stack was food. There were others for water tools and scrap items. This categorization is very detailed and incredibly thoughtful. Next time, Lin Ziluo won't need to sift through a thick stack of cards to find something. The resources automatically picked up just now included only the Eye of Reconnaissance. There were no other special items. Not paying it much mind, Lin Ziluo exited the tennis hall. He glanced at the time. It was already noon. Oh, that was a miscalculation. He originally planned to open a silver chest on the 3rd floor. Unexpectedly, he encountered a zombie cat, which delayed him quite a bit. Now there wasn't enough time for a leisure. He needed to hurry towards the Leaf family manor. This time he wouldn't have to deal with the several hundred zombies on the 1st floor. Lin Ziluo directly opened the window above the corridor. Then he leaped out. Logically speaking, jumping from the 2nd floor of the gymnasium is quite dangerous. Because the 2nd floor of the gymnasium is constructed higher than normal floors, it's at least several meters above the ground outside. It was equivalent to him jumping down from that height. Even with his current physical attributes, it would be difficult to manage. Not to mention that the huge noise upon landing would attract countless zombies. However, let's not forget Lin Ziluo's temporary hover. Outside the window, Lin Ziluo was rapidly descending towards the ground. The white wing cloak behind him flapped in the wind. Just as his handsome face was about to touch the ground, Lin Ziluo activated temporary hover. His rapidly falling body instantly slowed down. He performed a 180-degree roll in midair, then landed steadily on both feet. Lin Ziluo put on his hidden mask again. Though the effect of concealing his information wasn't activated in this early apocalyptic stage, where not everyone checked attributes, it was a great way to hide his identity. Leaf family manor. In the opulent living room, Li Haobo lay on a woman's lap, while another woman was giving him a full-body massage. Why haven't they returned yet? Are they just eating free food? It took them all morning to find just 2 people. Li Haobo, who had just been flirting with the woman, suddenly slapped her face and began to shout. The silver-haired butler stepped forward and said, "Young master, the hunting team left from Magic City University at 7 o'clock this morning. The university is filled with zombies, and the situation is complex, making it naturally more difficult to search. Damn, more zombies, I'm going to be driven crazy by these zombies. Li Haobo said angrily. What kind of ridiculous setting is this? I killed the zombies, so why can't I gain experience? He continued to shout at the sky. It turned out that when he heard that the Apocalypse game upgrade could increase his attributes, Li Haobo was quite tempted. His body was already a bit weak, so using this method to increase his attributes seemed like a good idea, right? He instructed his subordinates to severely injure the zombies, and then harvest the kills himself. As a result, he only gained a little experience after killing 10 zombies. Not only did he not level up, but he almost exhausted his already weakened body. Li Haobo did not know that this was a unique mechanism of the Apocalypse game. It was to prevent high-level players from helping low-level players to level up. The acquisition of experience entirely depends on how much contribution one personally made to the kill. Trying to sneakily take kills for rewards is quite difficult. As Li Haobo was fuming, the main door of the villa hall was pushed open. A man in all black entered carrying a large black bag. The bag looked quite heavy, and there was a hint of bloodiness as it got closer. Uncle Roan, you're back. Did you find that little wench and that orphan? Li Haobo hurriedly asked the man in black. Young master, we found the woman, but the man is missing. The man in black threw the bag on the ground, speaking in a flat tone. Hearing that Yao Jinghan was found, Li Haobo's eyes lit up. However, upon hearing that Lin Ziluo was not found, his expression changed. Where is she found? Tell her to come to see me. How dare she hide? Li Haobo said with a dark face. The man in black pointed at the large bag that was previously thrown on the ground. Here, Li Haobo asked back, confused. Based on the information you provided, we found a living roommate of hers in her dorm. Her roommate mentioned that when this woman left, she said, damn it, I still need to go to the abandoned warehouse behind the playground. So we searched the entire abandoned warehouse, and ultimately found her corpse in a large barrel along with a man's clothing stained with blood. The man in black explained. Li Haobo did not respond and approached to open the bag. A strong smell of blood wafted out. Seeing the corpse that had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable and the series of patterns carved into Yao Jinghan's bloodied head along with her bulging eyes, Li Haobo couldn't hold it in anymore. Ugh. He directly vomited into the bag. He had always believed he was quite adept at torturing people. Killing and torturing were easy for him. But facing such a grotesque scene, he couldn't help it. The yellowish vomit landed directly on Yao Jinghan's head, giving her a facial wash. The two women behind Li Haobo were also so shocked by the scene that they fainted. The man in black calmly spoke. Based on the numerous wounds on the woman, the cuts on her neck, and her mutilated body, it can be determined that she was subjected to extremely brutal torture before death. The injuries are located at the most sensitive pain nerve areas of the body, including acupuncture points valued in Long Country culture. Even professionally trained assassins would struggle to achieve such precision. Each incision seemed to employ an extremely unique vibration method, causing the surrounding muscle tissues to be shredded to pieces. Such an extreme method of torture is even inferior to that of the world's #1 assassin, Death, with whom I collaborated. The unimaginable methods of torture, the terrifyingly extreme knife skills, along with a deep-seated hatred towards this woman. So, young master, do you know who killed this woman? Li Haobo shot back. Who killed her? He added, bewildered. How would I possibly know who did it? Young master, I have already investigated the deceased woman. She was an utterly ordinary person from a very ordinary family. Logically, she should not have provoked anyone of such formidable power. The only unusual thing about her was her connection to you, young master, so I suspect her misfortune may very well be linked to you. The black-clad man analyzed calmly. Indeed, Yao Jinghan was nothing more than a commonplace school beauty. Were it not for her relation to that worthless man, I would not have given her a second thought. Li Haobo, equally perplexed, said, could it be that worthless man? The name Lin Ziluo came to his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is merely an orphan without parents. How could he possibly possess the formidable strength you describe? Li Haobo quickly dismissed the absurd notion. Besides, I have not yet delivered the grand surprise I prepared for him. He could not possibly know that Yao Jinghan betrayed him. Li Haobo denied it once more. The black-clad man frowned and asked, young master, who are you referring to? That Lin Ziluo, the one who failed to die, Li Haobo explained. He is Lin Jian's son. The black-clad man seemed to recall someone. Yes, him, Li Haobo affirmed. Li Haobo concurred with the black-clad man. It still should not be him. He has no real prowess, and this method of killing would be difficult without having slain thousands or endured decades of grim cultivation. The black-clad man also found it unlikely. Yet it is possible that by some twist of fate the boy contracted or hired an extraordinary expert to assist him. The man continued his analysis. No, young master, whoever is behind this, it is unlikely they acted merely to kill Yao Jinghan, or it is quite possible they have you in their sights as well. Facing such a top-tier killer, my 100-odd men may not suffice. We will require many more security. Li Haobo was stunned. What? Uncle Rong, you still are not enough. You are counted among Longwo's top 10 experts, and besides you command an entire mercenary corps. Only now did Li Haobo grasp the terrifying nature of this concealed enemy. The black-clad man spoke gravely. Young master, as I say, what even the world's finest assassin could not achieve he has achieved. This foe is profoundly fearsome. The black-clad man added solemnly, very well. Go to the rear mountain and pick out more bodyguards for me, even those who have not completed final training will do. Li Haobo panicked, shouting, I do not want to die. I absolutely cannot die. I will not die. All right, rest assured, young master, the man answered. With me here, I will protect you even at the cost of my life, the black-clad man said. From the moment of their birth, they had been subjected to relentless indoctrination. In their minds, they were ready to lay down their lives for the Li family. Congratulations to player Yazi for slaying a level 3 zombie, gaining 3 experience and 5 gold. Congratulations on reaching level 8 and earning 1 free attribute point. Lin Ziluo sheathed his Tang Dao. Before him lay 3 zombies whose heads had just been severed. He sighed, finally level 8. This came much sooner than I expected. I thought I would have to wait until the 4th night of the Apocalypse game to reach this level. Still, this is for the best. With my level rising so quickly, I will not need to hunt for a dungeon entrance, Lin Ziluo breathed. He pressed on without pause toward the Li estate. Along the way, he had only nibbled bread and a pancake for a hurried lunch. The rest of his time was spent traveling and scavenging supplies. Because he had deliberately chosen a remote route, he encountered few zombies. Naturally, he did not let the few he did meet go to waste. He was only a few dozen experience points from the next increase. At last, as Lin Ziluo neared the base of the mountain where the Li Manor stood, he had slain enough to reach level 8. Add to strength, Lin Ziluo decided. His strength had reached 24 points. After distributing the attribute, he looked up toward Gushan ahead. It was almost inconceivable that in this gold-precious metropolis the Li family had transformed the entire Gushan into a private estate belonging solely to them. Several checkpoints had originally been set at the mountain's entrance. With the arrival of the Apocalypse game, those checkpoints had been abandoned. Because Yao Jinghan's body had been discovered, all of the Li family security forces were deployed outside the estate, rendering the defenses even more stringent. Lin Ziluo did not rush up the mountain. A competent killer must first ascertain the surrounding environment before formulating a plan. He observed the main road around Gushan for a time. From the surface, it seemed there was only a single road that led straight to the estate. After some probing, he located the exit of a secret passage. The exit lay within a dense stand of trees. Lin Ziluo chose not to seal the Li family's secret passage immediately. If there were no escape at all, how could he hope to trap them all at once? This was one of Longwo's famed stratagems. Encircle the army, but leave a gap. By giving them a sliver of hope, a place to flee. They would not truly choose to fight to the death nor concentrate their strength in resistance. Through relentless pursuit, Lin Ziluo could pick them off one by one. However, the layout of the Li estate did force him to adjust his plan. Originally, Lin Ziluo intended to divert the danger eastward using raw flesh tainted with the zombie virus to lure hordes of zombies and exhaust the Li family security forces. But zombies within a 1-kilometer radius were already scarce and had been cleared away by the Li family's men, which made his scheme difficult to realize. Every plan has its merits and drawbacks. Though he could not draw the danger away, it did prevent zombies from disturbing his nocturnal operations. It was not that he could not defeat zombies empowered by the night. If he squandered his energy clearing zombies, how could he make Li Haobo feel pain? Lin Ziluo found a well-concealed spot in a forest outside the Li estate, near the mountaintop. He began observing the Li family's security through a telescope he had acquired. He saw that the various approaches into the estate were already heavily guarded. Those sentries exhibited extreme vigilance. They were battle-hardened, truly skilled men. The hunting mercenary corps. Lin Ziluo instantly recognized his old enemies. During his flight, he had been ambushed and pressed many times by the hunting mercenary corps. This mercenary corps constituted Li Haobo's genuine inner retinue. Each member had been indoctrinated and trained by the Li family from childhood to become loyal death warriors. They were powerful and unwaveringly faithful. Lin Ziluo knew their faces, movements, expressions, tactics, and habits intimately. That familiarity made them much easier to exploit. To outsiders, the defense appeared like a bronze wall and iron rampart. In Lin Ziluo's eyes, there were still significant flaws. Yet Lin Ziluo would not grow complacent because of that familiarity. His cautious temperament compelled him to study the hunting mercenary corps movements and the terrain again and again. Finally, at about 6 in the evening, as dusk fell, Lin Ziluo saw a very familiar old acquaintance emerge from the estate and begin directing the hunting mercenary corps to alter their defensive dispositions. Rongzhan, one of Longwo's 10 war gods, the hunting war god. Rongzhan, one of the war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, the hunter god. Before the apocalypse, he was the leader of the hunter mercenary group engaged in constant battles in war-torn regions directly under the control of the Li family. I am particularly skilled in various close combat fighting techniques, as well as commanding mercenaries and pursuing targets. After the apocalypse following the failure of the entire hunter mercenary group to capture Lin Ziluo, I chose to take action myself. I have repeatedly forced Lin Ziluo into desperate situations. It can be said that I am one of Lin Ziluo's greatest enemies. Of course, Lin Ziluo is also my greatest humiliation. In the entire world, only Lin Ziluo managed to escape from my grasp, shattering the myth of my prowess as a hunter. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly eye-catching when they meet. As soon as Lin Ziluo saw Zhang, his expression turned icy. However, he quickly stowed away his binoculars, hiding himself once more in the darkness. While explaining the defensive positions to the mercenary members, Zhang suddenly became alert. Goosebumps raised all over his body, and his hair stood on end in that instant. At that moment, he sensed the scent of death. However, this feeling vanished completely in less than a fraction. Even Zhang thought he was imagining things. Phew, good thing I reacted quickly. Lin Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief. Being longtime rivals, Lin Ziluo knew very well that Zhang had the most sensitive reactions to threats and killing intent. So at the very moment he saw Zhang, Lin Ziluo decisively put away his binoculars and concealed all his presence. Nevertheless, he felt the long-lost heat of blood boiling within him. This encounter with an old rival, the thrill of facing an equal, made Lin Ziluo eager to showcase his strongest abilities. In this confrontation, Zhang was undoubtedly destined to die. Moreover, once Zhang perished, I would have cut off a significant arm of the Li family. How could Lin Ziluo let such a golden opportunity slip by? With this thought, he quietly lay in wait. He began to organize the cards and supplies in his hands, preparing all the resources he would soon need. First, he needed to clarify his situation to strike methodically. After perfecting all items and plans, Lin Ziluo began to wait patiently for nightfall. Sufficient patience was essential for him to strike at the right moment. Time passed slowly. The sky gradually darkened. The Li family's strict security measures were continually. The clock struck midnight, illuminating the Li family manor. Rongu, can I go to sleep now? It's already midnight. It's the dead of night, and with so many zombies lurking outside who would come to kill me. Young master, it's better to be cautious. My instincts tell me we are definitely being watched. Zhang stood by, unmoved by Li Haoba's words. His long experience in combat had given him a terrifying instinct for battle. Even if Lin Ziluo showed no signs, it still worried Zhang. I don't care. I'm so bored to death. Why should I have to stay up for a useless person who doesn't even dare show his face? Li Haobo exclaimed angrily. Young master, if you're bored, you can find some entertainment. The silver-haired butler standing behind Li Haobo reminded him. Yes, I need to find some fun. Li Haobo suddenly realized upon this reminder. Although Zhang wanted to say something, he glanced at the silver-haired butler and ultimately held back. By the way, Rongu, I heard you guys caught a zombie during the day, right? After thinking for a long time, Li Haobo recalled something and directly asked. That's right, young master. We caught a zombie to bring back for research, Zhang replied. There are plenty of zombies outside. Let me have some fun with this one. Li Haobo chimed in. If the young master wants to play, that's fine, but I'm mainly worried that this zombie might harm the young master. Zhang did not refuse. In his view, using the zombie to keep the young master settled was a good choice. Don't worry, I assure you this method won't. Li Haobo burst into hearty laughter. Soon after, a zombie with its hands, feet, and mouth all restrained by metal devices was brought to the center of the hall. This zombie was muscular and clearly possessed of very high physical quality. It struggled desperately, but its entire body was locked by equipment, rendering it completely immobile. It could only glare at the surrounding people with its blood-red eyes. You all go get my large iron cage over here. Li Haobo was particularly excited upon seeing the zombie. Before long, a large iron cage measuring 20 square meters was pushed into the living room by a dozen bodyguards. Inside the cage were all women. These women were all exceptionally beautiful, but they looked soulless, staring blankly with a dazed expression inside the cage. Heavy iron chains were tied around their necks. During the process of the cage being pushed, the women remained motionless as if they had already given up struggling. Li Haobo took out a bell and gently shook it a few times. The women in the cage instantly reacted, rushing towards Li Haobo's direction, but were stopped by the cage. This eerie scene sent chills down everyone's spines, making it hard to imagine what inhumane torment these women had endured to end up like this. However, Li Haobo was not satisfied at all. This is too boring. I've grown tired of playing with these people for. If it weren't for this garbage apocalypse, I would have sent my subordinates to the outer villages to catch some fresh goods. Only with fresh people would there be a sense of excitement in training. Li Haobo said this with a look of grievance, one that reflected his disappointment at not having his beloved toy. But in an instant his expression changed. His expression gradually became excited, and a strange smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. But it doesn't matter, these dogs can still make a final contribution. Li Haobo stood up, gesturing animatedly. You all quickly throw the zombie in. Remove all the handcuffs and leg irons. I want to see the zombie eat people. The more Li Haobo spoke, the more excited he became, even clapping his hands. Among those present, aside from the silver-haired butler and members of Rong Zhan's hunting team, everyone else showed expressions of discomfort. To let a ferocious zombie kill this group of women. Anyone with even a shred of conscience, no, anyone with a heart, could not commit such an act. However, Rong Zhan and the other members of the hunting mercenary corps wore smiles. This group of madmen, having experienced countless life-and-death situations, seemed to be filled with anticipation for this matter. A small-statured mercenary emerged from the hunting mercenary corps. Codenamed Thin Monkey, he was exceptionally skilled at scouting the surrounding environment. Young master, let me do it. I love doing this the most. Thin Monkey volunteered, eagerly. The mercenaries from the hunting corps burst into laughter. Li Haobo seemed to have found a kindred spirit, and quickly said, "It's you then." With the command given, Thin Monkey cheerfully picked up the key from the large table. He first unlocked the massive iron cage that held the women. Strangely, even though the cage was open, the women did not dare to escape. Thin Monkey then used a tether to pull the zombie inside the cage. Thin Monkey initially removed the seal from the zombie's mouth. The zombie immediately opened its mouth wide, eager to bite the approaching Thin Monkey. Thin Monkey kept a safe distance, giving the zombie no chance to bite. Suddenly, a bodyguard behind Li Haobo could no longer bear it, and knelt before Li Haobo. "Young Master Li, this is too cruel. Why not let them go?" The bodyguard pleaded, with Li Haobo bowing his head 3 times. He truly could not bear to witness the ensuing brutality. He recalled his mother's words about being kind to others. Li Haobo's expression darkened. One of the bodyguards stepped forward to try to lift the kneeling bodyguard. "I'm sorry, young master. His name is Wang Dahu. He was brought in after that guy died last night. He has tremendous strength, but there are some issues with his head, so please don't hold it against him." The man desperately tried to pull Wang Dahu up, but Wang Dahu remained unmoved on his knees. "Oh, so you're teaching me how to do things." Li Haobo's gaze turned cold like that of a venomous snake. "Young master, I wouldn't dare. It's my fault." The bodyguard quickly apologized, and fearing further confrontation, returned to the ranks of bodyguards. Yet Wang Dahu still knelt there, his gaze resolute, murmuring, "Please let them go, young master." "Huh. It's been a long time since anyone dared to challenge my authority." Li Haobo trembled, his anger manifesting in a terrifying laugh. "Wang Dahu, right? You think you're tough? Someone hold him down." Li Haobo commanded. A member of the hunting mercenary corps quickly stepped forward, furious at Wang Dahu's interference with their entertainment. He was Haisheng, known for his strength, capable of carrying the heavy firepower within the hunting mercenary corps. With a fierce expression, Haisheng threw a punch at Wang Dahu's head. Unexpectedly, Wang Dahu, still on his knees, caught Haisheng's fist and pushed him away. "Oh!" Rong Zhan, who had been watching, felt a hint of surprise. Haisheng pushed back, felt humiliated. He had lost in the contest of strength. However, he had witnessed Wang Dahu's immense power and chose not to advance. Instead, he shouted towards the hunting mercenary corps, "Bring me 2 more people to help take him down." "I say, Haisheng, have you been playing with women too much lately? How could an untrained bodyguard push you down?" 2 strong men emerged from the hunting mercenary corps. Baoxiong, known for his violent temper, relished torturing his enemies in gruesome ways before killing them. Ingyu, skilled in close combat, enjoyed tearing flesh from his enemies and swallowing it. Even while joking, Baoxiong and Ingyu stood ready. The members of the hunting mercenary corps had sharp eyes, recognizing Wang Dahu's impressive strength. Rong Zhan sighed, believing Wang Dahu had great potential, but he was destined to die. But what good is potential? The Li family never lacked individuals with potential. What they needed were obedience. The 3 men closed in on Wang Dahu. He continued to plead, "Please spare them, young master." Suddenly, the 3 men launched their attack, using battlefield techniques to restrain Wang Dahu's limbs and head. Even with his immense strength, Wang Dahu could not escape the grasp of 3 top-tier mercenaries. He was pinned to the ground, struggling futilely. Haisheng struck Wang Dahu's face with 3 heavy punches. Haisheng's vengeful fist slammed into Wang Dahu's face, producing dull thuds, causing blood to flow and flesh to tear. "Don't kill him." Li Haobo suddenly spoke up. Everyone present looked at him in disbelief. Such words did not seem like something young Master Li would say. Doesn't he want to protect those women? Then let him watch them die in front of him. A twisted smile reappeared on Li Haobo's face. Haisheng couldn't help but admire Li Haobo, saying, "Young master really knows how to play." He then forcibly turned Wang Dahu's face towards the iron cage, holding his eyelids open with his fingers. Wang Dahu let out a painful wail, but could not close his eyes, forced to watch the horrors that would unfold within. "Thin Monkey, what are you waiting for? Close the door and release the zombie," Li Haobo urged. Thin Monkey, following the command, quickly began to unlock the restraints on the zombie. As the restraints were removed, the zombie began to stir. Finally, once the shackles were released, the zombie lunged at Thin Monkey. Thin Monkey skillfully dodged the zombie's attack and escaped from the cage, locking it behind him. The zombie, with its anger from being confined coupled with the provocation throughout the day, erupted. It violently slammed against the cage. However, the cage was exceptionally sturdy and could not be breached. Since it could not break out, where should its fury be directed? The answer was towards the remaining women inside the cage. Even with such a ferocious zombie appearing within, the women remained utterly still. The zombie pounced on the nearest woman, sinking its teeth into her neck. The woman offered no resistance, allowing the zombie to tear at her body. It was as if she had lost all sensation and awareness, devoid of any regard for her life. Soon the tragic woman was reduced to just her upper half. Wang Dahu watched helplessly as the zombie devoured her. He let out a mournful wail, wishing he could close his eyes. But it was useless. Haixing held his eyelids open, forcing him to continue watching. The zombie soon lunged at another woman, beginning to feast. 1, 2, 3. With each woman, the zombie killed the surrounding mercenaries, and Li Haobo on the sofa erupted in piercing laughter. This is so exhilarating. The bloody scene thrilled them. Even after the zombie bit the last woman, Li Haobo trembled all over and wet himself. After finishing off all the women, the zombie began to slam against the cage. Energized by its feast, it made the cage creak ominously. Li Haobo was initially startled. However, upon realizing the zombie could not break the cage, he sighed in relief. Yet this also sparked an idea in him. Put this Wang Dahu into the cage. Doesn't he have immense strength? I want to see who is stronger, him or the zombie. Li Haobo's brilliant idea instantly ignited the atmosphere in the living room. That's why young Master Li is young Master Li, far more adept than us rough men. How could we have thought of such a great idea? The Thin Monkey could not help but express half admiration and half flattery as he spoke to Li Haobo. The mercenaries of the hunting team all echoed in agreement. Even Rongzhan, sitting beside the sofa, gave Li Haobo a thumbs up. Li Haobo, affirmed by everyone, felt his face flush with excitement. This was the first time he had received such praise. Wang Dahu was still being held down by 3 mercenaries. The kind-hearted man had just witnessed dozens of women brutally slaughtered before his eyes. This scene left him speechless, sapping him of the strength to resist. Tears of utter despair streamed down his eyes, mixed with traces of blood. He was lifted up by Haixing and the crocodile. The Thin Monkey cautiously approached the iron cage. The zombie continued to slam against the cage, unaware of the Thin Monkey preparing to open the iron door on the other side. Rongzhan stood up to prevent the zombie from escaping the cage. The iron door was opened, and Wang Dahu was unceremoniously thrown into the cage. Immediately, the Thin Monkey quickly locked the iron door again. Phew, what a thrill! The Thin Monkey sighed in relief. The zombie had significantly increased its strength after devouring dozens of women. Even just facing away from the Thin Monkey was enough to give him a tremendous sense of pressure. The fear faced by Wang Dahu, who was in close proximity to the zombie inside the cage, was unimaginable. The zombie sensed the movement behind it. It turned to see a man covered in blood struggling to get up. Was more food being delivered? Wang Dahu finally managed to scramble up in a flurry. He looked at the zombie, which was less than 2 or 3 meters away from him. He saw the zombie's mouth smeared with fresh blood and bits of flesh. He also caught sight of the shattered remains of the women inside the cage. He was still filled with terror. But he was not afraid of the hellish scene before him. Rather, he feared he wouldn't survive. Mother, I can't go back to take care of you anymore. Wang Dahu shed tears. But he did not give up. The thought of his mother waiting for him at home gradually solidified his resolve. He must live. He absolutely must survive. He looked at the zombie before him and charged forward. Yet to the onlookers outside the cage, his brave act seemed utterly ridiculous. However, the crowd outside the cage erupted in excited cheers, eager for such thrilling scenes. The earlier dozen women had offered no resistance against the zombie, which left them feeling quite disappointed. The zombie moved as well. It lunged directly at Wang Dahu, and thus began a life-and-death struggle between a man and a zombie within the cage. Unfortunately, Wang Dahu was just a rookie bodyguard, having not learned any combat skills, possessing only brute strength and a not-so-smart brain. He actually chose to engage in a fierce brawl with the zombie. Wang Dahu landed a punch on the zombie's head, deforming its entire face. The zombie felt no pain. Instead, it plunged its claws deep into Wang Dahu's abdomen. Blood flowed onto the ground, intensifying the bloody stench in the hall. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Wang Dahu, driven by his brute strength and resolute belief, continuously struck the zombie's head. 1 claw, 2 claws, 3 claws. The zombie disregarded its own injuries, relentlessly raking deep scratches across Wang Dahu's body. At this moment, Wang Dahu's abdomen was a bloody mess. Large amounts of intestines and some organs protruded from his belly. He looked as if he had emerged from a pool of blood drenched in gore. What kind of belief did he hold? A zombie trained by Li Haobo to the point where even Rongzhan found it somewhat troublesome. A zombie that feared no pain and only knew how to kill actually perished first in the brawl with Wang Dahu. Its lifeless body fell to the ground amidst the remains of the dozen dead women. Inside the cage, only Wang Dahu, covered in blood, remained standing. Outside the cage, everyone was unable to contain their excitement and applauded for the splendid battle. Did Wang Dahu win? No, he was gravely injured to the point where even a deity would sigh. He had even lost consciousness, mechanically mumbling, "I was wrong, I was wrong." He was not wrong, his kindness was right. It was just that in this terrifying and dark apocalypse, kindness led to his demise. Boom! Wang Dahu could no longer hold on. His gaze gradually dulled as he fell inside the cage. Thud, the clock struck 1. As if to bid farewell to Wang Dahu. Also as if to signal the final countdown to death for Li Haobo and the others. No one noticed. The fallen Wang Dahu's skin was gradually turning gray. He had not died, he was about to transform into... The clock's chime at 1 o'clock resonated through the forest outside the manor. Lin Ziluo stirred. After lying in wait for 7 full hours, he finally moved. Between 1 and 2 in the morning, it is the time when those who stay up late feel the most tired and their attention is at its lowest. This is because the pineal gland in the human brain secretes a substance called melatonin. Especially around 1 to 2 in the morning when the light is at its weakest, the secretion is at its peak, making people feel drowsy. In contrast, a competent assassin will always maintain sufficient energy in the dark of night. Lin Ziluo stood up, having turned off the glowing equipment covering his body. Moreover, he had long dyed all his equipment to a color that blended seamlessly with the darkness. After all, the equipment produced by the Apocalypse game has an automatic cleaning function. In the dark forest, Lin Ziluo's position resembled a shadow. There was no sign of human presence. He carefully observed the defensive layout of the manor. Lin Ziluo moved. His body shot out like a cheetah. The wind created by his movement stirred up the fallen leaves in the forest. Strangely enough, despite stepping on the mud, he made not a single sound. Before long, Lin Ziluo emerged from the forest. He stealthily approached the manor. Around the perimeter wall of the manor at regular intervals, a mercenary stood on the wall, carefully observing the movements outside the manor with a tactical flashlight. The beam of the flashlight swept back and forth, seemingly having completed reconnaissance of all corners outside the manor. Lin Ziluo did not pause for a moment. He continuously moved closer to the wall, as if taking a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. His steps were light and steady, his demeanor graceful and at ease. However, the path he took was never illuminated by the beam of any flashlight, as if the light was actively... This is Lin Ziluo's terrifying insight. In the previous few hours, he had observed every action of the surrounding mercenaries. Everyone has certain habits they cannot shake off, and mercenaries are no exception. While they used their flashlights to observe the situation outside the manor, the positions they observed and the angles of the flashlight beams followed certain patterns. Lin Ziluo had completely grasped these patterns. Then he calculated the optimal route in his mind. This was the only way he could approach the wall with such an extraordinary path. A mercenary on the wall had not sensed the arrival of death. Instead, he yawned due to fatigue. It was precisely this yawn. Lin Ziluo seized this opportunity and, already pressed against the wall, began to climb it barehanded. His movements were incredibly light, making no sound at all. In the blink of an eye, he had already climbed to the top of the wall. Just as the yawning mercenary had opened his eyes, he saw Lin Ziluo dressed in black and wearing a black mask appear before him. What the hell, is it a ghost at this hour? Just as the mercenary was about to shout, a dagger sliced across his neck, silencing him forever. This dagger was one Lin Ziluo had scavenged from a knife shop on his way here. Not only did he have this dagger, he also had a dozen differently shaped ones, including a particularly special dagger. Lin Ziluo retracted the dagger. To prevent the smell of blood from spreading, he had already pinched the blood vessels to stop the blood from splattering as he slashed the neck. Now he used the prepared cling film to cover the wound on the neck, solving the problem. At this moment, the mercenary's corpse was still propped up by him, not yet fallen. The flashlight in his hand continued to swing, as if on a regular patrol, as if nothing had happened. Lin Ziluo used the mercenary's corpse to shield himself. He then began to carefully observe the interior of the manor. All the small buildings in the manor had their lights extinguished. Only the large villa at the center of the manor's first floor was still brightly lit. Moreover, from his current position, he could hear loud roars and howls from the first floor, as if many people were venting their emotions inside. Lin Ziluo paid no attention to what they were doing, because today his goal was to leave no one alive. Their noise rather facilitated his infiltration. Lin Ziluo put down the mercenary's corpse and secured the flashlight. Then he jumped into the manor, grasping the edge of the wall, and stealthily moved towards a nearby mercenary. Let alone Lin Ziluo's world-class stealth skills. Which mercenary, when focused on observing the situation outside the manor, would think that a silent harbinger of death would appear behind them? Under the cover of night, Lin Ziluo continuously reaped lives along the wall. A surprise attack from behind, a slash to the throat, lowering the corpse, adjusting the flashlight, and moving on to the next. Lin Ziluo displayed the essence of assassination vividly. In just 2 minutes, he had wiped out nearly half of the mercenaries on the entire wall. At this moment, a mercenary finally reacted, albeit belatedly. "What's going on? Lao Zhu, why isn't your flashlight moving?" The mercenary inquired curiously. Little did he know this very sentence cost him his life a few seconds earlier. As the mercenary tried to check what had happened to his companion, a dagger sliced across his neck, ending his life. That mercenary was already dead. However, the slight fatigue that the other mercenaries had felt vanished the moment that mercenary spoke. "What's going on, Audie? What happened to Lao Zhu?" Another mercenary asked from a different position. "Nothing, that kid was so tired, he almost fell asleep, I just reminded him." Audie said, "Well then, damn it, this is ridiculous. The captain and the commander are enjoying themselves in the hall, and we can only suffer here watching the door." Upon hearing Addis' words, the mercenary did not suspect anything. Instead, he began to complain. It was not that he did not want to doubt, but Lin Ziluo's imitation of Addis' voice was indistinguishable. The mercenary's words in fact became the catalyst. The other surrounding mercenaries also began to chime in. "Exactly, after a whole day's work cleaning up zombies, we still have to stay on guard at night. They really don't regard us as human. You have it easy, I haven't slept for nearly 24 hours. Ridiculous, if they want to ensure safety, why don't those captains come out to check themselves?" Lin Ziluo smiled slightly, continuing to speak in Addis' tone. "To put it bluntly, they just don't see us as human beings. We are just cannon fodder." What he said was not meant to sow discord among the mercenary group. As death warriors, they would not be truly inside. However, complaints do exist. Thus, it could spark grievances among the mercenaries, directing their attention towards venting their frustrations and recalling their own grievances. Sure enough, after Lin Ziluo initiated the conversation, the mercenaries around began to vent their frustrations madly. "What the hell, I found a pretty girl from that university today, but before I could make a move, that guy crocodile snatched her away and killed her, not even leaving a drop of soup. Isn't that the case? The zombie I killed dropped a bronze-level equipment, which was the first bronze-level gear our mercenary group had obtained, yet they took it away. That's nothing. Perhaps it was the pent-up resentment, or perhaps to shake off the current fatigue." More and more mercenaries joined in the discussion. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo took advantage of this moment to continue his assassination. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo specifically targeted those who had just spoken. It was difficult for those who had just spoken to raise suspicion if they fell silent shortly after. He kept eliminating the mercenaries present. Finally, when only a few mercenaries were left, he could no longer. "Isn't my experience the same as yours, Xiaoji? What do you think?" a mercenary asked the previous speaker. Unfortunately, to get an answer from Xiaoji, he would have to go to hell to ask. "Xiaoji, Xiaoji." The mercenary asked 2 more times, then suddenly realized. Not good, something has happened. The mercenary pulled out a rectangular object. Lin Ziluo recognized it at a glance as a signal flare unique to the hunter mercenary group. In a post-apocalyptic world where communication is limited, using signal flares for communication is very effective. The mercenary was decisive. The moment he took out the flare, he fired it. In the next second, a dagger swept across his neck. The signal flare had already been launched. Lin Ziluo instantly held his breath and focused, hurling the dagger in his hand with great force. Was he trying to sever the signal flare before it went off? How could that be possible? Lin Ziluo proved that nothing was impossible in his hands. The speed at which the dagger flew surpassed that of the signal flare. When the signal flare had traveled halfway, the dagger pierced directly into its body. This unassuming little dagger perfectly divided the signal flare. As a result, the signal flare was permanently rendered a dud, falling to the ground and bouncing twice. The last surviving mercenary on the entire wall witnessed this process completely. No one answered his question. The flash of the dagger slashed through, and the mercenary's head fell to the ground. Thus, all the guards outside the Li family manor were completely annihilated. Lin Ziluo walked over to the fallen signal flare, withdrawing the dagger from its body. He was quite confident in preventing the signal flare from exploding. God knows how many times he had dealt with this signal flare in the past. It must have been no less than 100 times. Later, he even specifically handled many of the Li family's finished signal flares. Studying the internal structure of signal flares every day allowed him to develop the flawless dagger technique to stop them. Ding detected that all external security personnel of the Li family manor have fallen. Ding, the host's path of vengeance has begun. Ding, task eye for an eye is hereby issued. Eye for an eye, the grievance of an eye for an eye must be repaid. No one can leave alive after provoking the host. Tonight, the host will transform into the Grim Reaper, harvesting all lives within the Li family manor. Task requirements: eliminate the remaining 269 individuals in the Li family manor 0269. Task rewards: draw 1 random ordinary golden finger and 1 piece of bronze-level equipment. Task deadline 12 hours. Ding, does the host accept the task? A hint of surprise appeared on Lin Ziluo's cold face. However, he quickly regained his composure. Greatly, how will you have another reason to die? Accept the task. Lin Ziluo spoke. Ding, the task eye for an eye has been accepted. The revenge barrier has been activated. If any one of the 269 individuals in the Li family manor escapes outside, the host will be able to locate the escaping personnel. Ding, wishing the host a successful completion of the task. Lin Ziluo was pleasantly surprised. The revenge barrier. A highly prized high-level item he had never encountered before. He only knew its general effects. Just as the Golden Finger system described, it could prevent enemies from escaping the barrier's location. Once they escaped, he would have the right to see the locations of those who fled for at least a month. What does this concept mean? Within a month, no matter where you run to, you cannot escape the pursuit. The very thought of being tormented can drive one mad. This item first appeared when the Dragon Kingdom used it in its war against the Japanese kingdom. After the Dragon Kingdom set a revenge barrier over the capital of Japan, the Dragon people relentlessly chased the Japanese, fleeing from the capital for several days, bringing the entire Japanese kingdom to tears. Now Lin Ziluo would also experience this. Lin Ziluo rummaged through the bodies of these mercenaries casually, taking some items. Then he continued to infiltrate deeper into the manor. The atmosphere in the villa at the very center of the manor was still filled with joy. They had no idea that the security personnel of the manor had already been killed by Lin Ziluo. However, Lin Ziluo, stealthily approaching the small building next to the main hall, was somewhat bewildered. He watched as the numbers on the task panel kept increasing. 7,269, 8,269, 9,269. What the hell is going on? I haven't even made a move and people are already dying. Ah, crocodile, what are you doing? You killed the last woman too. Black Ape exclaimed angrily. In the middle of the hall of the villa, several female corpses were already piled up. After Wang Dahu and the zombies took each other out, these individuals lost their fun. One by one they sat in their seats, sighing in boredom. How could the hospitable Li Ziluo let everyone down? He waved his hand, gathering all the women in his manor together. He didn't even spare the 40-something cleaning ant. He wanted to throw a grand multi-person party. However, he overlooked the strength of the mercenary group hunting them. These women were no match for the brutish men attacking them like beasts. In no time they all succumbed to a painful demise. Sorry, I used too much strength and broke her spine. The crocodile said somewhat apologetically. Of course, his apology was only directed at ruining the brothers' toy, not at killing the women. Now that the last one is gone, what are we going to play? Black Ape said gloomily. Play with me. Suddenly a voice echoed through the hall of the villa, coming from at least 4 directions. Who? Zhan, who had been pretending to doze off on the sofa, suddenly stood up. At the moment the voice was spoken, all the hairs on his body stood on end. Killing intent. An unprecedented killing intent. Zhan could be sure that describing himself as a mass murderer would be an understatement. Over the years on the battlefield, he had killed at least 10,000 people. In comparison to the overwhelming killing intent that rushed towards him, what he had experienced was nothing. Not only Zhan, the others in the hunting mercenary group also became alert. They too were seasoned killers. How could they be insensitive to killing intent? Li Ziluo had yet to comprehend what was happening. But the silver-haired butler behind him quickly stepped in front of him, shielding him firmly. However, after the voice spoke, it did not sound again. At this moment, Li Ziluo finally realized what was happening. It's here, it's really here. Someone really wants to kill me. Li Ziluo shouted in fear. Young master, calm down, the silver-haired butler said. Only then did Li Ziluo manage to shut his mouth in time. However, his eyes were filled with terror, and his body trembled incessantly. I don't know who the expert is, or what their intentions are. I wonder if we can negotiate. Zhan shouted loud. He was already somewhat fearful. This expert had managed to arrive around the villa without anyone noticing. It indicated that all the guards outside the manor had been dealt with. Those were all members of the hunting mercenary group. Even if they weren't elite, they were still capable of taking on 10 on the battlefield. Yet without a sound, they were all wiped out. Who exactly is that outside? A human? Or a god? Although I am human at this moment, I am the reaper of your lives. The voice just now came from Lin Ziluo after he dealt with everyone in the other small buildings outside the villa. Lin Ziluo then ascended to the 2nd floor of the villa and witnessed the devilish scene unfolding in the center of the hall. However, he merely observed everything with a cold gaze. In reality, these scenes were merely trivial matters. A decade after the apocalypse, everyone had developed psychological issues to varying degrees. There were numerous, even more perverse and disgusting acts. As for sympathizing with these women, it was just as Lin Ziluo had mentioned before. Dying like this could truly be a very happy thing. The real horror lies in being unable to die, even if one wishes to. Taking advantage of their reckless indulgence, Lin Ziluo installed 4 prepared speakers in different locations on the 2nd floor. He then set the values and activated the sound. This was not to scare the snake from its grass. This was to heighten their vigilance in advance. With heightened vigilance, any slight movement would undoubtedly attract their attention. This was Lin Ziluo's aim. Lin Ziluo arrived at the corner of the villa's main entrance and took out a pitch-black small ball. a disposable bronze-level item super flash bomb. He then threw it directly inside the door. At this moment the people in the hall were extremely tense, each scanning their surroundings in an attempt to discover Lin Ziluo's whereabouts. When they saw a small round ball flying and all eyes were fixated on it, they couldn't be blamed for not reacting. This was a flash bomb. Indeed, they had never seen such a thing. Thus, under their watchful gazes, the small round ball suddenly erupted with blinding white light. The explosion of white light was extraordinarily swift, catching no one off guard. In an instant, the hall was filled with numerous screams. "Oh my eyes! Am I blind? Have I gone blind?" The once tense hall descended into chaos. Of course, most of the chaos was caused by Li Haobo's bodyguards and servants. The well-trained hunting mercenary group remained vigilant. Lin Ziluo then boldly walked in through the villa's main door, and the swift skill of the Boots of the Gale was instantly activated. Lin Ziluo approached the center of the hall at a terrifying speed. Aside from a few who managed to react, the others remained in a state of blindness. Now is the time. After reaching the pre-planned position, the spiked bracelet in Lin Ziluo's hand emitted a yellowish glow. Spiked assault. The terrifying power of the spiked assault was once again demonstrated, just as it had wreaked havoc in the ping-pong hall the night before. For the first time, the spiked assault successfully killed over a dozen zombies. This time against individuals who had no idea how to dodge and were physically weaker than zombies. How many lives would it harvest? The ground of the villa began to crack. Expensive marble slabs and rare carpets were torn apart by the rising spikes. The people who had been covering their eyes could hardly react to what was happening. They were directly pierced by sharp spikes from below, their bodies torn to shreds. Not a single person on that vertical line was spared. A large amount of blood and flesh scattered in the middle of the hall. The hall, already filled with corpses, resembled a hell on earth. Li Haobo in fear was screaming with his mouth wide open. Just then an eyeball, unknown from whom it came, bounced in. He instinctively closed his mouth and bit down hard. Instantly the juices from the eyeball burst out, and he ended up swallowing them. Lin Ziluo saw that many people were about to recover from their blindness. He took out the second and final super flash bomb from his storage space. He threw the super flash bomb high into the air. The Tang Dao appeared in Lin Ziluo's hand. Spiral slash. Lin Ziluo deliberately shouted loudly. The Tang Dao in Lin Ziluo's hand was fiercely hurled towards the position of the hunting mercenary group. Immediately after, Lin Ziluo sprinted towards the villa's main door. The Tang Dao sliced through the necks of the black bear and the crocodile like the Grim Reaper's scythe. It then killed 2 more mercenaries on its return path. At that moment, many who had just regained their sight instinctively looked towards where Lin Ziluo had shouted spiral. The super flash bomb that had just been thrown was now in free fall about 1.8 meters from the ground, perfectly lining up with their gazes. Oh no, it's coming again. Those people thought frantically in their hearts. They never expected that this would come again. The blinding white light shone once more. The consecutive flashes caused many people's eyes to ache so much that tears streamed down their faces. Some individuals had their eyes completely swollen, taking at least several hours to recover. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ziluo, who had arrived at the villa's main door, caught the returning Tang Dao and vanished into the night. The chaos in the villa's hall was not subdued until several minutes later. Rongzhan's face was ashen. As a seasoned warrior, he had lost a significant number of subordinates without even seeing the enemy. The skinny monkey, trembling with fear, approached Rongzhan. "Boss, we've tallied the death toll," he said. "How many have died?" "Speak," Rongzhan asked urgently. That earth spike, similar to a spell, nearly annihilated young Master Li's security and servants. The spinning knife behind it killed our mercenary brothers, including the black bear, crocodile, and white wolf. The skinny monkey's words were abruptly interrupted by Rongzhan. "Enough. Just tell me how many of us are left." "Aside from the young master boss and Uncle Zhao I and 66 brothers remain, of which 10 are severely injured, and several brothers have yet to recover their sight." The skinny monkey hesitated for a moment before revealing the exact number. Damn it. When have our hunting mercenaries ever suffered such heavy losses? We've even failed to see what that person looked like." Rongzhan roared in fury, throwing his cup against the wall, shattering it into pieces. At that moment, Li Haobo, who had fainted from the disgust of swallowing the eyeball, finally regained consciousness. "Who is this? Who did this? It's so disgusting. Uncle Zhao, you must avenge me. I want to tear him to shreds." "Don't worry, young master. No matter who he is, I will make him pay the price." Rongzhan gritted his teeth. Task requirement: eliminate the remaining 269 members of the Li family estate. 200,269. Lin Ziluo closed the task panel. At this moment, he was hiding on the second floor of the villa. Indeed, after running out through the villa's front door, he had stealthily returned to the second floor after taking out another target. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest. How could those downstairs imagine that the Grim Reaper who had just reaped the lives of their brothers was now right above them? Lin Ziluo clearly heard everything that the thin monkey Rongzhan and Li Haobo had just said. You even want to dismember me. You want me to pay a price as well. These were also things I was planning to say to you, Lin Ziluo thought disdainfully. However, he remained cautious. This is also the reason why he chose to retreat earlier. No matter what those people in the hall were experienced in combat, and vastly outnumbered, they were not like zombies. When fighting zombies, Lin Ziluo only needed to pay attention to the details of the battle. But humans are unpredictable and may resort to underhanded tactics. To prevent any mishaps and to avoid mistakes under a multi-person assault, Lin Ziluo wisely chose to withdraw in time. Moreover, Lin Ziluo made a very correct decision, not to rush to kill Li Haobo out of a desire for revenge. Undoubtedly, Li Haobo was the weakest link in the entire team. As long as Li Haobo was present, Zhang and the others would have to focus their attention on him. It was highly probable that they would even choose to send a portion of their members to ensure Li Haobo's safe retreat. This was Lin Ziluo's intention. If facing over 60 people posed some risk, then facing just over 30 would be easily manageable for Lin Ziluo. As expected, the situation downstairs was exactly as Lin Ziluo predicted. Although their voices were muffled, Lin Ziluo, concealed in the darkness, managed to read their lips and discern their conversation. Uncle Zhao, take the young master and the thin monkey into the secret passage. I will stay outside with the others to stop that assassin. This was Zhang discussing plans with the silver-haired butler. This made Lin Ziluo glance at the silver-haired butler. In his memories of the Li family, there was no mention of this silver-haired butler. Thus, Lin Ziluo chose to check the attribute panels of Zhang and the silver-haired butler. As soon as he received the attribute panel, the silver-haired butler suddenly looked around warily and said, "That person hasn't left UI since he might be observing us." Upon seeing this, Lin Ziluo immediately retracted his gaze. This was truly unexpected. He hadn't anticipated that the silver-haired butler was a skilled expert. Furthermore, his strength was on a higher level than Zhang's. After all, Lin Ziluo had not been detected while reading Zhang's lips, but the silver-haired butler Uncle Zhao noticed him right away. Perception is one thing. They still couldn't discover Lin Ziluo's location. After concealing himself once more, Lin Ziluo leisurely began to examine the information of the two. Basic information: nickname leader of the hunting mercenary group, title Zombie Hunter, level 5. Basic information: nickname Zhao Qiguang, title none, level 2. The above is Zhang's basic information, while the following is Uncle Zhao's. Zhang's level is quite high. Of course, this is relative to ordinary people. Compared to Lin Ziluo, who had already reached level 8 by the third day of the apocalypse, he was far behind. Uncle Zhao's real name should be Zhao Qiguang. He has been protecting Li Haobo in the Li family estate, which is why his level is only at 2. However, if we only look at their levels, that would be too narrow-minded. Just like Lin Ziluo, he had a significant advantage in mental attributes from the very beginning. These two individuals, one has fought on the battlefield for many years, and the other has diligently practiced ancient martial arts for many years. Their physical attributes are at least 7 or 8 points higher than average, if not more. It's very likely that some people at level 10 may not even reach their level. Lin Ziluo had just observed that Zhang was equipped with 3 bronze-level items. It seems he has gathered all the equipment of the entire mercenary group onto himself. Uncle Zhao, on the other hand, had no equipment at all. After Lin Ziluo finished examining the attributes, noise arose downstairs. They had already devised a strategy to deal with Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo changed his position and peered out once more. In the center of the hall, Uncle Zhao and Li Haobo had disappeared along with a large number of mercenaries. Only Zhang and a small group of mercenaries remained in the center of the hall. Moreover, among these mercenaries were some who were severely injured and had not yet regained their sight. Zhang really overestimated himself. This arrangement was the most hassle-free and convenient for Lin Ziluo. At this moment, Zhang had plopped down onto the sofa. Although he didn't know where Lin Ziluo was, he still spoke. "Come out and meet me. Hiding your face is not worthy of your identity." Lin Ziluo helplessly curled his lips. Such crude provocation. However, it was understandable given Zhang's true intentions. It was to buy time, allowing Li Haobo and the others to escape first. "Well, I'm sorry. If that's what you think, I won't let you have your way." Lin Ziluo drew out a dagger and threw it at the chandelier hanging in the center of the hall. The swift dagger accurately struck the chandelier's suspension wires, severing the electrical wires within. The light from the chandelier vanished in an instant. The once bright hall became much darker. In this dim environment, a dull horn sounded. A white zombie cat the size of a leopard appeared beside Lin Ziluo. The silver-level item zombie cat's horn was used by Lin Ziluo. The zombie cat had a vacant gaze and lacked any self-awareness. To control it, there were 2 methods. The first was to issue a specified target. The second was to manipulate it with one's own consciousness. Simply issuing a target would make the zombie cat too rigid. It could only show its true agility when controlled. Of course, Lin Ziluo chose to manipulate the zombie cat with his own consciousness. not only that he intended to multitask. After controlling the zombie cat to leap from the second floor, Lin Ziluo moved as well. The chandelier, having been severed from its suspension, was rapidly descending. The direction of the falling chandelier was right towards the sofa where Rongzhan was sitting. Rongzhan reacted as soon as the hall darkened. He instantly stood up and evaded the area where the chandelier was about to crash. However, the previously injured and blind individuals were all placed around the sofa. They were not so fortunate. Faced with the falling chandelier, they could hardly move their bodies. The chandelier crashed directly onto the ground, crushing their bodies beneath the lamp. This luxurious chandelier had cost the Li family 10 million yuan when they procured it. The massive bulbs shattered entirely. The glass shards scattered across the floor, lacerating numerous mercenaries' bodies. Several sharp, decorative pieces from the chandelier pierced through the bodies of the mercenaries below. No one knows how many mercenaries perished in this torment. At the same time the chandelier fell, taking away the severely injured mercenaries. Several screams echoed in the hall. The zombie cat and Lin Ziluo split up, attacking from two different directions. One charged from the left, the other from the right, rushing toward the mercenaries. Lin Ziluo's Tang Dao swept through while the zombie cat's claws slashed. In an instant, two mercenaries lost their lives. At this moment, Rongzhan finally saw the true face of the Grim Reaper. A figure clad in black, their face obscured by a mask that appeared to be mysterious, yet utterly ordinary. Though the eyes behind the mask were bright, they revealed no emotion. As he harvested the lives of the mercenaries, he appeared to do so with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Rongzhan attempted to check the Grim Reaper's attributes. Basic information: nickname, title. Why can't I uncover any information about this person? Rongzhan was bewildered. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ziluo had already activated the concealment effect of the hidden mask. In that brief moment, Rongzhan's subordinates fell as if they were cut down like straw. The mercenaries killed by Lin Ziluo couldn't even scream. The mercenaries attacked by the zombie cat, however, cried out in agony, as the zombie cat only inherited 60 of Lin Ziluo's base attributes. In terms of attributes, it was slightly higher than the mercenaries, but it could not absolutely overpower them. Thus, it had to rely on the zombie cat's claw talent to slice deeply into the mercenaries' necks, causing them to bleed to death. Moreover, this process was extraordinarily painful, as the wounds inflicted by the zombie cat couldn't be staunched. They could only watch helplessly as their blood flowed uncontrollably, ultimately leading to their demise. Enough. Who on earth are you? Rongzhan was on the verge of madness. His subordinates kept dying, and he was continuously toyed with, yet he still hadn't figured out who the opponent was. Rongzhan desperately chased in the direction of Lin Ziluo. However, Lin Ziluo couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind now. After observing earlier, Lin Ziluo had lost all hope in Rongzhan. With poor skills and low attributes, he hadn't even reached the composure he would have years later. It was more worthwhile to kill these mercenaries first. Lin Ziluo didn't consider what realm he was currently in. With 2 world announcements and 6 points of attributes, he had leveled up 3 times his entire being, cloaked in godly equipment. Even if Rongzhan were to grow stronger in the late stages of the apocalypse, he could never match Lin Ziluo at this moment. Rongzhan felt despair. He simply couldn't keep up with Lin Ziluo's speed. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Ziluo struck again and again while he lagged behind, eating dust. Even if he wanted to remind his subordinates where Lin Ziluo was, he couldn't. But before he could utter a word, his subordinates had already had their throats cut. Finally, with the efforts of Lin Ziluo and the zombie cat, all the mercenaries in the hall were ushered toward death. The few who still had breath left were writhing on the ground in agony, on the brink of death. Rongzhan was utterly despondent. He collapsed to the ground in a daze. This feeling of helplessness that prevented him from stopping Lin Ziluo made him lose all thoughts. He knew that with his strength, he could never stop Lin Ziluo's bloody slaughter. Lin Ziluo first withdrew his consciousness from the zombie cat. Then he commanded the zombie cat, "Go pursue Li Haobo and the others." It seemed Li Haobo and the others had chosen not to flee from the Li family estate, because the revenge barrier hadn't even been activated. After receiving Lin Ziluo's order, the zombie cat quickly dashed out. Although it had become a zombie, it still retained its feline abilities. Tracing their retreat path was a piece of cake. Lin Ziluo then walked up to the kneeling Rongzhan. "Move, you hunting mercenary group leader," Lin Ziluo spoke. Rongzhan lifted his head to gaze at Lin Ziluo before him. Suddenly he burst into a frenzied laugh, his voice raspy. "Ha ha ha, the hunting mercenary group has been nearly annihilated. Am I still worthy to be called the leader of the hunting mercenary group?" Lin Ziluo felt exhilarated. Even though he hadn't fought with Rongzhan this time, seeing Rongzhan like this brought him even more joy. Lin Ziluo slaughtered all of Rongzhan's subordinates right in front of him, destroying years of his hard work. This left Rongzhan completely devoid of any thoughts of resistance, as if he had lost his soul. This was the highest realm of revenge. The torment of the body was far less painful than the torment of the spirit. Lin Ziluo believed that even if he didn't kill Rongzhan, he could never recover in this lifetime. That said, killing was still necessary. If killing Rongzhan could make him feel even better, then why not? Rongzhan looked at Lin Ziluo before him, and a glimmer of desire appeared on his desperate face. He hurriedly asked, "Who are you? Who the hell are you? Tell me, or you'll never rest in peace." Lin Ziluo's eyes brightened. Never rest in peace. Such a delightful prospect. The Tang Dao swept through, and a head rolled to the ground. Rongzhan's head spun a few times on the ground, his eyes wide open. He seemed shocked as to why Lin Ziluo chose to strike, without saying a word. Moreover, he never discovered Lin Ziluo's identity before his death, truly achieving a state of dying with unfulfilled curiosity. Lin Ziluo approached Rongzhan's severed head. He kicked it lightly, turning Rongzhan's face to face him, then spoke, "I still remember your face that day. You stepped on me saying I was an ant like this. Why would I be worth your effort? You called me merely an orphan. A useless one. How dare you still have the face? How dare you still have the guts to challenge the authority of the Li family? You said I was just a stinking bug living in the sewers. You said killing me would only dirty your hands. Actually, I'm quite grateful for your arrogance back then. It gave me the opportunity to escape, while simultaneously severing 2 of your fingers. And your actions also taught me a lesson. That is, before killing someone, don't waste words. If you can strike, then do it. You see, I cut off your head and chatted with you. Isn't it just as enjoyable?" By the end, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but laugh out loud. No, he couldn't be too happy. Li Haobo was still waiting for him. Lin Ziluo lifted his foot and stomped down violently. Rongzhan's head exploded instantly like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, staining Lin Ziluo's shoes red and white. The formidable hunting war god, Rongzhan, one of the 3 guardians of the Li family, one of the 10 war gods of Long Nation, a revered figure after the apocalypse. Thus he fell. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply. The invisible shackles on his body lightened considerably. He stripped Rongzhan of 3 pieces of bronze. Meow? The zombie cat's thoughts reached Lin Ziluo's mind, informing him that it had found the location of Li Haobo and the others. Lin Ziluo no longer delayed. He sensed the position of the zombie cat, and carefully checked the bodies of those he had just killed. After ensuring that everyone was dead, he finally felt at ease to pursue. Lin Ziluo simply needed to focus his consciousness on the zombie cat. He could accurately trace the path the zombie cat had previously taken. Now Lin Ziluo understood where the Li family's secret passage was located. I must say they are quite clever. Those who had previously run off were actually meant to mislead Lin Ziluo. The zombie cat initially intended to follow them, but soon realized that there was no trace of Li Haobo. So it turned around to follow Li Haobo instead. Ultimately, the zombie cat discovered that Li Haobo and Butler Zhao were hiding in the basement of the villa. Li Haobo was unaware that the zombie cat had completely grasped their location, still hoping that Lin Ziluo would. Lin Ziluo did not go looking for Li Haobo and Butler Zhao first. With the zombie cat keeping watch over them, he needed to resolve the remaining 20 or so individuals within the secret passage. In a safe house within the Li family's basement, Li Haobo exclaimed in panic, "Uncle Zhao, what should we do?" A strong odor emanated from him. It seems our young master of the Li family had long been frightened to the point of losing control. "Young master, don't panic just yet. Rongzhan and his mercenary team can easily handle that assassin, especially since we have arranged for others to go to the secret passage," Butler Zhao reassured him, though he said that his heart was still quite uneasy. Could things really end so simply? Would this mysterious person who managed to infiltrate the Li family estate truly be fooled by such petty tricks? It's definitely someone that Lin Ziluo sent. Absolutely him. He first had someone kill Yao Jinghan, and now he wants to kill me, Li Haobo asserted, convinced it was Lin Ziluo's assassin. But why does he know about all this in advance? And where did he find such a strong assassin? Li Haobo gritted his teeth. Could it be that Lin Jian left a backup plan for Lin Ziluo? Butler Zhao questioned. Impossible, impossible. When we killed Lin Jian, our Li family almost uprooted their entire clan. There was no way Lin Jian could have left a backup plan. If it weren't for that commander insisting we leave a bloodline of the Lin family, Lin Ziluo should have died long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used that bitch Yao Jinghan to make Lin Ziluo suffer. I would have sent someone to kill him long ago, Li Haobo continued. This was truly unexpected. Lin Ziluo had always believed he was being targeted by the Li family because he had lost face to Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan. As the conflict escalated, Li family members kept pursuing him, unaware that it was all part of Li Haobo's scheme. This included Yao Jinghan's relationship with Lin Ziluo. It also encompassed the subsequent affair orchestrated by Yao Jinghan. The ultimate goal was to strike Lin Ziluo on a psychological level, to shatter Lin Ziluo's spirit completely. So that's how it is. Suddenly Lin Ziluo's voice echoed from outside the metal door of the safe house. Lin Ziluo, yes, that's Lin Ziluo's voice. Li Haobo screamed. So I was already targeted by you. It turns out my life is filled with so many stories. Lin Ziluo's voice continued. Lin Ziluo, I should have killed you myself. Oh, I should have arranged for someone to deal with you directly back then. Li Haobo became frightened, resorting to threats to dispel his fear. The metal door of the safe house was emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache. It seemed that Lin Ziluo was attempting to open the door from outside. I'm quite curious, who is Lin Jian? What do you mean by the Li family's complete eradication of the Lin family? While prying open the iron door, Lin Ziluo spoke in a calm tone. Huh? You orphan, you don't even know your father's name. You deserve this. Back then Lin Jian insisted on reporting my father just as he was about to be promoted. This disrupted our Li family's long-term plans. For this alone, your entire Lin family deserved to perish. You should be grateful that you are the only surviving bastard of the Lin family. I'm just curious which ally is willing to help you. Otherwise, with just you I could send a bodyguard to kill you. Hearing the sounds of the door being pried open, Li Haobo became increasingly anxious. What you say is of no use to me, because whether you speak or not, I will ensure that your Li family is turned to ashes, Lin Ziluo said calmly. What Lin Ziluo had just asked was merely a casual inquiry. He no longer cared about the actual events. As he said, it did not matter how he became an orphan or whether his parents were killed by the Li family. These things were no longer important. The personal vendetta he held against the Li family was one of deep-seated enmity. Who would have known? As soon as Lin Ziluo finished that sentence, Li Haobo laughed, and even Butler Zhao, who had been by Li Haobo's side, revealed a look of disdain. What a ridiculous statement. Lin Ziluo thought he could take down the Li family, a colossal entity that had dominated the dragon country for over 1,000 years, just because he didn't know where that ally came from. Even though Li Haobo and Butler Zhao knew they were about to die, they did not believe Lin Ziluo had the slightest chance of destroying the Li family. At that moment, the metal door of the safe house finally made a sound under the strain. Then the metal door was slowly pulled open by Lin Ziluo. Butler Zhao moved. As soon as the metal door was pulled, Butler Zhao dashed towards it with the speed of a sword, leaving its sheath almost impossible to perceive with the naked eye. With such speed, one could hardly tell that Butler Zhao was a man in his 60s or 70s. Additionally, as he ran, golden light flickered around his hands. However, Lin Ziluo had long anticipated this move. Watching Butler Zhao rush towards him, he remained unfazed. Suddenly, a zombie cat the size of a cheetah sprang out from behind Lin Ziluo. It quickly used its body to block Butler Zhao's powerful punch. After taking the punch, the zombie cat completely dissipated into thin air. Butler Zhao was momentarily stunned. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. This was actually because the zombie cat's 30-minute summoning time had come to an end. Lin Ziluo, adhering to the principle of not wasting, had let the zombie cat withstand one blow before it vanished right on time. At this moment, the metal door had been pried open enough for him to pass through. He decisively stepped inside, standing in front of Butler Zhao. Butler Zhao, regaining his senses from the previous confusion, compared the masked figure before him to Lin Ziluo. He discovered that their physiques and characteristics were identical. Shocked, Butler Zhao exclaimed, "You are Lin Ziluo. The assassin before was you. It was you all along." Li Haobo, hiding in the corner, stopped trembling and incredulously exclaimed, "Impossible, it can't be just him. How could Lin Ziluo have become so strong? One person is enough. Impossible. The strength capable of killing Rong Zhan and infiltrating the manor is absolutely not something a mere child could achieve." Housekeeper Zhao still couldn't believe it. 50 years of martial arts experience told him it was utterly impossible. I understand now why the old stickler didn't survive. Lin Ziluo also noticed this. People like Housekeeper Zhao who practiced martial arts were simply unwilling to accept the fact that the system could enhance attributes in the apocalypse. Some even stubbornly refused to add their attribute points. To them, these were all unorthodox methods. As a result, once the 7-day novice protection period of the apocalypse game ended, the martial arts they had painstakingly honed for decades were even inferior to a random zombie on the street. This also led to their unfortunate demise. Logically speaking, those with martial arts foundations should have fared better in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, Lin Ziluo had not encountered many true practitioners of Dragon Kingdom martial arts until the late stages of the apocalypse. Lin Ziluo could not be bothered to waste words with Housekeeper Zhao. He directly launched a punch at him. After all, Housekeeper Zhao had trained in martial arts for decades. Faced with Lin Ziluo's powerful fist, he quickly reacted. He rooted himself and crossed his arms to block. Thud, thud, thud. Housekeeper Zhao stepped back 3 paces before he managed to dissipate Lin Ziluo's force. Not bad. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but regard Housekeeper Zhao with a newfound respect. If this punch had landed on Rong Zhan, it would have knocked him down. A hint of fear flickered in Housekeeper Zhao's eye. Just from this one punch, he found himself at a disadvantage. It seemed he had to risk his life now. With this thought, Housekeeper Zhao's gaze turned cold. He didn't know what method he had used, but his body began to swell. Although Lin Ziluo was unaware of the technique Housekeeper Zhao was employing, A normal person would never simply wait for their opponent to unleash a powerful attack. With a tang knife appearing in his hand, Lin Ziluo charged forward and slashed at Housekeeper Zhao's chest. Housekeeper Zhao had no choice but to temporarily halt his buildup of energy, stumbling back several steps to barely evade Lin Ziluo's tang knife. "You are not practicing martial ethics." Housekeeper Zhao exclaimed angrily. "Who cares about your martial ethics? Whether you have them or not is none of my business." Lin Ziluo felt quite helpless. Big brother, the Qing dynasty has already fallen. Are you still playing by martial ethics? Why not discuss martial ethics with a zombie? Truly a pure old stickler. Taking advantage of Housekeeper Zhao's anger, Lin Ziluo swung his knife again. Housekeeper Zhao dared not clash with the tang knife directly and could only retreat 2 more steps in resignation. Damn it, when I was learning martial arts, I should have studied weaponry. Only learning fist and foot techniques won't cut it. Housekeeper Zhao was filled with frustration. Lin Ziluo was waiting for Housekeeper Zhao to retreat. With a sudden acceleration, the tang knife swung toward Housekeeper Zhao's right hand, which had no time to retract. Explosive double slash. The tang knife, leaving afterimages in the air, struck directly at Housekeeper Zhao's right arm. This blow sliced through Housekeeper Zhao's radial bone. Immediately after, a second slash, which caught him completely off guard, accurately hit the same spot. This time Housekeeper Zhao's radial bone could no longer hold. The radial bone shattered, and the entire forearm was severed, falling to the ground. Housekeeper Zhao stared at the severed forearm on the ground, stunned. After practicing martial arts for 50 years, he lost his hand in a single encounter. He raised the remaining half of his right arm and watched the blood gushing from the wound. His immense sorrow had no outlet for expression. Just then he noticed a mark resembling an X at the side of his arm's severance. What is this? The explosion mark of the explosive double slash. The explosion mark was activated. While Housekeeper Zhao was still staring at his wound, the explosion occurred. Housekeeper Zhao couldn't react in time and could only watch as the remaining half of his arm was blown apart. Moreover, because his face was too close, he sustained injuries from the explosion. The blast mangled Housekeeper Zhao's face. His eyes were even obscured by blood, unable to see ahead. Lin Ziluo waited for the explosion to subside before raising the tang knife. With a sharp gaze, he swung down. Housekeeper Zhao felt a coolness in his throat. He lost consciousness. What a pathetic and obstinate person. Even in the apocalypse, he stubbornly believed that martial arts were about techniques and forms. Still entangled in the debate of martial ethics. The truth is, it is not enough to possess strength. One must also accurately grasp the situation and keep up with the times. Lin Ziluo did not bother with Housekeeper Zhao's corpse any longer. Instead, he looked toward Li Haobo, who was hiding in a corner of the safe house. Li Haobo was unconscious, having fainted at some point, lying still in the corner. Lin Ziluo stepped forward and stabbed the tang knife into Li Haobo's thigh. Instantly, the intense pain jolted Li Haobo awake, and he let out a miserable scream. Awake now? Not playing dead anymore. Lin Ziluo removed his mask. However, at the same time, the tang knife in his hand did not stop. It continued to stab into Li Haobo's thigh at a visibly trembling frequency. This was Lin Ziluo's self-created vibrating knife technique. It was also the terrifying knife wound that Rongzhan mentioned had been inflicted on Yao Jinghan. This special technique involved creating a unique vibration while the knife was penetrating, shredding all surrounding muscle tissue, rapidly amplifying the pain caused by the wound. Li Haobo, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, had been spoiled all his life, unable to endure such pain. After a heart-wrenching scream, with tears streaming down his face, he fainted again. Lin Ziluo pulled out the tang knife and stabbed it into Li Haobo's other thigh. The intense pain struck again. Li Haobo let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "I beg you to kill me, please kill me quickly." Li Haobo could not take it anymore. His spirit was on the verge of collapse. "Kill you? Of course I intend to kill you. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten." A look of apology appeared on Lin Ziluo's face. He seemed to feel quite sorry for having forgotten to entertain Li Haobo. Then Lin Ziluo took out a very special dagger from his storage space. What made it special? It was discarded. The blade was full of notches and the body was covered in rust. Lin Ziluo had immediately set his sights on this treasure. Wasn't this the legendary tetanus dagger? After all, the duller the knife, the harder it is to cut. Lin Ziluo raised the tetanus dagger and stabbed it into the same wound on Li Haobo's thigh. Oh. Sorry, this knife is too dull. Well, I couldn't stab it in. My bad. Lin Ziluo quickly apologized. It turned out that the knife hadn't penetrated at all. Lin Ziluo had simply forced the dull edge to split the wound. To make up for his mistake, Lin Ziluo raised the dull knife again. This time he put all his strength into it and viciously stabbed it into Li Haobo's palm. "This stab is for myself. This knife is for myself," Lin Ziluo said calmly. With a swift motion, the knife plunged down. "Next, the path this knife takes is a reflection of my 10 years of evasion and near-death experiences. Unfortunately, the pain you suffered is but 1% of what I endured. Lin Ziluo revealed a smile. In Li Haobo's eyes it resembled the smile of a demon. 10 years, he said. I only started plotting to torment you after learning of that incident 3 years ago. Li Haobo couldn't comprehend Lin Ziluo's meaning. He wanted to argue, but in the next moment his confusion and attempts at justification were already too late. Because the dagger suddenly began to move. After a long while, Lin Ziluo finally withdrew the dagger. This knife is still for myself. With that, the dagger plunged in again. However, Li Haobo could no longer scream, for his throat was completely ruined. This knife is because I am happy. Lin Ziluo's lips curled into a slight smile. This smile brought no warmth. Instead, it left Li Haobo feeling utterly cold. This knife is for our Lin family. Although I have never met them, it is right for a son to avenge his father. Lin Ziluo's exquisite knife technique finally found its purpose. This knife, it doesn't matter who it is for. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Ziluo pulled out a card to activate. A handy pair of tweezers. He looked at Li Haobo, revealing a meaningful smile. Do you want to do? What? Li Haobo was terrified. He had already lost the ability to speak, but managed to produce this muffled sound from the friction in his throat. The physical pain from so many tortures had left him numb. But Lin Ziluo's smile brought his spirit to the brink of collapse. I should thank you for this as the torture method you invented. I don't know how many people have suffered under your hands. I must commend you. You have quite the talent for tormenting others. With that, Lin Ziluo forcibly pried open Li Haobo's mouth. Li Haobo seemed to recall something, a thought he had previously entertained. Could it be? He began to struggle desperately, the frequency of his struggles more intense than when he was in pain. But it was all in vain. No. Unfortunately, it was too late. Li Haobo's spirit completely shattered. His self-esteem and pride collapsed entirely in that moment. He instantly stopped struggling, becoming as still as a dead pig. His eyes lost their luster, turning into a dull gray. Had it not been for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he would have truly appeared to be a corpse. Is this all it takes? I have only inflicted less than 1% of what you have done to others, and you can't handle it. The torture methods you researched have quite a lot of good material. Lin Ziluo felt immensely frustrated. He had only tortured him halfway, and Li Haobo had completely collapsed. In such a state of mental breakdown, ignoring the pain and torment, continuing to torture him, would have no effect. Could it be an act? Lin Ziluo again used the dagger to deliver a series of stabs to Li Haobo. Yet Li Haobo showed no reaction whatsoever. While I had underestimated him with his acting skills, it wouldn't be possible to fake this state. Forget it. Being able to drive Li Haobo to the brink of mental collapse is proof enough that this entire process has reached its limit. After all, it was a technique honed from Lin Ziluo's 10 years of experience. Looking at Li Haobo on the ground, Lin Ziluo stood up. Holding the tetanus dagger in hand, he activated the skill explosive double slash. The dagger came down on Li Haobo's head with 2 swift slashes. Due to the lack of force, it didn't injure the... However, in the next second, the mark exploded. Li Haobo's head was instantly detonated by the mark. Had Lin Ziluo not swiftly taken out an umbrella to shield himself, he would have been splattered. At the moment of the explosion, the antique clock in the Li Manor chimed precisely 3 times. This signified that it was now 3 o'clock in the morning. It also meant that everyone in the Li family estate had perished tonight. Lin Ziluo exhaled. At this moment, his heart felt incredibly relaxed. He had been urgently increasing his strength before the end of the world, all for the success of this moment of revenge. The weight that had burdened his heart was finally lifted. Detected a change in the mindset of player, Yi successfully activated the talent Heart of Vengeance. Detected a change in the mindset of player, Yi successfully activating the talent Heart of Vengeance. The system's prompt sound echoed. Lin Ziluo was somewhat amazed. Has the talent been activated this quickly? In the apocalyptic game, talents and skills are 2 different concepts. Skills can be learned through skill books. However, talents can only be activated autonomously after meeting certain conditions related to personal attributes, emotions, mindset, experiences, and abilities. This activation method cannot be achieved through skill books or similar means. It entirely relies on luck and strength. Much like Lin Ziluo's talent Omni-Mastery. This talent was formed after summing up numerous skills that Lin Ziluo had mastered over a decade in the apocalypse. Moreover, after obtaining this talent, he would never forget the abilities contained within it. Now, by coincidence, Lin Ziluo has once again acquired a new talent. Heart of Vengeance. The grudges of Yi revenge is a must. Against your enemies, you will possess greater power. Attributes. Once you identify someone as an enemy, your own attributes will increase based on the level of hatred. The higher the hatred, the greater the boost in basic attributes, with a maximum increase of 20. Lin Ziluo looked delighted, not expecting this Heart of Vengeance to be surprisingly useful. It can boost basic attributes by up to 20. It might not seem like much now, but as his basic attributes increase, the attributes that this talent can enhance will also grow. It is a talent that can continuously grow. Of course, aside from the rewards within the game, one cannot forget the rewards from the Golden Finger system. Ding, the host, has successfully killed the remaining 269 people of the Leaf family estate, successfully completing the task. Revenge must be served. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a task reward. Randomly draw a normal golden finger and a piece of bronze level equipment. Ding, does the host want to draw now? With a great revenge fulfilled, Lin Ziluo felt invigorated. In a good mood, he did not hesitate and straightforwardly said, draw. Start with the equipment. Ding, a bronze level equipment is being drawn. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the bronze level equipment. Little Magic Wand. Little Magic Wand, bronze level equipment exclusive to mage professions. A wand that enhances magical power and increases casting speed. Attributes: increases skill power by 5, enhances skill casting speed by 5, and accelerates mental recovery speed by 20. Alright, this time luck was not so great. Drawing a mage type equipment that he cannot use. However, it cannot be said that this equipment is entirely useless. Compared to mage equipment, this is still a genuine little gem. After all, the attributes are quite comprehensive. It would also be a good choice to sell it later. Lin Ziluo happily stored the little magic wand in his storage space. He also took out 3 pieces of bronze level equipment that he had stripped off from Rongzhan. Here it should be noted about the killing mechanism in the apocalyptic game. Although killing in the apocalyptic game does not lead to issues like the red name problems in online games. However, once you kill someone, the storage space of the deceased will disappear permanently. You also cannot obtain anything from that person's storage space. You can only loot the corpse to see if there are any good items. There is now an opportunity to loot the corpse. After a while, once everyone knows about the death mechanism, they often choose to take their treasures with them. Meaning that even if you kill me, I will stuff all my treasures into my storage space, not allowing you to gain any benefit. At that time, unless it is a quick kill, ordinary killing really does not yield any benefits. This can be considered a measure left by the apocalyptic game to discourage killing. Lin Ziluo held all 3 pieces of equipment. He had previously taken a quick glance and saw that there was a bracer, a necklace, and a ring. Leather bracer, mana regeneration ring, and purification necklace. I must say these people had good luck obtaining many jewelry type equipments. Among them, for the leather bracer and the mana regeneration ring, Lin Ziluo just glanced at the attributes and stored them away. His vampire ring and lion's bracer are worth many times more than these 2 worthless items. Only this purification necklace could be considered a little gem. Purification necklace, bronze level equipment, a necklace with purification abilities. Attributes: 1 spirit. Additional skill: purification instantly removes 1 negative status effect, such as petrification, dizziness, blindness. Cooldown 12 hours. Although the attributes of this necklace are not as good as Lin Ziluo's current meditation necklace, this additional skill is very powerful. It can remove 1 control effect, and if used well in combat, it can save one's life. Thus, Lin Ziluo directly stored the meditation necklace away and equipped the purification necklace. With the loot sorted out, it was time for Lin Ziluo's most exciting moment. Drawing a normal golden finger. I never expected that I could draw twice within 24 hours. Having drawn an auto loot LV1 in the daytime was already very exciting. What kind of surprise will this normal golden finger bring me this time? System, draw me a normal golden finger. Lin Ziluo spoke with slight excitement. Ding, drawing a normal golden finger. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a normal golden finger. Absolute enslavement LV1. Lin Ziluo was utterly confused. What does this mean? Absolute enslavement. Enslave whom? Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo hurriedly checked the properties of the new golden finger. Absolute enslavement LV1 can enslave a zombie, strength not exceeding that of the host, to become the host's slave. The enslaved zombie will absolutely obey any command from the host, prioritizing the host's safety even at the cost of its own life. The zombie will possess part of the player's panel, can grow alongside the zombie, and can have some player privileges. Once the bound zombie dies, this golden finger disappears. Wow, wow, wow. This is truly like a cow and 10 bulls spending the night together. It's incredibly amazing. Even with Lin Ziluo's experiences, he now felt a bit dizzy and hard to accept. To be able to tame zombies, and even let zombies possess a player's panel. In his 10 years of experience, Lin Ziluo had seen items or abilities that could enslave. There are those that enslave animals, those that enslave plants, and even those that enslave humans. Ahem, this can be taken the wrong way. However, no one dared to think about or could achieve the enslavement of zombies. But now, this is too absurd. It's completely out of the realm of common sense. I am amazed, I am amazed. Golden finger system, amazing. Lin Ziluo gazed at this golden finger, feeling utterly satisfied. After experiencing the betrayal of Yao Jinghan, he had maintained a vigilant heart towards anyone. Indeed, if even the person you consider closest can betray you, how can you relax and enjoy yourself with Thus Lin Ziluo initially planned to walk the same path as in his previous life, living as a solitary figure. Now the system informed him that he could possess an absolutely loyal zombie slave. Moreover, it could work diligently and selflessly for him, so he would no longer have to do the dirty and exhausting work himself. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo spoke up. What effects will leveling up this absolute slavery golden finger enhance? Ding, leveling up absolute slavery will increase the number of zombies that can be enslaved, adding one more per level. It can also increase the quantity. Instantly a scene flashed in Lin Ziluo's mind, commanding thousands of zombies to attack Leisure City. He quickly extinguished that thought. Come on, to reach such a level, how many times must the level of absolute slavery be increased? It's better to dream. But which zombie should he enslave? He wasn't sure where the few that could grow into the zombie emperor were located. The few zombies he could remember all seemed to have potential, yet he felt they were not perfect enough. Moreover, he didn't know if they could grow to the level they reached in his previous life after being enslaved. After all those who succeeded, whether human or zombie, had encountered certain fortuitous events to achieve success. Forget it, why think so much? It was already past 3 o'clock, he needed to rest quickly. With this thought, Lin Ziluo took one last glance at the mangled body of Li Haobo on the ground. He unleashed his cooled exploding double slash once more. This time the tang knife struck twice at the abdomen. The explosion successfully turned Li Haobo's body into a pile of mush. Lin Ziluo believed that even Li Haobo's biological parents would not recognize this mush as belonging to him. Then he whistled cheerfully as he walked out of the safe house. Outside the safe house was the basement of the Li family manor. The entire basement was stacked with numerous valuable treasures, including ancient precious calligraphic works and paintings. There were also gold and silver jewelry, gems, and various antiques. Lin Ziluo didn't even glance at the gold and silver jewelry. In the apocalypse, these items were truly worthless. They were even uncomfortable to use as toilet paper. However, for calligraphic and painting works, Lin Ziluo tried to collect them into his storage space. These precious calligraphic works had their uses later on. As for the specific uses, Lin Ziluo had truly forgotten. It seemed to be for exchange purposes. In any case, these items rolled up took up little space, so he decided to keep them. Lin Ziluo searched again, and indeed found several exquisite knives resembling daggers. However, these knives were adorned with gemstone decorations, and the sharpness of the blades was not high, so he disappointingly discarded them. These knives were not even as useful as my tetanus dull blade. After thoroughly rummaging through the entire basement, Lin Ziluo hummed a tune as he left the basement and arrived at the first floor of the villa. Now that he was here, he might as well sleep for a night. To be honest, he had never slept in such a luxurious villa before. If he wanted to sleep in the bedroom on the 3rd floor, he had to pass through the lobby on the 1st floor to take the elevator. Lin Ziluo headed straight toward the lobby. However, as he walked, he noticed something was off. The lobby was extremely dim due to the absence of chandeliers. And in that dim lobby there stood a figure. Impossible. All the members of the Li family were dead. This was something even the system acknowledged. Oh, surely the system wouldn't be wrong. The black figure was extraordinarily tall. From the outline of the shadow, one could tell that the muscles on this figure were simply explosive. It could be described as a human-shaped beast. Moreover, this figure stood there motionless like a sculpture requiring no breath. Lin Ziluo observed this figure. Since he first saw it, it had not breathed at all. There was no rise or fall in the abdomen or chest. In Lin Ziluo's mind, there was only one entity that matched such characteristics. That is a zombie. Lin Ziluo recalled the scene he had observed in the lobby, which was instantly restored. In the scene, the figure stood in front of a large iron cage. He remembered that there was a dead zombie inside the large iron cage, along with a dozen or so dismembered female bodies and a muscular man lying on the ground, bloodied and mangled. At that time, the muscular man had shown slight signs of zombification. So the figure standing in the lobby cage now was that muscular man transformed into a zombie. Upon realizing this was a zombie, Lin Ziluo became even more curious. This zombie was quite strange. Its body had actually healed. Moreover, the blood and flesh in the lobby were practically spread all over the ground. Generally speaking, ordinary zombies would definitely be attracted by this blood and flesh, becoming restless. Even if they couldn't break through the cage, they would continuously slam against it. Yet this zombie stood quietly there. Lin Ziluo, bold and skilled, walked swiftly to the front of the cage. He then took out a flashlight and shined it on the zombie. At this moment, he finally saw the appearance of the zombie. Is this really a zombie? Zombie level 4 base attributes: strength 25, spirit 3, constitution 26, agility 18, attributes: enhanced at night, talent innate, giant strength, epic level talent. Your strength will gain additional enhancement as your level increases. Any items or equipment related to strength attributes held in your hands will yield better effects. The skills you use will only consume physical strength, not spiritual power. Skill full power strike. Gather all your strength into your fist, dealing 150 damage based on your strength attribute with this punch. So it really is a zombie. But why, even though it is a zombie, is its skin not gray? Moreover, it has very few characteristics associated with zombies. Aside from its red eyes, its fangs and claws are not as long as those of other zombies. Well, that doesn't matter. What's important is that this zombie is ridiculously strong. Although its attributes are currently boosted by the knight, these attributes can certainly be considered at the bronze level. No, even a bronze level boss would find it hard to possess an epic level talent. Lin Ziluo suddenly realized, now I understand why I drew the absolute domination golden finger. This zombie is prepared specifically for me, right? At this moment, the zombie, which had been illuminated by the flashlight, began to move. It looked at Lin Ziluo. Then it stood still again. Lin Ziluo was stunned. What's going on? Brother, I'm a human, and you are a zombie. Shouldn't you want to bite me when you see me? Lin Ziluo patted the cage, trying to attract the zombie's attention. The zombie glanced at Lin Ziluo again. Then it scratched its head and stood there motionless again. What the hell, this is strange. Does this zombie really have a personality? Or is it just because it's simply too stupid? Lin Ziluo then noticed that this zombie's mental power was a pitiful 3 points. 3 points. It seems that only a 2 or 3-year-old infant would have such attributes in a doomsday scenario. No wonder I thought you had a personality, but it turns out you're really just dumb. System, since this zombie's attributes are so high, can I choose to enslave it? Lin Ziluo asked curious. Ding, yes, due to the mental deficiency of this zombie, its overall attributes do not exceed that of the host. It really can be done. Lin Ziluo fell into hesitation. I must admit, this zombie is quite good. Its strength and physique are high, and its agility is not slow. As for its talent, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but feel envious. However, its mental aspect raises some concerns. Forget it, being a bit dumb is good. Oh, a bit dumb is obedient. Alright then, system, I will enslave this zombie. After much hesitation, Lin Ziluo ultimately decided to enslave this zombie. After all, with this talent, its growth and strength are sufficiently guaranteed. Besides those zombie kings, the best quality zombies I can find are at this level. Ding, is the host sure to use absolute domination LV1 to enslave this zombie? Confirmed. Lin Ziluo's reply was decisive. He was the kind of person who set his mind on something and would not hesitate again. Ding, starting to enslave the zombie. During this process, the zombie may struggle, but the host need not worry. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo felt a red light emerging from his forehead. The red light shot straight towards the zombie in front of him. The red light began to spread as it touched the zombie, gradually enveloping the entire body of the zombie. The zombie lowered its head, looking at the red light covering its body. Is it going to struggle now? Lin Ziluo was curious about how this zombie would struggle. Suddenly, the zombie raised its head violently, then stood still again. What the hell, don't tease me. How can it be? Lin Ziluo suddenly felt a bit regretful. Can I really handle this zombie's intelligence? The enslavement process went very smoothly, as the zombie showed no resistance. As the red light gradually faded, Lin Ziluo felt that he had established a certain connection with this zombie. He could control it with his mind, command its every move, and also sense its general emotions. Ding, successfully enslaved the zombie. Oh, please give a name to your enslaved zombie. I need to name it. Lin Ziluo frowned and began to think. Since this guy is so tall and powerful and possesses the epic talent of innate giant strength, let's call him Big Fool. Lin Ziluo finally spoke. Great, after saying a lot, the name doesn't match at all. Ding, the zombie has been successfully named Big Fool. Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing Big Fool. Big Fool will absolutely obey any command from the host, prioritizing the host's safety even at the cost of its life. Ding, absolute domination LV1 has been bound to Big Fool. Ding, creating a player panel for Big Fool. Soon Big Fool's player panel appeared before Lin Ziluo. Player Big Fool level 4 experience 3250 reputation data, lost, unable to open gold 0 storage space data, lost, unable to open basic attributes, strength 25, spirit 3, physique 26, agility 18, title none, talent innate giant strength, skill full power, strike equipment none. Ding, a friendly reminder to the host. Big Fool's player panel is forcibly implanted by the system, so it cannot inherit the reputation and storage space functions, and it cannot enjoy experience rewards from quests or gain experience from killing zombies. Big Fool's leveling method and progress are the same as that of zombies. Ding, however, Big Fool can also earn gold from killing zombies like ordinary players and has a 1 chance of dropping equipment and items. Lin Ziluo listened carefully to the system's introduction. Well, as expected, being able to possess so many abilities, Lin Ziluo already found it incredible. Big Fool. Lin Ziluo called out. Big Fool immediately looked at Lin Ziluo. Come prove yourself. Oh, I don't believe this cage can hold you with your current attributes. Lin Ziluo said. Big Fool understood. It lifted its incredibly massive arms. Both hands gripped the 2 alloy bars of the cage. Then it began to exert force. The alloy bars emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache. Moreover, the alloy bars visibly began to bend. Then 1 bar, 2 bars, 3. The cage was forcibly pried open by Big Fool enough for it to walk. Big Fool stepped out. It looked at Lin Ziluo in front of it. Big Fool scratched its head and smiled. Lin Ziluo was very satisfied. It was fine if the fool was a bit dim-witted as long as he was obedient and had some abilities. Fortunately, he had an unwanted leather wristband to give to the fool. As for the mana regeneration necklace and little magic wand, those could be disregarded. The fool endowed with innate strength didn't need mental energy or the speed to recover it. It's worth mentioning that additional mental energy could not enhance the fool's IQ. Leather wristband, a bronze-tier equipment made from fur. Attributes 1 constitution, 1 strength. It was very ordinary equipment. Lin Ziluo casually checked the attributes after equipping the fool with the leather wristband. He found that the attributes gained from wearing the equipment did not include the unique night attribute bonus of zombies. Fortunately, if it could indeed provide a night bonus, that would be outrageous. Lin Ziluo yawned. He was too tired and needed to sleep quickly. Lin Ziluo hurriedly led the fool to the elevator and arrived on the 3rd floor. He selected an empty bedroom. It was clear that no one had lived in this room. The life of the wealthy was truly plain and dull. Zombies didn't need to sleep. Thus Lin Ziluo said, "Fool, just guard the door and don't let anything disturb my sleep." Although he knew that the nearby zombies had been cleared out, it was wise to be cautious against unexpected situations. The fool nodded firmly. This signified a guarantee to complete the task. Then he turned around, his iron tower-like body blocking the bedroom door. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but give a thumbs up, reliable. He then shut the bedroom door and placed a surveillance eye at the entrance. Even though having the fool was a safety net, it never hurt to be careful. The key point was that there were too many surveillance. Now there were more than 10 surveillance eyes in the storage space. Lin Ziluo couldn't be bothered to think about other things. He put on the equipment and lay down on the soft bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. At this moment, it was already 4:00 a.m. on the 4th day of the apocalypse. When Lin Ziluo woke up, it was already noon. He still used the instant awakening method. After a quick wash, Lin Ziluo opened the door. The fool was still dutifully standing at the door. Hearing the sound of the door opening behind him, the fool turned to glance. "Well done, kid, good job," Lin Ziluo praised the fool. The fool immediately showed a silly grin. The two of them made their way downstairs. The grim scene from the early morning unfolded before their eyes. The air in the entire hall was thick with a strong smell of blood. The bodies scattered across the floor left Lin Ziluo with nowhere to step. Not to mention that the copious blood from the corpses stained the expensive carpet from pure white to blood red. Lin Ziluo stepped carefully over the corpses with the fool closely following. However, due to the fool's heavy weight, he crushed quite a few corpses underfoot. Arriving at the large table in the living room, Lin Ziluo discarded a halfinger from a chair and sat down. He then pulled out some food classification cards from the storage space and activated a few at random. A sumptuous lunch appeared on the table. It was truly a feast for the senses. Lin Ziluo enjoyed his lunch while observing the gruesome bloody scene in the hall. "Fool, why don't you eat some of their bodies?" Lin Ziluo pointed at the corpses on the ground. Although zombies didn't need to eat to replenish energy, they all had a penchant for consuming human flesh. Who knew the fool would indeed break the mold? He glanced at the corpses on the ground, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Lin Ziluo was astonished. "You truly are a unique zombie." Moreover, the fool looked at the lavish dishes in front of Lin Ziluo. Then he silently swallowed. Lin Ziluo's keen observation caught this slight movement. With a trial-and-error attitude, he pointed at the dishes and said, "How about you try a bit?" As soon as Lin Ziluo finished speaking, the fool's previously dim-witted expression became lively. He nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Lin Ziluo touched his forehead. "Goodness, what a peculiar zombie this is. He doesn't eat human flesh, but loves cooked food. I had never encountered a zombie with such a preference in the past 10 years. Lin Ziluo was also quite generous. After all, this was his little brother. He waved his hand and took out 5 or 6 cards, activating them directly. Suddenly 5 or 6 dishes appeared on the dining table. "You eat," Lin Ziluo pointed at the food. The fool grinned and began to scoop food onto his plate. "Sit down and eat," Lin Ziluo said helplessly. By this time he had finished his lunch and just watched the fool eat. Lin Ziluo observed closely and confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, the fool's IQ noticeably increased. His eyes and actions became much more agile. While a pure food-loving zombie, he can get stronger with food. Lin Ziluo tested the fool with some movements. Sure enough, he became significantly smarter. However, after finishing all the dishes, the fool reverted to his, "Alright, I was previously distressed about all those resource cards with nowhere to put them, but now it's fine." The fool, Lin Ziluo spread his hands. After the two finished their meal, Lin Ziluo took out a map from the storage space. This map was found yesterday in a shop. It detailed the overall layout of Magic City. Moreover, Lin Ziluo had marked many special locations. Lin Ziluo studied the map carefully, and after a while his eyes brightened as he pointed to a spot, saying, "As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes." Lin Ziluo originally planned to seek revenge on Li Haobo when he reached level 5 or 6. Of course, the so-called revenge only entailed assassinating Li Haobo. However, due to various fortuitous encounters, he found himself at level 8 by the time he sought revenge. His power had grown sufficient to wipe out everyone in the Li family estate. As for after the revenge, Lin Ziluo originally intended to go to a familiar dungeon in the heart of the Demon City for rapid level advancement. Now, with his level 8 status and luxurious equipment alongside Da Sha as a powerful ally, he could completely skip the step of leveling up quickly. He would directly pursue the goal Lin Ziluo had set from the beginning: hidden profession phantom. To change to this profession, one must go to the Demon City Museum. Inside the Demon City Museum, there was an ancient scroll that held the key to the profession change. Once someone activated the scroll, they would be teleported to the profession change space. By completing 3 trials for the profession change, one could obtain the scroll for the phantom profession. If not completed, or if the time limit was exceeded, it would be considered a failure and the player would be annihilated. Of course, Lin Ziluo would only fully understand these things after the profession change. In reality, in his past life, he had been half coerced and half tricked into the profession change space. At first, it was widely rumored in the Demon City that there was treasure in the Demon City Museum. Lin Ziluo, along with his 3 seemingly friendly roommates, came to the museum out of curiosity. It was there that Lin Ziluo encountered Li Haobo, Yao Jinghan, and his bodyguards. In his past life, because Yao Jinghan did not die, Li Haobo had not sought out a hunting mercenary group right from the start. They arrived a day earlier than Lin Ziluo. They learned that anyone who activated the scroll would die an untimely death. When Lin Ziluo arrived, due to being green, he had a dispute with Li Haobo and the others. This caused Li Haobo to lose quite a bit of face in front of others. Due to the crowd gathered at the Demon City Museum, Li Haobo did not make a direct move. Instead, he secretly approached Lin Ziluo's 3 roommates, offering them enough benefits to betray Lin Ziluo. The betrayal was simple: they persuaded Lin Ziluo to activate the scroll. At that time, Lin Ziluo was unaware that activating the scroll would lead to dying an untimely death. Persuaded by a few good roommates, he was told that activating the scroll would enhance his strength. Blinded by anger, Lin Ziluo failed to discern the lies. Moreover, with Li Haobo's people nearby making threats, he ultimately chose to activate the scroll. Surprisingly to everyone, Lin Ziluo successfully completed the profession change, obtaining the Phantom Profession Scroll. Although during the profession change process, Lin Ziluo's entire face was disfigured by the boss that appeared in the 3rd trial. This is the general outline of the events. This incident occurred on the 8th day of the Apocalypse game. Now it is only the 4th day, and there should definitely be no one at the Demon City Museum. Lin Ziluo planned to take the initiative. The target item was very clear. He remembered the trial process very well. What was there to hesitate about? Set off. Lin Ziluo tidied up a bit and went to the safe house in the basement to admire the remains of Li Haobo turned into meat paste. He also helped Da Sha with a disguise. From the floor where the bodyguard stayed, he found a custom bodyguard outfit that fit Da Sha's stature. After putting on sunglasses, Da Sha's zombie-like red eyes and fangs were completely concealed. From the outside, he looked like a fierce and intimidating bodyguard, exuding a sense of security. Furthermore, Lin Ziluo also retrieved some weapons from the hunting mercenary group. He took a few daggers while Da Sha wielded a large machete. The two then strode out of the Li family estate. It is now the 4th day of the apocalypse. Most players have started to adapt to the apocalyptic environment. The supplies of ordinary households have been mostly consumed in these 3 days. Driven by these 2 reasons, a large number of players began to venture out of their homes, actively hunting zombies. Among them, some fortunate players obtained 1 or 2 pieces of equipment or items. More players gained resource cards. Additionally, the thrill of defeating zombies, gaining experience, and leveling up led some players to frantically hunt zombies, let alone being unable to defeat zombies. Just as stated, when the Apocalypse game began, the first 7 days were a rookie protection period. The zombies' intelligence, attributes, abilities, and leveling speed were all suppressed. Normal adults could easily take on a zombie in an unknown fight. Moreover, to be honest, most young people now have either played online games or read apocalyptic novels. Faced with such a real apocalyptic game, they applied the experiences they learned from novels and games, demonstrating humanity's remarkable adaptability. Quickly, methods like teaming up and assisting each other emerged, uniting together. Whether this truly constituted unity in the backdrop of the apocalypse remains another matter. Of course, there were also various methods to lure zombies, set traps, and divide zombies, all emerging as players gained strength. In the center of the Demon City, more and more players began to notice a location: the Demon City Museum. Normally, the museum is a highly trafficked attraction. However, after the Apocalypse game commenced, it completely descended into a hell on earth. A multitude of zombies blocked the exits, preventing anyone from escaping the museum. Aside from consuming a small number of people, the rest were all transformed into their companions. This led to countless zombies inside and outside the Demon City Museum. This was a prime spot for leveling up and gaining experience. Players began to brainstorm around the demon city. Lin Ziluo shared the same worry. At this moment he and Desha had arrived at the city center of Modu. Although they had not yet approached the Modu Museum. However, they could already observe the mountain of corpses at the entrance of the Modu Museum. The entire journey took them over 3 hours as they rushed forward. During this time, they hadn't managed to kill many zombies. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo was fortunate enough to discover a useful item. Fireball Spell Scroll, a bronze-level disposable item that when used can unleash a fireball with fixed energy. Players can control the fireball to attack enemies or choose to detonate it, causing explosive damage. It was a disposable skill scroll. Although it seemed unimpressive, Lin Ziluo knew that such single-use scrolls held terrifying power. During the journey, Lin Ziluo conducted a test. He wanted to see if Desha, who had already obtained a player panel, could still be considered a zombie. The answer thrilled Lin Ziluo. Yes. When Desha approached a zombie, it did not attract the attention of the undead. Unless Desha chose to attack the zombies, only then would that zombie or those nearby take notice of him. This meant that Desha could actively approach zombies and launch sneak attacks. Even those zombies with attributes higher than Desha's might not necessarily defeat him. Moreover, Desha could go and open wild treasure chests. Just imagine those treasure chests hidden within the sea of corpses. Normal players would need to kill numerous zombies or defeat a boss to reach a wild treasure chest. But Desha didn't need to. With a wiggle of his behind, he could slip into the horde of corpses and casually open the treasure chests with his player panel. What a bug. Of course, under normal circumstances, Lin Ziluo wouldn't choose to let Desha do this. If Desha opened the chests, he wouldn't receive any experience, reputation, or storage rewards. That would be a pure waste. Lin Ziluo set down the binoculars in his hands. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the zombies near this museum had been mostly cleared out by players, allowing everyone to gather at the entrance to discuss the scrolls. Now, with so many zombies surrounding the entrance, it's quite difficult for just me and Desha to clear them. Lin Ziluo frowned. It's a pity that this scroll is equivalent to a fixed teleportation point and cannot be moved. Otherwise, I could have let Desha enter the museum to retrieve the scroll. Then, hiding in a corner, he could activate the scroll comfortably. Lin Ziluo was currently on the rooftop of an unfinished building. Since it was unfinished and surrounded by walls, there were very few zombies inside the walls. Lin Ziluo and Desha easily made their way to the rooftop. From this rooftop, they could clearly see the external situation of the Moda Museum. Lin Ziluo sat on a wooden plank, beginning to contemplate a strategy. Charging and hidden was definitely not an option. With so many zombies, he wouldn't be able to clear them no matter how hard he tried. Stealth was also impossible. No matter how agile he was, he couldn't advance in a museum filled with zombies. What if he used a launcher to throw meat infected with zombie virus? No, the throwing distance is limited. If it's too close, it won't draw them away. What about sending Desha to lure the zombies? Letting Desha carry the raw meat to lead a large number of zombies away. Then he could deal with a small number of zombies, creating an opportunity to access the scroll. Lin Ziluo glanced at Desha. The dazed Desha suddenly shivered. He blankly touched his head. How strange, I'm clearly a zombie, why am I shivering? Lin Ziluo quickly averted his gaze. Cough. Whether I can activate the zombies is one thing. But with so many zombies chasing Desha, it's a certainty that Desha would be in peril. So what should be done? Lin Ziluo glanced towards the museum. Suddenly he noticed a location. It was a mall located 2 streets away from the museum. Lin Ziluo saw signs of a large number of people moving behind the glass on the top floor of that mall. He picked up the binoculars and began to observe carefully. The top floor of that mall seemed to gather quite a few people, mostly strong and robust young men. Just by looking at their demeanor and eyes, it was clear that they were all individuals who had dealt with zombies. Among them, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the museum, he could clearly see 4 or 5 people looking down, observing the Moda Museum. While observing, they were also discussing something enthusiastically and gesturing, seemingly arranging some plan. Due to the distance and angle, Lin Ziluo couldn't fully hear what they were saying, but a few words caught his attention. Encircling these zombies inside the museum, we don't have enough manpower. After a considerable discussion, these people finally disappeared from the floor-to-ceiling windows. It seemed they went back to discuss with those gathered together. Lin Ziluo set down the binoculars. Combining the earlier conversation and actions, he understood. The zombies at the entrance and inside the museum in his previous life were likely cleared by these people. It's just that those who touched the scroll had all died and couldn't gain benefits, so they spread this information outward. Since that's the case, why not unite with them? Join their team to clear the zombies together. This way he could avoid a lot of trouble. At the same time, he wouldn't have to sacrifice Desha. As for worrying that others would reach the scroll first, that's just ridiculous. If someone could complete the trial. In his previous life, they wouldn't have waited for Lin Ziluo to activate the scroll 2 days later. Temporary teams like this are quite common in an apocalypse. However, such temporary teams generally do not have a good outcome. In the face of self-interest, who would adhere? Moreover, in the background of an apocalyptic game where strength reigns supreme, Lin Ziluo put away his tang knife and binoculars, calling out to Desha. The two, one person and one zombie, began to head downstairs. They needed to hurry and gather with those people on the top floor of the mall and see if they could prompt them to launch an attack sooner. At the top floor of the Zirunfa shopping mall, nearly 100 players were gathered in the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with supplies which were originally intended to replenish the goods in the mall's shops. With the advent of the apocalyptic game, this place became a gathering spot for players to collect supplies. Generally speaking, places with particularly high foot traffic, like shopping malls, are prime locations. There were many zombies and few would choose to enter this place. However, the service elevator at the back of the Zirunfa shopping mall conveniently led to the warehouse. This way, players familiar with Zirunfa could avoid contact with the zombies inside the mall. Thus, anyone with some knowledge of the mall would opt to use the service elevator to reach the top floor and collect the necessary food and supplies. One visionary person, seeing this situation, decided to establish a gathering place here. Those who could come here to collect supplies were all exceptional talents capable of bravely venturing out and killing zombies. By gathering these exceptional talents, could he not form a strong organization? With this wonderful idea, the gathering place quickly attracted many people to join. Thus, the leader named the gathering place Death God Club. In his view, the people gathered here were indeed veritable death gods. Death gods capable of bringing death to zombies. Within just 3 days, the Death God Club amassed 100 members. With the collective efforts of these 100 players, they successfully obliterated several small zombie gathering spots. To put it bluntly, these were small supermarkets, convenience stores, and residential buildings. The successes from multiple raids brought them loot and the thrill of leveling up. This inflated the egos of the players in the Death God Club. They argued about wanting to make a big score. At this point, the founder of the Death God Club realized that things were taking a turn for the worse. As the number of members grew, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain them. Though he was reluctant, he had to go along with the desires of the members. This was the danger of lacking personal strength and authority. Where should the Death God Club direct its efforts? The zombies downstairs were absolutely out of the question. Not only were there numerous zombies, but they were also too close. If they provoked them, and if they couldn't win, their club would be in jeopardy, and all the supplies in the warehouse would be lost. The founder consulted with several well-respected leaders in the club. They ultimately settled on the Magic City Museum. Its location was neither too far nor too near, and the open area at the museum's entrance was suitable for combat. Of course, they were not so arrogant as to think they could attack there with just 100 people. Instead, they decided to wait until the club could gather 200 members before taking action. Alright, then, it's settled. Everyone should prepare their own weapons, Gao Dong said. He was the founder of the Death God Club. The members of the Death God Club stood up and cheered. I say, why wait for 200 people? That's looking down on our brother's strength. We should charge right in now. Yeah, it would be great to find another resource card for a whole roasted lamb. The one we had yesterday was delicious. Damn it, I can't wait. I need to grab another bag of ham. Gao Dong opened his mouth wanting to say something, but hesitating. He wanted to persuade the members to conserve some supplies. He also wanted to advise them to be quieter to avoid attracting the attention of the zombies below. But he knew that even if he spoke, no one would listen. After all, who wouldn't want to enjoy a feast in the apocalypse? Who wouldn't love a wild club without constraints and order? Gao Dong felt he had strayed from the right path. Yet he couldn't bear to abandon the club he had founded. To put it plainly, he still enjoyed the seemingly powerful position of being the praised founder among the members. Thus, under his leniency, the members became increasingly audacious. Damn it, big yellow hair, keep your hands to yourself. Suddenly, a quarrel erupted. A woman holding an iron rod pointed at a man with yellow hair. Behind the woman, a well-built girl was hiding. Gao Dong didn't even need to look to know that Big Yellow Hair had gone to touch that girl again. Big Yellow Hair showed no signs of backing down against the woman with the iron rod. I say, Tian Ningjing, don't think that just because you have some bronze-level iron rod you can flaunt it in front of me. Big Yellow Hair spat on the ground. What do you know? Let this little beauty give in to me sooner rather than later. It's better for everyone. You think you can protect her? For how long? Big Yellow Hair sneered at Tian Ningjing. Her body shook with anger as she retorted, I know what you're thinking. You think you can have me. Who do you even deserve it? The onlookers erupted in laughter. Big Yellow Hair's face darkened as he felt embarrassed in front of everyone. What a foul bitch, don't be hasty. I'm being a gentleman right now, but when I get the chance, it'll make you unrecognizable even to your mother. Big Yellow Hair knew he couldn't take on Tian Ningjing, who was armed, so he could only resort to threats. You think you can play me? Take a good look at your own twig of a body. You crack me up. Seeing Big Yellow Hair back down, Tian Ningjing pressed on. The crowd erupted in laughter again, and Big Yellow Hair's expression grew even darker. He stepped aside and pulled out a large wooden stick. Gao Dong couldn't sit still any longer. If things continued to develop, a major conflict was sure to erupt. Enough, Gao Dong stood up and said. But his voice was too soft, drowned out by the laughter of the crowd. As the commotion grew louder, more and more people gathered around. They shouted, relishing the spectacle. Fight! Yellow hair, don't be afraid. How can you be scared of a girl? Tian, give it to him good. I want to see how you twist that fine body of yours in a fight. No one noticed that the service elevator that led directly to the top floor was slowly opening its doors. A man wearing a mask walked in. Behind him stood a tall bodyguard wearing sunglasses. The newcomer is undoubtedly our protagonist, the handsome and charming Lin Ziluo, just like the readers. At this moment, he has stowed away all his gear and casually put on a set of men's clothing. Even so, the men's outfit on him looks exceptionally stylish and elegant. Lin Ziluo has always been accustomed to, after all, in his previous life, he had to constantly hide and run. A little bit of flamboyance would easily attract the attention of the Li family. Originally, Lin Ziluo planned to disguise himself, but then reconsidered. Why be so timid now? Should he be afraid that the pile of rotten meat that Li Haobo turned into would come back to trouble him? Therefore, he boldly took the freight elevator to the top floor of the Zirunfa shopping mall. Initially, there was someone guarding the freight elevator. However, upon seeing the commotion, the guards all ran over to check it out. Thus, Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool walked into the Grim Reaper Club openly, and at the same time, they noticed the crowd gathered around. Among the crowd, the anxious Gao Dong immediately caught Lin Ziluo's attention. This guy seems familiar. I think I saw him when I activated the scroll that day. Lin Ziluo recalled. The time was too far back to recognize him easily, but he still had a faint impression. It seemed like he was a charismatic leader of some organization. It seems this organization is indeed the one. Gao Dong attracted Lin Ziluo's gaze. At the same time, Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool also drew the attention of others. Lin Ziluo wearing a mask was already enough to attract attention. Behind him followed a super strong man, over 2 meters tall, dressed like a bodyguard. Who wouldn't feel intimidated upon seeing this? One person spotted Lin Ziluo and immediately quieted down from the earlier excitement. Fearing that any sudden movement might make too much noise and provoke Lin Ziluo's displeasure, one person calmed down, which piqued the curiosity of another. Upon seeing Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool, that person also fell quiet. Thus the news spread, and soon the entire top floor became silent. Even Tianjing and the big yellow-haired guy who were originally arguing heatedly shut their mouths. Everyone was fearfully watching Lin Ziluo. The atmosphere was exceptionally eerie. Gao Dong was the first to react. He took on a leadership demeanor and approached proactively. I don't know how to address this, brother. Oh, what brings you to our Grim Reaper Club? I'm just here with my brother. We noticed you had a lot of people around, so we thought we'd see if we could join you. Lin Ziluo answered honestly. It turned out that the guy behind him was his brother, not a bodyguard. Instantly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was the pressure of identity. Everyone had assumed the Big Fool was Lin Ziluo's bodyguard, which implied Lin Ziluo must hold a significant status. Now, hearing he was just a brother, they suddenly felt a lot less intimidated. Gao Dong, however, was overjoyed. Oh, so you're brothers, that's great. If he could bring these two into his group, wouldn't that greatly enhance his influence? If you want to join our Grim Reaper Club, we certainly welcome you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Gao Dong, the president of the Grim Reaper Club. Oh, you're the president? Lin Ziluo said, suddenly enlightened. Yes, I'd like to know how to address you, brother. Gao Dong asked. It was at this moment he remembered to check Lin Ziluo's attributes. After checking, he found a screen full of question marks. What's going on here? Gao Dong skeptically glanced at the Big Fool's panel behind Lin Ziluo. Basic information, nickname Big Fool, title, none, level 4. Who would name themselves Big Fool? Gao Dong was baffled by these two. I am Lin Luo, and this is my brother Big Fool. He's a bit silly and mute, working as a bodyguard for the wealthy. Lin Ziluo introduced. Gao Dong felt even happier. A guy who was a bit silly meant he could be easily deceived, right? Good. Brother Lin Luo, on behalf of the Grim Reaper Club, I welcome you both to join. Gao Dong extended his hand. Lin Ziluo shook hands with Gao Dong amicably. With Lin Ziluo's arrival, the originally tense atmosphere was also eased. After Tianjing and the big yellow-haired guy exchanged a few parting insults, they ended the conflict. Of course, whether the conflict was truly over depended on how the two felt inside. The rooftop of Zirunfa fell back into a sea of joy. Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool were then pulled into Gao Dong's office. Brother Lin Luo, brother Big Fool, I feel we hit it off right away. I wonder what your preferences are. As your brother, I'll arrange something for you. Gao Dong couldn't hide his fondness for the Big Fool. Though speaking to Lin Ziluo, his eyes were fixated on the Big Fool. Lin Ziluo began to doubt Gao Dong's sexual orientation. Well, Gao Laoj, my brother, and we prefer the fighting type. Our main goal is to become stronger, and we love going out to kill zombies and level up in our spare time. We mainly came here to make some connections. Lin Ziluo spoke. This was to lay the groundwork for his future actions. By saying they liked to kill zombies, he could push for faster decision-making when discussing an attack on the museum due to his combative nature. At the same time, Lin Ziluo would not choose to stay with this group all the time. Caution has always been Lin Ziluo's motto. Those who are arrogant and think they have some strength often meet their demise in a doomsday game. Moreover, once the time limit on the hidden mask expires, he would directly expose his true identity as a vengeful spirit. This impressive identity could intimidate most people. But there's no guarantee that some dim-witted people wouldn't have ideas about him. It's not that Lin Ziluo was afraid of these people. If anyone provoked him, he would definitely make them regret coming to this world. However, these people were currently his good allies for entering the museum. How could he waste them casually? You like to become stronger. Gao Dong spoke. He did not doubt that there were many people in the Grim Reaper Club with similar thoughts. A pained expression appeared on Gao Dong's face as he spoke. If you want to become stronger, I happen to have an extra skill book here. I'll reluctantly part with it for my brothers. Skill book. Lin Ziluo was momentarily stunned. Oh my, what an unexpected gain. If it weren't for Lin Ziluo's strong composure, he might have burst into laughter. Is it that Gao Dong is unaware of the value of skill books, or is there something else at play? Is he willing to pay such a high price to please us? With a smirk in his heart, Lin Ziluo hesitantly said, skill book, this must be quite precious, right? This is the attitude. Such an attitude is most likely to hook someone in. Sure enough, Gao Dong immediately exclaimed, hey, we're all brothers, what's precious or not? Here, Lin Luo, take it. Saying this, Gao Dong pulled out a book from his storage space and shoved it into Lin Ziluo's hands. Wow, it really is a skill book. Lin Ziluo was shocked. Is it my method of opening it that's wrong? Are players in this apocalyptic game really this generous? Lin Ziluo opened the book. Rage of the Lost Mind, a warrior-type skill. Upon activation, the user will enter a state of uncontrollable rage, losing all awareness and becoming a madman that only knows to attack nearby living beings. Attribute increase of 20 to 50 depending on the level of rage, lasting for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, the user will enter a state of chaos based on the level of enhancement. The higher the enhancement, the longer the chaos lasts. This skill has significant side effects. Use with caution. Use with caution. Lin Ziluo's expression became peculiar. Although Gao Dong could not see Lin Ziluo's face. But seeing Lin Ziluo remain motionless for a long time, he knew his little cleverness had been seen through. Gao Dong awkwardly explained, although this skill has considerable side effects, and you lose consciousness after using it, but this skill is a lifesaver when you find yourself in a desperate situation. Hey, do you think I'm really that foolish not to use a skill book? Is this skill meant for others? In those 2 minutes of complete loss of awareness, let alone whether it will harm our own people. It is well known that even with boosted attributes, a person without awareness can be less effective in combat than when conscious. Just compare a zombie and a human with the same attributes. Humans can often kill zombies precisely because zombies lack awareness. So players are not fools. After a player uses this skill book, they immediately traded it with Gao Dong for a piece of bronze-level equipment. And Gao Dong, quite confused, traded with him. Every time he thought about this, Gao Dong was filled with regret. It's fine, I can feel Gao Ge's intentions. I really like this skill book, thank you, Gao Go. Lin Ziluo said calmly, then stored the skill book back in his storage space. If you truly liked it, wouldn't you have learned the skill yourself already? Gao Dong thought Lin Ziluo was giving him a way out. He felt a bit embarrassed, quickly saying, I apologize to Brother Lin. How about this? I have a resource voucher for a fried chicken family bucket. Let's all enjoy it together. You see, this is the charm of language and actions. He got a skill book for free, yet made the other person feel apologetic. Oh no, I want to go out with the Shah to hunt zombies for experience. Lin Ziluo declined. Upon hearing this, Gao Dong thought, well, we are all good brothers. You improve your strength, and I am happy too. All right, brothers, feel free to go. If you need food or drink, just take it from the warehouse. No need to be polite. Gao Dong said generously. Lin Ziluo nodded to indicate he understood, but he didn't really go to get supplies. Instead, he walked out of the office. The Shah had been watching the 2 brothers interact. Although he didn't understand what they were talking about, seeing Lin Ziluo about to leave, he immediately followed after him. Gao Dong, on the other hand, was basking in delight in the office. Lin Luo, you're really something. I gave him such a useless skill book, and he didn't complain at all. What a good brother. Gao Dong sighed. Just as Lin Ziluo stepped out, he immediately sensed something was off. His keen insight told him that from the moment he stepped out of the office, 3 or 4 people had immediately set their sights on him. It was as if they were waiting for him to come out. It seems like they're here to cause me trouble. Lin Ziluo felt helpless. I am just a kind and honest person. Why do you want to bully honest people? Sure enough, just as Lin Ziluo was halfway to the cargo elevator, he was surrounded by a few people blocking his path. A man in a fur coat, smoking a cigarette, emerged from the crowd. This person was a thorn in Gao Dong's. Having considerable influence, he was always trying to replace Gao Dong and become the leader of the Reaper Club, often targeting Gao Dong both openly and covertly. The man looked at Lin Ziluo with an arrogant expression and spoke boldly, brother, I'm not threatening you, just want to warn you, don't get too close to Gao Dong, otherwise, even if your brother is strong. Lin Ziluo was becoming impatient, realizing his training hadn't been sufficient. He said to Shah, why are you just standing there? Get to work. The man, seeing his speech interrupted, was exceedingly angry, and just as he was about to explode, Shah stepped out from behind Lin Ziluo. Head being big is impressive. Just a level 4, let me tell you, I have several level 4s behind me. Slap. This time the man's words were cut short, and he could say no more. Because just now Dasha had given him a slap with all his might. That slap was powerful enough to make the man's head spin 180 degrees clockwise. The burly men who had been behind the man were now alarmed to see their leader's face turn to his back. Some were so scared they sat down on the floor. The crowd in the hall who had been celebrating turned to look curiously at the sound of the slap. Boom. The man's corpse thudded to the ground. Lin Ziluo calmly clapped his hands and stepped over the man's body. Reaching the cargo elevator, he pressed the button and left the top floor with Dasha as if nothing had happened. Silence, an unparalleled silence. The once lively hall had once again fallen into silence due to Lin Ziluo. Everyone stared at the corpse on the ground, unable to utter a word in terror. Even Gao Dong in the office sensed that something was amiss. He was criticizing himself for forgetting to get up and see Lin Luo down the stairs. He then realized that the previously noisy sounds outside had vanished. Gao Dong opened the office door. What's going on, you? Before he could finish his sentence, Gao Dong saw the corpse lying on the ground. Isn't this Jia Tai? How did he? Gao Dong exclaimed in surprise. His words shattered the tranquility in the room. Many people finally reacted, letting out screams and murmurs. A murder. Damn, with just one slap his head turned half a circle, damn it. No way, I'm going to vomit, this is disgusting, ugh. The hall returned to its previous chaos. It even became more chaotic. A loyal underling of Gao Dong approached him voluntarily, telling him what had just happened. When he heard that it was Lin Ziluo who had Big Fool slapped Jia Tai to death, Gao Dong almost laughed out loud. His own nemesis had just met his end like this. Lin Luo and Big Fool are truly my good brothers. Next time I must spend some resources to please them. Gao Dong looked around and instructed his subordinates to clean up the corpse. Then he slipped back into the office excitedly, saying, "This brother Lin Luo has given me a great gift. I have given Gao Dong a great gift. But this is good. It establishes my authority and saves me a lot of. When attacking the museum, I will definitely have a lot of say." Lin Ziluo thought to himself in the freight elevator. But Gao Dong has also given me a great gift. Lin Ziluo recalled the state of rage and felt somewhat happy. It was purely a free practical skill book. Indeed, to others it appeared as a useless skill book, even one used for self-destruction. In Lin Ziluo's hands it was a great treasure. This treasure was not targeted at Lin Ziluo, but at Big Fool. State of rage would indeed cause players to lose their sanity and even attack their teammates. But Big Fool didn't need that. Lin Ziluo had already consulted the Golden Finger system. Regardless of whether Big Fool was rational or not, he would never harm Lin Ziluo. This was a deeply ingrained instinct instilled by the Golden Finger system, completely unrelated to rationality. Lin Ziluo could even control Big Fool's actions himself. This meant that after Big Fool activated State of Rage, he could enjoy a significant boost in attributes. Moreover, he would either attack all living beings except Lin Ziluo, or be completely controlled by Lin Ziluo. Another game bug. The Doomsday game never expected that this useless skill State of Rage could be wielded so effectively in Lin Ziluo's hands. Lin Ziluo took out the skill book State of Rage and handed it to Big Fool. Big Fool understandingly learned State of Rage directly. Looking at the newly added skill on Big Fool's panel, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but sigh that Big Fool really had luck despite being foolish. During the day, he might be able to suppress Big Fool. But at night, with the enhancement of the night and the double boost for these 2 minutes, Lin Ziluo had to stay out of the limelight. No way, he had to level up. He needed to quickly reach level 10. His strength would at least double after the class change at level 10. The elevator stopped. They had arrived at the back corridor of the mall. The entire corridor had already been cleaned up by the Reaper Club. Lin Ziluo and Big Fool swaggered out. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There were still 2 hours until nightfall. Then I'll casually find a place to farm experience and see if I can loot the pants, gloves, or chest armor I'm missing. What does night have to do with me? Big Fool, and I can easily crush the zombies that have been enhanced by the night. Lin Ziluo realized he was still influenced by his past life's thoughts. If that's the case, then I might as well go wild. While others can only obediently hide at home during the night, I will slaughter my way through the zombie horde, rapidly gaining experience. How exhilarating that would be. Thinking this, Lin Ziluo wasted no time and quickly pulled out a map to search. He needed to find a place where he could continuously kill zombies without being surrounded. It would be best to find a location with wild treasure chests or other game items. Dungeons were out of the question, there weren't any nearby. However, there was a good place. Lin Ziluo looked at the Magic City Library on the map. The Magic City Library was only about 4 kilometers away from the Little Ruin Farm Mall. Although the library was large, the corridors were arranged relatively narrow. Each type of book was isolated, and most importantly, there was a game shop on the roof of the library. Lin Ziluo currently had nearly 6,000 gold coins in his account. Based on the price of 2,000 gold coins for a piece of quality bronze equipment, he could completely buy all the pants, gloves, and chest armor. It's the Magic City Library. Lin Ziluo set off with Big Fool. The 3-kilometer journey was not far. There were also many zombies gathered along the way. However, under the joint efforts of Lin Ziluo and Big Fool, these zombies were completely crushed. Lin Ziluo specifically instructed Big Fool to just injure the zombies and leave them for him to finish off. Although he wouldn't gain experience this way. But my 100 drop rate isn't just for show. Coupled with the continuous activation of auto pickup, Lin Ziluo only needed to slash the zombies that Big Fool had battered down with a punch. A large number of cards, items, and even equipment filled his storage space. It was terrifying. Under the collaboration of the absolute drop rate, absolute enslavement, and auto pickup, Lin Ziluo became a merciless monster-slaying machine. He only stopped when he reached the vicinity of the Magic City Library. Lin Ziluo put away the Tang knife. At this moment, he and the Big Fool had already entered a small shop outside the library in the Demon City. After resolving the zombie ant in the shop, Lin Ziluo sat down heavily on a chair. Casually grabbing a pack of spicy strips from the shelf, Lin Ziluo began to savor them with delight. Let me see what treasures have been revealed before. Lin Ziluo had killed over 100 zombies along the way. Counting the zombies he had previously killed, he successfully filled half of the required 800 points of experience to reach level 9. The cards were skipped. There were too many. Thick stacks were placed over there except for the cards that might be useful tools in the future. Lin Ziluo couldn't be bothered to even glance at the other cards. Items and equipment were the key. This time he had obtained a total of 5 items and 2 pieces of equipment. Apart from the items he already owned, he had a new item. Old Scarecrow, a one-time bronze level item that when placed on the ground can divert the hatred of creatures that would normally target the player to the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow must be completely destroyed before the creatures will resume attacking the player. This Scarecrow is a good item, definitely a life-saving tool. The creatures mentioned here include players. Even if a player knows they should attack you, their body will involuntarily attack the Scarecrow. It's that magical. After storing this nice item, Lin Ziluo took out the 2 pieces of equipment that had dropped. Combo gloves, bronze level equipment that grants a chance to strike in a combo when worn. Attributes 1 strength, 1 constitution with a 5 chance to add an additional attack after 1 strike. Ring blade, bronze level equipment, a straight blade long knife made from steel through repeated folding, forging, and quenching. Attributes 3 strength. This is just what he needed. Lin Ziluo happily put on the combo gloves. The attribute boost was already substantial, plus the added combo effect. Once the combo is triggered, it's essentially the same as Lin Ziluo's explosive double slash. It can quickly slash twice, though it may have slightly less power than explosive double slash and lacks the explosive effect. But with an added attribute, what more could he ask for? As for the ring blade, Lin Ziluo could only comment that it sacrificed all additional effects to fully enhance strength. It can be considered among the top-tier bronze equipment. Lin Ziluo's mind stirred. His Tang horizontal knife was also top-notch. This meant that the fusion stone he had been saving could finally be. The fusion stone instantly appeared in Lin Ziluo's hand. It was dropped by the connected zombie killed inside the gym. Its function is to combine 2 bronze-level equipment of the same type into 1. Moreover, if the quality of the 2 pieces of equipment is good enough, there is a high likelihood of synthesizing a silver-level equipment. Lin Ziluo wasted no time and placed Tang horizontal knife 1 and ring blade on the table. Then he chose to use the fusion stone. Player Yazi activates the fusion stone about to fuse equipment ring blade with Tang horizontal knife 1. Please confirm the fusion. After fusion, both pieces of equipment will permanently disappear. Fusion. Lin Ziluo spoke. Fusion starting requires 30 minutes. The fusion stone in Lin Ziluo's hand immediately emitted a white light. The light gradually covered both knives, completely entering a fusion state. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool settled their dinner. Just as Lin Ziluo put down his bowl and chopsticks, a delightful system notification rang in his ears. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining silver-level equipment, decapitating demon knife. A silver-level weapon. Wonderful, his attacking power had increased significantly. Lin Ziluo quickly looked at his new equipment, decapitating demon knife. He saw that the originally snow-white and bright blade had been transformed into a deep dark hue. Only at the sharpest edge of the blade could a glimmer of light be seen. The shape of the decapitating demon knife was no different from the Tang knife, but the blade had 2 exquisite and mysterious patterns added on either side. Lin Ziluo picked up the decapitating demon knife and could clearly feel that its weight had increased by about 30. It wasn't a problem. After weighing it a couple of times, he quickly adjusted to the weight. Decapitating demon knife 1, silver-level equipment synthesized from the Tang horizontal knife and ring blade, along with the previous use for decapitating, successfully fused into this knife that enhances decapitation. Attributes 4 strength, 1 constitution. It can gradually repair the blade scars after combat. Passive skill decapitation. In the process of decapitating, the speed of decapitation is increased by 20. After a successful decapitation, it can increase the player's strength by 1 for 3 minutes, stacking up to 2 layers. Surprise. An immense surprise. Lin Ziluo never expected that 2 top-tier bronze-level equipment could be fused into such a top-tier silver-level equipment. This decapitating demon knife can be described as top-notch. It inherently possesses a powerful attribute of force strength plus the stacking effect of the passive decapitation. The maximum bonus can reach a terrifying 6 points of strength. Lin Ziluo eagerly began checking the attributes of his equipment, decapitating demon knife. Base attributes: strength 27, spirit 19, constitution 18, agility 23. This is truly impressive. With the new weapon in hand, Lin Ziluo felt invigorated. However, seeing the big fool still engrossed in his meal, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but feel exasperated. What are you eating, big fool? We need to set off. The target is the Demon City Library. Desha reluctantly set down the roast chicken in his hand. He then stood up and picked up the large iron rod he had just found. However, his face still bore a gloomy expression. Lin Ziluo chuckled and helplessly said, "Work hard tonight, and he'll get you 2 roast chickens tomorrow." Desha immediately perked up, raising the iron rod high in his hand. His eyes gleamed with a different light. The world of foodies is so unadorned and dull. The Magic City Library is a round building. There are 2 arched doors in the front and back. Since the Doomsday game began at 7 in the evening, there are not many people left in the library at this hour. Thus, the number of zombies gathered at the library entrance is far fewer than those at the gym initially. It is now the 4th day of the apocalypse. Some zombies have already reached level 3. A small number of zombies are at level 4. They have about 5 points more in basic attributes than before. This puts even more pressure on ordinary people below level 4. But does that make a difference for Lin Ziluo and Desha? As per usual, Lin Ziluo first found detailed information about the library's internal structure in front of the main entrance. He mapped out his route. With Desha, he charged fiercely toward the horde of zombies gathered at the entrance. There are about half an hour left until night falls, and they must break into the library within that time. This is necessary to avoid being surrounded by zombies. With an itch in his hands, Lin Ziluo took the lead, swinging the magic blade to create a black shadow. He struck the neck of the nearest zombie with a single blow. The decapitating magic blade does not allow for mercy. The blade smoothly glided through the zombie's neck, making him feel significantly less effort. Thus, the speed of decapitation increased by 20, which effectively made decapitating easier and more convenient. The zombie's head fell to the ground. The magic blade in Lin Ziluo's hand radiated a hint of warmth through his palm. Strength 1. Nice. Lin Ziluo could not help but exclaim that compared to ordinary silver-grade equipment, this decapitating magic blade was infinitely more effective. Clearly, the surrounding zombies also noticed the unexpected guests flocking towards them. Desha, this time don't hold back on the finishing blow. Charge forward and kill your way into the library first. Lin Ziluo turned to remind Desha. Then he charged straight into the horde of zombies. Receiving his command, Desha immediately raised the large iron rod in his hand and smashed it toward the head of the zombie in front. Desha's immense strength was channeled into the iron rod. With this strike, he directly smashed the zombie's head open. Blood and brain matter splattered out with the explosion of the skull. Desha did not dodge or flinch, allowing the blood and brain matter to splatter all over him. Lin Ziluo still needed to be cautious of the zombies' claws and bites. But Desha had no such need. What's the matter? It's just zombies, can they mutate me? With a powerful physique and fierce strength. This made Desha resemble a humanoid tyrannosaurus rampaging through the horde of zombies. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo appeared much more graceful. Every swing of the magic blade in his hand could accurately hit the zombies' necks, turning each one into experience and coins that would forever accompany him. He twisted his body to perfectly evade the 2 claws attacking from behind. Once again, he took down another zombie. Ahead, a large number of zombies blocked their path. Lin Ziluo lifted the decapitating magic blade in his hand. He found the right angle and threw it with all his might. Spiral slash. This was the first time the spiral slash was combined with the silver-grade decapitating magic blade. The spinning speed increased, and during its flight one could hardly distinguish between the blade body and handle. All that could be seen was the decapitating magic blade forming a black ring, continuously reaping the lives of zombies. 1, 2, 3. The returning decapitating magic blade was successfully caught by Lin Ziluo. With this skill, he had brutally killed 7 zombies. Lin Ziluo also took advantage of the cleared path to sprint forward a considerable distance. Seeing the library's entrance getting closer, he took a moment to glance at Desha. Desha's movements were somewhat slow, still quite a distance away from him. Lin Ziluo swung his blade again, and this time he was lucky enough to trigger the combo effect of his combo gloves. The zombie he had dealt with in one blow unfortunately received a second blow. In fact, Lin Ziluo's lion's wrist guard's intimidation effect often triggered as well. However, for these zombies, whether there was intimidation or not, they were all finished off with a single blow, making it impossible to see any effect. After dispatching the last zombie in front with explosive Lin Ziluo successfully reached the entrance of the library. Fortunately, the door was still open. He dashed inside. There were not many zombies at the entrance. Lin Ziluo casually dispatched 2 of them. He arrived at his favorite place, the long corridor of the public restroom. The reason he liked it was mainly because it was easy to defend and hard to attack. Standing firm in the middle of the corridor, Lin Ziluo continued to battle against the zombies following him into the library. During this time, despite his body aching all over, Lin Ziluo boldly took out a stamina potion to replenish his energy. At this moment, Desha finally burst into the library. He immediately charged towards Lin Ziluo's position. In no time, the two met, 1 man and 1 zombie. What the hell did you do? Lin Ziluo was taken aback. Desha's once pristine suit had been torn into rags by the zombies. If one did not look closely, he would be indistinguishable from a beggar. Then Lin Ziluo glanced down at Desha's feet. Truly deserving of being a humanoid beast. Big fool, hold on here for a bit while I go clear the restroom, Lin Ziluo instructed. So he directly picked up 2 zombie corpses from the ground to use as weapons, smashing them against the zombies. The passage was already quite narrow, and the 2 corpses knocked down a pile of zombies. Big fool saw this and thought, hey, that worked quite well. He picked up 2 more zombie heads and threw them at the zombies. Seeing that Big Fool was stabilizing the situation, Lin Ziluo did not delay any longer. He rushed into the restroom to check for zombies. Only after dealing with the zombies inside the restroom could he fight boldly in the passage. This time Lin Ziluo was quite brutal. Upon entering the restroom, he didn't bother to open each door to check. Instead, he thrust his magic blade through the door panels. What if there were people inside? Sorry, purely collateral damage. After stabbing through the entire men's restroom, he surprisingly found no zombies. Lin Ziluo, unwilling to accept this, charged into the women's restroom and cleared all the stalls. But still there were no zombies. Lin Ziluo was extremely disappointed. Look, it's the same restroom. The one in the Magic Capital Sports Center rewarded me with a bronze treasure chest and a fusion stone from a zombie couple. This library's restroom is completely barren. No time to complain, Lin Ziluo hurried back to the passage. Big Fool was already struggling to maintain the original defense. He could only attack zombies while retreating. Lin Ziluo rushed to assist. With Lin Ziluo's addition, Big Fool felt much more at ease. Together they skillfully controlled the situation. You swing a knife, I throw a punch, firmly keeping the zombies at. As the bodies of zombies piled up in the passage, Lin Ziluo intentionally stacked nearby zombie corpses, successfully blocking part of the passage. This reduced the pressure from the incoming horde. Lin Ziluo gasped for breath. From the moment he rushed into the library to the defensive battle in the restroom passage, this continuous series of intense battles had greatly drained his stamina. If it weren't for that stamina potion he drank, he would have collapsed long ago. Even Big Fool's robust body was beginning to falter. Although zombies cannot perceive fatigue, physical limits do exist. After reaching a certain threshold, overuse of limbs will definitely lead to problems. Lin Ziluo could clearly see his movements starting to slow down. The good news was that there weren't many zombies left in front of him. At most about 20 remained. Lin Ziluo noticed that his stamina potion was still on cooldown. It was all up to Big Fool now. Grr. A zombie in front began to howl. Accompanying its howl, it was evident that its attributes were night had fallen. Lin Ziluo realized he could no longer delay. He exerted all his strength and threw the decapitating magic blade. Then he took out a cushion and sat on the ground. The zombies in front were far less dense than before. Even with Lin Ziluo finding the best angle, he only managed to take down 5 zombies. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully killing a zombie and earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully killing a zombie and earning 3 experience points and 4 gold coins. Congratulations, player, for leveling up to level 9, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi needs 1,000 experience points for the next level up. Few finally leveled up. Sitting on the ground, Lin Ziluo caught the magic blade and exhaled. The experience gained indicated that he had killed nearly 150 zombies in this time. What does this mean? This is the amount of zombies that the entire Grim Reaper Club could kill together after almost 6 hours. Looking at the remaining dozen zombies that had fully benefited from the darkness rushing over, Lin Ziluo sat on the ground calm and unhurried and said, Big Fool, activate Blind Rage. Hearing Lin Ziluo's command, Big Fool immediately activated this skill without hesitation. In an instant, a surge of fury filled Big Fool's head, completely overwhelming his limited consciousness. Big Fool roared. He ripped apart the last few rags on his body. Then Big Fool displayed his fangs and claws, which were rarely seen. Big Fool, those dozen zombies in front of you have eaten all your roast chicken. You won't have any roast chicken to eat tomorrow. Lin Ziluo decided to give Big Fool another dose of motivation. You have to know that the attributes improved by blind rage are calculated based on your level of anger. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Ziluo said this, Big Fool became even angrier. His skin, slightly grayish, turned bright red due to the rage. The muscles on his body bulged with veins. There was no time to think about why these zombies would steal his roast chicken. Completely losing his rationality, Big Fool roared and charged out. He smashed through the defensive line formed by the pile of zombie corpses in front of him. Big Fool grabbed the nearest zombie, seizing its arms with both hands. Grr! With a furious roar from Big Fool, he forcibly tore off the two arms of this zombie. Blood sprayed on the walls, making the scene appear particularly violent and bloody. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo, sitting on the ground, sipped from a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea. Seeing Big Fool's ferocious performance, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Good." Then he took another sip of Longjing. Hearing his master's praise, Big Fool became even more excited. He twisted the zombie's head in a clockwise direction 360 degrees and then yanked it hard. The zombie's head was directly pulled off by Big Fool, still connected by several blood vessels at the neck. The duration of the state of bewildered rage lasted only a brief 2 minutes. Just a moment ago, Desha had taken 10 seconds to deal with that zombie. This was unacceptable. At this pace, he might not be able to eliminate the remaining zombies. Desha, your movements were too slow just now, which allowed a pig trotter to be snatched away by them. Lin Ziluo added fuel to the fire for Desha. Upon hearing this, Desha was enraged. What the hell? You actually stole my beloved pig trotter. Anger completely filled Desha's mind. The attribute of bewildered rage had reached its maximum increase of 50. This was an almost impossible figure. One could assume that the Apocalypse game never expected a player to truly max out their attributes through rage. It seemed that only someone as pure-minded as Desha could achieve this. With a 50 increase in bewildered rage, the night enhancement had also astonishingly reached 50. At this moment, under the stimulation of both attributes, Desha's power doubled. Doubling in attributes meant his combat power would increase exponentially. Desha no longer thought about using his fists to solve the problem. With blood-red eyes and heavy breaths, he charged directly at the zombies in the passage. The 3 zombies blocking the front were directly sent flying by Desha's charge. The sound of bones breaking echoed loudly. Blood and entrails spilled out without restraint as they fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the zombies' tenacious vitality allowed them to hold on. They struggled to stand up, but were quickly stomped down by Desha as if crushed by a steamroller. The parts of their bodies that were trampled sunk deeply into the ground, firmly adhering to it, unable to budge. The zombies behind them suffered the same grim fate. In the face of Desha's brutal onslaught, the remaining dozen zombies were nearly smashed to pieces. They didn't even last a minute before collapsing. Confronting the last zombie at the end of the passage, Desha raised his fist. A red glow gathered on his fist. This was Desha's skill, a full power strike. When the red light reached its peak, Desha finally unleashed his punch. Boom! A deep sound of air being shattered rang out. Desha's fist struck heavily against the zombie's chest. The sound of cracking bones resounded. At the same time, the zombie's back suddenly swelled. Then the protrusion burst open and a massive fist shot out, spraying blood everywhere. Desha's punch had actually pierced through the zombie's chest. Lin Ziluo, who was sitting on the ground sipping tea, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly one born with immense strength." To punch through an adult male's chest. Lin Ziluo understood very well how difficult this was. The zombie's body collapsed to the ground. Bewildered rage was also nearing its end. Desha had reached his limit and sat down heavily on the corpse of the recently slain zombie. "Oh, what's going on? Zombies shouldn't feel fatigue, right?" Lin Ziluo was initially puzzled, but the next moment, he suddenly understood. It must be the side effect of bewildered rage. The confusion effect had activated. "Desha," Lin Ziluo called out. Hearing the voice, Desha immediately turned his head. However, he turned towards the other end of the passage. While he was confused, completely lost his sense of direction, Lin Ziluo didn't disturb Desha. One person and one zombie sat quietly in the passage in this manner. Beneath their feet, and even under their bottoms, lay large pools of blood, numerous zombie limbs, and round rolling heads. Thus, at the front door of the library in the main hall, not a single zombie remained. No, there was still one Desha left. After resting for a while, Lin Ziluo finally had the opportunity to check the spoils from this battle. The automatic loot range was still a bit small. For instance, the zombies he killed with spinning slash. Due to their distance from Lin Ziluo at the time of death, the items hadn't been collected. Missing a few was no big deal. Lin Ziluo happily examined his gains from this encounter. First, he spotted the cards and immediately saw the roast chicken and pig trotter that Desha liked. Lin Ziluo chose to activate them and then walked over to Desha to hand them to him. Desha remained in a state of confusion and hadn't woken up. However, even with a complete loss of directional sense, he accurately received the roast chicken and pig trotter that Lin Ziluo offered. How amazing! Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim. Desha's talent for eating seemed to rival his innate. Desha quickly proved to Lin Ziluo, "Master, your judgment is correct." Because while Desha was munching, Lin Ziluo was astonished to discover that the scratches and bite marks on Desha's body were healing at a visibly rapid rate. This is... Lin Ziluo opened Desha's panel. Sure enough, a new talent had appeared in Desha's energy restoration. Your eating speed has increased by 30. While in a state of eating, the food you consume will quickly convert into energy to heal your wounds and replenish your stamina. I'll be damned. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim. Although Desha was foolish in some ways, he was undoubtedly a genius. He already possessed the power-type talent of innate strength, and now he also had the tank talent of energy restoration. Desha was truly advancing further down the path of a tank. Happy. Desha is my little brother. Desha's strength enhancement represents my own enhancement. If my strength increases, is it wrong to be a little happy? No problem. Moreover, next my strength is also going to increase. Lin Ziluo looked at his storage space, feeling excited. There are few things that can excite Lin Ziluo. The equipment enhancement scrolls definitely count as one. Moreover, there are now 2 equipment enhancement scrolls. They are quietly placed in Lin Ziluo's storage space. That's not all. The chest armor that Lin Ziluo has been yearning for has finally appeared. It's an absolute windfall. Watching Desha enjoy his food, while puffing away, Lin Ziluo began to tally up the spoils. 3 bottles of stamina potions and 2 bottles of mental potions. Mental potion, a one-time bronze-level item that instantly restores 10 of mental strength upon consumption and thereafter restores 5 of mental strength every minute for 4 minutes. There is a 30-minute cooldown after use. Short-range launcher and super flash grenade each appeared one as well. Even as stealth masks, this way Lin Ziluo can switch between 2 masks. He took out the chest armor and began to examine it carefully. This chest armor is made of metal. It looks heavy, but it feels quite light in hand. There is a protrusion at the chest area designed to protect the heart. Protective chest armor, bronze level equipment. A lightweight metal chest armor imbued with protective power. Attributes 1 constitution, 1 agility. Skill protection can create a transparent shield around the body according to one's will, lasting for 3 seconds. If it receives damage beyond a certain threshold, it will shatter prematurely. Skill cooldown is 1 hour. After the shield shatters, the cooldown increases to 12 hours. This chest armor is indeed peculiar, as it can enhance agility. Moreover, its weight perfectly meets Lin Ziluo's requirements. Initially, he thought it belonged to the heavy armor category and was ready to let Desha wear it. As for now, Lin Ziluo joyfully equipped the protective chest armor. His constitution and agility instantly increased. Lin Ziluo also allocated the attribute point he gained from leveling up to agility. But it's not over yet. The equipment enhancement scrolls have yet to be used. Lin Ziluo took out the 2 equipment enhancement scrolls. Since the current drops are all bronze-level equipment enhancement scrolls, he could only enhance bronze-level equipment. Lin Ziluo did not consider enhancing his silver-level cloak or magic knife. So what should he enhance? Lin Ziluo quickly scanned through the equipment he was wearing. Excluding those that were overused, he ultimately chose the vampiric ring. Vampiric ring, the lifesteal from it is still too little. In the recent battle, the stamina absorbed by the vampiric ring couldn't keep up with Lin Ziluo's combat consumption. Moreover, he is still in the novice stage. Most of the time, he faces low-level zombie attacks. Having sufficient sustainability is essential. Thinking of this, Lin Ziluo did not hesitate and slapped 1 equipment enhancement scroll onto the vampiric ring. A green light flashed. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining vampiric ring 1. This isn't the end. Lin Ziluo also slapped the other equipment enhancement scroll onto the vampiric ring. The higher the enhancement level of the equipment, the easier it is to fail. However, the success rate for 2 is still quite promising. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to player Yazi for obtaining vampiric ring 2. Hee, how could I fail with my luck of the emperor, self-proclaimed by Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo picked up the vampiric ring. The delicate patterns on it became even more intricate, and the red exterior became more vibrant. Vampiric ring 2, bronze-level equipment, an evil ring that can siphon stamina from enemies during combat. Attributes 2 strength, 2 constitution. 12 of the damage dealt to enemies can be converted into stamina and transferred into his body through the weapon. Very good, the attributes have more than doubled. After enhancing the vampiric ring, Lin Ziluo's attributes reached a new height. Base attributes strength 28, spirit 19, constitution 20, agility 24. The influx of new power revitalized Lin Ziluo. He stood up and began to explore the path he and Desha had taken to enter. There are still some items that haven't been automatically collected. Perhaps his luck had run out. After a round of searching, Lin Ziluo only found a few cards. Also 1 card that Desha dropped. When this card couldn't be automatically collected, Lin Ziluo pondered for a moment as to why. Then he realized it was a reward from Desha's 1 drop rate. which couldn't be automatically picked up. After Lin Ziluo finished his round, Desha finally recovered from the chaos. "I've rested enough, let's go," Lin Ziluo called out. The Magic City Library is quite convenient with a direct elevator. They can take the elevator straight to the 5th floor, which is where the shop is located. No need to fight their way up floor by floor like in the gym. Desha stood up and closely followed Lin Ziluo. The two of them, one person and one corpse, passed through a passage filled with bodies and arrived at the observation elevator entrance. This elevator, called an observation elevator, has a transparent shell. Inside, they could see the situation in the front and back hallways. Ding! The elevator doors opened. There were quite a few bloodstains inside, but no presence of people or zombies. Lin Ziluo and Desha stepped onto the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. The elevator ascended slowly, and Lin Ziluo glanced down at the situation in the back hall. The number of zombies in the back hall is no less than that in the front hall. It looks like there are around 200. They are all gathered at the large iron gate leading into the front hall. These zombies were drawn by the sounds of the battle between Lin Ziluo and the zombies earlier and wanted to come over, but were blocked by the large iron gate. Furthermore, during the slow ascent of the elevator, Lin Ziluo successfully observed several a place said to be suspicious. In fact, it is an area severely damaged. For example, the broken tables and chairs in the library, the bookcases with holes smashed into them, and the iron doors that have been forcibly pulled apart. These places have all experienced destruction. Moreover, this damage could not have been inflicted by ordinary zombies or humans. Only beings capable of such actions, possessing such power, could be responsible. The answer is quite simple. A boss. Yet another boss. Although Lin Ziluo had been here in his previous life, he did not know much about the boss in the Magic Capital Library. In his last life, by the time he truly gained strength, most of the bosses in the Magic Capital had already been. As for now, this boss I shall claim without hesitation. Lin Ziluo did not immediately seek out the boss. What he needed to do now was to visit the store on the top floor and purchase some useful items and equipment. Lin Ziluo glanced at Desha. Just before entering the elevator, Lin Ziluo took out a set of clothes from his storage space and handed them to Desha. Now he had already changed into the new outfit. Ding! The sightseeing elevator had reached the 5th floor. The elevator door slowly opened. This sound attracted the attention of the zombies on the 5th floor. They all gathered towards the elevator. To Lin Ziluo's surprise, there were not many zombies on the 5th floor. Looking around, there were merely about 30. Well, Lin Ziluo indeed had the right to say just. Over 30 zombies were simply not enough to challenge a fully recovered Lin Ziluo and Desha. With ease, they dispatched all 30 or so zombies cleanly. During this, they obtained a piece of equipment string. However, its attributes were too mediocre, inferior to Lin Ziluo's combo gloves. So he handed it over to Desha. After clearing the zombies on the 5th floor, Lin Ziluo headed straight for an office in the corner of the 5th floor. The office door was closed. There was originally a sign that read Manager's Office, but it had been altered by the powerful Apocalypse game to read Magic Capital Store. Lin Ziluo was not polite and gently turned the doorknob before pushing the door open. Congratulations. Player has successfully found the Magic Capital Store, gaining 10 reputation points. The game's notification sound rang out. The familiar layout of the store appeared before Lin Ziluo. The once ordinary office was now entirely covered in special metal. Every surface, the walls, the floor, the ceiling, was enveloped in silver metal. Don't underestimate this unknown metal. Its hardness is unimaginable. Even a war god level character could only leave scratches on it. Inside the room, aside from the metal, there were 3 chairs. These were for people to rest while waiting in line to make purchases. In the center of the room stood a small metallic chamber. As long as someone stands inside, they can make purchases. This is to prevent customers from being ambushed while focused on buying items. It must be noted that the use of force is not prohibited in the store. However, if you get into a fight and land a punch or spell that strikes the metal walls, then sorry, even if the metal remains undamaged, you will have to pay a hefty repair fee. If you cause someone to bleed or splatter blood on the ground with a punch, then you will incur a high cleaning fee. Don't ask how the responsible party is determined. Does the Apocalypse game reason with you? You might end up unlucky and both parties receive fines. The amount of a fine is enough to bankrupt a very wealthy player. Therefore, the store is an unspoken safe haven for all players. However, the time spent in the store each day cannot exceed 30 minutes. Once this time limit is surpassed, hefty fines will apply. This prevents those being hunted by enemies from hiding indefinitely in the store. What? You say you have no money. Can't afford the fine. Want to be a deadbeat? Then you will be directly erased. Lin Ziluo was well aware of the store's rules and wasted no time decisively stepping into the metal chamber. As the chamber door closed, a panel appeared before Lin Ziluo. The panel displayed the words "Welcome to the Magic Capital Store." At the same time, a mechanical voice with no emotion sounded in his ear. "Dear player Yazi, welcome to the Magic Capital Store. Since you are the first customer welcomed by the Magic Capital Store, you have received a 50% discount on your first purchase. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. I have never experienced this before. Originally, Lin Ziluo had over 6,000 gold coins. After killing so many zombies downstairs, his current gold coin amount had risen to 6,545 coins. He skillfully skipped the welcome message. Lin Ziluo began to operate. He initially planned to purchase pants-type equipment. But now with this discount on the first item, he certainly couldn't limit himself to just pants. If he didn't buy something expensive, how could he justify this discount? Equipment items, resource cards. Free. Lin Ziluo opened the items section. A dazzling array of items immediately appeared before him. Super Flash Grenade price 1,000 gold coins, stock 100. Short Range Launcher price 500 gold coins, stock 100. Ice Spike Spell Scroll price 3,000 gold coins, stock 3. Power Pill price 1,000 gold coins, stock 20. Flipping through the products, Lin Ziluo felt disappointed. What's going on? Clearly the items in the store hadn't changed. Yet I no longer felt the excitement and thrill of shopping from my previous life. Oh, it turns out I was simply too wealthy. No wonder. These items no longer appealed to me. Ding detected that the host is dissatisfied with the items in the Magic Capital store, granting access to purchase hidden items from the Magic Capital store. Ding, the system has detected that the host is not satisfied with the items in the Magic Capital store and has now activated the purchase permission for hidden items in the Magic Capital store. Just as Lin Ziluo was pondering what to buy, the prompt sound of the golden finger system rang out like celestial music. Oh wow, what does this mean? Lin Ziluo realized that he was aware of the existence of hidden merchants in the city. However, he had never heard of hidden items in the store. Ding, every store in each city possesses city-exclusive hidden products. Ding, these hidden products can only be purchased by players who have made significant contributions to the city, and the purchase permission has now been granted to the host. Oh wow, I really haven't heard of this. Thinking about it, he realized he hadn't made any significant contributions to any city before. Let me see what hidden treasures are in the Magic Capital store. Lin Ziluo manipulated the panel and successfully found the newly appeared hidden items in the Magic Capital store button. Upon clicking it, he found only 3 lonely items inside. Magic Capital Honorary Badge price 0 gold coins, stock 1. Magic Capital Order Uniform price 1 gold coins, stock 10. Magic Capital Guardian Mark price 1 gold coins, stock 20. The store allows you to see images of the products. Seeing the image of the Magic Capital Order Uniform, Lin Ziluo finally reacted. He had seen this item before and had a strong impression of it. He had seen a war god from the Dragon Nation wearing it before. However, his version, although similar in style, was pure gold in color with more exquisite details and a greater number of incantations printed on it. An item that even a war god would continuously wear is undoubtedly a great treasure. Unfortunately, attributes of items in the store cannot be viewed. You must purchase them to know their true attributes. Because even the same item can have different attributes. However, the differences will not be too great. There will be some fluctuations. As for the Magic Capital Honorary Badge, Lin Ziluo didn't even consider it. In the Doomsday game, items with such harsh purchasing conditions have already experienced significant discounts. Even with such high discounts, it still has such a sky-high price. This item is far beyond what he can consider at the moment. Lin Ziluo contemplated between the Magic Capital Order Uniform and the Magic Capital Guardian Mark. He decisively chose the Magic Capital Order Uniform. With a discount available, of course, he would buy the more expensive one. After all, the store isn't going anywhere. After a while, he would still be able to gather the 1,000 gold coins needed for the Magic Capital Guardian Mark. Player, Yaji, is this purchase of Magic Capital Order Uniform confirmed? Since the player enjoys a 50 discount on a single purchase, the cost will be 6,000 gold coins. A mechanical voice sounded. Purchase, Lin Ziluo said. The Magic Capital Order Uniform has been successfully purchased, costing 6,000 gold coins, leaving the player with 545 gold coins. The Magic Capital Order Uniform has now been packaged into a card. Activating the card will grant you the item. A card appeared in Lin Ziluo's hand. This is the mechanism of the store. No matter what item is purchased, it will ultimately turn into a card. This is to prevent purchased items from being too large and taking up storage space. May I ask if player, Yaji, needs to purchase any other items? No, that's all, Lin Ziluo replied. With 545 gold coins left, he should save up to buy the Magic Capital Guardian Mark. Thank you for your visit, and welcome to come again. After saying this polite phrase, the metal chamber door slowly opened. Lin Ziluo walked out of the metal chamber and stretched his body. Big Fool sat quietly in a chair. Alright, Big Fool should have some gold coins too. Although Big Fool cannot gain experience from killing zombies, he can still earn gold coins. Lin Ziluo looked at Big Fool's panel. Well, it was only a little over 700 gold coins. It made sense. Big Fool had only killed a few zombies, most of which Lin Ziluo had finished off. Seeing that he and Big Fool only had 10 minutes left in the store, Lin Ziluo took out the card for the Magic Capital Order Uniform and chose to activate it. A set of black uniforms appeared in Lin Ziluo's hands. The fabric of the uniform felt great akin to silk. Lin Ziluo began to check its attributes. Magic Capital Order Uniform, Diamond Level Special Equipment. Description: an extremely precious uniform, exquisitely crafted with exceptional effects. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to the Magic Capital are qualified to possess it. Abilities: 1. Transformation. After equipping the Magic Capital Order uniform, all your clothing type equipment can be concealed by the uniform. The effects still trigger. 2. Comfort. The uniform possesses self-cleaning functions and can adjust temperature, automatically repair itself, and isolate blood. 3. Authority. As long as you are in the Magic Capital, all players whose reputation does not exceed yours will have their attributes reduced by 10 for 5 minutes if they attack you. 4. Order. You can establish the Order of the Magic Capital. Each day you may issue a detectable task to one player in the Magic Capital, excluding yourself. The rewards and penalties of the task will be determined based on your reputation level and the difficulty of the task, without requiring you to pay rewards. I have to say, this is truly a city-exclusive equipment that Lin Ziluo has never encountered before. These attributes are indeed quite special and rare. However, what attracted Lin Ziluo the most were the words, special equipment. This means that this item will not occupy his equipment slots. The transformation attribute. Although Lin Ziluo had not seen the specific effect, he had roughly guessed its function based on the description. It is undoubtedly an effect that people dream of. Lin Ziluo unfolded his uniform. It was a black long robe with a hood paired with pure black pants. The robe was adorned with some silver stripes. There was also a special emblem on the chest. Anyone who had spent time in Magic City would recognize this emblem. This was the iconic building of Magic City, the Magic City Oriental Pearl Television Tower. Apart from this, there was nothing particularly special. Lin Ziluo removed all his gear and then put on the uniform. The fabric was incredibly soft, making it very comfortable to wear. Moreover, perhaps sensing that Lin Ziluo was a bit warm, the clothing automatically transmitted a refreshing coolness. Impressive. It truly lived up to its reputation for comfort. Then Lin Ziluo took out a full-length mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Ziluo widened his eyes. He saw that his image in the mirror resembled that of the Grim Reaper in a black robe. Even the hood behind the robe was present. From now on, I can cosplay as the Grim Reaper, Lin Ziluo said with satisfaction. He threw the full-length mirror outside the shop. Lin Ziluo officially began to verify his speculation regarding the transformation attribute. He picked up the Guardian Chest Armor. Detected that you are about to equip Guardian Chest Armor should the transformation effect of Magic City Order uniform be activated. Activate. Lin Ziluo spoke. The chest armor in his hand suddenly vanished, but he distinctly felt an increase in attributes. Indeed, this transformation function was just as he had imagined. As long as he wore this uniform, all his other equipment would be absorbed by it, while the effects were inherited by the uniform. This way he only needed to wear one uniform. This maximized his agility, lightness, and stealth. Lin Ziluo tried a few more times. He discovered that once the equipment was removed, it would reappear in his hands. Moreover, for example, after equipping the chest armor, the chest area of his uniform inherited the sturdiness and defense of the armor, eliminating worries about the uniform being unable to withstand attacks. This function could only be described as extraordinary. If he had to use more words, it would be like a little calf crying for its mother. A truly remarkable experience. Seeing that the time he could stay in the shop was running out, Lin Ziluo took Big Silly and exited the store. He was ready to use the order function of the uniform on Big Silly. Once a day, might as well use it. Lin Ziluo prepared to test out how to use this function. Destroy the entire world. Task: did not pass system review. Kill the legendary level boss. Task: did not pass system review. Defeat the Magic City Library with one punch. Lin Ziluo experimented for a while and generally figured it out. Tasks that were absurd, unrealistic, or illogical could not even pass the system review. Peep at girls changing clothes. Task: pass system review. Would you like to publish? Ahem, I was just kidding, not serious. Lin Ziluo quickly canceled this task. As a decent person, one cannot do such things. After much thought, Lin Ziluo published a reliable task. Kill the boss in the Magic City Library. Task: pass system review. Would you like to publish? Sure. Lin Ziluo directly chose to publish. At the same time, he also grasped the hidden feature of this function. It could determine whether a boss truly existed based on the system's judgment. Of course, one couldn't fully trust it. For instance, if the boss in a certain location was too powerful, the publication would also fail, yet one couldn't claim that there was no boss. Big Silly also successfully accepted the task. Lin Ziluo glanced at the task. The reward was 200 gold coins and 50 experience points, plus 2 material cards. The reward was small, likely due to Lin Ziluo's insufficient reputation. Lin Ziluo did not dwell on it, as it was good enough to receive rewards. Just in time, he could continue using Big Silly to earn task rewards. The shopping at the store had come to an end. The next goal was to level up and defeat the boss in the library. Lin Ziluo had always remembered that when he reached level 10 he could draw a super cheat. Now he needed to work hard and kill 200 or 300 zombies in the library. If luck was on his side, he might even kill a boss and level up sooner. Just thinking about this, Lin Ziluo didn't take a break. He called out to Big Silly and headed to the elevator. After getting on the elevator, he pressed the button for the 4th floor. They would clear out each floor one by one. He didn't believe he couldn't find this boss that was hiding. Away, I'm scared. In a small cubicle of the Magic City library, a girl trembled as she spoke to her boyfriend beside her. Her boyfriend Away quickly covered the girl's mouth and whispered, Xiaomei, keep your voice down, don't let that guy hear. Xiaomei nodded, but tears continued to flow down her face due to fear. Away was also very scared, his body trembling incessantly. He quietly reached for the wall and pressed the light switch. The originally bright cubicle suddenly plunged into darkness. Without light, that guy should be unable to find us. Let's stay quiet for a while. Away advised. Yes, we will be fine. The girl replied softly, snuggling closer into Away's embrace. The two curled up in the corner of the cubicle, comforting each other. Away knew in his heart that saying everything would be fine was just to console her. Even if he and Xiaomei were not discovered by the monster, they would still gradually approach death due to a prolonged lack of food and water. Away. Xiaomei trembled again, stammering to speak. What is it? Away gently stroked Xiaomei, offering comfort. Look under the door frame of the cubicle. Is there a pair of eyes? Look, isn't there a pair of eyes under the door frame of the compartment? Upon hearing Xiaomei's words, Away's body instantly stiffened. Endless fear filled his heart. He trembled as he turned his head to look under the door frame of the compartment. The darkness in the room allowed the light from outside to seep in under the door frame. In the glow, a pair of blood-red eyes was fixated on Away. Away's mind went blank. Breathing became somewhat difficult. The blood-red eyes narrowed as if mocking Away and Xiaomei for their foolishness. Then the iron door of the compartment emitted a sizzling sound. It was clear that the owner of the blood-red eyes was trying to open the iron door. Seeing that they were in a desperate situation, the panicked Away suddenly calmed down. Xiaomei, once it opens the door, you run for your life. Away spoke. No, I can't. Xiaomei suddenly realized, what about you? It's fine, be brave, just run out. He'll hold it off. Away stood up and fumbled in the darkness, eventually finding a broom. He picked up the broom and held it in front of him to bolster his courage. A hint of disdain flickered in the blood-red eyes. The next moment, bang, the iron door was opened. Run! Away shouted loudly. Then he charged forward valiantly. The creature that had been clinging to the door finally revealed its full form. It was a zombie. A bizarre-looking zombie. Its figure was exceptionally small, clearly showing the outline of bones beneath its skin. Its head was shaped like an inverted triangle, with a long crimson tongue flicking back and forth. The entire body was clinging to the door like a gecko. As Away rushed forward, the zombie did not immediately. Instead, as if to toy with him, it turned around and crawled up to the ceiling of the compartment, causing Away's broom to... He looked up at the zombie, clinging to the ceiling, despair evident in his eyes. The courage he had just mustered extinguished in an instant. Was this thing really something humans could deal with? The zombie looked at Away, who had lost his fighting spirit, and the mockery in its eyes disappeared. Another toy was gone. The disappointed zombie shifted its focus. It looked at Xiaomei, who was still huddled in the corner. Xiaomei was struggling desperately, but fear prevented her from even standing. Xiaomei, run. Seeing Xiaomei targeted by the zombie, Away regained his senses in an instant. Unfortunately, it was too late. The zombie's sharp claws reached directly for Xiaomei's head. In an instant, her head was crushed. Blood and brain matter flowed out together. The zombie hurriedly approached, extending its long, foul tongue to enjoy the taste of brain matter. Thud! Away knelt on the ground. The brutal death of his girlfriend left him with no hope. Disgusting creature, I'll fight you. Away struggled to stand up, grabbing the broom, once more charging at the zombie. The zombie, enjoying its feast, was quite displeased with Away's interruption. Its claws swung through the air. Away left the mortal realm alongside Xiaomei. The zombie was quite satisfied, happily lifting Away's head to indulge in it. The compartment remained shrouded in darkness. The light from outside could only illuminate the area near the door, but could not reach the corner where the zombie feasted. Footsteps sounded from outside the compartment. The zombie displayed an expression of dissatisfaction. More toys to disturb my feast. The zombie took the initiative to strike. It set down Away's head and began to crawl toward the outside of the compartment. Just as the zombie's head peeked out of the compartment, a surprised voice rang out. Finally found you. Lin Ziluo panted heavily, pointing at the zombie's head. He had been fiercely clearing out zombies with Dashin. They had killed an entire floor of zombies. Seeing that he was about to level up to level 10, Lin Ziluo heard Away's earlier shout. The boss has appeared. In a rush to defeat the boss, Lin Ziluo did not take a break and hurriedly ran down the stairs following the sound. Finally, he saw the zombie's head outside the compartment. Wow, a zombie in assassination form. Lin Ziluo recognized the type of zombie at a glance. Just like humans, changing profession zombies also have their own developmental tendencies during evolution. Boss evolve the fastest, and differences in types can appear as early as the beginning of the apocalypse. The assassination form Lin Ziluo mentioned was more akin to an assassin among humans. It possessed extremely high mobility and formidable attack capabilities. Moreover, this type of zombie is best at consuming human brains. They can increase their intelligence through human brains. This zombie was clearly of a higher intellectual type. Seeing the blood-red eyes of the zombie fixed on him, Lin Ziluo cautiously checked the zombie's attributes. Crawling zombie, bronze level, BOSS level 10, level basic attributes, strength 23, spirit 15, constitution 8, agility 23, talent. Crawling, you can freely crawl on walls and other non-smooth surfaces. Skill backstab, you can unleash a claw strike that deals 110 of your strength attribute damage. If the hit lands on the enemy's back, the damage will be doubled. Phantom ambush, you can briefly blend into the ground or wall to evade attacks or move toward the opponent. Once you break out, you will launch a charge attack forward, dealing 80 of your strength attribute damage. Lin Ziluo only glanced at it before retracting his gaze. Although each assassination type zombie possesses unique talents and specialties, the overall skills tend to be similar. Lin Ziluo only needed to glance at the skill names to know what the skills did. I must say this zombie boss is quite formidable. Its talents and skills form a perfect combination. Today's confusion interpretation. The difference in communication style between the Apocalypse game and the cheat system. All information within the brackets pertains to the Apocalypse game. Ding. This type of information belongs to the cheat system. The two should never be confused. The big fool arrived late. Just now Lin Ziluo had already left, and he stayed behind to deal with the last few. A hint of confusion flickered in its blood-red eyes. It did not understand why these two toys did not run away. In the past, whenever it was seen, the toys would scream and flee. The fearful expressions and screams of the toys were the source of joy for the crawling zombie. Detected that player Yazi encountered the bronze-level boss crawling zombie, triggering the quest The Grievance of the Crawling Zombie. Ding. The Golden Finger system has detected that the host has activated the task The Grievance of the Crawling Zombie, optimizing task-related issues. The crawling zombie's grievance: the librarian was wrongfully accused of stealing books from the library. While being scolded by his superiors, he transformed into a zombie during the apocalypse and killed his boss. He seeks revenge. He wants to kill everyone who loves reading books. Task requirements: kill the crawling zombie. Task rewards: 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and 1 piece of bronze-level equipment. Task rewards have been optimized. Task time limit 12 hours. Task penalties: none. There will be no penalties for abandoning the task or failing it. Here it comes, the task that Lin Ziluo has been waiting for. Why not take advantage of a free ride? Big Fool, just go up and block it, Lin Ziluo said. In fact, both Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool could take on this crawling zombie on their own. However, there were still many zombies in this level. It was necessary to resolve this quickly. If 100 ordinary zombies gathered with the zombie BOSS, it would create significant trouble. Upon hearing this, the Big Fool charged forward. The passage where the small compartment was located was even narrower than the one leading to the restroom. As the Big Fool walked into the passage, he almost blocked off a large part of it. The crawling zombie felt provoked as it watched the Big Fool approaching. In the next second, the zombie quickly began to crawl along the wall of the passage. The Big Fool raised the heavy iron rod in his hand and swung it at the crawling zombie. The crawling zombie showed no intention of dodging as it watched the iron rod coming toward it. Just as the iron rod was about to hit it, the zombie seemed to melt away, swiftly merging into the wall. Phantom stealth. A shadow suddenly appeared on the wall and began to move rapidly. The Big Fool's heavy hammer smashed into the wall, creating a deep dent in the surface. However, it had no effect. The shadow quickly darted away, flashing past the wall next to the Big Fool. The next appearance was on the wall. Before the Big Fool could turn around, the shadow suddenly lunged out from the wall, swiftly taking the form of the crawling zombie. Seeing the clumsy Big Fool in front of it, the crawling zombie's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Foolish and clumsy toy. The crawling zombie's claws gleamed with a black light. Looking at the unguarded back of the Big Fool, it was the perfect opportunity to use backstab. The black light flashed. A painful wail echoed. The crawling zombie looked at its shattered claws filled. Just when it was about to hit that foolish toy, a black long knife suddenly slashed from behind. It quickly twisted its body, using its claws to block, barely managing to parry the strike of the long knife. The cost was losing several sharp claws. The crawling zombie quickly climbed onto the ceiling and turned to look at the owner of the black long knife. Lin Ziluo looked innocent. Everything that had just happened was within his calculations. On the surface, phantom stealth seemed like a godly skill. It could drill into walls and be immune to damage. In reality, this skill had a side effect. That is, once this skill is used, you feel unsatisfied if you do not go around to attack from behind. In short, it is called an obsession. Thus Lin Ziluo sent the big fool forward to force the crawling zombie to use phantom stealth. When the crawling zombie impatiently came to sneak attack from behind the big fool, the waiting Lin Ziluo would step forward and give it a knife. As expected, the effect was significant. Just this one strike had nearly crippled half of the crawling zombie's attacking capabilities. Moreover, both of its skills had fallen into cooldown. There was now no chance to escape. The crawling zombie on the ceiling looked at Lin Ziluo with anger, but ultimately fear prevailed. So as its body turned in another direction, it prepared to flee. Would Lin Ziluo let the crawling zombie go? He stepped on the wall with one foot and pushed hard, leaving a dent before leaping onto the opposite wall. The passage was narrow enough, and this distance was sufficient for a push. With another push, he shot up for a distance. This was the upgraded version of the legendary technique left foot on right foot to ascend, the left wall on right wall to ascend. After pushing back and forth twice, Lin Ziluo had reached a sufficient height. He decisively activated the short-term hover skill of the white wing cloak. With this skill, Lin Ziluo could temporarily ignore the fall of his body and dash forward directly. During the charge, the boots of Swift Wind skill Swift Movement was also activated. The retreating crawling zombie had no chance to look back at Lin Ziluo's remarkable maneuvers. It merely focused on crawling straight ahead. However, its speed was far inferior to Lin Ziluo, who had both skills fully activated. Gradually, Lin Ziluo caught up with it. The crawling zombie might have sensed something was off. It slightly slowed down its crawling speed and looked back. Just this glance. A black knife light entered its sight. Exploding double slash. The Demon Slayer knife struck directly at the crawling zombie's hind leg. The stunning effect of the lion's brace was triggered. The crawling zombie's body suddenly froze. The head of the crawling zombie flew off. Its body was successfully marked with the explosive double-slaying seal. The seal triggered, and the crawling zombie was blown to pieces. In an instant, a torrent of blood and shredded flesh surged toward Lin Ziluo. He waved his robe, blocking all the blood upon it. Strangely, despite being made of fabric, when the blood and flesh came into contact with the robe, they slid off, without a single drop staining it. Lin Ziluo elegantly adjusted his robe before slowly descending from the ceiling. The system's notification sound rang out incessantly. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing the level 10 bronze boss crawling zombie, gaining 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the quest Crawling Zombies Grudge. Congratulations to player Yazi for receiving quest rewards 100 reputation, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a piece of bronze grade equipment. Congratulations to player Yazi for leveling up to level 10, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi has now reached level 10. Due to not having a class change, further leveling is not possible. All experience will accumulate. Please patiently await the opening of the class change channel. The acquisition of 350 experience pushed Lin Ziluo straight to level 10. Moreover, there were still some experience points left over. As stated in the notification, without a class change, leveling up is impossible, but experience will still accumulate. The opening of the class change channel will occur 7 days after the novice protection period ends, only in the city. The hidden class change is not included. Lin Ziluo was preparing to complete the class change trial during the novice protection period. This way, he would be the first player to successfully change classes and receive a global announcement. There was no need to rush. Originally, the first player to succeed in a class change did so on the morning of the 9th day of the apocalypse. Before that, even if one obtained a class change scroll, it would be useless without reaching level 10. Now it was only the early morning of the 5th day of the apocalypse, and he still had a little over 3 days left. With sharp eyes, Lin Ziluo noticed a white treasure chest had dropped from beneath the crawling zombie. It was a silver treasure chest. However, Lin Ziluo did not go to open it, because there were more important matters awaiting him. System, where is my super lucky charm? Lin Ziluo asked happily while standing still. The lucky charm system promptly appeared. Ding, congratulations host for successfully reaching level 10. You have gained 1 chance to draw a super lucky charm. Would you like to draw now? Draw. Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. Last time he had drawn the absolute drop rate. The drop rate had reached an astonishing maximum. He had left all players far behind. What kind of super lucky charm would he draw this time? Ding, the second super lucky charm is being drawn. Ding, congratulations player for drawing super lucky charm, Yin Yang Dual Birth. Ding, Yin Yang Dual Birth, the host can possess 2 professions. Gulp. Lin Ziluo swallowed hard. Gulp. He swallowed again. Even with his strong mental fortitude, he felt somewhat bewildered at this moment. Not just a little bewildered, but extremely so. Can you say that again? Lin Ziluo asked, his voice trembling slightly. Ding, congratulations player for drawing super lucky charm, Yin Yang Dual Birth, allowing you to have 2 professions. The lucky charm system obediently reported. Really? This is real. I can change to 2 professions. Lin Ziluo couldn't even dare to imagine. What does this mean? He could possess the skills of 2 professions. Every time he leveled up, he could gain double attribute points. If he changed to a warrior profession and then to a mage profession, he could achieve a true balance of martial and magical skills. This is simply outrageous. No wonder it's called a super lucky charm. Each one is powerful enough to take one's breath away. In an instant, countless possibilities sprang to Lin Ziluo's mind. However, unfortunately, the zombies on this floor were drawn to the noise just made. In his excitement, Lin Ziluo showed no mercy. After letting Desha dodge, he directly unleashed the recently cooled down earth spike assault in this narrow corridor. Dozens of spikes shot up from the ground, piercing through a large number of zombies. The notifications of zombie kills flooded the screen. Lin Ziluo stepped forward and embraced the silver treasure chest, dropped by the crawling zombie. This type of dropped silver treasure chest can be moved, unlike wild treasure chests. Desha retreat, head upstairs directly. After calling out to Desha, Lin Ziluo ran up the safety passage. Desha closely followed behind. After running for a while, the two successfully shook off the zombies and arrived at the 5th floor, which had already been cleaned. Lin Ziluo set down the silver chest and eagerly began to check the details of Yin Yang dual birth. Yin Yang dual birth: the host can possess 2 professions. Note 1. Among the host's 2 professions, the first acquired profession will be displayed externally. 2. There are no restrictions on the content of the 2 professions, but if the fixed attributes increase in the same attribute, the highest value will be taken. 3. The free attribute points added by the second profession will only enjoy 50 rounded up. After reading the notes, Lin Ziluo finally understood the specific usage of this lucky charm. Although it wasn't as absurd as directly stacking up as he had previously imagined, with proper operation, it wouldn't be inferior either. Lin Ziluo began to think. For example, the second note states that if fixed attributes increase in the same attribute, the highest value is taken. This means that looking for the same type of profession is foolish. So couldn't he find 2 professions that increase different fixed attributes? Warrior-type professions increase strength and constitution, while mage-type professions increase spirit and agility. In that case, the second note would equal no restrictions. Additionally, the professions could be diversified. The third note was also acceptable. If both professions grant 3 free attribute points calculated by rounding up, he could actually obtain 5 attribute points. Lin Ziluo's mind began to conjure numerous combinations of professions. Wait a minute, phantom adds power and agility. Does that mean he still needs to find a profession that enhances constitution and spirit? There is one, but the only top-tier hidden profession is the Holy Sword Knight across the ocean. It seems there really aren't any particularly good professions of this type within the Dragon Kingdom. Should he give up phantom and choose another profession? Lin Ziluo felt a bit of a headache. His predetermined development plan had been disrupted. The reason is that he can simultaneously advance in 2 professions. This is truly a happy trouble. However, Lin Ziluo is still determined to pursue the phantom advancement. This is an invaluable top-tier hidden profession. Even if he doesn't advance, he can still keep it or trade it. With this thought, Lin Ziluo temporarily set aside his considerations regarding this. First, he would obtain the phantom advancement scroll, then think about the others. Lin Ziluo began to organize the rewards from previously clearing out a layer of zombies, killing crawling zombies, and completing quests. First up is the bronze level equipment from the quest rewards. Player Yazi has obtained bronze level equipment: bronze giant hammer, a bronze level equipment, a giant hammer made of bronze weighing an astonishing amount. It's best to ensure you can lift it before using. Attributes: 2 strength attacks have a shattering effect, providing certain enhancements for destruction. While Lin Ziluo hefted the bronze giant hammer that appeared in his hand. It really isn't light. No need to say more, Big Fool, you've hit the jackpot. Alright, Big Fool still has double the However, the game tasks taken by Big Fool cannot be optimized by the golden finger system. Looking at the task rewards apart from the usual reputation, gold coins, and experience, the remaining reward is a bronze level item. Lin Ziluo glanced over and found that the item from Big Fool's task reward was Eye of Reconnaissance. Look at this. Doesn't it just mean I'm not as lucky as him? And the task reward I issued to Big Fool is pretty ordinary as well. For Big Fool, it means just a bit more gold coins. Great, he is one step closer to the Demon City Guardian's mark. Lin Ziluo handed the bronze giant hammer to Big Fool. Big Fool took the bronze giant hammer, and a smile appeared on his face, seemingly expressing satisfaction with this equipment. That's not easy to come by. Big Fool's smile usually only appears when he's eating roast chicken. Then Big Fool started swinging the giant hammer around. Lin Ziluo chose to open the silver treasure chest. In the apocalyptic game, there is a setting where a monster can only drop 1 item. When defeating a BOSS, it either drops 1 item or a treasure chest. This dropped treasure chest is not a wild treasure chest, it can be moved. However, in terms of the obtained items, it is somewhat inferior to a wild treasure chest. Player Yazi successfully opened the silver treasure chest. While opening the silver treasure chest, player Yazi was blessed by the chest successfully expanding his storage space by 0. 3 cubic meters. After opening the silver treasure chest, player Yazi received a boost to his experience, gaining 50 experience points. Player Yazi rummaged through the silver treasure chest and successfully pulled out 270 gold coins. The white light dissipated. 2 items appeared before Lin Ziluo. One was a pair of pants glowing with white light. The other was a resource card. Not bad at all. This treasure chest yielded a silver-level pair of pants, which is enough. Lin Ziluo picked up the pants. Resilient battle pants, silver-level equipment made of highly resilient material capable of greatly assisting players in battle. Attributes 3 Constitution 1 Agility. Reduces the duration of negative effects on the player by 20. The pants attributes are quite impressive. Negative effects such as blindness, dizziness, and defense breaks. If the duration is reduced, it could very well turn the tide in battle. Lin Ziluo happily put on the pants. Reaching level 10, he had a point of free attribute. Without hesitation, he allocated it to spirit. Now he is someone who can possess dual professions. Therefore, he needs to develop all attributes comprehensively. At this moment, Lin Ziluo's base attributes underwent a noticeable change. Base attributes: Strength 28, Spirit 20, Constitution 23, Agility 25. Perfect. Plus the items dropped from previously clearing zombies. 2 pieces of equipment and several items. Those 2 pieces of equipment are completely inferior to what Lin Ziluo has. They just happen to be the missing components for Big Fool. Lin Ziluo gave them all to Big Fool. This way Big Fool's strength wouldn't fall too far behind his own. After handling all this, Lin Ziluo didn't want to grind zombies anymore. He asked Big Fool to go down and collect the items dropped by the zombies he had just killed with Spike Assault. He, on the other hand, found a room on the 5th floor with a table. After placing the Eye of Reconnaissance on the ground, Lin Ziluo lay on the table. After asking the Golden Finger system a few questions, he confirmed his thoughts. That is, before the 9th day of the apocalypse, if he temporarily cannot find a suitable profession, he will first advance to Phantom and secure a global announcement. As for the other profession, there's no rush. The Golden Finger system has supplemented that after successfully advancing to the 2nd profession, it will compensate for the attribute points that were not allocated previously. At this time, Big Fool also returned. Everything he held was stuff he had just picked up from downstairs. Lin Ziluo checked and found there wasn't anything good. Alright, let's rest first. Afterwards, we need to head back to the Reaper Club. Hopefully they can gather together a bit so we can eliminate the museum sooner. Having considered everything that needed to be addressed, Lin Ziluo happily drifted into slumber. The current time is the early hours of the 5th day of the apocalypse. On the 6th day of the apocalypse at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After a nap, Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. It had been a day since he returned from the library in Magic City. On the 5th day, due to sleeping too late, he got up later than usual. Lin Ziluo pondered for a while. He ultimately decided to spend a whole day clearing the zombies in the library. One could easily guess. Even if he returned to the Death God Club, now the number of people might not be sufficient. Wouldn't it be more fruitful to eliminate more zombies during this time? Although he couldn't level up, earning some coins and obtaining items was still quite enjoyable. Thus Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool spent an entire day on this task. They managed to wipe out all the remaining zombies, approximately over 600 in the entire Magic City library. Lin Ziluo's experience pool had accumulated enough experience to level up once more. However, they did not find any useful items. After all, Lin Ziluo's equipment was already quite luxurious. They did manage to supplement the Big Fool's gear for various parts significantly. Except for pants and shoes, all other gear was complete. As for items, they did uncover a new one. Healing Spell Scroll, a bronze-level disposable item that when used can release a healing spell to restore the injuries of a designated unit with the extent of healing determined by the spiritual power of the person activating the scroll. This was quite a good healing item and would be of significant use to Lin Ziluo. After finishing the sweep of the Magic City library, the time had come to evening. Lin Ziluo chose to stay in the library for another night. That night, he fell asleep quite early. Thus at 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool set off towards the Zyrunfa shopping mall. Upon arriving at the top floor of Zyrunfa shopping mall, Lin Ziluo once again stirred the crowd. This time it was because of his exceptionally handsome appearance. Dressed in a stunning black robe complemented by a mysterious mask and accompanied by the imposing presence of the Big Fool behind him. Goodness, it was simply breathtakingly handsome. Note misuse of terms, do not imitate. If misused, do not blame your language teacher for punishing you. If it weren't for the shadow cast by the scene 2 days prior where the Big Fool had sent someone's head spinning 180 degrees with a slap, there would have been many more people approaching Lin Ziluo. However, some newcomers seemed a bit naive, not fearing the tiger at all. Having just gained power, they were unaware of this. Seeing Lin Ziluo's jaw-dropping outfit, some people wanted to step forward to stop him and ask where he got the clothes. They were soon halted by a group of old members. Otherwise, Lin Ziluo would not mind establishing his authority over the new members again. He confidently walked into Gao Dong's office. Ever since Lin Ziluo casually dealt with their biggest rival, Gao Dong's life had improved significantly. When Lin Ziluo pushed open the office door, he was surprised to see him flirting with a young girl. Gao Dong had intended to get angry and see who dared to interrupt his good fortune. However, upon seeing Lin Ziluo and the big fool, his face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. This attitude left the young girl beside him dumbfounded. Was this really the president she knew? When Lin Ziluo inquired about when they would attack the Magic City Museum, Gao Dong proudly patted his chest and said that in the past 2 days he had sent people out to recruit members. The Death God Club was developing rapidly, now boasting over 200 members. Moreover, they planned to set off for the Magic City Museum in the afternoon. Lin Ziluo gladly agreed. If they attacked in the afternoon, there would be a complete opportunity to eliminate all the zombies by night. At that time, he could directly enter the professional trial. This was Lin Ziluo's experience over the past 2 days. Fully awake, Lin Ziluo crawled out of bed. After tidying up his clothes a bit, he stepped out of the room. He had randomly found a residence close to Zirunfa. Lin Ziluo also saw the big fool in the living room. At that moment, the big fool was swinging his bronze giant hammer. Ever since Lin Ziluo gave him the bronze giant hammer, he had completely fallen in love with this big hammer. He would swing it whenever he had the chance. Lin Ziluo noticed that the big fool had some talent in this regard. In just 2 days, he had become quite adept at swinging the hammer. Upon seeing Lin Ziluo step out of the room, the big fool wisely stopped swinging his hammer. Let's go. Lin Ziluo waved his hand and put the mask on his face. Thinking about the revenge he was about to take on the one who had ruined his face, Lin Ziluo felt somewhat impatient. This residence was very close to Zirunfa shopping mall. The zombies in this area had also been cleaned up quite well by the Death God Club members. Lin Ziluo arrived at the top floor of Zirunfa shopping mall without any obstacles. As soon as the cargo elevator door opened, Lin Ziluo saw Gao Dong passionately delivering a speech in the middle of the hall. Dear members, today is an important day for our Death God Club as we are about to embark on a grand battle. We will all mobilize to eliminate the zombies within the Magic City Museum and restore our Dragon Kingdom's cultural heritage. Gao Dong could not continue, because he saw Lin Ziluo looking at him through the mask, as if he were staring at him. Moreover, the big fool behind Lin Ziluo had already raised the bronze hammer that was frightening to look at. It seemed that if he continued speaking, that hammer would come crashing down on his head. Ahem, to make a long story short, everyone gather up and prepare to attack the Magic City Museum, Gao Dong wisely said. The crowd had been drowsy listening to the speech. Seeing Gao Dong suddenly change his tone, they all perked up. Charge. I will slay all the zombies in the museum. I want to drop a bronze gear. I've finally waited for this day. I, the big yellow-haired, am about to rise. Am not bragging this time, I will definitely level up to level 5. This time I want to kill 10 zombies. Ah, don't get me wrong, this is just excitement causing me to shout. Lin Ziluo glanced at the chaotic scene. Indeed, it was a group of players spoiled by the rookie protection mechanism, surviving the turmoil that ensued during the onset of the apocalyptic game. As soon as they possessed a little strength, they began to swell with pride, treating the apocalyptic game as a leisurely pastime, where slaying monsters would effortlessly enhance their abilities. Tomorrow at 7 in the afternoon, once the rookie protection period ends, who knows how many unfortunate souls will meet a miserable fate under Gao Dong's repeated efforts to maintain order. The members of the Death God Club eventually gathered together. Although there was a lack of discipline, at least each was willing to attack the Shanghai Museum, temporarily accepting management. The freight elevator on the top floor of the mall began to operate rapidly, transporting members in batches to assemble downstairs. Lin, brother, how should we attack? Gao Dong asked, observing the densely packed zombies outside the museum through binoculars. Lure them, Lin Ziluo suggested. At that moment, they were in a cafe opposite the Shanghai Museum, while downstairs members were resting. The upper floor housed Gao Dong and 2 other leaders along with Lin Ziluo and a Shah as they formulated their pre-battle strategy. Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's words, Gao Dong's eyes brightened. He felt that this tactic seemed promising. The main problem is the excessive number of zombies at the museum entrance. If we rush in all at once, our numbers are still at a disadvantage, and we could easily be surrounded. Let's arrange for some agile individuals to carry meat infected with the zombie virus to lure the zombies. Once the luring is successful, lead them into our pre-arranged encirclement. Even if we attract all the zombies from inside the museum, we won't be at a loss, as it would stretch the front line and facilitate our attack. Lin Ziluo elaborated on the lure plan in detail. Gao Dong and the other 2 leaders looked at him with expressions of worship. Lin, brother, this is truly impressive. This plan is perfect, Gao Dong exclaimed. Indeed, Lin, brother's wisdom leaves me in awe. The other 2 leaders chimed in with compliments as well. Whether their praise was sincere or not was irrelevant to Lin Ziluo, because his true plan was something else. It was crucial to realize that if all the zombies were lured away from the museum, wouldn't that mean there were no zombies left? At that point, Lin Ziluo would be able to bypass the zombie obstacle entirely and directly enter the museum to access the scroll. Ahem, this is called drawing the tiger away from its mountain. Gao Dong and the two leaders approved of the plan. It was quickly passed and finalized. Gao Dong descended to the first floor of the cafe to share the battle strategy with everyone. The crowd unanimously agreed as it significantly reduced their risks while still allowing them to gain the same rewards. Such matters would be agreed upon by anyone with a brain. Soon several agile members were selected. The Death God Club still had a few pieces of raw meat. They ultimately decided to choose the two fastest agile individuals to lure the zombies with the raw meat while the rest would be responsible for the relay along the way. Once the person with the raw meat no longer had it, their attractiveness would diminish significantly, alleviating concerns about potential issues. The ultimate destination for the lure was also selected. It was a relatively secluded park. The zombies in that area had been cleared out the day before by the members of the Death God Club, making it an ideal spot for encirclement. With everything prepared, Lin Ziluo stepped forward. Actually, my agility is the highest. Let me take the first turn at luring the zombies. Lin Ziluo spoke with righteous authority. Even the new members looked at him with admiration. Wow, who doesn't know that being the first to lure the zombies is the most dangerous? Lin Ziluo, willing to take on this risk, was truly a warrior. As for whether Lin Ziluo's agility was sufficient, no one doubted it. If they knew that Lin Ziluo actually just wanted to get closer to the museum. He also aimed for the first relay to smoothly blend into the museum, they would probably spit blood in disbelief. Lin Ziluo received the card handed over by Gao Dong. It was meat infected with the zombie virus. The main reason for sending two people to lure was simply because there were only 2 pieces of raw meat in the entire Death God Club. Lin Ziluo glanced at his storage space, where a thick stack of raw meat stood out conspicuously. Ahem, the gap certainly seems significant. Regarding Desha, Lin Ziluo decided not to take him along. After all, if he were to teleport into the trial space alone, he would be of no use. It was better to let him stay outside to farm some coins and contribute more to the Shanghai Guardian's emblem. Just kill the zombies and listen to no one but me. If anyone provokes you, kill them directly. Got it? Lin Ziluo instructed Desha. Desha nodded, indicating that he understood. Lin Ziluo wasn't completely unconcerned about Desha. However, he could sense Desha's emotions. If any real issues arose, he could even directly control Desha, so he could still relax. Desha followed Gao Dong and the others to the ambush location, while Lin Ziluo and a few members responsible for luring remained in the cafe. Waiting for the signal from their side to take action, Lin Ziluo knew that the trial required a lot of energy. So he decisively closed his eyes to rest. About 10 minutes later, Lin Ziluo heard a voice say, "Lin, big brother, we can move now." Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. The one who just called him was Chao Yang, someone who needed to take the first action, just like him. All right, let's set off then. Lin Ziluo spoke first and stepped out. The others followed closely behind him. Soon the rest had reached their designated positions. Lin Ziluo and Chao Yang each held a piece of raw meat card and continued walking forward. "Big brother Lin, are we going to be ambushed and unable to escape?" Chao Yang swallowed hard, expressing some concern. Lin Ziluo didn't want this guy's fear to ruin his plan. "You run first, and I'll pause behind," Lin Ziluo said. Chao Yang was still a bit worried. "But then, big brother, won't that put you in danger?" "Danger? It's easier to disappear if I stay behind. I just want to kill a few zombies, and when the time comes I'll take a different route to attract a small portion of zombies. You just need to follow them, got it?" Lin Ziluo spoke coldly. "Got it." Chao Yang nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, even if he disappeared later it wouldn't be an issue. Thus the two arrived at the small square in front of the Devil City Museum. A large number of zombies were gathered in the square. "Activate in 30 seconds, Lin Ziluo said. After that, Lin Ziluo and Chao Yang each went to one side of the square. Chao Yang's position was farther from the escape route they would take, so he needed to lead the zombies on a detour. When the 30 seconds were up, Chao Yang immediately activated the card, shivering. A piece of raw meat appeared in Chao Yang's hand. Instantly, the nearby zombies reacted, turning to look at Chao. Moreover, the zombies outside the range of the raw meat were also stirred by the commotion of the zombies in front. Roar! A zombie started walking towards Chao Yang, gradually speeding up. Soon, all the zombies began rushing towards Chao Yang. "Run!" Lin Ziluo shouted. Chao Yang also started to run in circles with the raw meat. Lin Ziluo bravely walked a considerable distance forward. His action successfully attracted a portion of the zombies. Then Lin Ziluo activated the raw meat. In an instant, the attraction intensified. Moreover, his position perfectly drew in the remaining zombies in the square, as well as some zombies standing near the entrance of the museum. This was why he had to activate the raw meat from behind. At present, only he could accurately assess how to attract a larger range of zombies. As the zombies came within 2 meters of him, Lin Ziluo began to retreat. A large number of zombies started to follow Lin Ziluo. At this time, Chao Yang had also completed a circle with the zombies. The two converged together. Thus Chao Yang was in front, while Lin Ziluo was behind. The two began to run towards the previously agreed position. Behind them a dense swarm of zombies began to chase frantically. The noise grew louder. Even a large group of zombies emerged from within the museum. Success. Lin Ziluo's agility was unquestionable. Chao Yang had allocated all his attributes to agility. Thus the two had no trouble luring the zombies. Lin Ziluo even had to stop frequently to wait for the zombies. Soon Lin Ziluo saw the people waiting ahead. Now was the time to break free. Lin Ziluo slowed down and came to Chao Yang's side. He stuffed the raw meat into Chao Yang's arms. "You guys keep running, I'm going to kill some zombies," Lin Ziluo said. "No problem, big brother Lin, you can rest assured I." Before Chao Yang could finish, he saw Lin Ziluo suddenly accelerate and disappear from his sight. Damn, no wonder he's the big brother he was holding back before. Chao Yang's jaw nearly dropped. At this moment, he successfully reunited with the remaining members. Their next task was to take turns carrying the raw meat and escape. At that moment Lin Ziluo was speeding. He did not run directly in the opposite direction of the museum. Of course it was impossible to do so. The entire road was filled with zombies, and there were at least 1,000 of them. If he squeezed in, he wouldn't be able to get out. Lin Ziluo chose a small path to implement a flanking strategy. Running at full speed, Lin Ziluo quickly returned to the small square of the Devil City Museum. There were still some scattered zombies in the small square. Lin Ziluo casually slashed and dealt with a zombie blocking his way. After that he entered the museum. The layout of the museum had long been firmly etched in Lin Ziluo's mind. Without a hint of hesitation, he ran towards the familiar exhibition hall. After casually killing 2 zombies, Lin Ziluo finally saw the scroll he had been longing for on the display stand. It was an ancient scroll made from the hide of an unknown animal. It was precisely because this animal hide could not be identified that this scroll was displayed in the Devil City Museum. The scroll was adorned with many mysterious symbols and 2 patterns. One resembled a bull and the other a bird. Due to the arrival of the apocalyptic game, a glowing mark resembling a hexagram appeared beneath the scroll, continuously rotating. It was clear at a glance that this item was extraordinary. No wonder it had deceived many people into their deaths in his previous life. Lin Ziluo quickly approached the scroll. The protective shield originally guarding the scroll could not withstand Lin Ziluo's repeated strikes and shattered directly. A harsh alarm sounded. Lin Ziluo calmly placed his hand on the scroll. Player Yazid discovered a strange scroll, which seems to harbor great secrets, granting the player an increase of 500 reputation. "I accept." Lin Ziluo spoke. Player Yazid accepted the scroll's summons and was about to enter it. The scroll began to emit blinding light. The light enveloped the entire exhibition hall. Lin Ziluo's vision was gradually covered by the white light, forcing him to close his eyes. His body began to feel lighter. Suddenly a sensation of weightlessness surged through him. The feeling of weightlessness gradually faded away. Lin Ziluo slowly regained his sight. He glanced around. He found himself in a completely sealed stone chamber. The chamber was illuminated by clusters of floating flames on the walls of the trial. It was exactly as he remembered. At that time Lin Ziluo suspected that the entire trial was taking place inside a cave. He wondered where the air was coming from. Lin Ziluo walked directly to a stone wall and reached out a hand. A miraculous scene unfolded. Lin Ziluo's arm effortlessly passed through the stone wall. Indeed, the location was still here. It had taken him a long time to discover this place before. Lin Ziluo did not hesitate and walked straight toward the stone wall, then vanished into it. Congratulations to player Yazid for successfully activating the trial. Mysterious trial description. This scroll seems to contain certain secrets waiting for someone capable of inheriting its power. Trial requirements: complete 3 trials. Trial restrictions: all equipment and abilities are disabled during this period. Trial rewards: level up by 1 special class phantom. Trial time: limit the flow of time here differs from that of the outside world, so there is no need to worry. Trial punishment: failure will result in immediate annihilation of the player. Ding, the golden finger system has detected that the host is undergoing a trial and is initiating the modification program. Ding, the host will not face any punishment for failing the task, and the system will protect the host from leaving the trial space. Ding, the system has detected that the host is undergoing a trial, successfully triggering the task Ancient Trial. Ancient Trial: this is a legacy that has existed for thousands of years, waiting for a sufficiently powerful individual to inherit it. Task requirements: pass the trials from the scroll and inherit the true power of the scroll. Task rewards: draw 1 random ordinary golden finger, 1 piece of silver grade equipment. Task time: limit the flow of time here differs from that of the outside world, so there is no need to worry. The Doomsday game and golden finger system continuously sent out messages. Lin Ziluo felt a bit bewildered. Although the messages from the Doomsday game were exactly like those from his previous life, the golden finger system statements seemed somewhat off. Thousands of years. Sufficiently powerful. Although the Phantom class could be considered top tier, it hardly warranted such a description. Lin Ziluo was filled with doubts. He knew the origins of the Phantom class better than anyone. In truth, it was a legendary assassin from the ancient Dragon Kingdom with merely 1,000 years of history. Moreover, the Phantom class has the Phantom Assassin at level 50 for secondary job transfer and Phantom God at level 80 for tertiary job transfer. None of these matched the claims of the Golden Finger system. Lin Ziluo attempted to inquire with the Golden Finger system, but received no response. Something was amiss. Lin Ziluo quickly heightened his vigilance. Even though this trial was still in familiar surroundings. After accepting the 2 tasks, Lin Ziluo, ahead was a hollowed-out cave. In the center of the cave stood a stone platform. On the platform lay the content of this trial was quite simple. All that was required was to place his hand on the orb. The first trial begins. Please player Yazi place your hand on the Li Zhu. Lin Ziluo walked directly to then he placed his hand on the yellowish orb. The originally yellow orb began to change as Lin Ziluo's hand made contact. The yellow surface of the orb gradually began to show red lines. These red lines varied in length and continually increased in number. After the red lines reached a certain quantity, they began to intertwine. Soon they completely covered the yellow surface of the orb. It transformed into a blood-red orb. Here it comes. Lin Ziluo tensed up and became alert. A flash of red light forced him to close his eyes. After experiencing a moment of confusion, the strong smell of blood jolted Lin Ziluo fully awake. At this moment, he was no longer in the previous cave. Instead, he found himself in a boundless space. The entire space above was filled with dark red, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Gazing upward for a long time would cause a stinging sensation in the eyes. Lin Ziluo stood on a piece. It was called a rock because apart from this one stone, the rest of Lin Ziluo's visible range was an endless blood-colored ocean. This tiny piece of stone was surrounded by the blood-colored ocean, barely providing enough space for Lin Ziluo to stand like a solitary boat, floating on an infinite ocean. Lin Ziluo reached out to scoop the sea water from the blood-colored ocean nearby. A strong smell of blood assaulted him. Indeed, this so-called sea water was blood. It was unimaginable how this boundless blood-colored ocean had come to be. If the blood came from humans, how many people would have to die to accumulate such a volume of blood? Kill! A grand shout echoed from above in the space. This voice seemed to possess a magical power, causing Lin Ziluo's blood to boil instantly. Kill! The voice resounded again. Lin Ziluo's blood boiled even more rapidly. His heartbeat began to quicken as well. Kill! Lin Ziluo's face turned red. Veins bulged out on his muscles. Yet despite the changes in his body, Lin Ziluo's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were exceptionally clear. Lin Ziluo showed no signs of alteration in his demeanor. His eyes were particularly bright. Kill! 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 The sound echoed continuously. The ocean of blood began to ripple with the emergence of the sound. Each time the cry of kill rang out, the blood-colored ocean would form waves that surged towards Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo did not dodge or evade, allowing the crimson tidal wave to crash against his body. As the cries of killing continued to resound, his body began to undergo changes. His skin had been drenched in red, as if he had emerged from the blood itself. The pounding of his heart and the ragged breaths testified that Lin Ziluo's body was enduring unimaginable torment. In his previous life, he had endured this trial solely out of hatred for Yao Jinghan. During this time, he had countless moments of wanting to give up, even resorting to cowering on the rocks and covering his ears to block out the sounds. Yet this time, regardless of the changes in his body or the overwhelming waves of blood crashing against him, Lin Ziluo did not alter his resolute expression. He stood motionless on the rocks like a steadfast pine tree. Dozens of times, hundreds of times, thousands of the cries of kill resonated like thunder. The waves of blood crashed endlessly. Lin Ziluo remained unwavering, unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly the cries of kill ceased. The waves of blood also stopped crashing. A smile finally appeared on Lin Ziluo's face. He knew he had passed this trial. Moreover, the nightmares from his last life, brought by this trial, dissipated with its conclusion. Good. After 3 shouts of good, Lin Ziluo's consciousness once again faded. When he regained awareness, his hand remained on the orb. However, the originally blood-red orb had reverted to a soil yellow. The surrounding cave was still as quiet as before. The blood that had drenched Lin Ziluo's body had vanished completely. It was as if nothing had happened. Congratulations, player, for successfully passing the first trial. Please proceed to the next trial. Lin Ziluo let out a deep breath. He began to adjust his state. Time was not pressing. The flow of time here was different from the outside world. After spending such a long time, perhaps only an hour had passed outside. After a long period of adjustment, Lin Ziluo finally regained his previous state. He glanced at the soil yellow orb. Who would have thought that such a small orb could plunge a person into such a terrifying illusion? He retracted his hand, straightened his clothes, and walked towards a newly appeared cave entrance. This cave entrance was unfathomably deep, and the floating flames from before had vanished. Lin Ziluo looked back at the light inside the cave with nostalgia. Then without hesitation he stepped into the cave. As Lin Ziluo entered, the second trial begins. Player Yazi should proceed forward. The prompts from the Doomsday game concluded. Lin Ziluo turned back for a glance. Behind him lay an endless abyss. Turning his head back, the front was also shrouded in darkness. Lin Ziluo was completely engulfed by the darkness. There was not a glimmer of light, nor any obstacles. This was the second trial. All he had to do was keep walking forward, and never stop. He need not worry about physical exhaustion, nor did he need to eat or drink, as long as he kept moving. Lin Ziluo in his previous life did not even know how long he had persisted. At first he pressed on out of hatred, but eventually he could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground. Upon waking, he found himself at the third trial. In essence, it was primarily a test of willpower. Once one's willpower met the standard, they could pass. Lin Ziluo began to move forward. The dark and deep space seemed endless, filled only with blackness. Lin Ziluo's steps were firm and unyielding as he strode forward. He did not know how long he had been advancing in this darkness. Perhaps a month, perhaps 3 months, perhaps a year, perhaps many years. Darkness. So terrifying. Terrifying enough to instill fear. Terrifying enough to bring despair. In this darkness, there was no direction, no goal, no living beings, no scenes, nothing at all. Only endless solitude. Lin Ziluo needed only to mechanically continue his steps, walking on and on. Give up. After all, as long as you faint, you can reach the next stage. This thought repeated countless times in his mind. Yet every time the thought arose, Lin Ziluo resolutely rejected it. Why give up? He had already experienced it once in his previous life. With a second chance, why not persist? Gradually, Lin Ziluo's steps began to grow heavy, but his gaze became even more resolute. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps. 1,000,000 steps. In this darkness, time had lost all meaning. Gradually, Lin Ziluo was horrified to find that his consciousness was blurring and his thoughts were becoming sluggish. This is the terror of time. It made one gradually fall into this darkness. No, I said. This time I will persist until the very last moment. Lin Ziluo began to struggle. He delved into his memories. Experiences from the past decade began to surface continuously in his mind. The equipment he had obtained, the tasks he had completed, the people he had met, the zombies he had killed, the desperate situations he had endured, and so on and so forth. 10 years and 10 years, everything replayed in his mind. He was continuing to move forward. Is this an illusion? Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes. Isn't it ridiculous? He had actually experienced an illusion in this space, and there was even a white light. After rubbing his eyes, Lin Ziluo found that the white light ahead was still so dazzling. This is not an illusion. Lin Ziluo suddenly found it hard to believe. Is this the end? This is the end. He had actually truly persevered to the end. In an instant, Lin Ziluo nearly cried out in joy. He trembled as he walked towards the white light, gazing at the blinding white light before him. His eyes, long submerged in darkness, felt no discomfort, only a peculiar warmth. Carefully, he took a step forward. Lin Ziluo stepped into the white light. A stone house, stone walls, floating flames, and a wooden rack filled with numerous weapons. I have truly emerged. Let's check my body once more. There was no change in appearance compared to before entering that passage. It felt as if my journey had never happened. Lin Ziluo sat down heavily, beginning to rest. The stone house he was in now was no different from the one before entering the trial. To enter the next stage, one merely needed to pass through the stone wall. Congratulations, player, for successfully passing the second trial. Please proceed to the next trial. The long-awaited game prompt sounded. Lin Ziluo finally let out a true sigh of relief. This path does have an end. I have indeed persevered to the end. The first 2 trials were, as Lin Ziluo had said. Even though he did not need to struggle so hard, and could have passed with just a little proof of his abilities, Lin Ziluo, in his past life, his unsatisfactory performance in the 2 trials left him with deep regrets. This time in his rebirth, he aimed for a true rebirth, to fill in all the regrets from before, including that cat in the next stage, the one that left him with scars that could never be healed. Just the thought of facing that cat again activated Lin Ziluo's innate heart of revenge. New strength surged within him. This trial's limitation was that no equipment or skills could be used. However, there were no restrictions on talents. Thus, Lin Ziluo sat on the ground. After resting for quite a while, he finally shook off the effects of the previous darkness. Lin Ziluo stood. He approached the wooden rack of weapons. These weapons were prepared for the next stage, and that cat. His own weapon couldn't be retrieved, so he had to choose from among them. In the end, Lin Ziluo picked up a large iron knife that he was most comfortable with. Then he walked towards the stone wall, just like in the first trial. After Lin Ziluo passed through the wall, he entered a massive stone cave. The third trial has begun. Please, Yazi, kill the guardian beast. The prompt sounded and Lin Ziluo raised his long knife. The cave was currently empty, without any oddities. The next moment a cat's cry echoed. Meow. This meow was not the soft sound of a pet cat from a household. Instead, it was extremely shrill, piercing, and harsh. It sent chills down one's spine. On the previously vacant cave wall, ripples appeared. A cat emerged. This cat was slightly larger than a typical cat, but not as gigantic as the zombie cat Lin Ziluo had encountered before. And the most terrifying aspect of this cat was its face. If one did not pay close attention, they might think it resembled an old person with a face full of wrinkles. Lin Ziluo had once called it the human-faced cat. The human-faced cat also had a pair of ethereal blue eyes. They resembled the color described in ancient dragon country myths for spirits. Its body was no different from any other cat, covered in pure black fur. In the dim cave, illuminated only by floating flames, it appeared particularly eerie. As the saying goes, enemies meet with extra animosity. Upon seeing the human-faced cat, Lin Ziluo became fully alert. The cat's attributes could not be viewed. However, Lin Ziluo, who had fought it before, knew its general strength. It wasn't excessively powerful. It was merely slightly stronger than himself without equipment. But its agility was extremely high, and when it ran at full speed, it even created afterimages. Since its appearance, the human-faced cat had been fixated on Lin Ziluo with those ethereal blue eyes. It seemed to be contemplating how best to kill Lin Ziluo. Under the cat's eerie gaze, Lin Ziluo's expression remained unchanged. He took a deep breath. Then surprisingly, he closed his eyes. What the heck? The human-faced cat was somewhat bewildered. After waiting so long, it encountered a madman. Lin Ziluo was not crazy. He was merely sensing the wealth he had acquired before facing battle. During the seemingly endless walk through that passage, Lin Ziluo began to recall his 10 years of experiences in order to prevent his consciousness from becoming muddled. All memories flipped back and forth, analyzing the battles he had fought again and again. Among those memories, the most were the clever tactics Lin Ziluo employed and the details of each strike. Now Lin Ziluo finally recognized what a correct decision he had made. His combat skills had already reached an extraordinary peak. With each recall of memories and simulation of combat scenarios, Lin Ziluo's combat ability achieved a tremendous breakthrough. Detected that player Yazi has broken through to a new realm. The epic talent Aoran Mastery has transformed into the legendary talent Omniscience and Omnipotence Combat. Omniscience and Omnipotence Combat, a legendary level talent, granting you unimaginable heights concerning combat matters. In terms of combat methods and weapon types, you can handle them with ease. Lin Ziluo did not pay attention to the Doomsday game prompt, because he sensed the human-faced cat was moving. Even though the human-faced cat's movements were gentle and swift, Lin Ziluo, with his eyes closed, perceived its position through the changes in air currents. Lin Ziluo raised the iron knife in his hand. An indescribable aura emanated from him. In the long history of the ancient dragon country, there once existed a magical secret technique known as sword nurturing technique. It involves concealing a sword within its sheath, carrying it with oneself at all times throughout life, focusing all one's essence, energy, and spirit on this sword, nurturing it with essence. After decades of continuous nurturing, this sword will contain terrifying vitality. Those who cultivate the sword nurturing technique have only one opportunity to draw their sword in a lifetime. They will choose to draw the sword at critical moments, as doing so signifies the impending end of their life. When this sword, nurtured for decades, is drawn, it will unleash earth-shattering power. The sword is drawn and life ends, leaving behind this stunning sword forever in the world. This story is purely fictional, and readers should not attempt to imitate. If the sword nurturing technique is a result of decades of a person's essence allowing for the creation of such terrifying power, then what about Lin Ziluo? In the sea of blood, having been steeped in an overwhelming killing intent countless times, he remained utterly unmoved. In the darkness, his mental will seem to have undergone hundreds or even thousands of temperings, steadfastly moving forward. The focus and persistence within far exceeded that of merely a few decades of practicing the sword nurturing technique. Now is the moment for Lin Ziluo to draw his sword. Upon hearing the movement of the face cat, so close it was almost within reach, Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. In an instant, he swung the knife in his hand. This strike seemed ordinary and unremarkable. It was as if Lin Ziluo had swung it without any purpose. Yet it was this very strike that revealed a look of fear, panic, astonishment, shock, and despair on the face cat's visage. For it realized that its body was completely locked by this strike. This sensation was akin to being controlled by invisible shackles, utterly unable to move. It could only watch helplessly as it voluntarily offered itself to the blade. Furthermore, as its body drew closer to the blade, a profound fear began to rise within its heart. This sense of dread tormented its spirit. It was as if the face cat was experiencing the suffering Lin Ziluo had endured during these 2 trials. The blade smoothly sliced through the face cat's abdomen, neck, and finally its forehead. Strangely, there were no visible wounds where the blade had passed. Only when the face cat fell heavily to the ground did tiny droplets of blood begin to seep from the wound. A face cat that had once caused Lin Ziluo immense trouble in his past life was successfully slain in an instant. Its face was left with endless fear. This fear contorted its human face into a grotesque form. It was simply unbelievable. Lin Ziluo retrieved his iron knife. At this moment his mood could only be described as exhilarating. The strike that had been brewed for so long had also severed the negative emotions he carried from these 2 experiences. It allowed the face cat to experience emotions capable of tormenting an ordinary person to the brink of collapse, ultimately leading to its demise and despair. Player Yazi has successfully slain the guardian beast. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully passing the 3rd trial. Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the mysterious trial. Congratulations to player Yazi for receiving trial rewards level up and the phantom job transfer scroll. Since the player has not completed the job transfer, the level up reward will accumulate at the moment the player completes the transfer. A scroll also appeared in Lin Ziluo's hand. By simply opening this scroll, Lin Ziluo would successfully transition to the hidden profession of phantom. However, Lin Ziluo did not rush to open it. He was astonished to discover that he had not left the cave. What was happening? Last time he had been teleported out of the trial after arduously defeating the face cat. But this time, why was there not a single sign of movement? Could it be that he was stuck inside the trial? No, the doomsday game system indicated I completed the task, so why hasn't the ancient trial reward issued by the golden finger system been given? Lin Ziluo realized something was amiss. He hurriedly called up the golden finger system panel. Behind the task requirement, complete the trial from the scroll, inheriting the true power of the scroll, it was clearly marked as incomplete. This indicated that he had not inherited the true power of the scroll. Lin Ziluo suddenly came to a realization. The phantom job transfer scroll was actually issued upon completing the doomsday game's task. It had nothing to do with the scroll itself. In other words, he had never truly inherited the scroll's power from the beginning. It was hard to believe. Lin Ziluo expressed that the amount of information was overwhelming, he could hardly accept it. Ding detection shows the host has successfully passed the trial. Please proceed forward to accept the true power from the scroll. The long-lost voice of the golden finger system rang out, allowing Lin Ziluo to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Thank goodness it was not a bug trapping him in the cave. Which way should I go? Lin Ziluo inquired of the golden finger system. However, the golden finger system did not respond. Just like when he had first entered, it had begun to play dead again. Curiosity arose within Lin Ziluo. What kind of scroll could render the golden finger system silent? Or was it that this system and the scroll were old acquaintances? Lin Ziluo stored the phantom job transfer scroll back into his storage space. He then began to walk forward according to the golden finger system's guidance. Soon Lin Ziluo reached the end of the cave. It was only when he got particularly close that he noticed small cracks on this stone wall. These cracks were incredibly fine. If not for Lin Ziluo's keen observation, even pressing his face against it would make them difficult to notice. Damn it. If it weren't for the golden finger system's reminder, I wouldn't have thought of this at all. What are these fine cracks for? It feels like they form a pattern when combined. Lin Ziluo attempted to reach out and touch the cracks. At the moment Lin Ziluo's hand made contact with the cracks, a change occurred. Yellow light began to emanate from the seams. The cracks started to shift, as if constructing something. Lin Ziluo patiently waited. After a while the cracks finally completed their assembly. Lin Ziluo was astonished to find that these seams accompanied by yellow light ultimately outlined 2 figures. One was an ox. The other was a bird. Wasn't this exactly the 2 images recorded on the scroll earlier? Lin Ziluo understood that the truth of this ancient scroll was about to be revealed before him. As the figures were completed, the wall began to tremble. With the shaking of the wall, an ancient stone door appeared. After the stone door appeared, the stone wall ceased trembling and returned to tranquility. Lin Ziluo stepped forward and attempted to push the stone door, which opened effortlessly. The scene behind the stone door truly materialized before Lin Ziluo's eyes. It was a stone house, quite similar to the one he entered in the trial space. However, this stone house contained a stone platform with some items displayed. First and foremost was something Lin Ziluo was exceedingly familiar with, the yellowish orb that appeared in the first trial. Referred to as the Li Zhu by the apocalyptic game, there was another item that Lin Ziluo recognized well, which was the scroll placed in the museum. The walls of the house were engraved with familiar patterns of a bull and a bird. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Lin Ziluo entered the stone house and approached the stone platform. He had no intention of touching the Li Zhu, so he first picked up the scroll. The patterns and text on the scroll were identical to those in the museum. Lin Ziluo could not comprehend it at all. Just as he was puzzled, a warm flow transmitted through the scroll into his hand. He was astonished to find that he could actually understand the words on the scroll. The first two characters on the scroll profoundly shocked Lin Ziluo. Qiyu. This scroll was actually related to Qiyu. Lin Ziluo was utterly astonished. This was something he had never anticipated. Qiyu, the legendary tribal leader from the ancient era of the Dragon Kingdom. Those who respected him referred to him as the god of war, while those who despised him called him the source of calamity. Qiyu led the Jiuli tribe in agriculture, metallurgy, crafting weapons, creating arts, understanding the Tao, and educating the people. He also engaged in a cataclysmic battle with the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, Xianyuan Huangdi and Shinnong Yendi. Although in the end the Jiuli tribe was defeated by a coalition of both tribes. However, even Xianyuan Huangdi had to admire Qiyu's terrifying combat prowess and regarded him as the Lord of Weapons. Thus, Qiyu was immortalized in the history of the Dragon Kingdom as the god of war. Lin Ziluo swallowed hard. This was serious. At the same time, he finally understood the meaning behind the recurring patterns of the bull and the bird. The totem of the Jiuli tribe was precisely the bull totem and the bird totem. Lin Ziluo finally unraveled these mysteries and hurriedly continued reading. The subsequent content was even more shocking. The historical record stating Qiyu was killed by the Yellow Emperor, and the Emperor beheaded him and buried his head, which transformed into the blood maple forest, was indeed accurate. However, Qiyu's soul was preserved because it encountered the legendary cat ghost that could retain souls. The cat Lin Ziluo killed in the third trial was indeed a cat with the bloodline of the cat ghost. Ultimately, Qiyu's soul would still dissipate. Before his dissipating, he created this trial scroll. The trial scroll tests one's indomitable will, eternal perseverance, perfect combat. One must meet the highest requirements in all three trials to inherit the strongest power of the Jiuli tribe. Clearly, Lin Ziluo had achieved that. He could inherit Qiyu's power. His breathing became a bit labored. The content recorded on the scroll was nearly at its end. The conclusion instructed Lin Ziluo to place his hands on the bull and bird totems on the scroll. This would completely activate the scroll and allow him to inherit the strongest power of the Jiuli tribe. Lin Ziluo decisively placed the scroll on the stone platform and pressed his hands on each totem. In an instant, brilliance erupted. Boundless energy began to flow through Lin Ziluo's hands. A tremendous amount of energy poured into his body, commencing a cleansing of his marrow and bones. The pain of the cleansing caused Lin Ziluo's body to tremble involuntarily, yet he remained unperturbed, steadfastly standing in place. Detecting that player Yazi is undergoing unknown energy inheritance, the system is detecting the unknown energy. The system has successfully detected that the unknown power originates from Blue Star, matching the unknown power with Blue Star culture, and the apocalyptic game system match. Successful gamification. Successful player Yazi is undergoing class change. Congratulations to player Yazi for successful class change based on Blue Star culture. The apocalyptic game names this class Lord of Weapons. Please player Yazi promptly conclude the trial. The class Lord of Weapons requires further data processing, with the last hint from the apocalyptic game appearing. The power of the scroll finally finished transmitting. Lin Ziluo was also drenched in sweat, sitting down on the ground. Exhausted as he was, he felt quite excited. He successfully changed classes. Truly, effort spent planting flowers yields no blooms, while unintentional willow cuttings take root. He initially only intended to obtain the class change scroll for Phantom. To his utter surprise, he ultimately managed to pass Qiyu's trial and acquire the strongest power of the Jiuli tribe, which is this class called Lord of Weapons by the apocalyptic game. Lord of Weapons. Throughout the thousands of years of history in the Dragon Kingdom, apart from Qiyu, no one else has obtained such a prestigious title. But now it existed. Player Lin Ziluo, class Lord of Weapons. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo also understood the function of the orb placed on the stone platform. The true name of the orb is the Jiuli Zhu. It is the most important item for the Lord of Weapons. The function of the Jiuli Zhu is akin to the life-bound magical artifact described in those cultivation novels. It is essentially the weapon of the Lord of Weapons. The Lord of Weapons needs to continually allow the Jiuli Zhu to devour energy to enhance its power. This way, the Jiuli Zhu can unleash terrifying effects in conjunction with the Lord of Weapons. Lin Ziluo stood up and picked up the Jiuli Zhu. This Jiuli Zhu had already recognized him as its master after Lin Ziluo inherited the power of the Lord of Weapons. With a thought from Lin Ziluo, the Jiuli Zhu vanished from his hand and appeared in his sea of consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, Ancient Inheritance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the task. Reward: a random selection of a common golden finger and a piece of silver-grade equipment. The prompt sound of the golden finger system echoed. The task is complete. However, Lin Ziluo currently has no thoughts of drawing. It seems more important to clarify the situation of the profession weapon master now. Previously during the Apocalypse game, Lin Ziluo was told to return early. A button labeled "End Trial" appeared on Lin Ziluo's panel. He pressed the button. In the next second, he returned to the exhibition hall of the museum from which he came. Surrounding him was darkness. The moonlight streaming in from outside was explaining to Lin Ziluo. The time in reality had already reached night. The position where Lin Ziluo was located was exactly the same as the position he entered the trial. The difference was that the exhibition hall was now filled with the corpses of zombies. These zombies were attracted by the previous alarm. Later members of the Death God Club came in and killed all the zombies, retreating only when it was almost night. The scroll on the display stand was still there, but now it was just an ordinary scroll for viewing. Player Yazi has ended the trial. Data is being further processed for player Yazi's profession Weapon Master. Player Yazi's basic attributes without equipment or title enhancement: Strength 18, Spirit 16, Constitution 12, Agility 19. The player's basic attributes are being enhanced according to the Weapon Master profession. Player Yazi's current basic attributes are Strength 30, Spirit 20, Constitution 25, Agility 30. The Weapon Master data processing is complete. Player Yazi will receive 3 points of Strength, 3 points of Constitution, and 3 points of free attributes with each level up. Based on the experience previously obtained, and the level up, the task reward calculation indicates that the player successfully leveled up to level 13. There is too much information. Lin Ziluo could only pick out the key points to listen to. He opened his own panel. His final attributes, including the upgrade and accounting for equipment and titles, were simply outrageous. Basic attributes: Strength 49, Spirit 24, Constitution 46, Agility 36. Terrifying. This is still under the condition that Lin Ziluo has 9 points of free attributes unused. Compared to before, the increase in attributes is enormous. This is the difference after the profession transfer in the Apocalypse game. It can only be described as worlds apart. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first successfully transferred player in the Apocalypse game, earning a unique global achievement Pioneer. An announcement for the entire server is about to be made. Whether there is an announcement or not, Lin Ziluo had no thoughts to ponder. He could not wait to open his profession panel. Profession Weapon Master. Introduction: Weapon Master, the master of all weapons, the god of war. This terrifying profession is forged by the unimaginable abilities of Qi Yu and the ultimate treasure of the ancient Jiuli tribe, which can only be wielded by those who have undergone brutal trials. Attributes: with each level up, the player will receive 3 points of Strength, 3 points of Constitution, and 3 points of free attributes. Abilities: 1. Master of all weapons. You can manipulate the Jiuli Pearl to transform into any warrior-type weapon, thereby gaining the abilities and skills of that warrior profession. 2. Jiuli Pearl. You can enhance the attributes and rank of the Jiuli Pearl by infusing energy into it. Specific abilities not yet activated. This, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Shocked. No, it's not just shock. This kind of shock cannot be described as merely extraordinary. At the very least, it should be called a profound astonishment. In his 10 years of apocalyptic life, Lin Ziluo had never seen any description from the Apocalypse game that included the term terrifyingly extreme. However, using this term to describe the profession Weapon Master is not an exaggeration at all. Lin Ziluo summoned the Jiuli Pearl. Jiuli Pearl, a bronze-grade item, the ultimate treasure of the Jiuli tribe. 1. It can freely transform its form according to the player's thoughts and bestow the player with the abilities of that form's profession. 2. It can devour energy to enhance the attributes and abilities of the equipment. Lin Ziluo took out the Executioner's Demon Blade and unhesitatingly chose to devour it. The Executioner's Demon Blade rapidly transformed into a mass of black energy, eventually merging into the Jiuli Pearl. The Jiuli Pearl has absorbed enough energy, successfully evolving into a silver-grade item. An infinitely growing item, too terrifying. Lin Ziluo took a deep breath. Next, it was time to showcase the true abilities of the Jiuli Pearl. The Jiuli Pearl began to gradually change its form under Lin Ziluo's will. It ultimately transformed to resemble the Executioner's Demon Blade. Jiuli Blade, a silver-grade equipment. Attributes: 4 Strength, 2 Constitution. Attacks have a 10 armor-piercing attribute. Included skills: Jiuli / releases a blade aura forward, causing damage equal to 130 of strength attributes upon hitting, and the pain caused by the blade aura can reach 200. Jiuli Heavy / a single strike towards the enemy can cause 200 of strength attribute damage, but will inflict a 2-second stun state on oneself. Indeed, the reason Lin Ziluo himself cannot gain skills through the Weapon Master profession is that these skills will change with the transformation of the Jiuli Pearl. Lin Ziluo began to use his will to activate the Jiuli Blade again. The appearance of the Jiuli Blade began to change once more. Ultimately, it transformed into the form of a bow. Jiuli Bow, a silver-grade equipment. Attributes 4 Strength 2 Agility can condense spiritual power to form arrows. Included skills Flame Arrow shoots a flame arrow forward with a power equal to 120 of the strength attribute, causing a continuous burn state upon hitting the enemy. Ice Arrow shoots an ice arrow forward with a power equal to 120 of the strength attribute, causing a brief, slow state upon hitting the enemy. Wow. Lin Ziluo could hardly bear it. Doesn't this mean that he actually possesses all warrior-type professions? Jiuli Stab corresponds to the assassin profession. Jiuli Shield corresponds to the tank profession. Jiuli Sword corresponds to the swordsman profession. No, I can't think anymore. Just thinking about it gives me a dizzy feeling of happiness. Lin Ziluo regained his rationality. He eagerly began to try to condense an arrow. However, nothing materialized. At that moment he was shocked to realize that his spiritual power was completely depleted. Damn, transforming forms consumes so much spiritual power. Just one transformation nearly exhausted all my spiritual power. No wonder I felt a sense of dizziness. World announcement: congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first player to reach level 10 and successfully change jobs in the apocalyptic game an astonishing speed. Achieve the unique Global Achievement Pioneer along with a multitude of rewards. Other players are encouraged to work hard. The tranquility of the dark night on Blue Star was shattered. It was late at night and most players were already asleep. Yet the voice of the world announcement accurately reached their ears. Except for a few players who were sound asleep, the majority were awakened. What the hell? What world announcement? When will it? A sleep-deprived individual having just fallen asleep was abruptly awakened, crying out in despair. Damn it, I was just dreaming about finding a dozen supply cards, and now I'm awakened. Give me back my sweet dream. A starving player cried out in frustration. Yazi is such a familiar name, damn. It's him again. When will it end? A groggy player suddenly woke up. What does job change mean? It was clearly in the language of the Dragon Kingdom. Why can't I understand? A player felt as if they were playing a completely different apocalyptic game than others. 10. Level 10. The player looked at their panel showing level 6, recalling how they had boasted to others during the day, feeling utterly ashamed. I see, so after level 10 one can change jobs. Truly, Yazi, I must catch up to you. A burly man from the beautiful nation said. Almost forgot. The little dog was still alive, just sleeping too soundly to be disturbed. Congratulations to the player for achieving the global announcement of Pioneer. Congratulations to the player for receiving this reward: 1,000 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, storage space, increased by 2 cubic meters. At this moment Lin Ziluo was sitting on the ground. With a meditation necklace around his neck and holding a little magic wand, he had just consumed a small blue bottle to quickly recover his spiritual energy. Sigh. Without spiritual energy the dizziness was indeed uncomfortable. Fortunately, after a while Lin Ziluo recovered. The 9-li bao had already been restored to the 9-li pearl and returned to his sea of consciousness. Restoration does not consume spiritual energy, otherwise Lin Ziluo truly could not handle it. As for those 9-li stings and 9-li spears, cough, will study them when I have the chance. First let's collect the rewards from the world announcement were already a common occurrence. Alas, there's no helping it, being outstanding is just like that. So far all 3 world announcements have been Lin Ziluo's. The rewards became familiar. Besides him and the handsome readers, perhaps no one else knew what the rewards from the world announcement were. The only thing he looked forward to was the title Pioneer. Pioneer, unique title only the first person to change jobs in the apocalyptic game can obtain. Attributes: all attributes 2. For players with a profession, there will be a 5 attribute suppression. Lin Ziluo looked a bit disappointed. What the hell, the Pioneer title isn't even better than the Bronze Tragedy attribute. Lin Ziluo suddenly realized. Oh, it seems the normal order is to change jobs first, and then defeat the bronze level boss. So I got the order wrong, I see. Next comes the task rewards from the Golden Finger system, which were already distributed during the trial. So Lin Ziluo directly said, draw me that silver level equipment. Ding, a piece of silver level equipment is being drawn. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the silver level equipment Mask of Evil. A black mask appeared in Lin Ziluo's hand. From the front this mask looked like a demonic face. It appeared noble, yet filled with evil. Although the curve of the mouth was exaggerated, it harmonized exceptionally with the entire mask. Lin Ziluo was quite satisfied. The mask on his face had always been a hidden item, which could not truly be called equipment. Now this Mask of Evil could perfectly replace it. Mask of Evil, silver level equipment, a mask possessing the evil power of demons. You please do not fall into the servitude of demons. Attributes: Spirit 3. Skills: Mask. When worn it can conceal the player's basic information. Unless the level exceeds the player by 5 levels it cannot be viewed. Demonic Gaze. When used within 3 seconds, anyone staring at the mask will fall into a state of fear. Those in a state of fear will have their attributes reduced when attacking the player, and their physical coordination will decline. Not bad. Lin Ziluo really liked this mask. Not only was he satisfied with its appearance, but its attributes were also exactly what he needed. Lin Ziluo took off the concealment mask, put on the mask of evil, and did not choose to activate the transmutation effect. An image of a figure dressed in a black robe and wearing a demonic mask appeared. Combined with the dark environment of the museum, it would surely frighten anyone who saw it at night. Lin Ziluo was very satisfied with the equipment draw. The upcoming ordinary golden finger would be the real show. Now drawing the golden finger, Lin Ziluo said eagerly. Ding, ordinary golden finger is being drawn. Ding, congratulations to the player for drawing the ordinary golden finger. Break limit LV1. Break limit. Break what limit? Upon hearing that he had drawn a new type of ordinary golden finger, Lin Ziluo eagerly checked the attributes. Break limit LV1. A breaks the limitation of wearing only one ring in terms of equipment. Effect increases the number of A keepable rings by 1. Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes. He wasn't seeing things. This means he can wear 2 rings simultaneously, and they will all take effect. Damn, this is too ridiculous compared to others having 1 less equipment slot. Lin Ziluo suddenly imagined himself wearing 10 golden rings on both hands while battling others. The scene was so beautiful I could hardly imagine it. Lin Ziluo currently wears the vampire ring too. The nightfall ring was given to Desha. He has no. Then let's wait for another ring to drop. All rewards have been collected. Lin Ziluo happily began to consider how to allocate his 12 free attribute points. He must increase his spirit, but not excessively. The fixed attributes granted by the weapon master are strength and constitution. Moreover, all warrior-type classes can achieve this through the Jilly Pearl. Therefore, his other class must surely be a mage that boosts spirit and agility. By then, his spirit and agility attributes won't be lacking. After some contemplation, Lin Ziluo allocated 3 points to strength, 3 points to constitution, and 6 points to spirit, combining it with the 3 spirit points from the evil illusion mask. Lin Ziluo's attributes surged once again. Base attributes strength 52, spirit 33, constitution 49, agility 36. The apocalypse game has entered the 7th day at 1:00 a.m. Due to the power system being unmaintained for a long time, the electricity in the Magic City completely failed 3 hours ago. Except for some self-generating areas, the grand and bustling Magic City has fallen into utter darkness. Fortunately, the Shaorun FA shopping mall has a diesel generator. This keeps the top floor of the mall brightly lit and the freight elevator functioning normally. Large quantities of supplies were moved out of the warehouse by the crowd. Everyone celebrated today's victory by drinking heartily and feasting on meat. As Gao Dong put it, it was a battle worthy of being recorded in history. The Reaper Club siege of the Magic City Museum. In the center of the hall, many people were dancing passionately. The accompanying music was a violin performance by the famous 19th century musician Makabaka, stolen from the museum. Amidst such a tumultuous atmosphere, the greatest contributor to this battle, Desha, was in a corner of the hall buried in food. Desha stopped for a moment. Come up on stage, let me introduce this great contributor to everyone. Gao Dong approached with a beaming smile and said flatteringly. Flattery was essential. Desha's heroic stance during the day had almost brought Gao Dong to his knees. Not only Gao Dong, but everyone present looked at Desha with admiration. There were even a few bold girls who approached to butter up Desha. Unfortunately, Desha's eyes were only on the food, not even sparing them a glance. Gao Dong's words did not attract Desha. He was still stuffing his mouth with chicken legs. Desha put down that vacuum-sealed chicken leg for a moment and show the brothers your heroic figure. Gao Dong continued preparing to take the chicken leg from Desha's hands. Just as Gao Dong's hand was about to touch the chicken leg, a wave of goosebumps rose all over his body. Gao Dong stiffly turned to look at Desha. Although separated by sunglasses, he could clearly feel that if he touched that chicken leg, his life would be in jeopardy. He thought of how effortlessly Desha had chopped zombies during the day. Gao Dong quickly withdrew his hand. Just kidding, just kidding. Gao Dong said awkwardly. Desha suddenly put down the chicken leg and stood up. Gao Dong didn't understand what was happening and thought Desha was willing to show himself. The freight elevator not far away made a ding sound. This noise startled everyone. It was 2 a.m. The zombies outside were in a frenzied state. How could someone still be using the freight elevator? The elevator doors opened and Lin Ziluo in a black robe walked in. Truly, he was the man who could create a sensation every time he appeared. Lin Ziluo's iconic black robe was recognized by everyone. However, the black mask adorned with blood-red demonic patterns resembling a demon's descent still sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Wow, wow, so handsome. A player closest to the freight elevator couldn't help but exclaim. So handsome, I don't believe anyone could outshine Lin Ziluo. Chaoyang couldn't help but marvel. The struggling author mentions there are still readers who are reading. Lin Ziluo walked straight towards Gao Dong. Desha quickly stood behind Lin Ziluo. Lin brother, I finally found you. You have no idea, we spent quite a while looking for you. Those little brats thought something had happened to you. Gao Dong smiled broadly, nearly grinning from ear to ear. This was no exaggeration. After the Reaper Club dealt with the zombies in the museum, quite a few people indeed went to look for Lin Ziluo. Although they couldn't find him, they did not believe that something had happened to Lin Ziluo. After all, he had left a strong impression. Lin Ziluo looked around at the chaotic scene in the hall. He spoke, "Let's discuss some matters in your office." Though surprised, Gao Dong led Lin Ziluo into his office. "I wonder what Lin brother has to say," Gao Dong asked curiously. "How was today's battle?" Lin Ziluo first inquired. "Battle situation. Today's battle went exceptionally well," Gao Dong said excitedly. Once this topic came up, he was wide awake. "Today, counting the traps we used, we eliminated over 1500 zombies," Gao Dong proudly stated. "So many." Lin Ziluo was somewhat astonished. "That's right. There was a small group near the park we chose. Seeing our Reaper Club's heroic scene of exterminating zombies, nearly 100 people joined us on the spot," Gao Dong explained. "Of course, it was mainly thanks to Desha single-handedly eliminated over 100 zombies," Gao Dong said flatteringly. Lin Ziluo suddenly realized something and began to calculate. Did you think he suddenly asked this question for no reason? Of course it was to seize the opportunity. Previously, Lin Ziluo was still confused. It was mainly due to the mindset from a previous life, where he took matters into his own hands. He was still thinking about saving gold coins together with the big fool. Now that he thought about it, he feared he might not be the fool. What did he have in his hands? He had several hundred resources. He had more than he could use, and storing them in the space felt like a waste of room. But other players didn't have that. Although their drop rates were low, everyone still had gold coins. He could completely utilize these resource cards to exchange for their gold coins, even for equipment and items. There was no other way. Now he had the presence of the 9Li Pearl. The energy mentioned by the 9Li Pearl had to be supplied by equipment and items. He aimed to cultivate the 9Li Pearl as soon as possible. Lin Ziluo needed to gather a large amount of equipment and items. As for why the Grim Reaper Club still wanted to exchange for resource cards despite having so many supplies, that answer would come this afternoon. That is at 7:00 p.m. on the 7th day of the apocalypse. When the novice protection period ends, it will be officially revealed. Lin Ziluo asked some questions on the side. He roughly understood how much equipment and items the Grim Reaper Club had along with the amount of gold coins. After Lin Ziluo finished understanding, he spoke, "Let's make a deal." "A deal? What do you mean?" "Brother Lin and Brother Big Fool, during this encirclement, you both made such outstanding contributions. If you need anything, just let me know." Gao Dong immediately patted his chest sincerely. "I want a large amount of equipment. Gold coins are fine too." Lin Ziluo clasped his hands and looked at Gao Dong. "Little thing still pretending to be wealthy with me." Ahem ahem ahem. Gao Dong suddenly started to cough. "This Brother Lin, I can still provide one piece of equipment, but I just don't know what you mean by a large amount." Gao Dong awkwardly spoke. Oh no, he had blown his own trumpet. "It means as much as you have, I want as much," Lin Ziluo replied. "Well, alright. By the way, Brother Lin, to express the gratitude of the Grim Reaper Club, please accept this gift." Gao Dong suddenly slapped his head and spoke. Then he opened the drawer of the desk and took out a ring. Lin Ziluo's eyes widened. This Gao Dong was indeed quite sensible. It was said to express the gratitude of the Grim Reaper Club. In reality, it was a decision Gao Dong made on the fly when Lin Ziluo expressed the need for equipment. If he truly wanted to prepare a gift, would he keep it in his private office drawer? So this ring was actually Gao Dong. However, Lin Ziluo didn't expose it. Instead, he accepted the ring that Gao Dong handed over with a clear conscience. This time he had indeed helped them significantly with Big Fool. He had actively helped lure zombies for them. At the same time, he successfully passed the trial, saving at least a dozen members of the Grim Reaper Club from death. Although he might have ulterior motives, this result was undeniable. Lin Ziluo did not rush to check the attribute. Instead, he stood up and said, "I've accepted the ring. I will come back at 8 o'clock this evening." 8 o'clock this evening? Gao Dong was somewhat confused. Isn't the novice protection period ending at 7 o'clock this evening? I need to see what new rules there are first. Lin Ziluo replied. After understanding the new rules, I will come here around 8 o'clock to make that deal with the members of the Grim Reaper Club. At that time, just gather a few more people. These words were superficially Lin Ziluo notifying about today's transaction. In reality, Lin Ziluo was also giving Gao Dong an opportunity. At 7:00 p.m. today, once the novice protection measures and the various abilities of the zombies will significantly increase. Those players who are only used to fighting baby zombies will generally find it hard to adapt. Many who were out killing zombies died because of this. He had set the trading location at this rooftop. In this way, Gao Dong probably wouldn't go out before 8. Perhaps he just saved his life. The novice protection period is over. Gao Dong asked back. Oh, I almost forgot. But it shouldn't matter if our strength far exceeds that of a novice. Gao Dong smiled confidently. Lin Ziluo shook his head and smiled as well. When a person has never experienced something, no matter how hard you persuade them, they won't absolutely believe it. Only after experiencing being beaten, experiencing pain, will they understand that it is indeed true. Lin Ziluo regarded Gao Dong as a person who understood the situation, giving him a side reminder. Whether he listens or not is his own business. But Brother Lin, rest assured that if you want to do business, I will definitely arrange it for you, letting the brothers prepare the excess equipment and items. Gao Dong continued. I just don't know what you're planning to trade with. Gao Dong asked. Resource cards you can Lin Ziluo replied. Gao Dong's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. The Grim Reaper Club truly did not lack resources. All right, I will inform the brothers. Gao Dong quickly masked his disappointment and continued to smile. Lin Ziluo nodded and led Big Fool out of the office. Resource cards. It might not be as simple as you think. The revelry outside continued. The members of the Grim Reaper Club were having a great time. In their eyes, life was quite enjoyable now. The supplies in the warehouse were enough for them for a long time. The hordes of zombies outside were also being continuously encircled. Their strength could steadily increase. This could be considered the happiest thing in the apocalypse, right? But is the apocalypse game really that simple? Lin Ziluo did not pause at all as he took Big Fool to leave the top floor via the freight elevator. Lin Ziluo arrived at the apartment where he had taken a nap before. After placing the surveillance eye and having Desha stand guard, Lin Ziluo entered the bedroom. He took out the ring given to him by Gao Dong. Ring of gold, a bronze-level equipment representing a ring of attribute strength 1. Each time a zombie is killed, an additional 10 gold can be obtained, minimum of 1 coin. Not bad. Lin Ziluo's eyes brightened. Better than he had expected. After all, true treasures would not be given away by others. Although this item offers a modest addition of gold, as the saying goes, many a little makes a mickle. Lin Ziluo directly put on the ring of gold. At that moment, the 2 rings activated simultaneously under the effect of the breakthrough limit ability. Lin Ziluo's strength also increased slightly. Next, it was time to sort through the excess items. Lin Ziluo began to rummage through his storage space. Invisibility mask with the illusions of evil now available can be retired. Short-range launcher, just 1 is enough. The others are unnecessary. Super flash bomb. Lin Ziluo pulled out items one by one that other players coveted. In his hands, these things seemed as ordinary as cabbage. The items were continuously laid out together. Finally, Lin Ziluo stopped arranging them when he realized there were truly no more excess items. Looking at the dozens of items piled up like a small mountain before him, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim, these are all the lands I have conquered. Since the apocalypse began only under a 100 drop rate, has Lin Ziluo been able to accumulate such a large number of items? Lin Ziluo did not hesitate. He directly took out the Jiuli Pearl and activated its devouring ability. One by one, the items were stuffed into the Jiuli Pearl. Red lines began to emerge on the Jiuli Pearl. As long as the red lines filled the Jiuli Pearl, it would complete its evolution and break through to become a golden level item. Lin Ziluo was discarding very ordinary items which contained little energy. He didn't want to part with those slightly more valuable items, such as the Fireball Scroll or the Zombie Cat's Horn. Soon the red lines gradually covered the surface of the Jiuli Pearl. However, at this moment, dozens of items were about to be consumed completely. Lin Ziluo felt overwhelmed. Does this thing consume so much energy? Only someone like him, a tycoon, could produce so many items. But the results still failed to satisfy the appetite of the Jiuli Pearl. Lin Ziluo noticed that the Jiuli Pearl was just a hair's breadth from being fully covered by the red lines. Gritting his teeth, he tossed in the eliminated equipment meditation necklace. Finally, the red lines completely covered the Jiuli Pearl. The Jiuli Pearl emitted a red glow. Jiuli Pearl has absorbed enough energy and successfully evolved into a golden level item. Phew! Lin Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief. He never expected to access a golden level item so quickly. This thing would typically require reaching level 30 and defeating silver level bosses to have a slight chance of obtaining. Transforming the Jiuli Pearl into the Jiuli Blade. The original attributes were Strength 4, Constitution 2. Attack has a 10 armor-piercing attribute. The current attributes are Strength 7, Constitution 3. Attack has a 20 armor-piercing attribute with a chance of causing a rapid bleeding effect. One could say that the attributes have nearly doubled. The skills remain unchanged. It seems only a job change can bring about new skills. Done. Lin Ziluo retracted the Jiuli Pearl. Satisfied, he lay back on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Jiuli Slash. Lin Ziluo, wielding the golden Jiuli blade, swung it forward with all his might. A golden blade light shimmered on the edge of the Jiuli blade. The blade light with Lin Ziluo's swing instantly detached from the blade and rapidly expanded, slashing horizontally towards the front. 5 zombies charging at Lin Ziluo were directly cut in half by the blade light. Blood, entrails, and intestines spilled everywhere. However, the following zombies quickly rushed up to fill the gap. The 2 halves of the bodies of the 5 zombies along with their entrails were trampled into mush by the following zombies. Lin Ziluo wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this moment, he was on the third floor of a large office building, having arrived there since 9 o'clock in the morning. Lin Ziluo and Desha fought their way from the first to the third floor, taking only an hour to eat and rest while they did not stop the rest of the time. If it weren't for the stamina replenishment from the blood-sucking ring, he would have collapsed long ago. One can't blame Lin Ziluo for being so desperate. This is the final frenzy. Such low-level, low-attribute, and foolish zombies will be hard to find in the future. It's better to take advantage of his crushing attributes to grind some experience and gold. With Lin Ziluo's desperate efforts, the harvest was also gratifying. He and Desha teamed up to kill over 500 zombies. Almost 400 of those zombies were killed by Lin Ziluo alone. Such achievements also brought high rewards. He collected 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins, not to mention. Lin Ziluo's level also successfully broke through to level 14. The dropped items and equipment were countless. Unless they were particularly precious and of exceptionally good quality, other equipment and items ended up serving one result in Lin Ziluo's hands. They became nourishment for the Jiuli Pearl. However, upgrading the golden level Jiuli Pearl to diamond level is truly difficult. Lin Ziluo has worked hard up to now, yet it has only added a few more lines to the surface of the Jiuli Pearl. Few no good, it's almost 7 o'clock, we need to retreat. Lin Ziluo casually slashed at a zombie while glancing at his watch. The time was already 6:50, and it would soon be 7 o'clock. Desha, retreat. Lin Ziluo called out. Desha, amidst the horde of zombies, quickly drilled out. The two took a strategy of fighting while retreating and began to run downstairs. Finally, before 7 o'clock, they squeezed into a safe room. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm Lin Ziluo had set beforehand rang. The apocalypse game finally began to shed its disguise and reveal the true despair of the end times. On the 7th day of the apocalyptic game at 7 o'clock in the evening, many players had already forgotten the so-called beginner protection period. Since it was not yet 8 o'clock when night would fall, they thought it was fine to farm zombies for a while longer. The sky was a dull yellow as the sun gradually set and darkness was about to descend. Yet even before nightfall, a blood-red hue had completely enveloped the sky. Many people looked up in surprise at the sky. At that moment they recalled that this blood-red sky was exactly the same as the day the apocalyptic game began. Is the beginner protection period over? They then remembered the beginner protection period they had long forgotten. Unfortunately, it was already too late. This time the blood-red sky was not as gentle as before. The scarlet color was more intense, making it impossible to look up directly. Just looking at it for a moment would cause a feeling of anxiety and tremors in their hearts. Many players began to feel uneasy and started to prepare to retreat. And at that moment, the familiar announcement panel appeared. However, it had changed from blue to blood red. Welcome to the apocalyptic game. This game operates on the principle of absolute fairness. Once initiated, it will develop autonomously, with no means of interference. Time has come to an end in a simple and easy manner. I believe you all should have become familiar with this happy and warm environment. Beginners, now the apocalypse has truly arrived. The beginner protection period is over. Here are the new updates. 1. All zombie attributes have been significantly enhanced. Growth speed has increased across the board, optimized in terms of smell and hearing. 2. Some zombies will be given various forms, such as hunting form, berserk form, venomous form, super heavy form, and cursed form. 3. Zombies will organize and launch large-scale attacks at random times, also known as zombie tides. The infective attribute of zombies will only affect players whose total attributes are lower than the zombie's base attributes. 4. Night will be synonymous with death, as night will further enhance zombie attributes, and during the night zombies will actively seek out players, while players' attributes will decrease during this time. 5. The geological structure, buildings, building materials, and natural environment of Blue Star will receive various enhancements in terms of hardness. 6. To ensure a good gaming experience, all non-game produced food will significantly increase in spoilage, decay, and mold rates. Prolonged consumption of non-game produced food and water will gradually reduce players' base attributes, which cannot be restored permanently. 7. Resource cards will be fully upgraded. The higher the zombie level, the higher the fullness of the food produced by the resource cards. 8. Gone was the comforting blue panel and the earlier teasing tone. It simply coldly informed you of these. The moment the announcement appeared, the entire world began to undergo earth-shattering changes. A large number of zombies exhibited drastic changes in size and ability. Many originally small zombies rapidly shrank in size, transforming into hunting forms. Meanwhile, most larger zombies transformed into berserk states. Some turned into a venomous form riddled with sores. Others expanded rapidly into a super heavy form. Some were enveloped in darkness, emanating black mist in a cursed form. Some transformed into a slimy form covered in viscous substances. At that moment, in cities, villages, mountains, and buildings everywhere zombies existed, their shrill howls could be heard. They seemed to be released from all shackles, truly becoming terrifying beings. As time passed, larger gaps and levels began to appear among the zombies. Meanwhile, the ground, rocks, mountains, and buildings also upgraded at that moment. Walls and floors that could previously be pierced by sharp blades. Now with the same force and the same blade, only shallow scratches could be left. Houses that would have collapsed from violent tremors now stood firm even after experiencing an earthquake of magnitude 8. Furthermore, these objects would become even stronger as time passed. Next came the direct changes affecting the players. Previously, those who had gathered food were still complacent about being able to live comfortably for a long time. But now they despairingly discovered that the food they had collected was visibly dwindling. Bread was starting to mold, meat gradually rotted, vegetables drooped, fruits shriveled. Even vacuum-packed foods were slowly deteriorating, emitting the smell of spoiled food. It seemed that in just 2 days, all local food supplies in Blue Star would be rendered unusable. The natural water sources did not exhibit such drastic changes. However, whether it was rivers, lakes, seas, tap water, bottled mineral water beverages, or alcohol, all items deemed drinkable simultaneously emitted a nauseating odor. Unless one pinched their nose to swallow it down, it would definitely be vomited back up. Even if swallowed, one's attributes would experience a permanent decline. Basically, attributes would permanently decrease by 1 every 2 days. Before reaching level 10, it would be equivalent to losing a level for nothing. Fortunately, the food and resource cards had been enhanced. Previously, Lin Ziluo needed to eat food from 4 resource cards to feel full. Now he only needed 2 to satisfy his hunger. This was still due to Lin Ziluo's high attributes. An average level 5 or 6 player would be fine with just 1 card. Moreover, as zombies grew stronger, the fullness of food would also increase. A bun dropped by a level 50 zombie could satisfy 10 normal level 20 players. It was the kind of food that could sustain energy for a day with just a small piece. The climate also began to worsen. At that moment, players in Magic City could clearly feel the temperature drop several degrees. If it weren't summer, many would likely be shivering from the cold. As time moved on, the climate would continue to deteriorate. At that point, without sufficiently high-quality gear, players could truly die from the extreme cold or heat. The various changes that had appeared earlier were all telling you one thing. Hurry and kill zombies. If you want to survive, you must kill zombies. The joyful times of hiding alone in a house were gone forever. If you do not actively kill zombies, just a few days could be enough to lead to your death. Of course, the apocalyptic game did not leave players without a glimmer of hope. The subsequent updates regarding job change stations, leaderboards, and dungeon features were designed to help players strengthen their abilities to face these changes. The adjustment that the zombie virus would only infect players with attributes lower than the zombie's base attributes is also a reasonable one. It means you must continuously increase your attributes to avoid ending up as a zombie. It also signifies that high-tribute players can fight zombies with confidence and kill without hesitation. Lin Ziluo, staying inside the room, closed the announcement panel. There was no need for him to look at this content. He had spent a decade in such an environment. Outside, the howls of zombies echoed one after another. Occasionally, the screams of players could be heard. These were players who had not taken the beginner protection period seriously. After the zombies completed their evolution, they would despairingly discover that the zombies they could have easily slain before could now easily tear apart their own bodies. Moreover, different types of zombies began to wield different powers. The venomous form of zombies would suddenly spit a mouthful of toxic phlegm at you, and those players who had not experienced this would definitely be corroded by the poison on their bodies or faces. What worries Lin Ziluo now is that the Sha's mutation has not yet ended. There is no reason for that. The mutations of the zombies outside occur within a matter of seconds. However, Desha has yet to finish. Not only that, Desha is currently kneeling on the ground, frantically pounding the earth, his entire body trembling incessantly, and he is continually roaring. Fortunately, the connection between Desha and Lin Ziluo has not been severed. Lin Ziluo can still sense Desha's near-manic emotions, similar to having activated Lost Mind Fury. What is going on, system? Lin Ziluo inquired. Due to a conflict between the player panel on Desha and the zombie evolution, the system is modifying permissions. Alright then, there's really nothing I can do. I can only watch how the system modifies the permissions. Fortunately, the system is still quite powerful. After a little while, Desha finally calmed down. After system modification, Desha will not exhibit a new form, and the effect of increased zombie attributes he enjoys is only 50. As compensation, Desha will no longer be driven by the instincts granted by the apocalyptic game to participate in actions like the zombie tide. At the same time, Desha's talent will merge the frenzy state that was supposed to be transformed, resulting in a new talent, and he will also be able to change professions. Okay, overall it seems that there are no major issues. The abilities originally obtained from the transformation have been merged into the talent, and the body does not need to undergo changes. Although the attributes enhanced as a zombie are only 50, if he can change professions, I can arrange for him a more impressive hidden class, even better than inheriting 100. Lin Ziluo looked at Desha's talent with satisfaction. Fury of Titans legendary talent. 1. Your strength will gain an additional super enhancement as your level increases. 2. The higher your rage value, the greater the increase in strength attributes. 3. Any items or equipment related to strength attributes in your hands will have enhanced effects. 4. The skills you use will only consume stamina, not mental power, and you can accelerate the consumption of stamina to enhance the power of your skills. Hiss, a legendary talent. Is it born just like that? Just like the names of these two levels. Epic level represents abilities, talents, or equipment that can be recorded in history. Desha's innate strength is akin to the kind of talent possessed by fierce individuals like Li Yuanba from the ancient Dragon Kingdom. Legendary level signifies that this thing only exists in legends. Lin Ziluo's omniscient combat was achieved after enduring 10 years of brutal battles coupled with endless reincarnations and sufficient insight to break through to the legendary level. As a result, Desha with such an excellent talent received dual support from the apocalyptic game and the system directly reaching the legendary level. As the saying goes in the Dragon Kingdom, a fool has a fool's fortune. No, when it comes to Desha, it is a fool zombie who has a fool's fortune. Obtaining a legendary talent did not change Desha's foolish essence. He didn't care about what just happened, patting his own head, standing still as if nothing had happened. Lin Ziluo also felt relieved at this moment. He opened the 3 newly appeared leaderboards on the panel. The moment he opened them, Lin Ziluo was bombarded. Congratulations to player Yazi for ranking first on the Dragon Kingdom level leaderboard at level 14. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazi for ranking first on the Dragon Kingdom reputation leaderboard with 3,720 reputation points. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazis Diamond level equipment order of the Magic City for ranking first on the Dragon Kingdom equipment leaderboard. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazis Golden level equipment knife of Jiu Li for ranking second on the Dragon Kingdom equipment leaderboard. Would you like to hide your game name? Mask of Evil White Wing Cloak Tough Battle Pants Vampiric Ring 2. These 4 pieces of equipment also appeared simultaneously on the leaderboard. This means that out of 10 positions on the equipment leaderboard, Lin Ziluo occupies a full 6. Do not hide not a single one. Lin Ziluo said. Successfully set the game name on the leaderboard to not hidden. Finally, after reading this information, Lin Ziluo saw the 3 leaderboards. Level leaderboard: first, Yazi level 14 class Arm Master, second Zhang Yuanzhong level 7 class Nun, third De Sha level 7 class Nun, fourth codename Pajun level 7 class Nun. Reputation leaderboard: first, Yazi reputation 3720 class Arm Master, second Zhang reputation 350 class Nun, third codename Pajun reputation 210 class Nun, fourth Zhang Yuanzhong reputation 170 class Nun. Equipment leaderboard: first Order of the Magic City level Diamond owner Yazi, second Knife of Jiu Li level Gold owner Yazi, third Mask of Evil level Silver owner Yazi, fourth White Wing Cloak level Silver owner Yazi, fifth Tough Battle Pants level Silver owner Yazi, sixth War Armor level Silver owner Zhang Yuanzhong, seventh Vampiric Ring 2 level Bronze owner Yazi. Shocking. The first place in all 3 major leaderboards is actually Yazi. On the level leaderboard, Lin Ziluo's level is exactly double that of the second place. Desha also managed to snag a 3rd place spot. As for the reputation leaderboard, it goes without saying. A tenfold difference. The most outrageous is the equipment leaderboard. Looking around, the top 5 positions are completely monopolized by Yazi. Just when a different 6th place appeared, the 7th place was still Yazi. It's simply absurd. Lin Ziluo looked at the spectacular scene of the leaderboard and could imagine the shocked expressions of others seeing the leaderboard. However, regarding this point, he was truly mistaken. When nearly all players in the Dragon Kingdom opened the leaderboard and saw the name Yazi at the top, the thoughts that sprang to their minds were, oh, it turns out to be him, as expected. With 3 world announcements, who in the Dragon Kingdom doesn't know the name Yazi, which is filled with the mythological colors of the Dragon Kingdom? The person is quite simple. Generally, for those who are stronger than oneself, there will be feelings of envy, admiration, reverence, jealousy, and even thoughts of waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. However, for those who are far beyond oneself, whom one can never catch up with in this lifetime, there are no thoughts other than being completely in awe. Yazi just the first place in 3 lists. You are the one who holds all 3 rankings as Yazi, and everyone else believes it. Of course, Lin Ziluo's Arm Master class, an Order of the Magic City equipment, also attracted the attention of many. Who doesn't know the great name of Arm Master along with the accompanying Jiu Li Pearl? It's not hard to think of the relationship between Yazi himself and Shiyu. The Order of the Magic City is even easier to judge. Magic City. Yazi himself is in the Magic City. Lin Ziluo was certainly aware that his information would be exposed by the leaderboard. However, he didn't need to worry too much about it. He had always wanted to hide his identity. He merely wished to act like a venomous snake slowly devouring the Li family. At that time, he still harbored some trepidation towards the Li family. After all, in his previous life, the pressure from the Li family had been overwhelming. However, when Lin Ziluo easily single-handedly challenged and hunted down the mercenary group, he understood. What was there to fear? Fear a Li family that had yet to mature. Fear those two war gods who he could crush at any moment. Thus, Lin Ziluo chose to stop concealing his nickname. What difference did it make to expose his identity? If it weren't for the exposure of personal information, turning him into a spectacle like a giant panda, he wouldn't even need the concealing effect of a mask. Lin Ziluo also began to hear about the benefits he could obtain from being on the leaderboard. That is, titles. For instance, being first on the level leaderboard granted him the title Overwhelming Excellence. Being first on the reputation leaderboard awarded him fame across the land. As for the equipment leaderboard, there were too many to count. He was too lazy to even look. So there were so many titles that he didn't know which one to choose. Of course, the rewards were not limited to these. As long as Lin Ziluo remained in his current position for 24 hours, he would receive a certain amount of experience, gold, and reputation. These amounts were not trifles. Just by claiming these rewards, one could sustain a small team. Moreover, as time passed, the rewards would gradually increase. This feeling of lying at home and receiving enormous rewards is truly delightful. Just when Lin Ziluo thought the rewards had come to an end, the alert tone of the Doomsday game sounded once more. Congratulations to player Yazi for achieving the unprecedented feat of being first in the level, reputation, and equipment rankings, receiving the hidden epic title Unmatched in the World. Lin Ziluo was astonished. He had truly never heard of such a thing. It seemed that in his last life no one had ever achieved being first in all three rankings. He hurriedly checked the title. Unmatched in the World, epic title only obtainable by those who rank first in all national level leaderboards. If any one condition is not met, the title will disappear. Attributes: all attributes increase by 10. All stores, hidden shops, and dungeon expenses within the Dragon Country will enjoy a 10 discount. Drop rate increases by 1 and quest rewards increase by 10. Skill: unmatched upon activation, immunity to all damage for 1 second. Skill cooldown 24 hours. Excellent. Lin Ziluo was amazed. This was truly impressive, like a little cow riding a ghost fire, astoundingly powerful. The percentage increase in attributes was already outrageous. He could also enjoy shopping discounts. Increased quest rewards. Most importantly, there was an attribute that Lin Ziluo had never seen before. An increase of 1 drop rate. What does this mean? My current drop rate is already 100, and with a ding, once the additional 1 chance is triggered, 2 items will drop. The golden finger system promptly explained. Indeed, killing a single zombie would drop 2 items. As for that unmatched skill, do I even need to say? Immunity to all damage. During that second, even a level 90 war god wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on Lin Ziluo. No way, this incredible title must remain with me. Thus, I want to claim the top spot on all 3 leaderboards. He decisively equipped the title Unmatched in the World. After equipping, it would only take effect after 1 hour. This update is good. Others found survival becoming increasingly difficult, while he had acquired an astounding title, and Desha had obtained a legendary talent. Truly, he had struck it rich. Lin Ziluo stood up. It was about time to harvest the beloved little leaks from the Death God Club. Hopefully they wouldn't die too many. This was a small bungalow. Opening the door, Lin Ziluo was the first to step outside. Just as Lin Ziluo stepped out, a zombie lunged directly at him. Facing this sudden attack, Lin Ziluo remained calm and reacted immediately. He instantly summoned a transparent shield of protective armor at his chest. Although the transparent shield shattered, it successfully blocked the zombie's claws. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Ziluo drew out the 9-Li blade. Aiming at the zombie's head, Lin Ziluo executed a devastating double slash. After landing 2 strikes, the explosion of the mark successfully dealt with the zombie. What bad luck encountering a hunting-type zombie with the stealth talent right after stepping out. Lin Ziluo glanced at the zombie's corpse and spoke. At this stage, the attributes of all zombies had basically increased by 50. Coupled with the enhancements in form and talent, one could only imagine how much their strength had improved. Moreover, the commotion from Lin Ziluo just killing the hunting zombie had attracted the attention of these zombies with heightened perception. Zombies on the street rushed towards Lin Ziluo. One particularly noticeable zombie was covered in green pustules. What the heck, a poisonous zombie? Desha, retreat. Upon seeing the poisonous zombie, Lin Ziluo became flustered. This creature might not have strong combat abilities, but it was extremely disgusting. Spitting phlegm was one thing, but the phlegm stank horribly and was corrosive. Of course, retreating was merely to create distance from the poisonous zombie. Killing was still necessary. Lin Ziluo directly threw the 9-Li blade. With a perfect angle, it successfully passed through 2 or 3 zombies and struck the poisonous zombie's neck, ending the life of this poisonous zombie that had just completed its evolution. Then it returned back to Lin Ziluo's hand. Lin Ziluo looked at the 9-li blade, thankfully noting that the blade was not stained with the disgusting pus. The zombies were still frantically chasing after Lin Ziluo, and their numbers were increasing. They had become much more active now. Lin Ziluo did not linger in battle. The little leeks were still waiting for him to harvest. He led Desha back into the house, and then jumped out of the window across the door. He successfully arrived at a secluded street behind the house. Fortunately, this street's zombies had been cleared previously. Lin Ziluo let out a sigh of relief. Next, he heard the door of the previous bungalow being violently slammed by zombies. Even though it had been reinforced, the door could not withstand it. Boom. The door was successfully smashed down. The zombies surged into the house, beginning to search meticulously for Lin Ziluo's whereabouts. At that moment, Lin Ziluo had already left with Desha. The house where Lin Ziluo was located was not far from the Little Run FA Plaza. Soon Lin Ziluo arrived at the loading dock at the back of the plaza. Just as Lin Ziluo was about to enter the cargo elevator hall, he heard a distant shout for help. Turning around, Lin Ziluo saw that around the corner of the street, a hunting zombie was chasing a woman. Although the distance was far, Lin Ziluo still recognized this woman. She was the one who had been most passionate singing and dancing at the top floor hall during the early hours. Help, help. The woman was still several hundred meters away from the hall, but her speed was gradually slowing. There was nothing to be done, as she had partied too hard the night before, leaving her in poor condition all day. Just as she was about to call for help again, a zombie suddenly pounced on her. The zombie began to gnaw frantically at the woman's body. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. The woman was soon left covered in wounds. She cried out in despair, struggling, but it was all in vain. Soon she was discarded by the first zombie, and could only lie quietly on the ground waiting to become a zombie herself. In the distance, Lin Ziluo witnessed this scene. He felt nothing. Such events had occurred frequently along. Many young people paid the ultimate price of their lives for their complacency and arrogance. He could see several zombies charging towards them. Lin Ziluo ignored it and directly pressed the button for the freight elevator heading for the top floor. As the elevator approached the top, he heard the sound of weeping and commotion from outside. The rooftop must be in chaos. With a ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Lin Ziluo also saw the state of the members of the Reaper Club. The hall was filled with a sorrowful atmosphere, in stark contrast to the celebratory mood just a few hours ago. In the corners of the hall, many were weeping uncontrollably. They had just escaped moments ago. Watching those close to them being bitten by zombies filled them with guilt and many others sat silently on the ground, not speaking. They had fallen into silence upon receiving the apocalyptic game announcement. The despairing words had struck them hard, leaving them feeling hopeless for survival. Some were eating heartily, holding. No one could care about them. Everyone knew that even if they didn't eat the food, it would ultimately become a pile of garbage. My brother was bitten on the neck by a zombie, and I watched helplessly as he turned into one. It's all my fault. I suggested we go further to hunt zombies today, otherwise my brother wouldn't have died. Hell, what's the use of trying? After all that effort, a single announcement turned the zombies we could easily kill into beings capable of killing us at will. Yeah, why bother? In a few days there will be no supplies left, and we'll just have to wait for death. Damn it, what apocalypse game. You, if you have the ability, come at me right now. Delicious, delicious, everyone come eat. You won't be able to eat this later. The entire hall was filled with noise. Lin Ziluo's arrival did not cause the usual commotion. Everyone was now numb. In just one short hour they experienced what it meant to fall from heaven to hell. Lin Ziluo stopped in his tracks. He smelled a familiar scent. His gaze began to search throughout the hall. Those who were scanned by his gaze felt a chill run down their spines, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. Soon Lin Ziluo's gaze locked onto one person. He saw this person curled up in a corner, trembling continuously. Lin Ziluo stepped forward towards that. At that moment his actions drew the attention of many. The person in the corner felt Lin Ziluo's gaze fixated on him, causing him to tremble even more. Lin Ziluo approached the person. What are you going to do? The person asked, looking down first. Lift your head, let me see how many times you were bitten by the zombie. Lin Ziluo spoke calmly. The moment these words were uttered, it caused an uproar. Everyone looked at the person in the corner in terror, as if he might turn into a zombie and leap at them at any second. What nonsense, who was bitten by a zombie? You're just talking nonsense. The person kept his head down, still not looking up. Exactly how can you casually say someone was bitten by a zombie? I think you're up to no good. Another person from the opposite corner chimed in. Yeah, we're fine, there's no way we could be bitten by zombies. Other onlookers also began to voice their opinions. With these people's support, the man seemed to gain confidence and shouted, I wasn't bitten by a zombie, I wouldn't get bitten by a zombie. Lin Ziluo glanced around the hall. Everyone instantly fell silent. The look in Lin Ziluo's eyes revealed beneath his evil facade was enough to instill fear in everyone. Big fool, smash him. Lin Ziluo was done wasting time and spoke directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Big Fool raised the bronze giant hammer in his hand. The man looked up at Big Fool's hammer and was instantly frightened out of his wits. I didn't want to be bitten by a zombie either. It's all Zhang Yi's fault, that damn woman. I just pushed her a bit to block the zombie, and she grabbed me, causing me to get bitten by that zombie. Through his raising of his head, everyone saw that the man had a deep, gaping bite mark. But it was already too late. Big Fool did not listen to anyone's defense. He would only follow Lin Ziluo's orders. The giant hammer instantly struck the man's head, crushing it along with half of his body. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone in the hall awoke from the previously sorrowful atmosphere. They stared at Lin Ziluo in fear. But that was not the end. Lin Ziluo then walked over to the person who had just made the false accusation. Why did you have to jump out? Afraid that if he's discovered you'll be next. The most annoying are you people who have been bitten and still hold on to false hopes or want to drag others down with you. Lin Ziluo stated. This meant that this guy had also been bitten. Big Fool raised his hammer again, and another scene of blood and brain matter splattering occurred. However, Lin Ziluo was right. Such people were truly disgusting, covering up the fact that they had been bitten. Unfortunately, such people were not few in number. Small gathering places often face severe losses because someone concealed the fact they had been bitten and eventually turned into a zombie. Lin Ziluo did not stop his steps. Like the Grim Reaper, he walked up to another person and Big Fool went in for another hammer strike. In just a few minutes, he identified 5 members of the Reaper Club who had been bitten by zombies and were on the verge of becoming zombies. A strong smell of blood permeated the entire top floor of the Zyrunfa shopping center. Fortunately, the zombies in the shopping center had already been largely wiped out by the members. Otherwise, it would definitely attract zombies. But it must be said that the originally sorrowful atmosphere had completely vanished. Everyone was thoroughly awakened by the bloody scene. Lin Ziluo nodded. That's enough. The atmosphere has been set. It's time for me to take the stage. Look at you all, you're nothing but a bunch of brainless waste. What? When the apocalypse first arrived, you weren't miserable. You didn't suffer. After just 2 days of good days, facing such a dire situation, you're ready to give up and stop trying. Do you live up to the brother who sacrificed his life for you? Do you live up to the efforts you've made these days? In fact, we just need to work a little harder, be a little braver, and be a little more cautious. We can still survive in the apocalypse. To help everyone better survive, to give everyone hope to continue living, I have decided to sell the supply cards I painstakingly collected at a reasonable price. You heard me right, just pay a little gold. Of course, equipment and items are also acceptable, and you can have enough food to last you a whole day. Aren't you rushing to buy? 299 gold coins. Fine, I'll take a little loss and give you 3 supply cards. This is 110 gold coins. How about this? I'll give you a Beijing roast duck. It's delicious. Charging you an extra 10 gold coins is not unreasonable, right? Go. 80 gold coins is too little. Go borrow 20 gold coins from others and come back. This bronze grade equipment, let me see the decayed dagger with this effect. Forget it, it really catches my eye. They'll count it as 15 supply cards. Hey, are you being picky now? Let me tell you, no matter what kind of supply card it is, the energy it ultimately replenishes is the same. At most, the difference is whether the taste is good or the texture is pleasant. If you want something better, just add 10 more gold coins. Right? You need to cheer up. It's fine that brother is gonna be brave and avenge him. What? You only want to buy 2 cards. Let me see how many gold coins you have left. You still have 300 and you only want to buy 2. You can't have the strength to avenge brother if you don't eat enough. How about this? I'll leave you 10 gold coins and I'll give you 3 supply cards. Lin Ziluo was holding a supply card sale conference. After brainwashing the members of the Reaper Club with some motivational talk, Lin Ziluo's sale was also a success. He casually brought over a small table and placed a thick stack of food cards on it. That group of members who had lost hope in life were now invigorated after the motivational talk. They scrambled to buy supply cards. As a result, the Shah stood next to Lin Ziluo holding a bronze giant hammer. The hammer was still dripping with the blood and brain matter of the people he had just killed. In an instant, the purchasing scene became orderly. However, it wasn't just fear of Deshah's terrifying strength. When Deshah ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, he had also become a bona fide celebrity. With the 3rd strongest in the Dragon Kingdom standing here, who would dare to act recklessly? Lin Ziluo, on the other hand, sat cross-legged, happily earning gold coins. Finally, he had the chance to indulge in his merchant's passion. However, he was a conscientious merchant. The food cards sold in the Magic Capital store cost 100 gold coins each, and Lin Ziluo was selling them for 100 gold coins as well. This price is fair, and just without cheating anyone. It also saves time and avoids the dangers of purchasing in the Magic Capital store. What? You say he's forcing sales, and you can't choose your cards. Ahem, that's just because there are costs involved in running away. Is that too much? Not too much. While Lin Ziluo was selling cards, he watched his gold coins steadily rise. His mouth almost split into a grin. In just this short time, adding his savings of 6,000 gold coins, he had reached 15,000 gold coins. This was money that he would have to risk his life to earn from zombies, and he got it so easily. No wonder people say making money as a merchant is easy. As someone who has always walked alone, I really hadn't experienced this feeling before. This makes me consider becoming a middleman in the future. After all, I enjoy a 10% discount when purchasing items from the store, and when I resell at full price, I can earn a 10% profit. I can earn 10 gold coins for one card, and 100 cards would make 1,000 gold coins, 10,000 cards. 10,000 cards would tire me to death. Stop, that's not right. Improving my strength is the most important. Don't be fooled by how much I earn today. If it weren't for Desha, the visible third strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, standing here, just look at how many people would choose to rob, let alone the fact that they would be secretly eyeing him. That's why strength is the real truth. With strength you can have such a harmonious and beautiful scene. Finally, under Lin Ziluo's passionate selling, the members of the Reaper Club, like leaves blown by the autumn wind, had all their gold coins thoroughly plundered by Lin Ziluo. Even the few gold coins everyone had left were encouraged by Lin Ziluo to pull together. More than 10 people jointly purchased one supply card. Lin Ziluo glanced at his gold coin total. Wow, 16,000 gold coins. He had earned a full 10,000 gold coins based on the previous calculation that each zombie could drop 4 to 5 gold coins. That's equivalent to killing nearly 2,000 zombies. What a pity, too many people have died. According to Lin Ziluo's imagination. In these days they had swept through many places, even besieged the museum and a portion of the Shaoruan Fa Mall. They must have killed at least 3,000 or 4,000 zombies. As for equipment and items, very few people exchanged them. After all, everyone knows that equipment and items are necessary means to become stronger in the apocalypse game. So Lin Ziluo received only 2 pieces of equipment with particularly poor attributes and a few useless items. The only item that caught Lin Ziluo's eye was the decayed dagger. Decayed dagger, bronze grade equipment, a dagger that has been out of commission for a long time with a jagged edge and a blade covered in rust. Attributes: the pain caused by this dagger will be increased by 200. Areas cut by the dagger, if left untreated for a long time, will gradually rot. It doesn't add any attributes at all. No wonder others don't want this equipment. But Lin Ziluo likes it. With this thing, his tetanus dagger can finally retire. As for the supply cards, Lin Ziluo spent less than 200 in total. In his storage space, he still had This is truly the asset level of a tycoon. Just when it seemed that he couldn't squeeze out any more profit, Lin Ziluo stood up and said, "This sale is a complete success. Everyone disperse. By the way, keep the noise down. It's already late at night. If anyone attracts zombies with loud noises, don't blame me for letting Desha smash you flat with a hammer." Everyone nodded vigorously to express their determination, fearing that if they nodded too slowly, Desha would come over and give them a hammer. Only then did Lin Ziluo contentedly walk into Gao Dong's office. Gao Dong had just lined up to buy supply cards. You wouldn't believe it if this guy had quite a few good items hidden in his hands. He exchanged 20 supply cards from Lin Ziluo, using 3 bronze-grade items plus gold coins. Upon seeing Lin Ziluo enter, Gao Dong immediately put on a smiling face. "Brother Lin Ziluo, I really appreciate you for being willing to take out your supply cards to help us. Alright, others may not know, but you should know my true identity." Lin Ziluo casually sat down in a chair, and Gao Dong showed an awkward expression. As long as Gao Dong was not a fool, he would realize that Lin Ziluo was Yizi, especially with today's leaderboard. Once Desha's name was mentioned and the magic capital's order uniform appeared. Thinking about Lin Ziluo's black robe and Desha obediently following Lin Ziluo, along with the many supply cards in Lin Ziluo's hands, one could definitely guess that Yizi was Lin Ziluo. Indeed, it's just that I was afraid of being impolite by shouting your nickname to Lao. Gao Dong quickly adjusted his emotions and revealed a smile again. "Why are you so nervous?" "I won't kill you," Lin Ziluo said with a hint of amusement. Although Gao Dong smiled on the surface, it was evident that his legs were trembling slightly. No, I just don't understand what you mean by that big shot," Gao Dong inquired. "It doesn't mean anything. I just find you rather agreeable, so am offering you an opportunity." Lin Ziluo feigned mystery. "Big shot, spare me the opportunities. Just tell me what you need, and it'll definitely comply with what I can do," Gao Dong said with a bitter smile. "It's quite simple." In Gao Dong's office, Lin Ziluo kept talking while Gao Dong listened intently. After chatting for a while, Lin Ziluo turned to leave. "I hope this Gao Dong is a clever person. However, even if this plan fails, and he doesn't comply, he won't suffer any loss. It's completely risk-free." Thus ended the first day after the beginner protection period of the Doomsday game. Day 8 of the Apocalypse. At the entrance of the Magic City Library, Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool had cut their way here. It's worth mentioning that the zombie attributes had significantly strengthened, and the rewards had also increased. For each zombie killed, the gold and experience gained had roughly increased by around 20. However, killing zombies was no longer that easy. The new type of zombie was manageable. Usually a single zombie would come alone, and Lin Ziluo could dispatch it with a single strike. But ordinary zombies were different. They appeared in groups. Especially in open spaces like the streets. They would often find themselves surrounded by a relentless tide of zombies. If it weren't for Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool's formidable strength, they wouldn't have been able to make it through. It's also because the current players were too afraid to venture outside. This left the aimless zombies with no choice but to chase after Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool. Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool swiftly entered the familiar entrance of the Magic City Library. You wouldn't believe it, being here felt like coming home. After all, the zombies inside had been mostly taken care of by Lin Ziluo, posing little danger. However, this time, due to the power outage, they couldn't take the elevator. Lin Ziluo had to walk with the Big Fool through the safety passage to the 5th floor. Just before pushing the door open, Lin Ziluo heard voices coming from the other side. I say, let's treat this place as our base. With this amazing shop here, there will definitely be people needing to buy stuff. When that happens, we can charge a toll and definitely get rich living in peace, one said. Yeah, with all the zombies wiped out here, we don't need to worry about a horde of them coming at us. That's true, but I have a concern, another replied. What's there to worry about? We don't have to worry about food. You have to consider who killed the zombies here. There are heaps of zombie bodies on the 3rd and 4th floors. Who could do that? There must be a very powerful team that couldn't have missed the Magic City shop. If we occupy this place, what if they come back to trouble us? Creak. The door to the safety passage was pushed open. The few people chatting immediately stood up and looked towards the entrance. Lin Ziluo walked in. Who are you? Didn't you see we have people here? Grumbled a bearded man impatiently. Big brother, wait, check out that guy behind you. A bald man immediately stood up, blocking his big brother and casually pointing at the Big Fool behind Lin. The big brother quickly checked the Big Fool's panel, exclaiming in shock. What the heck, isn't this the 2nd place on the Dragon Kingdom leaderboard? He's actually a living person. The 2nd place on the leaderboard. Lin Ziluo suddenly realized. It seemed that the Big Fool's experience had automatically increased from killing zombies throughout the night, surpassing that Zhang Yuanzhou. Upon learning the Big Fool's identity, the others instantly became much more compliant. The bold words they had just uttered were quickly forgotten. Oh my, the 2nd most formidable person in the nation, daring to discuss tolls in front of him. They were lucky not to be wiped out. Lin Ziluo ignored them. It was best if they had some self-awareness. As for whether they would occupy this place or not, it had nothing to do with Lin Ziluo. That's how the doomsday game works. As long as you have enough strength, you can choose to claim a spot. Places like shops or instance entrances can yield vast rewards by occupying a point. You could even claim the job transfer platform. But if you claim a point and get counter-killed, don't blame others. Ultimately, Lin Ziluo's next target was actually to take a point. He had come to the library purely to get his long-desired Magic City Guardian's mark. Lin Ziluo led the Big Fool into the room where the shop was located. As Lin Ziluo closed the door, a small brother immediately leaned towards the boss. Boss, are you thinking? This Big Fool is strong, but we have more people. He looks like a big spender. Get lost, the boss said, slapping the little brother on the head. Are you stupid? Do you think someone who is ranked 2nd in the entire Dragon Kingdom is just an ordinary person? And more people. He's killed more zombies than we've ever seen. He could kill you as easily as swatting a fly. The boss said. I see, the boss is indeed clever, the little brother said with admiration. Of course, otherwise how could I become your boss? The boss said proudly. Lin Ziluo in the shop was unaware of what was happening outside. He had already entered the shopping pod. The remaining stock of the 3 hidden items had not changed at all. Lin Ziluo looked at the Magic City Honor Badge, practically drooling. However, the price of 2,000 was indeed outrageous. No way, just 2,000. This price must be incredible. If I put in a little more effort, maybe I can gather it before the city opens. After saying that, he pressed the purchase button for the Magic City Guardian's mark. Do you confirm the purchase of Magic City Guardian's mark for player Yaji? Due to player unmatched 10 discount privilege, it will cost 900 gold coins. The mechanical voice sounded. Purchase. Lin Ziluo said. Magic City Guardian's mark purchase successfully, paying 900 gold coins. Player has 7544 gold coins remaining. Magic City Guardian's mark has been packed into a card. Activate the card to obtain it. The Magic City Guardian's mark appeared in Lin Ziluo's hand. Curiously, Lin Ziluo chose to activate it. The Magic City Guardian's mark is a diamond-level special item. Upon activation, it will attach to the equipment. Please choose the activation location. Ineffective for weapons. Special item. Lin Ziluo thought for a moment and decisively chose to activate the mark on the Magic City Orderer uniform. It perfectly completed the set. Moreover, the durability of the Magic City Orderer uniform would definitely exceed that of other equipment. The Magic City Guardian's mark has been successfully activated. As he watched the emblem appear on the uniform, it bore the same pattern as the previous uniform. Lin Ziluo then exited the shopping pod. After coming out, he checked the effects of the Magic City Guardian's mark. Magic City Guardian's mark, diamond level special item. Description: an extremely precious mark. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to the Magic City are eligible to possess it. Attributes: 1. A restoration. The equipment bearing the mark will significantly increase the speed of automatic restoration. Unless the equipment's damage rate exceeds 40, it can be restored to its original state. 2. Authority. As long as you are in the Magic City, any player whose total attributes do not exceed yours will have their attributes reduced by 10 for 5 minutes. 3. Guardian. While in the Magic City, you can summon a Guardian robot to assist you in battle, available to summon once per day for a duration of 10 minutes. The attributes of the Guardian robot will vary based on your attributes. Emphasizing no female-led. Old readers know that I previously had a book that performed quite well. However, due to issues regarding women, it was permanently shielded and can never be released. The results of several months of effort were ultimately lost. This became my shadow, making me hesitant to touch that aspect again. Therefore, that kind of content will not be present in this book. This Demon City Guardian emblem is truly remarkable. Like the Demon City Orderer uniform, it possesses an imposing effect and can be stacked. In other words, as long as one is within the boundaries of Demon City, all players who attempt to attack will have their attributes instantly reduced by 20, which is no small percentage. Unfortunately, at the moment of activation, Lin Ziluo was informed that each player could only purchase one emblem. Otherwise, once he accumulated enough gold coins, he could have bought all these emblems and summoned an army of Guardian robots. Wouldn't that be something? Moreover, the information regarding this Guardian robot is incomplete. It states that it is calculated based on player attributes, but does not specify the ratio. Forget it, he can use it in the afternoon, and then he will know. After finishing shopping, Lin Ziluo was in a good mood as he walked out of the store with Desha. Demon City People's Square. Geographically, it can be called the heart of Demon City. It serves as the political, economic, cultural, tourism center and transportation hub of Demon City, and is one of the most important landmark buildings. Overall, it is an open square covering an area of 1400 square meters. Since the update of the Doomsday game yesterday evening at 7:00, there have been huge changes. The buildings, pavement, greenery, and facilities that once occupied the center of the square were all instantly reduced to ashes scattered by the wind. Even the players or zombies that remained here could not escape the fate of being turned to ashes. One could only say it was bad luck in the apocalypse. One truly could not survive for long. After turning everything to ashes, the entire ground began to sink, forming a square deep pit. However, not long after, 2 stone sculptures rose from the ground. One stone sculpture is a massive cylindrical column, its surface engraved with various weapon patterns: swords, guns, spears, halberds, axes, and bows. Almost every weapon one can think of has been carved onto the column. Meanwhile, there is a recessed area at the base of the column for players to place their hands. After placing their hands, players can proceed with the warrior job change process. The other stone sculpture is a gigantic sphere, its surface rendered with various colors. Surrounding the sphere are various elemental orbs floating in the air. No need to say more, it is obviously the work of Newton's brother, Nyobai. These elemental orbs include red flames, blue water, and green plants. In front of the sphere is a small crystal ball. Players need to place their hands on the crystal ball to proceed with the mage job change process. In the vast empty space between the 2 stone sculptures, there is a mass of black fog. From time to time, eerie sounds emanate from the fog, sending chills down one's spine. At the edge of the sunken ground, a circle of intricate runes is engraved. It seems to indicate that this area has been protected. Such a significant change in this area naturally attracted the attention of nearby players. By combining last night's update announcement, one can understand that this is a newly added job change station in the city. Some players immediately felt the urge to investigate. Coincidentally, the zombies in this area had also turned to ashes, making it much safer. A few of the boldest players discussed and ultimately decided to enter the deep pit together. After several players entered the deep pit together, nothing seemed to change. However, when one player tried to touch the crystal ball in front of the sphere, a disturbance occurred. The black mist between the 2 stone sculptures rapidly expanded, accompanied by a harsh sizzle sound. The players looked at the black mist in terror. A tremendous sense of oppression surged, making it hard to breathe. Outside the deep pit, players who dared not enter kept retreating, fearing they would also be affected. As the pressure intensified, several players could no longer bear it and began to run towards the exit of the deep pit. At that moment, the runes around the deep pit began to glow. A translucent protective shield rose at the edge of the pit, completely enclosing it. The fastest runner reached the edge of the deep pit. He attempted to climb out. However, the moment his hand touched the protective shield, he was instantly rebounded. In despair, he saw the message from the Doomsday game job change station: area is completely sealed. Defeat the Guardian boss to leave. A quest prompt also appeared simultaneously. But who has the mood to pay attention to these? The players behind had also reached the edge, trying to break the protect. After a struggle, the shield remained unmoved. Look behind you. A player outside the deep pit shouted. Several players hurriedly turned to look. To their shock, where the black mist had been, a gigantic creature had appeared, nearly 4 meters tall, with pitch black skin and an incredibly ferocious face. Its blood-red eyes and white fangs stood out against its black skin. It turned out to be a giant zombie. Several players tried to check this zombie's attributes. Bronze level boss level 18 talents. Basic attributes. Absurd. Due to the vast level gap, talents and attributes are not, but seeing the 18 level and bronze level BOSS, the players turned pale. Is this something we can challenge? After the giant zombie appeared, it immediately charged at the players. Its massive body caused the ground to tremble with each step, leaving deep footprints in the dirt. The players panicked, forgetting to run outside, and began to flee in all directions. However, how could they, being only level 5 or 6, outrun an 18-level zombie? In just a few seconds, the first player was caught by the zombie. The zombie squeezed the player in its grasp, crushing the player's waist, leading to their demise. The zombie began to tear at the player's body, sending pieces to its mouth, as if it were a delicacy. When the zombie bit into the player's head, it made a crunch sound. Blood and brain matter exploded like a burst, causing the zombie to close its eyes in pleasure, savoring the taste. The remaining players were instantly terrified by this gruesome scene. They cried and pleaded to be let out, tears and snot flowing. But was that even possible? After enjoying the body of this player, the zombie immediately rushed toward the next target. 1, 2, 3. During this time, there were players who fought back, but the gap in strength against the zombies was, within just a few moves, they were directly beaten to near death, turning into the zombie's meal. After all the players were killed, the zombie finally paused. It greedily glanced at the players who were hiding far away and had not entered the deep pit, then took a big step toward them. However, when it touched the protective shield, it was also bounced back. The zombie then understood that it could not get out either. After roaring in anger for a few moments, it returned to the spot where the black mist had been. In the end, it transformed back into that mass of black mist, disappearing from the sight of the players outside the deep pit. At the moment the black mist vanished, the protective shield at the edge of the deep pit also fell. The deep pit returned to silence. Only the few puddles of blood and bits of flesh on the ground recorded the horror that had occurred here. Of course, there were also 2 azure objects. If I remember correctly, the Guardian boss at the job change platform in the Demon City should be a raging type of zombie. As Lin Ziluo walked, he pondered to himself. At this moment, he was heading towards the People's Square in the Demon City with the Shah. In a hurry to reach his destination, Lin Ziluo took the back roads, encountering very few zombies. His objective was already quite evident. Eliminate the Guardian boss at the job change platform in the Demon City. He wasn't too familiar with the boss's abilities. After all, it wasn't him who had killed it before. He hadn't visited there much since he had changed jobs to Phantom. However, he had seen the job change platforms in other cities. Nevertheless, he was familiar with the process of activating the job change platform. It was simply about defeating the Guardian boss. Moreover, this Guardian boss was protected by the Doomsday game. Once the task of activating the job change platform was triggered, a protective shield would rise. At this time, the protective shield prevented players and zombies inside from exiting. However, players outside could enter until the number reached 30, at which point it would be completely sealed off. You might wonder if avoiding touching the crystal ball or the recessed area would prevent the task from activating. There is indeed a hidden condition. Once the player count in the job change platform area reaches 30, the protective shield will automatically rise. At that time, the task will be forcefully activated, and you will have to face the Guardian boss. In short, the Doomsday game tells you if you think you can overwhelm the Guardian boss with sheer numbers, forget it. At most, there can only be 30 players. Furthermore, if you fail to kill it in one go, the Guardian boss will increase in level and strength after consuming those players' corpses. Lin Ziluo remembered a Guardian boss in a small 4th-tier city that was stacked to over level 40. The people of that city couldn't successfully change jobs until the city's boundaries opened and they could transfer to another city. After recalling this information, Lin Ziluo could already see the outline of the People's Square not far away. He adjusted his state in place, ensuring he faced the Guardian boss in the best condition. The Jiuli Bao was also taken out for a quick inspection by Lin Ziluo. It had been prepared in advance to avoid excessive mental strain from last-minute changes. Once everything was ready, Lin Ziluo headed straight for the People's Square. The Shah followed closely behind, clutching his bronze giant hammer. As they approached the People's Square, Lin Ziluo distinctly felt numerous eyes watching him. It seemed that many players had gathered here. Lin Ziluo casually glanced around, and indeed spotted several players hiding in the shadows. Their stealth tactics were too crude, easily seen through by Lin Ziluo. However, he did not pay them much attention. He began to observe the recessed area in the People's Square. The job change platform looked no different from what he had seen before. The black mist was something Lin Ziluo was seeing for the first time. However, it was clearly the location of the zombie boss. The blood and bits of flesh on the ground certainly did not escape Lin Ziluo's keen eyes. He quickly deduced that 8 people had died there, and it had happened within the last hour. Moreover, 2 pieces of bronze-level equipment were scattered on the ground. No one picked them up, which is a bargain for me. Lin Ziluo figured it out. The previous group must have been too traumatized by the zombies to even think about approaching. In addition, they had no idea that as long as they didn't trigger the task by being reckless, they could pick up these items without any issues as long as there weren't 30 players. Since the equipment was just lying there, how could he not pick it up? Lin Ziluo leaped down into the pit. Desha followed closely behind, jumping down as well. How dare they? A girl gasped in shock from the shadows. Those fools who rush to grab equipment without a second thought have no idea they're already dead. A man said gleefully. Exactly, just thinking about them being swallowed by that big black zombie is thrilling. A friend of the man chimed in. That guy in the black robe looking all mysterious, fine, but it's a pity about that player called Desha. His equipment looks quite luxurious. Desha. That name sounds familiar, the man frowned. Wait, isn't that a notorious figure on the Dragon King? His friend suddenly realized. No way, is Desha also a notorious figure in our demon city? The man do you think Desha has a chance of killing that zombie? The girl suddenly asked. How is that possible? The 8 people who just died were all experts in this area. They couldn't even scratch the zombie. The man immediately retorted, even if Desha is strong, it's impossible for him. Wait, it seems like they have already picked up the equipment. Why hasn't the zombie appeared yet? The friend said, looking at Lin Ziluo, who was happily inspecting the equipment's attributes. Damn it, could it be that as long as he doesn't touch that crystal ball he will be fine? Damn, I was fooled. This kid struck lucky, otherwise those 2 pieces of equipment would have been mine. The man said angrily. The woman beside him glanced at him, wanting to say that she had urged him to go pick them up, but he had hesitated, and now he was blaming others for having good luck. Lin Ziluo, of course, had no idea that a group of people in the shadows had been engaging in a rich in their dialogue. He had become the one seeking death, pretending to be mysterious, and ultimately striking lucky. He was now happily putting the 2 pieces of equipment into his storage space. The attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment weren't great, but they were free loot. As the saying goes, a good start leads to fortune. He could find 2 pieces of equipment. Just walking around, this boss surely had to drop something big for him. Lin Ziluo quickly walked to the crystal ball and casually placed his hand on it. In the shadows, many gasps were heard as everyone nervously focused their attention on Lin Ziluo. The system detected that the player Yazi touched the mage job change spirit pearl and forcibly accepted the task, activate the demon city job change platform. The system also detected that there are currently 2 players in the team, significantly increasing the task rewards. The guardian boss of the demon city job change platform is about to awaken. Players should prepare themselves. Ding, the golden finger system has detected the host activating the task, activate the demon city job change platform, and is optimizing related issues. To counter the terrifying onslaught of zombies, every city has established a class transfer station that allows players to acquire professions. However, to undergo a class transfer, it is necessary to prove that the city possesses a sufficient quality of. Please activate the ability of the class transfer station in Magic City by defeating the Guardian boss. Task requirements: defeat the Guardian boss. Task rewards: 500 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 1,000 experience points, and a random high-level hidden profession scroll. Task rewards have been optimized. Task time limit: 12 hours. Task penalty: none. There will be no penalties for abandoning the task or failing the task. Even when facing an impending battle, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but glance at the task rewards displayed on the. He was well aware of the possibility of obtaining a hidden profession scroll. This was also the reason why he took the initiative to participate in the task. However, it's important to note that the drawn hidden profession scroll is completely random. If luck is not on his side, some hidden professions might only surpass ordinary professions by a point or 2 in attributes. As a result, the optimization by the system added the term high-level directly. At least it ensured he wouldn't draw those very ordinary hidden professions. Doesn't that motivate him? If he draws a mage-type profession, he will use it himself. If he draws a warrior-type profession, he will give it to Desha. Perfect. At this moment, a gigantic pitch-black zombie emerged from the spreading black mist. Titan zombie, bronze level boss. Level 19. Base attributes: strength 56, spirit 30, constitution 55, agility 30. Talent: pseudo-titan body, an epic talent that enhances your strength and constitution attributes, reduces physical and magical damage taken by 10-0, and significantly increases your recovery ability. All attacks that hit the enemy will cause a temporary stun effect. Skill: Titan punch, a punch that strikes the ground causing violent tremors in the surrounding area, subsequently dealing 120 strength attribute damage to all enemies in contact with the ground within the area. Titan roar: after a roar it transmits sound waves around, increasing its own attributes by 20 while reducing the attributes of surrounding enemies by 10. These attributes are indeed impressive. Ordinary bronze level bosses of the same level cannot reach such attributes. It must be due to this epic talent enhancement. I mean, anything that can be associated with the name Titan is certainly not ordinary. However, this does match the strength of a guardian boss. Although Lin Ziluo only needs to level up 2 more times, his attributes will completely surpass those of the Titan zombie. Seeing the attributes of the Titan zombie, Lin Ziluo felt at ease. Even without Desha, he could solo him. That's right, solo. A boss that requires a team of 30 to defeat Lin Ziluo can now take down alone. It's not that the Guardian boss is too weak. It was born just a day ago, and so far it has only consumed 8 people. How could it compare to Lin Ziluo, the human-sized boss leading the entire server's rewards? Ding, detecting that the host is facing the Titan zombie, successfully triggering the task Kill Titan Zombie. Kill Titan Zombie. Task requirements: defeat the Titan zombie, the Guardian boss of the class transfer station. Task rewards: draw a random ordinary golden finger and receive a piece of silver-level equipment. Task time limit 24 hours. Accept. Lin Ziluo glanced and spoke. At the same time, he had already drawn back the Jiuli Bao in his hand. The Titan zombie, just condensed, was in a very good mood. He didn't expect that after just a short while he could feast again. However, there were only 2 people, which is somewhat lacking. But when he looked at Desha, the Titan zombie's eyes lit up. What a robust figure, such strong muscles, surely this body must be very delicious. Such Guardian bosses cannot distinguish whether Desha is a zombie, as their command is simply to eliminate all players. While the Titan zombie was daydreaming, Lin Ziluo at the edge of the abyss had already fully drawn back the Jiuli Bao. An arrowhead engulfed in flames appeared on the string. Fire arrow. Lin Ziluo held his breath, focusing his gaze on the Titan zombie. At the moment of aiming at the Titan zombie, he decisively released the string. The fire arrow shot straight towards the head of the Titan zombie. In the blink of an eye, the arrow reached the Titan. The Titan zombie had just snapped out of its desire for Desha's body when it noticed the incoming arrow. However, its reaction was not slow. It raised its hands to block the incoming arrow. The fire arrow pierced directly into the Titan zombie's left arm. The high-temperature flames scorched the Titan zombie's arm, instantly charring the pierced area. Unfortunately, the Titan zombie is pitch black, otherwise one could clearly distinguish the charred area. The Titan zombie let out a roar. Although it felt no pain, this injury was a great humiliation to it. At this moment, Desha, who was close to the Titan zombie, also moved. He raised the bronze giant hammer in his hand and swung it at the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie had no choice but to raise its other hand to block. It was daytime, so Desha's attributes did not benefit from the night enhancement, falling far short of the Titan zombie. Of course, at night the Titan zombie would enjoy a higher boost. Thus, Desha's strike was easily intercepted by the Titan zombie. However, Lin Ziluo wanted exactly that, for the Titan to take this strike. As soon as the fire arrow was released, Lin Ziluo had prepared the ice arrow. As the Titan zombie caught Desha's hammer with its right hand, the ice arrow was also shot out. The arrow, exuding cold air, struck the Titan zombie's right arm, which was grasping the bronze hammer. The area hit on the right arm quickly developed frost. Nice, still accurate. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but praise himself. When archers are on point. Although it does not have the exhilarating feel of a warrior's grand battle, it allows for long-distance attrition against the enemy, constantly kiting and utilizing a sneaky playstyle. At this moment, the Titan zombie's rage could no longer be suppressed. It raised its head. A deep muffled roar echoed. Invisible sound waves spread outwards. From a distance, Lin Ziluo found himself momentarily stunned upon hearing the roar. As expected, it's this absurd talent that treats sound waves as an attack, triggering the stunning effect of Titan body. Lin Ziluo complained. The stun duration for Lin Ziluo far away was very short, but for Desha, it was a different story. Desha was already using all his strength to contend with the Titan zombie's right arm. At such close proximity to the Titan zombie, the stun duration was longer. The Titan zombie completely disregarded the arrows lodged in its arms, swinging its left arm forcefully and directly flinging Desha away. Then the Titan zombie forcibly pulled out the arrows embedded in both arms. It glared at Lin Ziluo and charged forward madly. Watching the Titan zombie charging towards her, Lin Ziluo remained completely unfazed. With her right hand, she conjured an arrow made of mental energy and shot it forth. Unfortunately, the power of such an arrow was not sufficient compared to those shot using skills. The Titan zombie simply grasped it in its hand. If one arrow could be caught, what about 10? Lin Ziluo began to infuse a large amount of mental energy into the Jiuli Bao. In the blink of an eye, arrows were finally formed. This time Lin Ziluo didn't even aim, she just shot rapidly towards the Titan zombie, based on her intuition. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. The arrows flew out continuously. Even without aiming, Lin Ziluo's shots still accurately struck the Titan zombie. After receiving 3 arrows, the Titan zombie became somewhat bewildered. It could only passively endure the arrows piercing into its massive body. An arrow struck its thigh, another hit its arm, and yet another pierced its waist. The last arrow even grazed the Titan zombie's forehead, taking away a considerable amount of its hair. At this moment, the Titan zombie's head looked like a concave shape, with the middle completely bald while both sides remained lush. It seemed to fear that this cunning human was beyond its reach. After this chase, it hadn't even run a few steps before the human had already reached another corner, increasing the distance between them. Thus the Titan zombie decisively stopped running and began to dig into the ground. Digging. What did this zombie do in its past life? Was it a construction worker? Lin Ziluo drew her bow again and aimed at the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie soon revealed what it was digging for. It lifted a large chunk of hard soil to shield its chest and successfully blocked the arrow. Moreover, this block of earth obscured Lin Ziluo's line of sight, creating a sense of helplessness. Big Fool, activate confused fury. Lin Ziluo immediately called out to Big Fool. Just getting up from the ground, Big Fool successfully received Lin Ziluo's command and instantly activated confused fury. Roar. Big Fool let out a furious roar. His head turned crimson in an instant. After being knocked away by the Titan zombie, Big Fool's anger surged to its peak. That wasn't enough. Lin Ziluo threw another shocking piece of information at Big Fool. Big Fool, while you were knocked out just now, that big black ghost ate 5 of your roast chickens. 5 roast chickens. That's my entire day's worth of food. No. Forgiveness is not an option. Stats directly maxed out. Fueled by endless rage, Big Fool charged towards the Titan zombie with full force. His speed was so fast that Lin Ziluo felt it could rival that of a hunting zombie. At this moment, Big Fool had already reached behind the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie was at a loss. In front, someone was shooting arrows, and behind, this little brother was rushing towards it, looking to pound it. With the enhancement of confused fury, Big Fool's stats were not far behind the Titan zombie, and posed a significant. Faced with this threat, the Titan zombie could only throw the large chunk of soil on the ground and turn to confront Big Fool. Beautiful. This was the moment Lin Ziluo had been waiting for. The Jiuli bow in her hand was drawn to its full tension once again, and an arrow engulfed in flames appeared on the string. The cooldown for the flame arrow was over. Now that the Titan zombie had its back to Lin Ziluo, this arrow was guaranteed to hit. The flame arrow was shot at the Titan zombie. However, let's just say unexpected events can still occur. First, Big Fool collided directly with the turning Titan zombie. The Titan zombie was caught completely unprepared by its sudden turn. It was pushed back 2 steps by Big Fool's sheer force. Then the Titan zombie began to exert its strength. The tense pose was reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, its backside raised high. As this back and forth unfolded, the flame arrow unexpectedly pierced into the rear of the Titan zombie. Lin Ziluo, along with all the players observing outside, felt a tightness at the back of their necks upon witnessing this. Lin Ziluo gasped in shock. He swore it was not deliberate shooting. Indeed, it was Big Fool's. It was Big Fool who pushed the Titan zombie to catch the arrow. At this moment, the latter part of the arrow was still blazing with flames. It seemed to be roasting something. The Titan zombie unleashed an unprecedented force, shaking off Big Fool and trembling as it pulled out the arrow. It didn't hurt, but the purity it had maintained for decades was suddenly lost. The Titan zombie felt a hint of grievance at this moment. Indeed, grievance. Look at Lin Ziluo managing to evoke a sense of grievance from a zombie, even though it was a higher IQ boss template. You really are something else. After the grievance came endless rage. The Titan zombie snapped the flame arrow in half and turned to glare at Lin Ziluo. At this moment, Lin Ziluo had already raised the ice arrow in her hand. The Titan zombie was completely disregarding everything now. It only wanted to shred Lin Ziluo to pieces. However, in turning its head, it forgot about Big Fool, who had been flung away. Big Fool quickly got back up. Seeing the Titan zombie fixated on his master and ignoring him only fueled his anger. Having not acknowledged the roast chickens, in a fit of rage, Big Fool lunged at the Titan zombie. As he charged, he suddenly stomped his foot. Taking advantage of the Titan zombie's moment of unpreparedness, Big Fool leaped up and mounted its neck. Using this momentum, Big Fool locked his legs around the Titan zombie's neck and his muscles began to tremble. Then with a powerful tug upwards, he unexpectedly caused the Titan zombie to lose balance and topple over. Another golden opportunity. Seizing the chance, Lin Ziluo decisively shot the ice arrow. The frosted arrow flew forth. Yet again, unexpected events unfolded. As the Titan zombie flipped over, it happened to be in a position with its backside up and head down. Lin Ziluo aimed once more at the original head position. Thus, the ice arrow unexpectedly and predictably pierced into the previous spot. Lin Ziluo once again swore it was not intentional. Hiss! The sound of gasps rose in unison. Everyone was shocked. A double hit. 1 flame arrow, 1 ice arrow. Ice and fire clashed. How could that part withstand such a blow? The Titan zombie finished flipping over and crashed heavily onto the ground face down. This fully highlighted the half-exposed ice arrow behind it, standing proudly in the wind like a flag. At this moment, Big Fool's confused fury time reached its limit, and he plopped down on the ground, entering a state of chaos. The Titan zombie lay on the ground, trembling all over, its hands tightly gripping the earth. Lin Ziluo certainly would not back down. He stood his ground, shooting arrows at the Titan zombie one by one, allowing the arrows to pierce his body. Dozens of arrows embedded in him, causing wounds that bled profusely. Just as the Titan zombie was still clinging to life, its body suddenly changed, spreading into a cloud of black mist in an instant. The arrows that had been lodged in its body fell to the ground, the blood and flesh on the arrowheads, proving that they had indeed pierced the Titan zombie. But why did the Titan zombie turn into black mist? Even Lin Ziluo had never encountered such a situation. He clearly should have taken down the Titan zombie. Unwilling to accept this, Lin Ziluo shot a few more arrows at the black mist, all of which passed through without any resistance, having no effect whatsoever. Suddenly, the Doomsday game system popped up announcing, due to your despicable tactics that greatly insult the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie's anger has successfully exceeded the limit and fully activated the Titan bloodline. The Titan zombie has successfully evolved into a silver-level boss. Evolved. Lin Ziluo recalled a theory he had heard in his past life. It was common knowledge that a boss's level could increase. By meeting certain conditions or acquiring specific abilities, a boss could evolve and increase its level. Hence a theory had been proposed back then. Could there be bosses that evolved during battle? This theory had never been verified because players had never encountered such situations. Now Lin Ziluo thought to himself, there really is. What the hell did I do? I merely shot a few arrows at it. Just a few arrows. Although 2 of them were a bit excessive, it's definitely not my fault. I'm a good citizen. Unfortunately, the Titan zombie was unwilling to listen to Lin Ziluo's explanation. It had already reformed from the black mist. The Titan zombie, originally over 3 meters tall, expanded to nearly 5 meters. From a distance, it could truly be described as a small mountain. Its pitch-black skin remained unchanged, but numerous silver-white symbols appeared on its surface, each emanating a silvery glow. Titan zombie, silver level, BOSS level 19, basic attributes: strength 70, spirit 30, constitution 65, agility 45, talent true Titan body 30, a legendary talent that greatly enhances your strength and constitution attributes, reduces physical and magical damage taken by 20, and simultaneously provides an astonishing boost to your recovery ability. All attacks that hit the enemy will cause stunning and shattering effects. Skill: Titan's fist, a single punch strikes the ground, causing violent tremors and subsequently dealing 140 strength attribute damage to all enemies in contact with the ground within range. Titan's roar, after a roar it sends sound waves throughout the area, increasing its own attributes by 20 while decreasing the attributes of surrounding enemies by 15. Titan's fury, the Titan zombie will continuously strike its target with each attack, increasing in strength by 10, stacking up to a maximum of 8 times. If the target attempts to flee, the Titan zombie's pursuit speed will increase by 50. A legendary level talent. This evolution is too exaggerated. With these attributes, you still call it a silver level boss. It's comparable to a golden level boss of the same rank. Though 1,000 thoughts of frustration flooded his mind, Lin Ziluo still fixed his gaze on the Titan zombie, not daring to relax in the slightest. This is the Doomsday game, and luck is a crucial part. What? You want to complain about encountering such ridiculous evolving zombies in combat? Is there a ding? The Golden Finger system has detected that the Titan zombie has successfully evolved, significantly increasing the task difficulty, currently enhancing the rewards for the tasks. Activate the magic capital job transfer station and kill the Titan zombie. Indeed there is. Lin Ziluo had no time to check how much the task rewards had been increased, because the recently evolved Titan zombie charged at him like a mad bull upon seeing him. The nearly 5-meter turtle figure ran with a heavy sound, leaving deep footprints in the muddy ground. With Lin Ziluo tried shooting 2 arrows. Although the arrows hit the Titan zombie, the running Titan zombie casually pulled them out. Then the small wounds caused by the arrows quickly healed. Is this the astonishing recovery ability? Good lineage indeed, remarkable. It seems the arrow's lethality isn't sufficient. Then it's time to use a knife. The 9-li bao quickly absorbed a significant amount of Lin Ziluo's spiritual energy. In just a second it transformed into the 9-li knife. Lin Ziluo exhaled, his spiritual energy was somewhat depleted. The previous 4 attribute arrows, along with so many regular arrows, had already consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. Now with another transformation into the 9-li pearl form. If it weren't for adding so many points to his spiritual attributes, he might not have been able to bear it. However, Lin Ziluo's state remained at its peak. Watching the Titan zombie about to charge right in front of him, Lin Ziluo decisively swung his knife. The 9-li knife collided fiercely with the Titan zombie's fist, producing a metallic clash sound, and a small wound appeared on the Titan zombie's fist. The Titan zombie revealed a look of confusion. Its fist possessed a shattering effect, yet it couldn't crush this knife. Lin Ziluo quickly retreated a few steps. There was still a considerable gap in their strength attributes. He glanced at the distant Dasha, who remained in a daze. Great, can't rely on Dasha anymore. But I have more than just Dasha. The magic capital guardian badge on Lin Ziluo's chest lit up. A robot holding a shield and emanating a silver metallic sheen appeared before him. Its shape was quite similar to Ultron from the Avengers. The only difference was that it held a shield in its hand. But that wasn't all. Lin Ziluo rapidly retreated, dodging a punch from the Titan zombie, and took out the zombie cat's horn from his storage space. After blowing the horn, a zombie cat the size of a lion appeared beside Lin Ziluo. 10 minutes. The Guardian robot can only last for 10 minutes. Then within those 10 minutes, eliminate the Titan zombie. Lin Ziluo raised the 9Li knife in his hand. The 9Li heavy slash. A dazzling white light successfully converged, pulsating on the blade of the 9Li sword, as if a layer of white flame had ignited upon it. This was Lin Ziluo's first time using this skill. After all, this skill had a stiff duration of 2 seconds. 2 seconds were enough to accomplish many things in battle. Fortunately, he had the Guardian robot and zombie cat by his side this time. From the moment he summoned the Guardian robot, Lin Ziluo understood. Its power inherited 70 of his basic attributes, and its defensive capabilities were greatly enhanced, earning it the title of Meat Shield. The Titan zombie also seemed to sense the unusual nature of this strike. Black light shimmered around its fists as they swung towards Lin Ziluo. As the energy reached its peak, Lin Ziluo unleashed this terrifying slash. The dazzling blade light collided with the Titan zombie's fists. The air around their point of contact trembled. A dull resonant sound followed. This time Lin Ziluo had won. How could the 9Li heavy slash infused with 200 power attributes be resisted by the Titan zombie's attributes? After a brief contact, the previously impenetrable fists of the Titan zombie were slashed open by the 9Li sword, creating a massive wound. The Titan zombie was also sent flying by this tremendous force, crashing down not far away, although Lin Ziluo remained rooted in place. However, the Guardian robot and zombie cat, fully under his control, launched a decisive attack. The Guardian robot raised its shield and charged into the Titan zombie, who was trying to rise. Successfully knocking the Titan zombie off balance again, the agile zombie cat sprang from behind the Guardian robot, its claws digging into the back of the Titan zombie's hands. The spot it clawed was precisely where the 9Li heavy slash had wounded it. The wound that the Titan zombie was healing not only widened but also slowed down its recovery significantly. Thanks to the zombie cat's claw talent, it could slow down the healing speed and increase the bleeding rate. This way the Titan zombie's healing ability was suppressed. At this moment, Lin Ziluo's stiff state was finally lifted. Watching the Titan zombie about to rise, Lin Ziluo decisively activated swift movement. He quickly reached the Titan zombie's side, aiming for the palm it was bracing against the ground with a slash. Indeed, it was that very wound. Against such a resilient enemy, Lin Ziluo understood deeply that attacking one spot with all his might was the best choice. This strike hit completely. The already difficult-to-heal wound became even more grotesque, extending up the arm. The blood flowed from the wound with increasing ferocity. This triggered the bleeding effect of the 9Li sword. Ugh! The Titan zombie let out a furious roar. This series of attacks left it unable to react continuously on the defensive. All of these maneuvers were executed by Lin Ziluo, single-handedly performing an extreme display of skill. Ordinary Guardian robots and zombie cats could never achieve such seamless coordination. It was Lin Ziluo who took control of their bodies after his stiffness ended. The Guardian robot's shield strike interrupted the zombie cat's precise hit, and Lin Ziluo finished with the final slash. He completely disabled one of the Titan zombie's arms. Your legendary talent enhances your attributes, while my legendary talent maximizes my control. The Titan zombie became anxious, channeling all its strength into its remaining fist. It slammed down towards the ground. The ground shook violently. Lin Ziluo had anticipated this move and lightly leapt, using brief levitation to hover in the air, avoiding the damage and dizziness from the ground's tremors. The zombie cat also used its agility to leap onto Lin Ziluo. If it weren't for the strength of brief levitation, the lion's-eyed zombie cat would have already flattened Lin Ziluo. The Guardian robot, being too heavy, couldn't leap at all. It could only endure the damage from the tremors in place. Fortunately, its mechanical body was sturdy enough to be immune to dizziness. The worst off was the big fool in the distance. After finally recovering a bit from the dizziness caused by the frenzied fury, he was further disoriented by this tremor. His body couldn't remain stable, and he fell to the ground. Once the tremors ended, Lin Ziluo's brief levitation was also lifted, and the zombie cat jumped down. As soon as Lin Ziluo landed, he charged towards the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie had already stood up, taking advantage of the recent ground tremors. Seeing Lin Ziluo rushing over, it became almost frenzied. It disregarded its nearly disabled fist and activated the ability it had just gained as a silver-level entity. Titan's Fury. Dark mist continuously emanated from the Titan zombie's body, and its arms swelled. However, the injured hand bled even more profusely as it swelled. The Titan zombie swung its massive arms towards Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo chose neither to take the hit nor to flee. If he took the hit according to the skill's description, the power of that fist would increase exponentially, and he would soon be unable to withstand it. If he fled, the Titan zombie's pursuit ability would increase by 50, making escape difficult. Nevertheless, one of the Titan zombie's fists had already sustained serious damage. The speed of its swings wouldn't reach peak performance, so he felt no fear. This was also something Lin Ziluo had calculated well in advance. Terrifyingly so. Before engaging the Titan zombie, Lin Ziluo had meticulously calculated all its skills and attack patterns, every action was carefully planned. In response to Titan's fury, Lin Ziluo chose to dance on the edge of the blade. Watching the giant fist coming down on him, he quickly twisted his body, dodging the punch in an exceedingly bizarre manner. The next horizontal swing of the giant fist followed closely behind. Lin Ziluo bent slightly and rose at an angle, narrowly avoiding this punch. Only a few strands of hair were blown away by the fierce wind from the punch. Another angled punch. Once again, Lin Ziluo displayed an eerie and agile movement, narrowly dodging this punch. Of course, narrowly is others' perspective. For Lin Ziluo, the success rate of evading this punch was 4th punch, 5th punch, 6th punch. The Titan zombie, not believing in evil, threw each punch at more and more tricky angles. Yet each punch was evaded by Lin Ziluo in an even more bizarre posture. However, each time it gave the Titan zombie the illusion that the next punch would surely land on him. Unfortunately, after the 8th punch was thrown, aside from a few strands of hair being blown away, Lin Ziluo suffered no damage and his footing remained unchanged. Despair flickered in the Titan zombie's eyes. It had completely broken down. From the beginning of the battle, it had been trapped in Lin Ziluo's rhythm. Until all its attack methods were exhausted, it had only blown away a few strands of Lin Ziluo's hair. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ziluo swiftly slashed with the 9-li sword. With one slash, a wound opened on the Titan zombie's neck. With a second slash, the wound deepened further, nearing a quarter depth of its neck. With a third slash, the Titan zombie would surely perish. Lin Ziluo took a deep breath, channeling all his strength to swing the sword. Detecting an increase in player team size by 1 task, rewards have decreased. Detecting an increase in player team size by 1 task, rewards have decreased. The notification sounds from the Doomsday game echoed continuously. The blade of the 9-li sword, upon touching the neck of the Titan zombie, was deftly redirected by Lin Ziluo to slash into the creature's other shoulder. Anger. Unbridled anger. He glanced towards the edge of the deep pit, where 2 players had already descended, while several others were preparing to jump down. Come on in. You can really get in and enjoy the task rewards. It's so bountiful, hurry in. Previously they said Lin Ziluo was going to his death, whispered the man outside the protective shield. Damn, the first to activate the class transfer platform will definitely make it to the world announcement. I'm about to become famous. His friend beside him spoke up. Is that for real? Then I'm coming too. With that, a man passed through the protective shield and jumped into the deep pit. You all hurry out. The big shot is about to kill this terrifying zombie. How can you? The woman at the pit's edge kept persuading. Shut up, woman. I've tolerated you long enough. It's Doomsday, and you're acting like this. Just wait, and once I get out, I'll make you pay. The man cursed back. At that moment, Lin Ziluo approached, wielding the 9-li sword. The guardian robots and zombie cats were suppressing the Titan zombie. Though they called it suppression, it was really just to ensure the Titan zombie did not die too quickly, allowing the players to share in the rewards. The Titan zombie had already been thoroughly incapacitated by Lin Ziluo. Both of its arms had been completely severed by Lin Ziluo, preventing it from retaining any combat ability. The leading man also noticed Lin Ziluo approaching. Beneath the mask, his eyes were icy cold, and he could smell the rich scent of blood emanating from Lin Ziluo. The man suppressed his fear and advanced. Big shot, you must be Yaji, right? You're so strong. I've always been your loyal fan. I saw you fighting here, so I brought my brothers to help you. What do you need? Yeah, big shot, I'm also your fan. Right, I'm a fan too, chimed in the 2 men behind him. Fans. Helping me. Lin Ziluo muttered. He swung the 9-li sword with a single stroke. The blade gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. The man opened his mouth, but said nothing as he looked down at his lower body. He could see a deep knife wound at his waist, crimson blood flowing from it. In horror, he reached to touch his waist. It was a mistake, as soon as he touched it, his waist dislocated. The upper half of the man's body crashed to the ground with a loud thud. His lower half could not maintain its position and fell over. Blood, intestines, and organs spilled from his waist. Yet the man continued to crawl on the ground in fear. Cut in half. This is a cut in half. The originally lively scene fell into complete silence. The 2 men who had been behind the man now panicked. Lin Ziluo grabbed the crawling man's head, forcing him to look at him. Demonic gaze. The mask, resembling a demon with its exaggerated smile, seemed to come alive in an instant. The man, along with those behind him and the onlookers outside the protective shield, simultaneously envisioned an ocean of blood and a mountain of flesh composed of severed limbs. They were confronted with their worst fears in a succession of terrifying visions: trypophobia, claustrophobia, and fear of the deep sea. Everything they feared was perfectly presented in that illusion. The profound terror penetrated their souls, plunging them all into despair. Some attempted to move only to find their bodies trembling uncontrollably from fear, unable to obey their commands. Many others were utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. The man's gaze lost its focus in pain. Detected a decrease of 1 player in the current team task. Rewards have increased. Forcibly joining the task to share the rewards. This was the most disgusting and shameless tactic in the Doomsday game. Not only would it reduce the rewards significantly, but facing challenges that scaled with the challenger's strength could potentially lead to the death of the original players involved. Such individuals, if they appeared in the Doomsday scenario and their actions were exposed, would face the harshest of penalties. Of course, if such acts were carried out by prominent families or powerful factions, there was little that could be done. Lin Ziluo discarded the man's severed body. If it weren't for the fact that the Titan zombie could die at any moment, he would never have allowed this man to die so easily, just to save time. Lin Ziluo turned his gaze to the remaining 2 individuals. One was still in shock from the previous demonic gaze, and it was clear he had urinated himself. Only one person remained relatively clear-headed. Looking at Lin Ziluo approaching him, he frantically shouted, "Wait! I was wrong. That dead thing told us to come down here. It was all his idea. It has nothing to do with us." Lin Ziluo continued walking forward as if he hadn't heard the man's words. The man kept retreating until he reached the edge of the deep pit. Realizing that his previous pleas were useless, he quickly changed his approach, saying, "Yaji, your reputation is that of a hero in our Dragon Kingdom. As a hero, helping us should be your duty. We just want to follow behind you and share in your glory. We mean no harm. You need to think this through. If you kill us, people won't see you as a hero." The man could speak no more as he watched Lin Ziluo throw the 9-ly sword. The sword, empowered by a spinning slash, swiftly severed the man's head. In the process of returning, it also cleaved the other man's head. 2 heads dropped to the ground. Detected a decrease of 1 player in the current team task. Rewards have increased. Detected a decrease of 1 player in the current team task. Rewards have increased. Currently, this task can still accommodate 25 more players. Please manage your slots accordingly. Lin Ziluo caught the 9-ly sword returning to him. He casually flicked the blood off the blade. Lin Ziluo looked towards the crowd outside the deep pit, who had been startled by the recent bloody scene. Moreover, there were those hiding in the shadows. Under his sweeping gaze, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet Lin Ziluo's eyes. "Remember, my name is Yaji. The Yaji who repays all grudges. Don't give me any of that nonsense about being a big hero. Don't try to morally manipulate me. Or any of that brain-dead talk about doing it for all humanity. I live for myself. Anyone who provokes me, stands in my way, anyone who disgusts me, must die." Talking to Lin Ziluo about humanity. A hypocrite spouting righteousness. When the Li family was hunting me down, where were the discussions about humanity? When the powerful forces trample on lives and oppress players, why is there no one brave enough to speak for humanity? Simply put, they are all cowardly and pretentious. Talking about reputation with Lin Ziluo. He would be eager for his infamous reputation of killing to spread sooner. This way, many confused or simple-minded individuals would think twice before provoking him. Enough with the laughter. If I have the chance to be reborn, yet live my life in fear and trepidation, I might as well end it all by crashing into a wall. Lin Ziluo's words rang out loudly. The entire crowd fell into a profound silence. The few outside the pit and the dozens lurking in the shadows all etched Lin Ziluo's words into their memories. So it turns out that Yazi truly does repay in kind. Moreover, these words gradually spread among the crowd. From this moment on, the style of Yazi's actions became well known to the public. Of course, that's a story for later. While Lin Ziluo was saying these words, the system prompt had already sounded. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully defeating the level 19 silver boss Titan zombie, earning 400 experience points and 500 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for being the first to kill a silver boss in the apocalyptic game, earning the unique global achievement Silver's Grief. An announcement will be made to all players. Lin Ziluo breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he had killed quickly without delay. Otherwise, if the Titan zombie had died first, his quest rewards would be significantly reduced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Guardian boss, the silver level Titan zombie, exceeding the quest Kill the Titan zombie. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the upgraded quest rewards, 2 random ordinary golden fingers and 2 pieces of random silver level equipment. The prompt from the golden finger system also sounded promptly. Lin Ziluo was surprised. This reward increase was directly doubled. Indeed, the golden finger system is the most reliable. Lin Ziluo glanced at the Titan zombie's corpse. A glittering golden treasure chest appeared there. He first picked up the treasure chest and stored it in his storage space. He then hurriedly ran between the two job transfer platforms, the place where he could previously summon the Titan zombie using black mist. He needed to complete the task of activating the Magic Capital job transfer platform quickly. Otherwise, the two world announcements would not be coherent. After the Titan zombie's death, a platform about a meter high appeared there. On the platform lay a scroll made from an unknown animal skin and a white feather pen. Lin Ziluo glanced at the contents of the scroll, then took the feather pen and signed the name Yazi on it. The scroll instantly vanished. Both job transfer platforms released dazzling light simultaneously. Player Yazi successfully killed the job transfer platform guardian boss, activating the job transfer platform. Congratulations to player Yazi for completing the task. Activate the Magic Capital job transfer platform. Congratulations to player Yazi for earning 500 reputation points, 3,000 gold coins, 1,500 experience points, and the job transfer scroll Overlord. Congratulations to player Yazi for leveling up to level 15, gaining 3 points in strength, 3 points in constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. 2,800 experience points are required for player to reach level 16. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first player in Blue Star to activate the job transfer platform, earning the unique Global Achievement Master of Transference. An announcement will be made to all players. Is this what rewards enhanced by the system look like? Lin Ziluo looked at the dazzling rewards, his thoughts somewhat disordered. The high rewards from the game tasks and system tasks, the contract scroll for activating the job transfer platform, plus the golden treasure chest dropped by the Titan zombie. No, it's too much. This place isn't suitable for claiming rewards. Lin Ziluo planned to first find a quiet place to thoroughly assess his gains. As for the Titan zombie's corpse, after signing the contract, it had already turned into a cloud of black mist, ultimately dissipating into the air. Just as Lin Ziluo, accompanied by the restored Desha, sought a hidden spot, the originally bright sky quickly darkened. The darkness of the sky deepened gradually. In no time it resembled a night, where one could not see their hand before their face. Although this scene had been experienced many times before, some players gazing up at the sky were astonished to find that this darkness was denser than ever. What was going on? These people were filled with questions. Above the sky, a deep, resonant, yet crystal clear voice echoed. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first player in the apocalyptic game to kill a silver-level boss solo, astonishing the world with his strength, earning the unique Global Achievement Silver's Grief and a plethora of rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn. Just as everyone prepared to be astonished again by Yazi's actions, the deep, resonant, yet crystal clear voice sounded once more. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first player in the apocalyptic game to activate the job transfer platform, unlocking the shackles for the city of Magic Capital, earning the unique Global Achievement Master of Transference and abundant rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn. Due to the city of Magic Capital activating the job transfer platform, first players in Magic Capital will receive a citywide reward. All players' levels will increase by 1, and within 24 hours, the zombie drop rate will double, with experience and gold gained increased by 10. 3 consecutive announcements. A total of 3 world announcements. As the last announcement, the world erupted. The entire Magic Capital, including the small towns surrounding it that were classified within the Magic Capital range, became the focus of the world at that moment. The invisible barrier isolating the cities at the border of Magic Capital shimmered with a golden hue. This golden barrier appeared so dazzling amidst the encompassing darkness. This dazzling golden light rose continuously. From a distance, it looked like a beam of golden light piercing through heaven and earth. Simultaneously, all players in Magic Capital leveled up by 1. The members of the Death God Club, the group from the Magic Capital Library, the people around the Magic Capital People's Square, and others within the Magic Capital range. At this moment, everyone rose in reverence for the name Yazi, even though Lin Ziluo had once cast a shadow over them, making them weak in the knees. This is human nature. All it takes is to receive tangible benefits. Any grievances will be wiped clean. Even when meeting people from other cities, they will proudly say, "Have you heard of Yazi? He's from our Magic Capital, incredibly impressive. He even leveled me up. Who can tell me why I still haven't encountered a bronze tier boss, while Yazi has already defeated a silver tier 1? A survivor who had long labored in the apocalyptic game, slaying zombies day after day, began retreating into silent despair. He simply couldn't fathom how such a vast gulf could exist between people, yet they were all human. If my memory serves me right, the class change altar only appeared yesterday evening, and it housed an immensely powerful bronze tier boss. We lost 30 comrades trying to defeat it, yet Yazi activated it this afternoon. The leader of a minor faction asked incredulously. Before him his subordinates fell utterly silent, mouths sealed. I knew it. I just knew it. Yatsusama is no longer satisfied with mundane world announcements. He's issued 3 in rapid succession. 3 whole announcements. Yatsusama truly is unmatched. Let me tell you, Yazi is actually named after a divine beast from our ancient Chinese mythology. So this player Yazi is none other than our national hero. He happened to be traveling in Moda City when the apocalypse struck. Though stranded there, his heart remains steadfastly ours. A senior national official expounded passionately to his peers, who nodded in earnest agreement. That's right, Yazi belongs to us. Longhua merely seized fortune's fleeting chance when Yazi happened to be touring there. But isn't Longhua itself descended from our nation? At these words, every official stared in stunned silence. Then after a breathless pause, chorused in unison, indeed. Woof, woof, woof. A little dog barked joyfully, its tail whipping through the air. Should I have 1 bone tonight, or 2? Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 16, gaining 3 strength, 3 constitution, and 3 free attribute points. And you require 3100 more experience points to reach level 17. In global announcement, Sorrow of Silver has been awarded to you. In reward, 100 reputation, 1500 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and 1 cubic meter of storage capacity. Global announcement, Master of Class Change has been awarded to you. In reward, 100 reputation, 1500 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and 1 cubic meter of storage capacity. Lin Ziluo entered an empty chamber while Dasha stood guard outside. In tisk tsk, level 16 already. His leveling speed is even faster now than during the novice protection period. Lin Ziluo sighed helplessly. And I wish I could stay low-key, but my strength refuses to comply. In gazing at the lengthy list of rewards, he was enveloped by the sweet agony of abundance. As always, I'll claim the game rewards first. And Lin Ziluo reviewed the system's bounty. Inexperience required no explanation. The massive influx had propelled him instantly to level 16, and the 3rd global announcement had granted collective bonuses as well. His level now stood precisely at 16, with the experience bar still at 0. And the gold reward was likewise formidable. A total of 6500 gold coins. Adding to his existing reserves, his treasury now surpassed 1200. As for reputation, Lin Ziluo checked the global reputation rankings. An excellent 6220 points. Non's 10 times higher than second place. He now stood nearly 20-fold above it. How could the gap widen further? Mi's storage capacity surged from 5.2 to 7.2 cubic meters, liberating ample space. 6 free attribute points remained unassigned. He'd decide later after assessing what else the day might yield. And next came the most eagerly anticipated reward from the apocalyptic games, Quest the Class Change Scroll. Lin Ziluo recalled seeing its name earlier, Overlord. And even the title alone had prepared him mentally. Class, Overlord description, he could lift mountains with sheer might, his aura eclipsed the world. Yet fate turned against him. His steed refused to advance. If the steed will not advance, what then? Oh you, what shall become of you? Attributes 4 strength and 3 constitution per level, no free attribute points. In abilities, in mountain lifting, might 1 force shatters 10,000 arts. In world enshrouding, aura 1 force transforms 10,000 arts. Remarkable. And Lin Ziluo hadn't misjudged it. Not in the least. Nit was the Overlord, the legendary peerless Overlord. Breaking cauldrons and sinking boats, the Hongmin banquet, the Overlord's farewell to you, watching from behind ramparts and strolling through night streets in resplendent robes. All these immortal tales revolved around him. Were classes ranked by rarity, the Overlord would stand among the absolute pinnacles of epic tier vocations. Moreover, this class harmonized perfectly with Dasha. And Lin Ziluo was deeply satisfied, truly worthy of a twice-enhanced boon from his golden finger system. Exhilarating. And alas, Dasha remained at level 9, for he gained no experience from completing quests. And the scroll would have to wait until he reached level 10. Lin Ziluo now held 3 class change scrolls, Phantom, Overlord, and Butcher. And the Butcher scroll had been Dasha's sole reward for completing his quest. Without the golden finger system, Dasha's quest yielded only that single scroll and some gold coins. Even the tasks Lin Ziluo assigned Dasha, via the Moda Order Enforcer uniform, granted mere gold coins and a single bronze tier item. Lin Ziluo had already examined all of these on his way here. And the hidden class Butcher proved unremarkable: 2 strength, 1 constitution, and 2 free attribute points per level. A thoroughly ordinary vocation. Yet for ordinary survivors, such a class remained rare and coveted, attainable only by completing a joint quest. And if one accounted for those who barged in to seize rewards, each intruder would likely walk away with nothing more than a few coins, trinkets, or gear. And Lin Ziluo carefully stowed the Butcher scroll. He would either trade it later or sell it outright. And thus concluded the full accounting of the apocalyptic games quest rewards. Next, The golden chest dropped by the Titan zombie. And may it yield a golden tier artifact. And Lin Ziluo placed the chest upon the floor. Its silhouette remained familiar, but more refined than the silver chest, its golden surface gleaming with radiant brilliance. Lin Ziluo opened the golden chest. And player Yazi has successfully opened a golden chest. And while opening the golden chest, player Yazi received a blessing from the chest, expanding his storage capacity by 0.6 cubic meters. And upon opening the golden chest, player Yazi gained 104 experience points from heightened insight. After rummaging within the golden chest, player Yazi retrieved 560 gold coins. Nas the golden light faded. 2 items lay before Lin Ziluo. Before Lin Ziluo appeared a machete and a vial of white potion. A golden radiant legendary tier machete. This was utterly absurd. Lin Ziluo picked it up, and truth be told, its weight and balance felt remarkably satisfying. Hua Chong brand machete legendary tier equipment once wielded by the formidable cultivator Hua Chong exudes palpable intimidation. Attributes 3 strength, 3 constitution, 1 agility. If targeting the head, cleaving speed increases by 20. Skill: does this watermelon ripen? Brandish the machete and shout, does this watermelon ripen? Triggering a 2-second intimidation effect that reduces the enemy's attributes by 10. Cooldown 1 hour. Ow! Lin Ziluo gazed at the machete in his hand, lost in thought. It was an excellent blade, yet shouting such a line mid-battle. Truly bizarre. Never mind. Later he'd let the Jiuli Pearl absorb it. Lin Ziluo sheathed the Hua Chong brand machete and turned his attention to the vial. He'd already discerned its nature from appearance alone. Stamina potion, single-use rare tier item. Grants immediate restoration of 24 stamina, thereafter recovers 5 stamina per minute for 5 minutes. Cooldown 28 minutes. A refined evolution of the bronze tier stamina potion. Merely a 4 attribute boost and 2 minutes shaved off cooldown. Yet consider shared cooldowns among consumables of the same category, and you'll realize in evenly matched combat this vial could sway the tide of battle. Still, truth be told, the contents of this legendary chest were rather unremarkable. Let's examine the 2 newly acquired titles. Sorrow of Silver unique title, granted only to the first player in the Apocalypse game to slay a rare tier boss. Attributes 3 to all stats, weakens base attributes of all rare tier and lower bosses or ordinary entities by 8. Master of Vocation unique title, awarded exclusively to the first player in the Apocalypse game to activate a vocation altar. Attributes 3 to all stats, reduces self-inflicted damage by 8 for any player who undergoes vocation via the vocation altar. Neither title was weak. Yet neither approached the peerless rarity of Peerless under heaven. So no title swap was needed. Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. Had drawing the Overlord vocation exhausted his luck? Was that why neither reward stirred genuine elation? Not quite. It was simply that Lin Ziluo's after all, the Hua Chong brand machete was at minimum a legendary tier weapon. Had Lin Ziluo not possessed the Jiuli Pearl, it would have been his first choice. He even stepped outside to ask Desha whether he needed it, only for Desha to cling desperately to his bronze warhammer. Fine, you reject excellence. Lin Ziluo shrugged. The same held true for the 2 new titles. Their effects were coveted dreams for most players. Yet they paled beside Peerless under heaven, a title of extreme rarity vanishing unpredictably, though in Lin Ziluo's hands it would never fade. Alright. He now controlled a vocation altar, a perpetual source of gold coins. Lin Ziluo recalled the covenant he'd signed. Upon activation in any city, the vocation altar manifests a covenant. Signing it unlocks the altar and bestows a suite of privileges. Lin Ziluo's privileges were manifold. First, on the following day, the altar would forge a statue in his likeness, a testament to his extraordinary contribution to the city. This was eternal honor, so long as the city endured his name would echo through generations. Though admittedly Lin Ziluo cared little for such a claim. Second, players seeking vocation must complete quests, typically slaying a set number of zombies or specific zombie variants. Each quest also requires a fee. For every fee paid, Lin Ziluo receives a commission. The commission is modest, 5 gold coins per transaction, but do not underestimate it. This is Modu, one of Longwa's most prosperous metropolises. Even if only 100,000 survivors reach vocation level, Lin Ziluo stands to earn 500,000 gold coins, albeit over time. And surely Modu's surviving population exceeds 100,000. Without question, the Modu Honorary Citizen Badge, limited to 20,000 recipients, is already secured. He need only await sufficient coin accumulation. The third privilege held little use for him, increased contribution points toward Modu. All hidden items in Modu's shops had already been decoded by his golden finger system. No need for contribution points. He'd observe what further utility they might yield. Lin Ziluo pondered why his rewards felt so mundane. Then enlightenment struck. He'd neglected to pay homage to the divine. Thus he invoked once more his grand ritual 10,000 deities, infinite faith, infinite heaven's blessing. Amitabha Buddha. May the Lord protect me. Amen. Now, Golden Finger System, draw those 2 rare tier items. Lin Ziluo commanded instantly. Ding. Drawing equipment for host. Ding. Congratulations. Host has drawn rare tier equipment Moine battle armor and Moine trousers. Whoa. A set. So prayer did work. Lin Ziluo withdrew the freshly drawn gear. Moine battle armor, rare tier armor forged specifically to counter mages. An object of dread for every spellcaster. Attributes 2 strength, 2 constitution. Moine effect reduces magical damage taken by Moine trousers, rare tier trousers crafted to counter mages. An object of dread for every spell. Attributes 2 agility, 2 spirit. Moine effect reduces magical damage taken by 5. Set gear is exceedingly rare, nearly exclusive to treasure chests. Consider the odds extracting 1 piece from a zombie, then another identical piece from a second. What astronomical fortune would that require? Individual set pieces typically bear modest stats. The true power lies in synergistic set bonuses. Lin Ziluo swiftly removed the sanctuary chestplate and resilient trousers from his Order Enforcer uniform, then activated illusionary form upon both new items. Congratulations, player Yazzie, you have equipped Moine battle armor and Moine trousers, activating the 2-piece Moine set effect. Moine set 2-piece bonus 1 to all stats, reflects 10 of incoming magical damage. This feels really comfortable. Lin Ziluo checked his current attributes. Basic attributes: strength 56, spirit 34, constitution 53, agility 36. This does not include the 10 overall attribute bonus from Unparalleled in the World, as the levels increased agility and spirit were lagging behind significantly. Lin Ziluo currently had 12 free attribute points, 6 from the world announcement and 6 from leveling up twice. Then let's allocate 6 points each to spirit and agility. Basic attributes: strength 56, spirit 40, constitution 53, agility 42. The attributes are now quite impressive after the 10 bonus. After admiring his attributes, Lin Ziluo directly said, "System, draw the 2 ordinary golden fingers together." He was already beginning to enjoy the happiness of drawing all rewards at once. Ding, ordinary golden fingers are being drawn. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing Auto Pickup LV1 and Information Breakthrough LV1. Ding, since the host already possesses the Golden Finger Auto Pickup LV1, the Auto Pickup level has been upgraded to LV2. Auto Pickup LV2, able to pick up items dropped by zombies killed by the host entering storage space within a radius of 1.5 meters. If there is insufficient remaining space and the storage items cannot be picked up. Information Breakthrough LV1 originally allowed viewing attributes of zombies no higher than level 5, now can view attributes of zombies no higher than level 10. The attributes of the 2 golden fingers appeared before Lin Ziluo's eyes. Lin Ziluo was speechless and could only marvel at how powerful the golden finger system was. The auto pickup range increased by 1 meter. In the future, after Lin Ziluo kills zombies with the 9-li blade, he would not need to take 2 steps forward to trigger the auto pickup. The new golden finger Information Breakthrough was particularly useful. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Just like this time fighting against the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie's level was exactly 5 levels higher than Lin Ziluo, allowing him to know the Titan zombie's full attributes, including skill effects. Thus, he devised a perfect countermeasure and easily dealt with the Titan zombie. If the Titan zombie had leveled up one more time, Lin Ziluo would have had to explore its skills while fighting it. At this point, all rewards had been claimed. This wave was a huge profit. Lin Ziluo organized everything in the storage space and stuffed the Huaqiang brand watermelon knife into the 9-li pearl. The energy in the 9-li pearl had already piled up to 1/3. Once full, it would become a diamond level item. Then he asked the system, "By the way, what does the world announcement about the double drop rate mean? Is it a 1 increase? Ding, it's not that. The drop rate is directly doubled on top of the original rate, plus the 1 added by the host title. In other words, my current drop rate is 201. Lin Ziluo suddenly realized, damn, how can I rest when there's only 24 hours? I need to seize this opportunity. Lin Ziluo directly took out a bottle of bronze-level stamina potion from the storage space and gulped it down. After drinking the stamina potion, Lin Ziluo kicked open the door. Big fool, get to work. Injure all the zombies today and save them for me. For every 20 zombies, I'll reward you with a roast chicken tonight. Lin Ziluo said this deliberately loud to attract nearby zombies. Upon hearing that there was an extra roast chicken, Big Fool's eyes lit up with golden light. He raised the bronze giant hammer and echoed roar roar. Lin Ziluo transformed the 9-li pearl into the 9-li blade and charged out with Big Fool. Like bandits entering a city, they began searching for nearby zombies. Not far away there stood a heavy zombie in place. This type of zombie was covered in fat, with its belly fat dragging on the ground. However, its head was still indistinguishable from that of a normal zombie, so the small head was embedded in a large mound of fat, creating a bizarre image. But Lin Ziluo didn't care how strange its appearance was. He charged up and slashed down. Give me drops, drop 2 pieces, no drop, 3 pieces of equipment. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing a level 6 heavy zombie, gaining 12 experience points and 13 gold coins. Keep going, keep going. Big fool, quickly attract more zombies. 10 will do. Just smash the ground with your hammer and make some. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing a level 6 hunting zombie, gaining 12 experience points and 12 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully killing a level 7 war zombie, gaining 14 experience points and 15 gold coins. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo was already caught up in a frenzy of killing zombies, constantly dropping supplies. On the other side, in a closed chamber, 3 people had convened a meeting specifically about him. Equipment leaderboard: first place, Order of Magic Capital Uniform level Diamond, owner Yazi. Second place, 9 Li Blade level Gold, owner Yazi. Third place, Evil Phantom Mask level Silver, owner Yazi. Fourth place, White Wing Cloak level Silver, owner Yazi. Fifth place, Magic Hidden Battle Armor level Silver, owner Yazi. Sixth place, Magic Hidden Pants level Silver, owner Yazi. Looking at the equipment leaderboard before him, a man in a Zhongshan suit couldn't help but speak up. It seems this newly appeared equipment was just obtained by Yazi after killing a silver-level boss. Why even ask? Of course, I'm just curious about who this Yazi really is. Another youth sat casually in a chair, relaxedly speaking. You young man from the Yin family, mind your manners. If your father hadn't turned into a zombie, you wouldn't have the right to be here. The oldest man said with displeasure. Haha, Master Li, don't think you can control me here. Do you think I'm like your 2 sons? The youth from the Yin family mocked. Then, as if he remembered something, he quickly said, oh right, I remember, that guy Li Haobua seems to be in Magic Capital. Look, it's so far away you can't help it all. With his personality, I doubt he'll last a few days. Master and doesn't need to worry so much. Let's focus on today's topic. Yazi. Seeing that the topic was brought up, the man in the Zhongshan suit immediately came out to mediate. Yazi, I have never heard of this name in Dragon Country before, but I don't believe a usually inconspicuous person can be this strong. We must find him. With his current reputation and influence, he will greatly aid our 3 families' plans. Indeed, this apocalypse is a great opportunity for us. The entire world is in chaos. Why shouldn't we stand out on our own? On the 8th day of the apocalypse in the Demon City, after the world announcement concluded, a day's tranquility was abruptly shattered. It was a day when loot rates doubled and experience and gold were both increased. This was a special benefit typically reserved for major holidays in online games. If not now, then when? Although the strength of the zombies had significantly increased, couldn't a few more people just gang up on one? Moreover, all players in the Demon City had leveled up. Thus, players who had originally been hiding at home began to form parties utilizing their wits and teamwork to hunt zombies. They experimented with new tactics such as luring, surrounding, positioning, and controlling attack ranges. This enhanced the combat effectiveness among the players in various ways. In fact, many tactics that would only be developed later appeared today. It must be said that Lin Ziluo single-handedly pushed forward the progress of combat power development among all players in the Demon City. He enabled them to adapt to the apocalypse much earlier. The butterfly effect caused by Lin Ziluo was far from limited to just this. Zhang Yuanzhong is indeed putting in some effort now. Lin Ziluo sighed. At the same time, he realized the magnitude of his influence. Before his rebirth, Zhang Yuanzhong seemed to still be at level 8 during this time period. He would only reach level 9 tomorrow, and wouldn't be able to complete the hidden class transfer until the day after. Yet now he had already reached level 9. He also monopolized the world announcements for this life. So what about those powerful individuals who originally received the world announcements? Wouldn't they be unable to obtain the rewards? Without the title and attribute rewards from the world announcements, wouldn't their development also be delayed? Moreover, whether the person who could transfer classes tomorrow would be able to complete his hidden class transfer was uncertain. In short, the development of events was increasingly deviating from the original trajectory. It was believed that soon it would diverge from Lin Ziluo's previous memories. However, Lin Ziluo was not afraid at all. No matter how fast things changed, as long as he had sufficient strength, he need not worry. Strength was the fundamental means to cope with all events. Lin Ziluo closed the level leaderboard. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening on the 8th day of the apocalypse. He had been fighting alongside Desha for more than 2 hours, slaughtering his way from the People's Square in the Demon City towards the northwest. For Lin Ziluo, ordinary zombies were merely an easy task to handle. For those with distinct forms, he only needed to pay a little more attention to dispatch them with a single strike. After all, from the perspective of attributes apart from their special attributes, the rest were less than half of Lin Ziluo's. As for how many zombies he had killed, Lin Ziluo could no longer remember. He only knew that the loot had filled his storage space once, forcing him to stop and have the excess equipment and items devoured by the Jiuli Pearl. This directly brought the evolution progress of the Jiuli Pearl to halfway. At the same time, he was on the verge of leveling up, needing just 100 or 200 experience to reach level 18. Strangely, why did he say once again? Indeed, Lin Ziluo's mental state was somewhat on the edge. The prior battle with the Titan zombie had drained a great deal of his energy, adding to that 2 hours of continuous fierce fighting. Lin Ziluo understood deeply that his condition was no longer capable of sustaining combat against the more ferocious zombies enhanced by the night. Moreover, there was a risk of being surrounded. Thus, he and Desha found an open inn and checked in. The inn was small, but the environment was quite pleasant. Well, the environment was nice before the apocalypse. Now all he could see were dried bloodstains on the ground and numerous corpses of zombies and humans. Lin Ziluo observed and felt that these corpses were likely killed by beast-like zombies, because the bite wounds on these bodies were sharp-toothed. After carefully inspecting the inn, Lin Ziluo found nothing. Hopefully there truly was nothing. He found a cleaner room and set up the eye of reconnaissance. He took out 2 resource cards for mineral water, took a cold shower, and finally relaxed completely. How far I've fallen, or I used to shower once a month. Lin Ziluo sighed. This statement was indeed not incorrect. In the apocalyptic environment, where would there be time and sufficient water resources for bathing? Aside from those in high status, everyone else carried unpleasant odors. The smells of sweat, blood, and decay. These scents mixed together, and apart from being sour, no words could. The environment was similar. Those places piled high with corpses and areas that had experienced fierce battles were filled with a stench. Fortunately, in time, players would all become accustomed to it, and eventually become immune to such foul odors. Thus it is said that humans are organisms with a strong ability to adapt. Lin Ziluo, having reflected, merely pondered. Why change? He worked hard to become stronger solely to survive better. He must not lose sight of the essentials. Draping the Demon City Orderer over himself, Lin Ziluo lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Squeak, squeak, a harsh cry echoed from the sewers of the Demon City. From a distance, a small black figure the size of a puppy was rushing swiftly. It ran until it reached a place illuminated by moonlight, allowing it to be seen clearly. The creature the size of a puppy was actually a rat. Good heavens, have the zombie rats grown this large? The eyes of this zombie rat were blood red, reflecting an eerie glow in the moonlight. The large incisors in its mouth appeared exceptionally sharp, enough to make one's skin crawl. But this was not the end. With the appearance of the first zombie rat, the sewers echoed with increasingly piercing cries. More and more zombie rats emerged from the darkness. The proportion of animal zombies was indeed low, but there were just too many rats. These bloated rodents quickly filled the sewer, and they continued to multiply. As if receiving a signal, they dashed rapidly toward a specific location. It was as if something was drawing them there. Moreover, it seemed the place they wanted to go was particularly close to the inn where Lin Ziluo was staying. On a pitch-black night, the city of magic had lost its electric illumination. The occasional chilling screams of zombies and the anguished cries of humans sent shivers down one's spine. In such an environment, Lin Ziluo slept exceptionally soundly, as if the howls and cries were nothing but a lullaby to him. Desha stood quietly at the door, motionless like a guardian deity. However, around 2 or 3 in the morning, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the other end of the corridor and maintained that posture. About 2 minutes later, a faint tremor rippled through the inn. Lin Ziluo, lying on the bed, opened his eyes within a second after the tremor occurred. With the 9-li blade appearing in his hand, Lin Ziluo was already dressed and had gotten out of bed. He opened the door and saw Desha staring intently in a certain direction. Combining his experience with Desha's reaction, Lin Ziluo arrived at 2 conclusions: either a zombie tide was approaching, or a group of zombie animals had gathered. A zombie tide was unlikely, and at this time it was impossible for a zombie tide to occur. Moreover, even if a zombie tide were to happen, there would be a notification for the apocalypse game. So there was only one possibility left: zombie animals. Moreover, only a few types of zombie animals could cause such a scale and commotion. Based on the bite marks he had seen on the corpses earlier, Lin Ziluo quickly deduced that the zombie animals were zombie rats. What terrible luck! This area turned out to be a gathering ground for zombie rats. However, there was something amiss. In his previous life, he had never heard of any information regarding a gathering of zombie rats in the magical city. To be precise, the number of zombie animals in the magical city was already pitifully low. In Lin Ziluo's impression, there were only a scattered few. Could it be that the butterfly effect from his rebirth had already impacted the world of zombies? Lin Ziluo began to observe the situation outside through the window of the corridor. The street was empty, littered only with the corpses of zombies. Previously, Lin Ziluo and Desha had killed all the zombies in this area. However, the ground was still shaking continuously, and the frequency of the tremors was increasing. It seemed to be coming from the sewer, but why was it getting closer to their area? Was it coming for him? Lin Ziluo felt somewhat puzzled. Of course, this was just Lin Ziluo's speculation, with almost no possibility. The tremors continued for several minutes, reaching their peak. The zombie heads previously severed by Lin Ziluo began to roll due to the high-frequency vibrations. However, Lin Ziluo had guessed wrong. This group of zombie rats was merely passing by. Their actual goal was not him, but the area behind this street. Lin Ziluo checked the map. There was nothing special about his area. It was just an ordinary street with a very typical residential community. So what was the purpose of these zombie rats? Before Lin Ziluo could ponder the problem, he heard a noise. He looked up. The manhole cover on the street adjacent to his was blown open. One after another zombie rats crawled out from the sewer opening. Why were they crawling out one by one? That's because their bodies were too large. Even two together would block the mouths of the manholes on the street were continuously being overturned, with zombie rats pouring out from each one. Watching their orderly movements, Lin Ziluo understood. There was definitely a BOS-level zombie rat with commanding abilities directing them. After all, only the boss of zombie animals possessed such capabilities early on. Terrifying. A boss that could command so many zombie rats. Why had he never heard of it before? Perhaps it found their speed too slow. The manhole covers on the street where the inn was located also began to be successively pushed open. A massive number of zombie rats surged out, and as they passed the corpses of zombies on the ground, they nibbled on a few bites, quickly clearing the bodies. Lin Ziluo suppressed his presence, hiding his figure. If given a choice, it was best not to provoke this group of zombie rats. As it stood, the number of zombie rats pouring out of the sewer had already surpassed 1,000. Who knew how many more were left in the sewer? At least it wouldn't be less than the number on the ground. Conservatively estimating, there could be 2,000 to 3,000. And that was just a conservative estimate. It could be as many as 4,000 or 5,000. It was likely that a district's worth of zombie rats had gathered here. 2,000 to 3,000 zombie rats, the size of ordinary wild dogs. Even if he were to chop endlessly, he would never finish them off. Soon the entire street was filled with zombie rats. The dense mass and the constantly writhing bodies emitting a foul odor made those with a fear of crowds scream in terror. As it became apparent that there was no place for the zombie rats to stay, they began to burrow into the buildings along the street. Lin Ziluo decisively took Desha to the top floor of the inn. The door to the top floor was locked. However, Lin Ziluo cut the lock with the 9-li blade and made his way to the top floor. Feeling the cold wind blowing on the rooftop, he put on his mask and began to observe the situation below. As the number of zombie rats increased, even the distant screams of zombies became inaudible. It was unclear whether they had been devoured or were too afraid to scream. After waiting for 10 minutes, all the zombie rats finally crawled out of the sewer. At this point, the first to the third floors of the inn were already packed with zombie rats. Lin Ziluo stood on the rooftop observing to see what these zombie rats intended to do. Soon he witnessed an even more astonishing scene. From among the horde of zombie rats emerged 10 bronze-level zombie rat bosses. So that's how it is, or I thought there was only one boss controlling these zombie rats. But it turns out there are 10. That made sense. No, wait, what sense does it make? Where could 10 zombie rat bosses come from? Lin Ziluo felt a stir of emotion as he gazed at these BOS-level zombie rats. If he could kill a few more, he would gain immensely. But he didn't know what these zombie rat bosses had gathered here for. Before long, these zombie rat bosses began to move. The vast horde of zombie rats marched towards the residential community behind Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo silently issued a standby order to Desha in his mind. His large size and heavy movements could easily expose him if he followed closely behind. Additionally, Lin Ziluo took the night veil ring off Desha and put it on his own hand. It helped reduce his presence at night, which was just the attribute he needed. Then Lin Ziluo set off alone. The buildings around the inn where Lin Ziluo stayed were not very tall, averaging about 4 to 5 stories in height. Among them, the inn was the tallest structure in the area. Lin Ziluo glanced at the advancing direction of the zombie rat tide. He then slid down the water pipe from the rooftop of the inn. Landing with a roll, he silently reached the rooftop of the adjacent residential building. His stealth skills had not diminished much from his past life. Any differences were purely due to discrepancies in attributes. The remaining row of residential buildings were all of similar height. Lin Ziluo did not need to perform excessive movements. He simply jumped between each rooftop. The gaps between the rooftops were not large, requiring minimal exertion. The only thing to watch out for was not making too much noise. At this time, the zombie rat tide was about to fully. Lin Ziluo also heard several players screaming from within the community. It seemed those hiding at home had been discovered by the zombie rats and were taken away. Lin Ziluo quickened his pace. Before long, he encountered a small problem. Now there was quite a distance between the rooftops of this building and those within the community, he couldn't simply jump over. Although Lin Ziluo could make it to the opposite rooftop using quick step and brief hover together, he chose not. Both of these were excellent life-saving skills, and using them here would indeed be somewhat wasteful. Observing the rooftops again, Lin Ziluo noticed that the zombie rats were actually surging into a detached villa within the community. The seemingly modest villa, after being flooded with enough zombie rats to fill it, surprisingly made no sound. This indicated that all the zombie rats had vanished into thin air. Hidden instance. The thought emerged in Lin Ziluo's mind. There must be something akin to a portal within that villa, otherwise it couldn't possibly accommodate so many zombie rats. Well, I didn't expect to stumble upon an unexpected gain today. Just what kind of portal could attract these zombie rats? However, knowing that the zombie rat's target was to enter the portal, Lin Ziluo felt less urgency. He called upon Dasha with his mind, instructing him to come over. His plan was to wait until the number of zombie rats decreased to a certain extent before taking action to deal with the remaining ones, while waiting for Dasha to arrive at the base of the building where Lin Ziluo was. At this time, only a few hundred zombie rats remained outside the villa. It was time to act. Just as Lin Ziluo prepared for a rapid descent through the pipe, he suddenly heard a hoarse cry from the distant sky. Looking in the direction of the sound, a shocking scene unfolded before Lin Ziluo's eyes. In the sky, thousands of zombie birds were flying towards the villa. Thousands of zombified birds of various species. Their flight could only be described as obscuring the sky and blocking the sun. What on earth is happening? Lin Ziluo halted his movements and instructed Dasha to find a hidden spot. These zombie birds, after flying above the villa, landed on the empty ground in front of it. Then they neatly lined up behind the zombie rats, following the main group into the villa. Even though Lin Ziluo's psychological resilience was strong enough, he started to doubt life. How could such an absurd thing happen? Zombie rats and zombie birds coexisting peacefully, and they were obediently lining up to enter the villa. Although his plan to hunt the zombie rats was disrupted, Lin Ziluo felt even more excited. This instance was truly magical. If it weren't for the zombie birds blocking the entrance, he would want to enter and investigate right now. Thus, Lin Ziluo concealed himself, once more patiently waiting for the zombie birds to enter the villa. After some time passed, noticing that only a small portion of zombie birds remained outside the villa, Lin Ziluo focused his attention. Finally, nearly all the zombie birds had entered the instance. Not again, is it? Lin Ziluo looked to the other end of the street. The tremors and momentum coming from that direction were even more intense than the previous tide of zombie rats. Endless, isn't it? Soon the creatures from that end of the street appeared before Lin Ziluo's eyes. Zombie dogs, zombie cats, and zombie rabbits were quite common. Zombie chickens and zombie ducks, as well as zombie squirrels, were actually rare. Zombie monkeys were rather curious. And then there were the zombie tigers, zombie lions, zombie wild boars, and zombie brown bears. Lin Ziluo even saw the words Magic City Zoo on the tattered clothing draped over a brown bear. So these zombie animals had escaped from the zoo. Watching these zombie animals start to queue up towards the villa's entrance, Lin Ziluo had grown numb. If you told me aliens were lining up now, I would believe it. Due to the large size of the zombie brown bear, it broke the villa door as it entered. Lin Ziluo finally caught a glimpse of the scene inside the villa. A portal radiating a golden glow hovered in the center of the villa's hall. These zombie animals were all heading towards the portal, ultimately disappearing within it. No wonder the number of zombie animals in the entire Magic City was so scarce. They had all entered this portal. However, it seems I have never heard of the existence of this portal. I wonder what the portal is for. Why does it attract these zombie animals? Why does it exist yet no one has ever mentioned? This long queue entering the portal would surely take a while. Lin Ziluo was also worried that something unexpected would happen with the portal. Therefore, he decided not to sleep. He took out his phone connected to the power bank in his supply card and began reading a novel with interest. Of course, he kept a close watch on the situation of the portal. Time flew by. Finally, around 5 o'clock, as the sky began to brighten, only a few zombie animals remained in the long queue. Lin Ziluo put away his phone and cautiously checked his surroundings. Once he confirmed that no other zombie animals were appearing, he slid down the pipe to the ground, bringing Dasha with him as they approached the portal. After all the zombie animals had entered the portal, Lin Ziluo decisively stepped forward and placed his hand at the mouth of the portal. Congratulations to player Yazi for discovering unknown instance. Do you wish to enter? Lin Ziluo frowned. Unknown instance? No specific prompt. Generally speaking, instances in apocalyptic games come in two major types. One is player versus player combat. Player versus player combat. To be honest, regardless of the type of combat, Lin Ziluo was not intimidated at all. The other type involves being transported to specific locations and given tasks. This type of instance usually allocates instances based on your strength. Before entering, players are generally given some hints about the instance. However, this unknown instance is particularly strange. There isn't a single hint.